Forbidden Fruit, but no room for breathing. If they were gonna seal their ticket to the Super Championship, they can't let off the pedal now. They get control of the oddball. Onboard being the primary objective holder here. Shots coming out across the map as you see Tony playing the defensive side there at B stairs, but Employee with a perfectly placed grenade breaks through that first line of defense. I like this push here. Llama and Employee working together for the team fire, checking their corners, lock sight on the oddball carrier and the defender. Wasn't enough though. Doing the distraction for Posey to approach from the opposite side with the energy sword in hand. And Camo is also spawning, so Posey dropping down. There's just so much happening on every side, but Hysteria and Arctic take him down, so energy sword and active Camo up for grabs.
Yeah, massive battle there, especially so because the sword is in possession of Forbidden Fruit. Quite a deadly combination here, as it looks like Hysteria is going to try to earn himself that. But no, Employee takes him down with the melee. Does he spot the sword down? He's looking for it. He finds it. Employee looking to be a sneaky beaver here and bring his team back in this game.
Don't know if it's too little too late. All that emphasis on the power-ups cost Digging Deep a lot of time on the oddball, so they really need to slay out right here to earn a good chunk of time. Employee is trying to do that with the use of the camo and the sword, but he's spotting. Arctic comes out with a double kill, holding this line of defense on the back of the elevator, and here comes Employee. Patience paying off as he closes the distance, lands the last round of ammo, as if you call it, in the sword. But is it enough for them to win back the oddball? No, Tony still gets his hands on the oddball after all the work Employee just put in.
Unbelievable. And did you notice the positioning of Forbidden Fruit? Recognizing that the sword and camo was in the hands of Employee, they played all the way back. Nobody was kind of sort of baiting that door at top A or baiting the stairs at A. Great positioning and an understanding of the situation there from Forbidden Fruit, as Posey doing his best to take out his opponent in long haul. Hysteria, though, going to get the better of him as he sneaks away to Sneaky. Holds a couple extra frag grenades in his utility belt, as well as that camo has 20 seconds left. A little too early to set up for. And just like that, a setup for Digging Deep with that oddball. 3 seconds to go, though, for Forbidden Fruit. So we're going to have to see nearly perfect oddball here if Digging Deep wants to come back in this game.
Hysteria lays down some fire but misses on the melee, but the numbers are on the side of Digging Deep. They hold on to that line of defense. You talked about only 3 seconds, but the defense holds. I think they're going to rotate over here to elevator side as Forbidden Fruit spawns back on C, long haul, maybe even top of glass, but they're noticing that rotation. Serial keeps the oddball in hand, rotating all the way through. I thought they were stopping at elevator. No, they're all the way back at control, and also with knowing that they can only give up not even 3 seconds, wanting to rotate where a play ball is possible, but stop just short. Tony sweeps in, gets the kill, gets the oddball, and steals back the round.
Tony 2-turn once again. Tony 2 objective, seemingly his name should be changed to today, because he's playing incredibly heady Halo, really prioritizing the objective, which is an evolution in Tony's game that I think we all should be excited to see, because we're getting to see a lot of that from amateurs, from semi-pros, and other professionals here. Everybody getting better in these tournaments, and that's really all you could ask for.
Yeah, looking for those players that are well-rounded, that can slay out when needed, but also prioritize the objective. And that's what you saw from Tony as he took down the ball carrier, grabbed the oddball, knowing they only needed those final 3 seconds to seal the deal on round number 1. Looks like Posey has the active camo, but the focus fire comes out from Forbidden Fruit. Employee in a great position here, and off-screen Llama with the remote detonation as you see that metal just coming across. But Hysteria holding on to some good position. Nobody really rushing for the oddball just yet, as they want to lock down the map first.
Yeah, always satisfying hearing Jeff Steitzer's voice, but even more satisfying getting control of that oddball here, as it looks like Forbidden Fruit will take the early points in round 2 as well. Tony looking to make a flank potential here. He's got a pinch potential, actually, as Arctic and Tony doing a great job. Tony not necessarily needed there on that, but just the positioning alone is what you love to see. The spacing really tight, and I thought maybe that repulsor was going to make them pay for Digging Deep. You saw both players hand in hand walking together. I saw the repulsor for Tony. Surprised we didn't see a return to sender right there.
Definitely looked like everything was adding up for return to sender with the repulsor and the grenades in action, but you know, difficult timing and difficult positioning for that to connect. The high ground pays off for digging deep, and the team fire comes through, but 3 go down. Llama is last alive, and Envor swoops in, cleans up that final kill, and now putting the pressure onto Posey. Envor is on a roll with kill after kill on the board when it's needed, and Tony once again being that objective player. They kind of traded roles after round number 1.
Yeah, and I love the rotation there from Tony. So a little bit in, well, let's call it no man's land there at Long Haul. You've got the glass control and the gold control is, wow, Serial gets the double kill. But Forbidden Fruit electing to take that to C. And I like that setup because it gives you an easy opportunity to play the ball, but they don't execute on it as Llama looks to sneak away with it. But no, Arctic stops any hope of that in its tracks as he's got the camo. Needs to stay alive with it though. Doesn't want to play that oddball. Almost gets a little too close to the oddball there. I think as a result, he gets spotted and goes down to the grenade. So an opportunity here for Digging Deep with 2 down.
Digging Deep is not too far behind on overall kills. They're still fighting for this oddball, and there's plenty of time left, but the reset might come through on the oddball if neither team gets their hands on it. If it's left inactive for too long, we'll go back to the spawn, but it looks like Serial does get a touch, resetting the timer there. Arctic at the back of C, throwing grenades left, right, and center, dropping down to pop the reload and try to regenerate the shield, but Hysteria now on the side of Forbidden Fruit, coming out with oddball as Envor lays down some cover fire.
Yeah, huge pickup there. Gets the repulsor to work with as well. A player like Envor already dangerous enough with the BR, but with the repulsor, he's even more deadly as we see him employee mind the gap and fall into the drink. Not a way you want to go down. Just a little bit extra salt in the wounds, if you will, right, Magic?
Yeah, anytime you get tossed off the side of the map, it does feel a little bit more personal. So how you can control the emotions to make the next best play is kind of the test of, mental fortitude a little bit. So Arctic there getting some good damage out, getting some kills. 2 players on the side of Forbidden Fruit, just 1 kill away from hitting that 20 kill mark. Employee staying alive, grabs the oddball. They're down a good 34 seconds right here. So a solid hold would bring Digging Deep back into this. But if they lose the oddball here, it's going to start to get desperate.
Yeah, and again, let's look at the stats. They don't matter. Again, Digging Deep seemingly keeping pace with Forbidden Fruit, slay for slay, but it doesn't matter. Even in a team slayer, you could argue sometimes dying is more important than, dying as long as you get the net result, the net positive result for your team. It's okay, right? So we're just seeing better heady Halo. We're seeing better objective Halo from Forbidden Fruit, and despite the fact that Digging Deep is able to hang with them in the slaying department, there's a bit of disparity in objectives, but just like that, Digging Deep looking to come back here as they've got a hold of their own at gold. Envor pushing up, looking to break through that. He's going to have a 1v1 potentially. No, he's got a pinch. I love the pinch. I love the bait and switch. I love the timing here from Envor and friends, as that is going to result in 2 going down for Digging Deep and a potential for more ball time if you're Forbidden Fruit.
That was a huge hold there from Digging Deep as they tightened up that score line, but with the oddball on the ground right here, this could be the deciding factor for this round number 2. Arctic past that 20 kill mark, sitting at a solid 21. Every player on Forbidden Fruit in double digits for assists. I just want to point that out. Actually huge coming out from their team. So even across the board in the kills and assists and even deaths department, really playing even with one another. They get the hold of the oddball with Hysteria this time, grabbing onto the oddball, adding to his objective time, and Arctic with a shock rifle giving some cover, doesn't connect on the first shot, going in for a closer range. They just kind of drive by past each other, missing on the melee, and Hysteria unfortunately is taken down. This is the push that Digging Deep need.
Yeah, an opportunity here, down just 30 seconds, which is really, let's call it 1 good hold. Really, it might be more than 1. We'll call it 2, but really not much needed here to come back in this game. I think Digging Deep has every opportunity and everything they need on the roster to potentially give Forbidden Fruit a run for their money, as Employee pinching behind Tony 2-turn, but Tony with a great recognition melees his opponent, takes him down. But Posey sneaks away with that oddball and a chance to potentially tie it here.
Tying up the game here in this round would be huge, but even more so, Digging Deep need to steal back this whole round. In fact, this game, their backs are up against the wall. Llama with a huge heads-up play. You talked about the mental aspect, the decision making, the timing there to grab the active camo, using that last grapple to secure the camo. Now going after Tony. Tony's been a threat throughout this game, and Llama just sends him back to the respawn screen. Posey now with the oddball. They're just 1 second down. Envor making the push. This 1v1 so crucial. Both players weak, but they both disengage from the fight, hoping that teammates can come through to finish off the kill. But Posey with the high ground peeks out the window, cleans up that kill, cleans up the oddball, and now we have a 3-second lead for Digging Deep as Posey is doing it all.
Yeah, Llama again with, and I want to point this out because stats don't matter in Halo. Plays like that, dude. Did you see that? The grapple on the camo had a player Hysteria directly in front of him, and that's a veteran, right? That's a guy. It's very difficult to get anything by him. So for Llama there to grab that camo, I believe that's why we see the lead here. In fact, for Digging Deep. So, but the question: can they hold on to it? We're holding on to that oddball. 2 going down for Digging Deep. It's starting to look bleak.
There's only a few seconds left for them to break this hold that Forbidden Fruit has, and on the side of Forbidden Fruit, every second is inching them closer to that pool play spot. Employee has to win this fight. He gets the takedown. Meanwhile, it looks like Serial wins a fight on the other side of Pipes. Llama last alive here on the side of Digging Deep. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Posey off of the respawn, coming in. 1 second left. He gets the fumble, but Arctic was there ready to clean up the oddball. So after a great effort from Digging Deep to break that hold, those final seconds were won over by Forbidden Fruit. And with that, Mikowski, they have sealed their spot in the Super Championship pool play.
Yeah, Posey quite literally playing all the way through to the whistle there, but it's not enough. This Forbidden Fruit proving that this super stacked all-star roster of free agents is a force to be reckoned with. And we've seen this before in tournaments. We saw FaZe lose a game to a Complexions team last night. It's not easy winning Halo matches against players that have chemistry, that have rapport, that have time practicing with each other. So when you look at a team like this, there's only upside, right? There's only upside when you add a new player like Hysteria. These guys are on, as I call it, day 0, right? And day 0, those are the hardest days as a team because you don't have, again, that chemistry and rapport built up yet. So it'll be very exciting to see what Forbidden Fruit can do with a week of good scrims leading up to the Super.
Look for Forbidden Fruit next week at the Super Championship. Meanwhile, Digging Deep will drop into the lower bracket where they can still fight for those elimination bracket spots in the Super Championship. We're going to cut to a quick break, and let me just emphasize, if you're not subbed to the channel here at LVT, you are going to see some ads. So might as well drop the sub right here, right now, grab a few emotes, and give some financial support to the people working behind the scenes to bring this Halo action to you. We're going to get
Complexity versus Space Station Gaming. Winners bracket, round number 6. Space Station looking real good right now, Garrett.
Yeah, whoever wins right here is going to qualify for pool play.
Here comes the aggression, something we know very well out of Collect. He's so good at winning these 1v1s. He gets one, goes for the stick on the second, turns his back, the fadeaway.
Donnie is incredible. Look at Suppress. Oh my God, he gets back into the hill. What a heads-up play from Suppress for his team, and Collect just continues forward. He starts this game 6-0. Been in 9 engagements thus far and has not lost one. Look at that split spot ace guy in the bottom seat, and that's going to prevent Complexity from easily getting these rockets as Monster throws them up the tires. Are you kidding me? But that's why you pick up these young, talented players, man. They just can do things that are unnatural after you reach a certain age.
Could have stayed and challenged and tried to pull the flag a little more. He stays alive, but is it enough? As Talon gets that double kill. He's trying to secure this, but Neurotical is there. All 4 dead for SSG. That's going to be a return and a potential counter cap situation. Ace is there to clean him up. Another clutch 1v1 to turn the tides.
Oh, but Monster got there in time. He had the timing because of Vetra's play of getting the double kill.
And Neurotical being such a nuisance. Is he gonna go down here? Oh my word, he kills Suppressed as well, and Talonal goes down the triple from Neurotical. Young Complexity will be qualified for one of the pool spots. He's looking to prove it right now. 35 seconds. We could potentially go into overtime. The double, though, as I'm questioning his ability. He's out there slaying. 2 players drop down bottom.
This is a beautiful job for Nemesis. get the rockets, you have the opportunity really to make the play for your team. A little overshield to work with, and I love this. He doesn't go for the flag. He knows how important it is to get damage output right now. His teammates can deal with the objective.
Last guy in position is going to be Septify. Ramy's way too far behind, and this flag will go in, and Oxygen Esports will win the series. And for me, the X factor on Fnatic is Septify. If he goes positive, Fnatic win CTF 100% of the time. And right now, Tony, he hasn't died once. He's 4-0. None of what you did in this tournament matters. It's this one, this game that matters right now. Everyone is so competitive. It's so close. Oh my word. The forward push from top center, and it's gonna work to go down for EXO right off the rip.
Fnatic are absolutely bulldozing through EXO right now. You can tell that they are upset that they did not auto-qualify for the Super, and they are simply taking it out on EXO. But Fnatic still hold control. They're still setting the pace. The heat wave in the hands of just Zero, finding yet another kill. That's going to be a double kill.
Alive, it could be beneficial. He can go for the flank. He has the heat wave in hand. He's going to push aggressively, gets a kill, and they get a little bit of hill time, and that's hill number 2.
EXO do not have the numbers that they need. Fnatic are going to the Super.
But as time goes by, they slowly start to close the gap. It all come down to suppressed hitting shots and already open it up. He's looking for a cheeky fight cross map, and now we see why. Mortally in position to pick up off the damage. That'll leave suppressed alone. Takes a double though, all while it happens. Oh, cleans up hotshot cross map. Tylenol up in the bat lane. Gonna get involved in the fight, make it 2 back to back. Did he get 2 back? Well, wait, 1 backstab, 1 melee kill. The man is just brawling in pipes.
This is it. No more chances here. This is for the momentum in this series, and we know what's on the line. Space Station Gaming going up against Anime Demons in game number 1. I mean, nothing to do but to rotate this ball as far away as possible over towards his spawning teammate. Able to do so, and I believe that ball should roll right off the. Oh no.
Right on the edge.
I don't know what's going on. He's been curved that behind the wall. As once again, Master Mechanic staying alive, gets himself a double kill. That's gonna be a triple kill. You know what? I'm done waiting. At this point, it's time to advance forward. Suppressed, able to take down Burton. Just barely missing a shot, but the second one gonna connect and ends up getting the double kill, collecting skulls. Is this young man. Arzelli and Tylenol end up trading out their life, but there's nobody in position for the overshield. But Burton hits the stick from across the map, and now with that, Burton now gonna steal away the overshield. A critical mistake. If Ace would have popped it in time, he might have been able to survive that stick. But now Burton not only gets the kill, gets the overshield. Now gonna take down Tylenol, collect going down to one shot. Indeed, that overshield getting absolutely ripped apart. Anime Demons 1 kill away, and there it is. Where did that sticky grenade come from, Burton? Arzelli fakes, left goes right, breaking ankles here, and that should be a tied up game. Ace is out here. He's not just leading, he's leading by example right now. 17 kills, 10 assists. Ace is absolutely going off in this swing game 3.
Flag still goes up despite it. Overextension coming in. Burton mortally gonna get caught on the extend by Tylenol. A big double. And he's looking to convert into 3. Are you kidding? That's for the game right there. Tylenol just single-handedly shutting them down.
And now Anime Demons having an opportunity to break the setup that SSG momentarily have. This overshield is critical to this lockdown, but he gets back-smacked. Collect goes in for the challenge onto Hotshot, goes able to connect onto the kill. Collect the final player alive, gonna try to milk every last bit this time. Anime Demons have broken through. I told you I saw I told you I saw some body disrespect earlier. Right in your face, they're going to put the pressure on you, and they're going to earn that overshield.
Look at how it pays off as well. Complete obliteration as they make their way through the A hold here. Burton gonna die as well. Collect with a double off it. Make it 3 as he takes complete control of the setup, and that's a hill over to SSG.
Able to clear out the tower side. There's one more player that's right behind him. He's not aware of it, but he is now. Absolutely putting Ace in a blender right there. Collect down to one shot, and because of that, Anime Demons are going to continue to put time on the board, and also Anime Demons continue to put Space Station Gaming on a cycle right now. They're dying one at a time. They're bleeding resources.
Suppressed, he'll get deleted though. Every death here so pivotal for SSG as they slowly run out of opportunities. Somehow he's staying alive. Hotshot just being such a nuisance, they couldn't kill him. they'll all die because of it. And like you said, Tony, Anime Demons will lock this out and give us a game 5.
Sneaking over toward the seaside, Collect putting damage right into where the middle of the map opens things up for Ace to come in with that Bulldog. A perfect push, a perfect engagement out of SSG.
Ace is trying to stay alive in center map. Doesn't hit the shot into hot shot. Collect is there to clean it up. Little wins like that can allow Anime to stay in this, but Collect, thankfully, the skill gap of the AR a little too strong.
Lead up gonna come in for Mortally, adding his 10th kill on the board.
Mortally just shredding Ace. He'll take 2 off that.
Not able to connect on one. Now we have a momentary 1v1 between Tylenol and Hotshot Goes, who ends up ripping a triple to tie things up at 29 apiece. Rockets are coming up.
No.
Anime Demons have been able to tie things up at 41 apiece, and they might be able to shut the whole game down here. The bait and switch ends up coming in. Burton finds the kill. Suppressed ends up going down. Only 4 more kills needed for Anime Demons, who have stolen control in the game. They are in the driver's seat.
In this situation, Burton trying to get sneaky. He's right behind them. They'll Collect jumping backwards off the vending machine with, what was that, a ninja? I mean, I'm calling it a ninja in that situation. I mean,
and at this point, this game is slowed down. Surprise didn't call by himself here on the tire side. He doesn't have the help. Where is the help? Burn ends up finding him. Tylenol does come in with the Stalker rifle. There's 2 members stuck on the Bulldog side here. Anime Demons having the opportunity to find the kill. Morley gets the Rockets, taking down 1. Hotshot goes to the other. Anime Demons have pulled off the upset against the #1 seeded Space Station Gaming. Anime.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is the official Charlie stream for the day. That is right. We are officially observing the North America $125,000 pool play. We of course will be providing coverage for matches that are not covered by the Alpha stream and not covered by the Bravo stream. If you want to see the schedule, hit !schedule in the chat and it'll give you the matches that we're going to cover. And these matches, keep in mind, will not be on the other channels. So it's action that you're only going to see here on twitch.tv/LouisVTitan. I am hyped up today. And you know what? It's a special day. So Mom, come here, Mom. We got to bring Mom on the stream. Give her a hug. Thank you for your undying support, Mother. Oh. Woo, let's go. That's Mama LVT right there. It's a great day, guys. It is a great day here on twitch.tv/LouisVTitan. Boy, oh boy, the first match that we're going to be trying to cover. I'm blushing right now. I'm sorry. The first match that we're going to cover here on stream is going to be G1 versus Forbidden Fruit. Forbidden Fruit and an excellent roster. Oh my god. Okay, I gotta calm down for a second. Get all teary-eyed on stream and stuff. We got 1,300 viewers right now, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the stream. As I said, G1 versus Forbidden Fruit. This will be the first match that we cover. The match is going to start in approximately 20 to 25 minutes. Full play officially begins at 11 o'clock in the morning. We're starting things off with CTF Catalyst, Street Slayer. After that, Recharge, Oddball, Livefire, King of the Hill, Aquarius Slayer to wrap it out. This is honestly probably one of the best series layouts in my opinion. I know CTF Catalyst is a little wishy-washy, but hey, at least it's not Slayer, right? Nevertheless, thank you for the subs today. Half Baked, Kai, Wex, the weather, probably. If you're a meteorologist, shout out. I used to want to be a meteorologist back in the day. Used to want to be a tornado chaser back in the day. I'll probably see one at least in my lifetime. Hopefully it doesn't kill me. But shout out, I do want to thank HCS for getting us on as the official C stream of the weekend. We of course are covering plenty of matches today. And yeah, really quickly, I want to run through some of the credits because today is just getting started. We're going to have Toolez, we're going to have Shyway, and we're going to have Magic all on the broadcast today. Myself producing, we got KnightyKnight in the back observing. My man is probably the best observer in Halo, period. Go ahead. This is a challenge. Go compare his observing to the Halo stream because I promise you, we're going to have it better. Shout out KnightyKnight, Alex Irwin. The man is a staple in the scene, and he's done so much to help me get here, as well as Toolez, Shyway, Magic. We got even more. Mr. Snow in the background also helping us out here and there. Yikes. Okay. All right. I think my heart rate has gone back down just a little bit. But yes, today it's an amazing day. We have plenty to talk about. So go ahead. Let's look at the pool play for the day. In Pool A, we got Sentinels, E United, Complexity, Native Gaming. Pool B, Cloud9, FaZe Clan, Oxygen, Need an Org. Pool C, Optic Gaming, G1, Fnatic, Forbidden Fruit. Pool D, Pioneers, G2, Lions, and Space Station. Yo, 5 gifted out of Volp. Appreciate you. And yeah, Hype Train has just started, and it's just the start of the day. We haven't even hit a match yet, and the hype is real. Everybody hit the LVT emotes in the chat, please. Thank you again, Volp. I'm just gonna call you Volp because that is a hell of a name. I'm just gonna say that. Oh boy. But yeah, we got plenty of action squared away for today. Let me fix a couple things in the background, and then we're gonna take a look at some of the tweets that have been put out by HCS. And here we have it. First and foremost, we got predictions from some of the biggest names in Halo. Shout out, these are the streamers, the casters, I should say. They're going to be casting on the main channel, including Why Not and Active as well. Shout out to them. They're staples on this channel. And shout out to them for getting their chance on the main stage once again for Tony, and for the first time Active getting on the main stage, or on the main stream I should say. Nevertheless, we are proud of Active here. We do get a chance to feature Toolez and Shyway on the stream today. But these are the predictions from the casting booth on the other side of the table. We got Lottie, Bravo, Onset, Gaskin, Clutch, Walshy, and Shurzy. All predictions right here. And it's a little spicy, and I think the biggest takeaway for me is Pioneers is not even in this graphic. Who would have thought? Secondly, pay attention to Clutch's predictions right there. The man does not have FaZe in the top 5. That is a spicy take if I have seen one myself. If I had to take a guess at, what I think me and Gaskin align pretty much perfectly. I think Optic's taking it today. Maybe Sentinels. Cloud9 routing out top 3. And then FaZe G1. FaZe G1 I think is going to be a toss-up. We're going to find out on Sunday. Nevertheless, though, today is pool play. Tomorrow is the start of the championship bracket. And then, of course, on the other side of that, we have Championship Sunday, where the winner will be crowned. And yeah, there's plenty to talk about. Showing you the pools one more time, but I'm trying to get you the elimination round. So Blackhand, EXO, Incognito, Arsenal, these are teams that are not in pool play today. You will not see them play today because they start tomorrow in the elimination bracket. They cannot take a loss in this event. The moment that they lose a series, they're out of the tournament. But there's a big but with this, and that is the prize money, because everybody, including these 4 teams, are all in the money. $1,000 being awarded to the last 4 places of the tournament. So shout out to HCS for bringing us a great event with plenty of money to go around. It's honestly, it's a huge blessing. First place, right? This is a good point. First place walking away with $45,000. That's right. Rowing the boat. You in the money, baby. Let's go. Member of Arsenal right there. Mo Hunnits, Nest Lake, BCAP as well. So shout out to these guys. They're hopefully going to be featured tomorrow at some point. But today, of course, is all about pool play. These are the pools as they stand right now. Native Gaming. Remember, guys, that is formerly Crowd Pleasers. That's Mines, King J. I am blanking at the moment. Mines, King J. Somebody help me out here. All right, crowd pleasers right here. Mine's King J, Kratos, and Piggy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Apologize for the little brain fart. I'm still just soaking it all in right now. We're already at level 3 in the hype train. We're at 5%. Shout out to everybody that's supporting the channel. It means a lot to us here at LVT. Of course, we have some of the greatest cashers in the game coming through and being featured on the channel today. It's not all about me. Of course, there are plenty of amazing people behind the scenes. We already talked about who they are. But yeah, nevertheless, Native Gaming, right? Kratos, Mines, Piggy, and King J. The other big lineups, I would say, right? Lions and Forbidden Fruit. Definitely some of the names that we got to run through here. Need an Org also. Need an Org is Gold Star BR, JK, its name furiously. Shout out to the student gamer athlete. On Forbidden Fruit, right? We got Tony, 2-Turn, Arctic, Hysteria, and Envor. And then Lions, right? That's formerly Anime Demon, Prezzelli, Hotshot, Ghost, Mortally, and Burton. And yeah, they actually have a higher seed in Pool D than Space Station. Space Station, as you guys have been tuning in throughout the night, we have seen them try again at their qualifying matches, finally able to punch their ticket in and get into the pool play action. So shout out to SSG for getting it done. I expect to see them perform better though. They are all in Texas. They're here in San Antonio. By the way, I live in San Antonio. They're at the Techport Arena. I am at my home office, right? We are not in the same place, but I do know at the Techport Arena, SSG is gonna be playing on 1 millisecond ping. That's right, the breadstick, 1 millisecond ping. It's pretty hype. We're about 12 minutes out, guys. I'm gonna get connected with our talent once more. And while we do that, I'm gonna leave you with a little bit of highlights from the qualifying matches. This features Tony, Why Not, Active, Shyway, and Toolez.
Complexity versus Space Station Gaming. Winners bracket, round number 6. Space Station looking real good right now, Garrett.
Yeah, whoever wins right here is going to qualify for pool play.
Here comes the aggression, something we know very well out of Collect. He's so good at winning these 1v1s. He gets one, goes for the stick on the second, turns his back, the fadeaway.
Donnie is incredible. Look at Suppress. Oh my God, he gets back into the hill. What a heads-up play from Suppress for his team, and Collect just continues forward. He starts this game 6-0. Been in 9 engagements so far and has not lost one. Look at that split spot ace guy in the bottom seat, and that's going to prevent Complexity from easily getting these rockets as Monster throws them up the tires. Are you kidding me? But that's why you pick up these young, talented players, man. They just can do things that are unnatural after you reach a certain age.
Could have stayed and challenged and tried to pull the flag a little more. He stays alive, but is it enough? As Talon gets that double kill. He's trying to secure this, but Neurotical is there. All 4 dead for SSG. That's going to be a return and a potential counter cap situation. Ace is there to clean him up. Another clutch 1v1 to turn the tides.
Oh, but Monster got there in time. He had the timing because of Vetra's play of getting the double kill.
And Neurotical being such a nuisance. Is he gonna go down here? Oh my word, he kills Suppressed as well, and Talonal goes down the triple from Neurotical. Young Complexity will be qualified for one of the pool spots. He's looking to prove it right now. 35 seconds. We could potentially go into overtime. The double, though, as I'm questioning his ability. He's out there slaying. 2 players drop down bottom.
This is a beautiful job for Nemesis. Get the rockets, you have the opportunity really to make the play for your team. A little overshield to work with, and I love this. He doesn't go for the flag. He knows how important it is to get damage output right now. His teammates can deal with the objective.
Last guy in position is going to be Septify. Ramy's way too far behind, and this flag will go in, and Oxygen Esports will win the series. And for me, the X factor on Fnatic is Septify. If he goes positive, Fnatic win CTF 100% of the time. And right now, Tony, he hasn't died once. He's 4-0. None of what you did in this tournament matters. It's this one, this game, that matters right now. Everyone is so competitive. It's so close. Oh, my word. The 4 push from top center, and it's going to work to go down for EXO right off the rip.
Fnatic are absolutely bulldozing through EXO right now. You can tell that they are upset that they did not auto-qualify for the Super, and they are simply taking it out on EXO. But Fnatic still hold control. They're still setting the pace. The heat wave in the hands of just Zero, finding yet another kill. That's going to be a double kill.
Alive, it could be beneficial. He can go for the flank. He has the heat wave in hand. He's gonna push aggressively, gets a kill, and they get a little bit of hill time, and that's hill number 2.
EXO do not have the numbers that they need. Fnatic are going to the Super.
But as time goes by, they slowly start to close the gap. It all come down to suppressed hitting shots and already open it up. He's looking for a cheeky fight cross map, and now we see why. Mortally in position to pick up off the damage. That'll leave suppressed alone. Takes a double though, all while it happens. Oh, cleans up hotshot cross map. Tylenol up in the bat lane. Gonna get involved in the fight, make it 2 back to back. Did he get 2 back? Well, wait, 1 backstab, 1 melee kill. The man is just brawling in pipes.
This is it. No more chances here. This is for the momentum in this series, and we know what's on the line. Space Station Gaming going up against Anime Demons in game number 1. I mean, nothing to do but to rotate this ball as far away as possible over towards his spawning teammate, able to do so. And I believe that ball should roll right off the... Oh, no.
Right on the edge.
I don't know what's going on. He's having curved that behind the wall. As once again, Master Mechanic staying alive, gets himself a double kill. That's gonna be a triple kill. You know what? I'm done waiting. At this point, it's time to advance forward. Suppressed, able to take down Burton. Just barely missing a shot, but the second one gonna connect and ends up getting the double kill, collecting skulls. Is this young man. Parzelli and Tylenol end up trading out their life, but there's nobody in position for the overshield. But Burton hits the stick from across the map, and now with that, Burton now gonna steal away the overshield. A critical mistake. If Ace would have popped it in time, he might have been able to survive that stick. But now Burton not only gets the kill, gets the overshield. Now gonna take down Tylenol, collect, going down to 1 shot. Indeed, that overshield getting absolutely ripped apart. Anime Demons 1 kill away, and there it is. Where did that sticky grenade come from, Burton? Parzelli fakes, left goes right, breaking ankles here, and that should be a tied up game. Ace is out here. He's not just leading, he's leading by example right now. 17 kills, 10 assists. Ace is absolutely going off in this swing game 3.
Flag still goes up despite it. Overextension coming in. Burton mortally gonna get caught on the extend by Tylenol. A big double. He's looking to convert into 3. Are you kidding? That's for the game right there. Tylenol just single-handedly shutting them down.
And now Anime Demons having an opportunity to break the setup that SSG momentarily have. This overshield is critical to this lockdown, but he gets back-smacked. Collect goes in for the challenge onto Hotshot, goes able to connect onto the kill. Collect the final player alive, gonna try to milk every last bit this time. Anime Demons have broken through. I told you I saw I told you I saw some body disrespect earlier. Right in your face, they're going to put the pressure on you, and they're going to earn that overshield.
Look at how it pays off as well. Complete obliteration as they make their way through the A hold here. Burton gonna die as well. Collect with a double off it. Make it 3 as he takes complete control of the setup, and that's a hill over to SSG.
Able to clear out the tower side. There's one more player that's right behind him. He's not aware of it, but he is now. Absolutely putting Ace in a blender right there. Collect down to 1 shot, and because of that, Anime Demons are going to continue to put time on the board, and also Anime Demons continue to put Space Station Gaming on a cycle right now. They're dying 1 at a time. They're bleeding resources.
Suppressed, he'll get deleted though. Every death here so pivotal for SSG as they slowly run out of opportunity. Somehow he's staying alive. Hotshot just being such a nuisance. They couldn't kill him. They'll all die because of it. And like you said, Tony, Anime Demons will lock this out and give us a game 5.
Sneaking over toward the seaside, Collect, putting damage right in toward the middle of the map, opens things up for Ace to come in with that Bulldog. A perfect push, a perfect engagement out of SSG.
Ace is trying to stay alive in center map. Doesn't hit the shot into Hotshot. Collect is there to clean it up. Little wins like that can allow Anime to stay in this, but Collect, thankfully, the skill gap of the AR a little too strong.
Lead up gonna come in for Mortally, adding his 10th kill on the board.
Mortally just shredding Ace. He'll take 2 off that.
not able to connect on one. Now we have a momentary 1v1 between Tylenol and Hotshot Goes, who ends up ripping a triple to tie things up at 29 apiece. Rockets are coming up.
No.
Anime Demons have been able to tie things up at 41 apiece, and they might be able to shut the whole game down here. The bait and switch ends up coming in. Burton finds the kill. Suppressed ends up going down. Only 4 more kills needed for Anime Demons, who have stolen control in the game. They are in the driver's seat.
In this situation, Burton trying to get sneaky. He's right behind them. They'll collect. Collect jumping backwards off the vending machine with, what was that, a ninja? I mean, I'm calling it a ninja in that situation. I mean,
And at this point, this game is slowed down. Surprise getting caught by himself here on the tire side. He doesn't have the help. Where is the help? Burn ends up finding him. Tylenol does come in with the stalker rifle. There's 2 members stuck on the Bulldog side here. Anime Demons having the opportunity to find the kill. Morley gets the Rockets, taking down 1. Hotshot goes to the other. Anime Demons have pulled off the upset against the #1.
Let the sun go down. We ain't gotta sleep. We're sailing towards the ending. We're sailing towards the ending. We're sailing towards the ending. Let the sun go down. Let the sun go down. We ain't gotta sleep. We're sailing towards the ending. We're sailing towards the ending. We're sailing towards the ending. Let the sun go down.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over. The tournament has officially hit the start time. I can tell you right now that we're still waiting for this lobby to populate, but while we are waiting, we do want to bring some entertainment to your faces. I do, of course, have Shyway and Toolez with me. Shyway, how you doing this morning on this beautiful pool play morning?
I'm doing excellent. Louis, thank you for having me. Always a fun time casting Halo, and what a big tournament we got today, right? $125,000 down. We've got 20 teams in attendance. We got a new phase. Every roster is kind of new, right? Except Sentinels and Optic. I can't wait to see how they play.
Indeed, and you know, today's going to be a big test, right, for these new rosters. Toolez, what's on your mind, man?
Who's going to show up? You know, we have so many teams that have been trying to make their way. You know, we have the new phase roster, G1 trying to solidify themselves as that top 4, top 6 prospect. There's so many teams here today that have opportunity. It's time for them to show up and show out.
Indeed, and of course this is pool play, so the teams are divided into 4 groups. Shyway, what stands out to you the most in this pool play?
I mean, there's a lot of storylines here, right? First thing I just spotted was Phase C9 right there. Of course, you've got Renegade, who's moved off of C9 over to Phase, so maybe a little bit of a storyline there. What would be bigger, though, I think, is you know, where United ends up when they finally face Phase. Looks like United for now, though. You've got them up against Sentinels Complexity. G1, I'm curious to see what they put together today. Just in general, I know they're a bit of a wild card. Those would be the first 2, I think, that pop out to me. What about you, Garrett?
I'm looking at Pool D. You know, when we talk about the competitive pools, you know, I don't think they have the highest skill ceiling, but when I look at the skill gap between the teams, Pool D to me stands for Pool Death. You honestly have no idea how that one's going to shape out. Obviously, you want to think that Pioneer is going to come out on top over there, but G2 with Barcode is a huge X factor. We don't really know what's happening over there. Space Station has had some rocky times, but they find their way to pools. It's time to hit a reset. We know how good they can be. So honestly, I cannot tell you who the top 2 are going to be coming out of Pool D. Otherwise, I think everything's looking about how everyone thinks it should.
Indeed, and that's a great point. We do have the 4th basically filled in for G2 on this graphic, right? It was formerly to be announced, but we can't confirm through Faceit on the website, I should say, right, that it's Alex from Australia, which is none other than Barcode. Shyway, what do you think about the addition of Barcode?
I can't wait to see Barcode play. I think this man is the real deal. I've said it a couple times. Of course, he's coming from Australia, a much smaller scene. You're never really sure, you know, what the talent is like over there. They have, you know, obviously less teams to go up against, less tournaments in general. But Barcode, man, just watching him play 2s a couple weeks ago against Renegade, against Tusk, he was popping off. He was, you know, getting double kills on them back-to-back with the snipe. Man's insane with the snipe, by the way, too. I think he's a total playmaker. Not sure how he gels with this team. Of course, this is, you know, we're still kind of figuring it out as we go. We have no idea, I think, what to expect from G2. But as far as individual skill goes, Barcode can hang with the best of them based off of what I've seen.
Absolutely. And then, right, we have Bound headlining Cloud9 in this graphic. And I think, you know, today's a big test for Cloud9. What do you think, Toolez?
Honestly, bro, I don't know what's going to happen with Cloud9. Everyone has them within their top 4. It's do or bust for these guys. I'm not sure. Does anyone know if these guys are in Texas right now? I hope that they're in Texas, because this is the team that can check themselves real fast if they aren't a part of that Texas roster. You know what I'm saying? It's important for this team to really show up and show out. Cloud9 needs to prove that they can get their job done without Renegade, and I think this is their perfect opportunity to do so. Bound, particularly, going to have the spotlight on him because of how much potential and promise that he's had since Halo 5. Everyone's been waiting for the moment for him to really become the superstar of Halo, and this is the roster that he thinks he has the best chance to get that done.
That is a great point, right? He's supposed to be the superstar, but Shyway, do you think? Yeah, do you think he's lived up to the name thus far, and do you think he has it in him?
I did. Was that the moniker? Like, was he supposed to be the superstar? As far as like individual skill, I know that he kind of, in a way, like you can kind of compare him to Shotzi in his come up and how talented he is, especially in the movement side of things. Individually, he's got it. He definitely, showed up on phase. I think he's still got a ton of potential. I think there's still plenty of time to find out where Bound's going to go. today I think is a good test, right? C9, they are a big question mark. They do still perform well as far as the Pro Series, like the online tournaments. We haven't seen a Pro Series in a while. I haven't seen a C9 scrim ever. I don't remember the last time I saw Bound stream, to be honest. Bound, as much as he loves and as talented as he is at Infinite, I know he still loves Halo 5. I see Halo 5 clips from Bound, honestly, more than I see Infinite. So I know he's jumping around, and I think, once again, just kind of a wild card here. No doubt he's talented. Let's see how he fits today with the team.
Indeed, in a roster that I do want to point out, it is not FaZe Clan, but it's that man right there headlining G1, performing extremely well in the Open Series, sneaking into the top 8 with pro points via Boo Boo Doo and the placement in these Open Series. I can't wait to see how this roster does. Tools, I'm curious, where do you think G1 lands at the end of this weekend on Championship Sunday?
Above FaZe.
Ooh, I don't know.
I have G1 at a top 4 finish today. I mean, they're at where they're most comfortable, right? Online. There's no bright lights in their way. It's just come in, do your job, get out. And there's so much talent on this team. I mean, people don't understand that we're witnessing a new roster be born into the top 6, and G1 is a disruptor in the scene. Players like Swish are going to cement a legacy in the next few years. We know how good Predevinator is. Boo Boo Doo Boo's been the missing factor on G1 this entire time. They look like a team that can truly come in, find a way to disrupt the rest. And especially when you look at the field around them, like the normal top 6 candidates, you have Pioneers who have had a roster change, United, a roster change, FaZe, a roster change, G2, a roster change. And G1 has had this time to work with each other, get to where they want to be, and have that, chemistry that's going to set off a chain reaction and let them finish high today.
Indeed, and of course G1 going to be one of the teams in our first matchup today. They're going to be facing Forbidden Fruit. That's Envor, Tony Two-Turn, formerly of G1, Hysteria, and Arctic. Thoughts on this roster, Alex?
Really interesting roster. And I haven't seen them play too much personally. I'm not really sure what the vibes are like, what the chemistry is like. I do want to go back to that G1 discussion, by the way, Garrett, just talk about chemistry and what that means. But this team it's just kind of a mismatch, right? Like you got Envor from Fnatic, you got Tony Two-Turn from G1, you got Hysteria from Complexity, and Arctic from G2. 4 different players from 4 different teams coming together. And to be honest, I don't know if they wanted that originally, right? Like was Envor dropped? Were they all kind of dropped from their respective teams? And does that give them kind of some respect or some chemistry off the bat? I'm not sure. So big question mark for me personally, Forbidden Fruit. The interesting point, if we go back to G1, though, on the topic of chemistry, when you put G1 against FaZe, I feel like it's a battle of a better team on paper. I'll just say it. I think on paper, FaZe is better. But G1 has much more chemistry. I think there's a culture of respect between the players on that team. And I think chemistry beats what's better on paper, potentially. Right? I still want to kind of root for FaZe, but I've been hearing things and I've been listening to their comms, and I'm not sure, just based off of the team communication, whether or not the chemistry is there enough for them to prosper.
No doubt about that. Ladies and gentlemen, I promise you that we are not holding up this matchup. The players are taking their sweet time. I'm sure everybody wants to make sure that everything is right. And of course, there is a schedule. You see it right there in the chat. And those are the times that we are aiming to have these matches start. But of course, as you can see, we're already about 15 minutes behind. And I assume that it's like that for all of the lobbies in the pool play. And so I would really just, I would say bear with us, right? Because we're getting into the lobby right now. I just got the invite. So it seems like this lobby is starting to form. Tools, I want to hear your prediction right off the bat here for this first matchup. G1 versus Forbidden Fruit.
I mean, this should be a clean sweep for G1, in my opinion. This is their opportunity to come out, have a nice 3-0, show that the hype is real. That being said, you can never count out Forbidden Fruit. Players like Arctic are going to make a splash in whatever series you put them in. So much raw talent on the other side. They need to find a way to disrupt G1, get inside their head, and just be confident today. That being said, I have G1 not only dominating in pool play, but going far in the bracket. I see this being a 3-0.
All right, Shyway, follow up?
I mean, it's hard to go against Garrett on this. Not going to lie. I think that a true mark of a top team is how well they beat the teams they should be beating, if that makes sense. I think like Optic is a good example. They destroy anybody who's not like a top 3. So you want to see that at a G1. If you don't see it, then, you know, maybe I'll have some question marks as to where they'll go. For now, I'm going to predict a 3-0 as well.
All right, well, we have 6 out of the 8 players here in this lobby, so I'm gonna leave it with Shyway and Toolez. You guys are coming on camera, and we're gonna get into this match as soon as possible. So Shyway, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you, Louis. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't wait to cast Halo all day. This is what I love to do. I don't know about you, Garrett. How are you feeling about this this series? We got a best of 5 to start the day. Of course, 125K tournament this weekend.
Yeah, I'm excited, and we have so many great matches, not only happening here on LVT, but, you know, Halo, HCS. Like, we have almost every match possible going to be covered. We're for sure going to be keeping our eyes everywhere to make sure we can get you guys updated with the best matches possible. And I think this is like truly the first time that we're seeing these teams come out and play against each other in what feels like months. We haven't seen the best teams playing in these open series, and now everyone's here. They're ready to play against each other, and now it's a true test for some of these rosters that have had some big upside like G1 and Space Station.
Right, I heard that on the low, we're calling this tournament HCS Houston, basically, because most of the teams have flown out to Texas. Yes, you know, we're playing online, but everybody's playing at the same, pretty much the same distance from the server. Ideally, we got pretty much the same connection across the board, so, you know, less excuses coming into it. Of course, not everybody is over in Texas, but it definitely does create a bit of a story and almost gives us a bit of a land picture on what to expect from these teams, which makes it feel just a little more real, Garrett. So I can't wait to see what these teams put together. And yeah, just excited for this day. Of course, our series layout on screen. By the way, chat, we've got drops all day. You can type !drops if that's what you're here for. Go ahead and type that. I'm not sure if it actually does anything for you. I think you just got to watch the stream to get the drops. We've got a schedule for the day as well. If you want to see our matches coming up, !schedule should let you know what to expect, and maybe you can time your time to come in here. We got, of course, 3 different broadcasts to check out the action. Here is the lobby, just so we can be fully honest and transparent with you. We're still getting ready with this game. As soon as the game is ready, we're going to jump in. We're waiting on a 2, it looks like.
Hey, and you know, while we're waiting, let's give a shout out to Vented Ninja with the 5 gifted subs. Hey, he got Seymour. One of them. Love to see that. I think we'll see Seymour later on in the tournament on Saturday and Sunday. I think he has an obligation today, but hopefully he finds his way to the broadcast sometime soon. Guys, if you are here for the first time, you're like, hey, checking this out, feel free to follow. We are an official C stream for today, but we are our own entity. So, you know, we're doing this all on our dime. You know, we are here doing this on a volunteer basis. We just want to be able to provide the best coverage to the community, right? The love of the game. So the best way to help support us is, you know, giving a couple subs if you want to do that. You know, seeing if you have a Twitch Prime, or, you know, checking out our Patreon. Feel free to do that, man. It really does help us keep providing this community coverage and doing the best that we can do today. And honestly, guys, it's gonna be a hell of a tournament. We're excited to be here with you guys the entire way, see the ups, see the downs. You know, feel free to post your copy pastas, do whatever. You know, our chat, it's free, man. Do whatever you want to do. It's gonna be a fun time.
We do have mods, for the record. Be nice, be kind to one another. But that's the thing, I think, with LVT is just you scratch our back, we'll scratch yours, right? We're going to give you some love back. We do interact with chat. We do get polls and a lot of interactivity to keep you guys engaged and keep it a fun time as we get ready for our games. Because, of course, there's going to be uptime, there's going to be downtime in this tournament, Garrett, as we can already see, kind of getting ready here. Just looking at the series layout, by the way, if we want to shift gears, Garrett, we got Catalyst, Streets coming up, Game 2, Recharge, Livefire, Aquarius. Of course, the icons for each. We're going to start with a CTF on Catalyst. Any thoughts coming into this series?
Who can win fast? You know what I'm saying? It's all about speed on Catalyst for me. It's about getting 3-4 down, flying forward, getting flags out, and getting them back home. And G1 is a fast team, but Forbidden Fruit, I mean, when you have a pair of Arctic and Onboard, like, they are known for the high flying, high pace gameplay, and expect to see them maybe make some upsets here, cause some waves. I'm really interested in this Forbidden Fruit roster.
You can't doubt them. I think that's the biggest thing. There's a ton of individual skill, ton of EXP. I heard even just before we got in the tournament that, Complexity, for example, Hysteria was previously on Complexity. Hysteria, he's a legend in Halo in his own right. He's been competing for years and years. Man's been around so long. There's a lot of comfort that he has in high stakes, high pressure scenarios like this. When we get down to these tournaments that are, maybe it's not quite LAN, it's almost LAN, right? I think this is an environment where somebody like Hysteria can prosper over some of these newer players that don't quite have the EXP. Like, you look at somebody like Swish or Squale, like, they don't typically play in tournaments of this caliber, this level, at this, this high up on the food chain, let's say, right? Maybe there's a little bit of extra pressure they're not accustomed to.
Yeah, this is going to be a big test, and I think for G1, I think it's great that they were able to not play against one of the higher seeded teams right away. They're gonna have a little bit of time to build into those matchups. Guys, if you're interested in betting some of your channel points, you feel free. We have a prediction up. G1, will they win by 2 or more flags in this first game? If you guys don't have channel points, you want to get them, I believe if you follow the channel, I think you get a free 500 to bet. So if you want to get some more, feel free to hit that follow button. You'll get some points to bet, and if you're subbed, I think you get 2 times the amount of points per minute. So maybe feel free to look into that. But you can see everyone's in. Squale, we're just waiting for him to press start. So I'm not saying go blowing the man's Twitter up and say press start, but I ain't saying not to do that. You know what I'm saying? We want to get into this game.
Oh, looks like we're just a matter of seconds away. We can see the little chat in the top right-hand corner. Yeah, they're ready. I think they're ready to go. So we're going to be jumping in. Can't wait to finally get some Halo action for our weekend. Kicking off our tournament on Catalyst CTF. We'll be getting in, of course, in just a second. You never know with Halo Infinite, right? You always got to be careful, be gentle with it. But I can't wait to see where this goes. Wins by 2 or more, by the way, from G1, Garrett. I was thinking of maybe, we probably don't have time to do it, but just kind of talking shop a bit about what that would look like. Like, what's the strat to, if you want to get 2 flags in back-to-back, what's the ideal scenario?
I mean, it's all about map control, right? So it's about controlling your lane, making sure that you are getting slays. I mean, Halo is essentially a game of Slayer that has extra steps. It's all about finding the kills on the map, using that influence to manipulate spawns, to get yourself better positions, and to pull objectives. And that's what G1 has been so damn efficient at. We have seen them create waves in the scene because of how well they translate, how efficient they are with translating kills to objective efficiency. And that's what you should expect to see here and often. Look at these teams to try to pick a lane and control it, right? Are you gonna go grapple side or repulse side? And expect to see that utility play a large impact in this game. The grapple and repulse are so important on top of that overshield that spawns bottom middle. Pair those with a skewer or sword, and suddenly you find yourself in a powerful position on the map.
Well said. My biggest question mark is always that OS in the center. How do we play for it, right? Is the team going to YOLO it? Are they just going to throw a player at it, just hope to kind of get it on the body, or do we get a setup around it? In the past, I've seen, Boo, let's say, go for the top door mid lane approach and just cross out, try to wait for a safe opportunity. I've seen teams YOLO it a little bit too. If they're fast enough to get there, if they've got some coverage, maybe they'll get away. You can kind of finesse your way into picking that OS up off the bridge there too. The sword going to be so important to control in this map. Of course, skewer opposite side, but I think the sword really does dictate the pace of play. You move with your team, you can take those close quarters fights and really open things up.
Who is going to come out strong? How are these teams gonna play the opening? Because it can be so important, right? Overshield, sword, skewer up for grabs. If you can win the opening play, if you can make the best opening move, suddenly you find yourself in a position to dictate the first few minutes of this game and potentially find yourself having a huge advantage.
You said it earlier, Garrett. If the slays take advantage of the spawns, I guess, and pull the flag as you do so. We'll see if they get that timing. And it all comes down to the opening strat as soon as we jump into the action. I can't wait. I'm on the edge of my seat here as we try to jump into this first game.
Hey, sometimes it takes a second for this whole thing to load up. You know, we're wanting to get in, bro. We're gonna get into this one as soon as we can, man. And we're getting in. You know, sometimes you have some false starts. And here we go. We are in and ready to go. You got Forbidden Fruit versus G1. And the fight's already building at top mid, and Forbidden Fruit strike first.
Called it with the mid-door strat there at a boo-boo, but Arctic with a nade cross map actually took him down. Tony tries to go for OS, but Predevinator, he's looking at it. He's going to drop him. Shots into Hysteria. 2 for a double. Nice little answer. Even Envor not going to pick up the OS, looking like a hot potato here. Somehow G1, they coordinate around it. Looks like they'll grab it off the rip.
Although G1 goes down early in the fight, right? They don't have the numbers. They're still able to use that overshield as bait, pull the players of Forbidden Fruit out, and are able to find 2, and they get 3 down for themselves. Boo Boo Doo gets the overshield, and suddenly they're running a flag right away. Forbidden Fruit might have struck first, but G1's trying to make a statement in the opening minute.
Damn, what an early little blender out of G1. The coordination in the back of the base with the OS, and then the cutoff on the overextenders, right? Completely winning their fights. That's a clear opening, and a flag already dropped a minute into the game for G1 here.
G1 wanting to keep that momentum forward, but Forbidden Fruit find the Slay. Is going to back them away. And what you saw right there, Arctic passing up a grapple. What I want to make sure we see Forbidden Fruit do is really prioritize getting on top of that utility. You're not going to be able to win this 4v4 BRs only. You're going to have to use that utility. And you can see Boo Boo Doo clearly moves his reticle, checks for the grapple, and is making sure to prioritize the utility on the map.
Definitely feel like grapple side of the map is what you should prioritize most of the time. You got a lot of coverage to work with, sight lines. Boo Boo, of course, picking up grapple is going to give him some traversability. As I say it, Hysteria trying to run that flag across. Boo Boo going to catch one, I believe, right below him. They might have just crossed each other up. It's Tony down below. OS about to pop here. A couple kills coming off of the feet as Hysteria does drop. Make it 3 dead as they intercept that flag with perfect timing, too. Should be a return and an opportunity for the OS.
Onwards doing his best to try to stay alive, but
my God,
it's not going to be for long as he dies. The flag will come back. Oh, no, it's Squale. And he's trying to get the fight done over there, but Hysteria staying alive, and they're just keeping this flag on its pedestal.
No idea how they're pulling it off of Forbidden Fruit. They're not going down without a fight. As I say it, 2 will stand on the flag to double re, and that will guarantee a 2nd point on the board here for G1. They just got a confident lead to start this one. They're going to have to, at least on the side of Forbidden Fruit, we're going to have to see some pivs here, Garrett, as Squally takes another.
And individual talent isn't what's missing from this Forbidden Fruit roster. I mean, you saw how Arctic was taking that fight at top mid. His strafe is unlike many players. It's so nasty. How do you keep up with that? The problem is this Forbidden Fruit roster, this is maybe their 2nd week playing with each other. It's the team of leftovers. Tony, the former player on that G1 roster, got breakout player of the game. Envor, who was on Fnatic, just absolutely dominated Anaheim. Arctic, who was formerly on G2 and Exit, finds himself on the wayward out, and Hysteria, who had just left that complexity roster. These are all the best fourths in the scene who decided to come make a team with each other, but they just haven't had the reps with each other enough.
Very savage, but honestly somewhat accurate way of looking at it is the leftovers. Ooh, you know what, though? They can definitely put it together if they can just find their footing here early on. Of course, this is slipping out of control very quickly. G1 not giving Forbidden Fruit any time to breathe. Tony, we're going to need to see him try to stay up, make a play here. Envor is running the flag through, so maybe an opportunity here for Forbidden Fruit. You know the overextension's coming in. Boo Boo Doo with coverage on the flag. For Deminator there too. Squale all firing together. Tony in trouble here. He needs some help.
What an interesting play from the side of G1. Boo Boo Doo was there early. He could have gotten a flag pull out and tried just to buy time for his teammates to get there. Instead, he buys time with his life. Decides, no, I'm not going to pull this flag. It's going to end up to me dying. Instead, he repositions, stays alive, buys his team a little bit more time. They eventually get the numbers back, take down Forbidden Fruit, and suddenly a counter cap on its way as Swish finds himself halfway through the map, but no teammates to be found. Luckily for him, though, Forbidden Fruit all the way across the map.
Just a rough spot for Forbidden Fruit. That's twice in a row that they've almost capped a flag and just been stopped, you know, in their progress. Swish, in the meantime, on top of lighting things up. He's got a skewer he's on top of, can't quite draw it in time. Tony here for the return. Good save out of him. Honestly, his team just dying around him. He does pick up a kill as well on the Squale. That will only slow down what currently feels like the inevitable, though. Forbidden Fruit still struggling to find an opening here, and hopefully this play through grapple can help.
Fortunately, Arctic does go down, and that might stifle a push of Forbidden Fruit for now as they wait for another opportunity to present itself. And you can see the thing for G1 is they don't necessarily have to be too aggressive. For them, it's just a game of Slayer, right? Make sure that you're getting your kills, play it a step at a time. For Forbidden Fruit, they're going to have to find some overextension routes, going to have to try to get behind enemy lines and make some plays. And G1, well, they're going to be ready for that at every step of the way.
As we say it though, Envor, he'll slide a cap in, and finally Forbidden Fruit, they find an answer. They find some momentum in this game. Envor, sword back pocket. He'll make his way out to Repulsor here. He's got Tony opposite side of the map, so Forbidden Fruit, a little bit of leeway they might be gaining here as Envor just trying to dip and dodge to stay alive.
And it's that sword that can play such an impact on this game, right? Be ready to see that play some tight corners, being able to find some free kills and open up some opportunities for his team. As, oh my God, he's just flying through. Envor looking for another. The sword's out, and Predevinator the target. Envor finds one more.
2 dead. OS about to spawn. Envor, sightline across. He's going to try it. Oh, he won't make it in time, though. Boo Dubu's already collected it. Envor, sword in hand. If they get close, he's got an answer. Boo going to try to just bounce out with his OS. Ends up having it burned in the process here, so not too useful. Can he get away with his life? We've seen Boo do this a couple times in the back of Catalyst. One of my favorite aspects of this map is what you can do with the grapple.
Oh, Boo Boo goes flying. Tony has his head turned around, and all of a sudden G1 find opportunity by Boo Boo staying alive. It turns into 3 down, and the onslaught's coming. G1 looking for the next flag.
Boo Dubu's so tricky. He's got a skewer to work with now too. He can keep making plays. He opens things up for the team to get an answer on the flag here. Swallow gonna run it. Needs some help to get it across though. Forbidden Fruit looking to cut him off. They're gonna have to go for the overextension at this rate. The slaying power at a G1 a little too strong. And Boo Dubu looking to plant the flag and maybe make a play along the way here.
Love that play from Squally, right? He pulls out the flag, but he doesn't have to go any further. He knows Boo Boo had the grapple. Boo Boo's able to get the timing. He gets it away, and he stays alive, and he's looking to take whoever wants to push into him. And it could be Arctic or Hysteria. You can see, man, that skewer's ready to rumble.
Yeah, just don't get in this man's line of sight. Thankfully, he doesn't have it out at the moment. You know, team shot his way through 2, though. Switch there to help. That'll drop half the resources on Forbidden Fruit. You can see they're still getting aggressive here. Arctic trying to work with Hysteria. Hysteria not down for the count. Arctic about to drop as well. And as they slay their base, once again, rinse and repeat, they'll push out 1 flag to go here. Forbidden Fruit, we need to see some perfect Halo if they want a shot.
And those are the pushes that can spell disaster for a team. Forbidden Fruit had all 4 players push forward, ready to make a push. G1 trapped in the back of their base, but it's a well-placed team shot from both these teams. Ooh. As Boo Boo goes sword from behind. That stopped the push from Forbidden Fruit and provide opportunity for G1, as they have had no problems dominating in the slays.
Thankfully, he missed that. Boo Dubu just making plays out here with the grapple, being tricky. Must have had a very nutritious breakfast this morning, all I can say. Hysteria in the meantime, though. He's finally got a flag. Forbidden Fruit, you'd like to see something going here.
It's just Hysteria who has to get through, but it's been the overshield that's plagued Forbidden Fruit. G1 has been on top of every single one thus far, and it's made a massive difference in this game. I mean, harken back to the very first flag that we saw. It was because of the overshield that Boo Dubu got, even though Forbidden Fruit had positioning, and it's the overshield that stops his flag short.
Like you said, every OS, I think at this point, collected by G1.
Oh my God.
He's going to use that just to suppress 4 here. Not sure how Swish is alive. He's just putting them down. Tony going to drop. Swish trying to stay up for a second. Of course, outmanned at that point. The flag is out, though. Well, it happens as he takes the attention of multiple. Squally going to look to plant this in. Envor going to get melted as Squally makes his way just a couple lengths away from doing it. Hysteria, last line of defense. He will get the pull, but he'll drop. Arctic, Tony there to help, but at this point, it's just looking too far out of the running. Maybe I spoke too soon.
What can be born out of desperation? Arctic's last alive, and he needs to make a play, but look at Predevinator using that wall to stay alive. He takes the reach out. Arctic eventually comes out on top. The kill is going in favor of Forbidden Fruit, but the time keeps ticking away. Only 2 minutes and 40 seconds to get the job done, and Hysteria's thumbs couldn't keep up. He falls, but he bought enough time for the flag to return. Forbidden Fruit not out yet, but they have to get 3 flag caps in 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Unreal. Hysteria putting his life on the line. You like to see it, but like you said, the time is against them. It'd be very difficult to find some footing here unless they start winning some fights. It's a big one for Arctic. Unfortunately, he will not stay alive. Deminator there to pick up the pieces. OS about to pop. We've seen G1 with every OS of the game, I believe, so far. You'd like to see Forbidden Fruit get some angle on this.
I'm still out and away, and from Deminator just won't get on. He's like, hey, across the map, it's no problem. It's the overshield that's up. Tony gets the overshield, but it goes off the map. Forbidden Fruit just cannot get away with these overshields, and it's going to make this flag run even harder.
We talked about Asteria coming into this, just the ability to act under pressure that he has. He has clutched up just a little bit just to keep the game going. Managing to pull a counter flag. Of course, you can see the return coming in here as Boo does get back to it. Flag right next to the pedestal. We need to see some last-second defense from Envor, Arctic, and Tony as they do get on top of the flag. They might need a pull. Boo going to drop down. Convenient drop onto Arctic. He cleans it up. Tony does get a touch, but he's tagged for a double. Boo, he's just getting started today.
Forbidden Fruit, they have to allocate all of their resources just to keeping the flag off of home, and it's just been too much to watch. G1, they're fine. They're like, yeah, we don't need to get this 5th flag cap. You guys can keep running at us and giving us free kills and making our confidence even more. As you just see them, yeah, I mean that's as confident as you can get. Boo soars across top mid with no shields and is like, yeah, I'm gonna take this fight.
He tossed it out down below, though, instead of through the hallway there. Might make it a little difficult to get back to it. Of course, at this point, with 40 seconds on the clock, not going to be seeing Forbidden Fruit turn this around. If anything, you'd hope to see them get some fights to maybe get some confidence coming into game 2 here. But all I see are blue bodies dropping left and right.
Yeah, and with only 30 seconds left in this game, it's all over. And I love that, Squally. You know, get the final kill. Let it be known, 29-19 to finish his game. Positive 10 as they win 5-1. A dominant performance from G1 early on.
G1 going kind of crazy to start the morning. We did expect them to 3-0 their way through this series. They've been very dominant in that game. The only ray of sunshine, of hope, I think, at the end of the tunnel here for Forbidden Fruit, Garrett, is just the fact that they defended them for so long, right? In the end of the day, yes, I believe they did cap the final flag, but what was that, 3, maybe 4 denials that we saw last second out of Forbidden Fruit to at least make it a difficult process?
No.
No chance.
I mean, G1 just
no hope
look
whatsoever.
at the slays. Look at the slays, right? I mean, that's the story that you
I've
need
seen
to know.
worse. Look at you. Well,
have
yeah,
you? I mean, you say you've seen worse. I mean, have you seen worse?
Look,
That's about as dominant as you can be.
I'm a Halo fan, so I need to be optimistic, I think, just by default, you know, or else how do you survive in this game? Anyway,
oh man,
you're right. It doesn't look good. It doesn't. It's actually surprising to see Boo with only 16 kills. Who was that with Squally with 29? By the way, we're singing Boo praises. Squally was popping up.
Yeah, I mean, Squally had massive kills, and I love the way that Squally roams for his slays. Right, was consistently pushing forward and trying to find opportunities.
Slay's definitely the story on the board here. It's just, you know, you can't match him on the side of Forbidden Fruit. Of course, the Slayer in every series comes up in game 2, so they will have to get their A game together. They're going to have to clean their act up a little bit and start to go toe-to-toe if they want a chance at stabilizing things, right? If you lose 2 games back-to-back in a best-of-5 like this, the ball can just kind of slip out of control very quickly. The worry here is it's Streets Slayer coming up next, and I have seen this snowball to just, you know, catastrophic levels, Garrett.
Yeah, it's important for this Forbidden Fruit roster to come out and play a close game. You don't necessarily have to win game 2, but you cannot get staked. You cannot let this get out of hand too early on. And G1, I mean, the momentum's all on their side. This is their series to lose at this point. They look as dominant as you could possibly be. Guys, you have some opportunities to bet your channel points once again.
Oh, here we go.
Will game 2 be a steak dinner? Yes or no? It doesn't matter which team gets it. But you can decide to put it. That's a tough one. I don't know what I would bet on. I would personally bet no.
I wouldn't be surprised to see it, just the way that this map goes. I think one strong opening strat could definitely set that momentum, get the ball rolling, and next thing you know, it does, you know, kind of equate to a stake. But a stake at this level of play, I don't know. I'm leaning to no, I think, Garrett. It looks like the chat is too.
Hey, yeah, hey, I'm with you. I mean, play your odds, guys. Play your odds. Make sure you get your channel points in as we get ready for this game 2. Rocket's going to be so impactful. Power weapons make such an impact on this game.
They definitely do. The Rockets, of course, all tantalizing in the center. They're going to draw the attention, but really it's the shotgun that we've talked about as the star of the show here. It's always in play, just about always. Of course, when you drop it, when it's off the map, you get a 30-second, or was it 1 minute? I believe it was 30-second respawn timer once it's off the map. Either way, we'll see. It's in play constantly. So is that Stalker in the hands of Tony.
Making sure these rockets go into your hand is priority number one. And look at that, Forbidden Fruit come out strong, but Protevinator somehow keeps him off the rockets for now. But the question is, did he buy enough time? Tony gets away, and Tony finds another kill. Rockets in the hands of Forbidden Fruit early on, and they need to find as much of a lead as possible. But before we get into that action, we have Magic ready with some updates about what's happening around pool play.
Let's go.
All right, let me give you a quick update on other matchups that are going on. Meanwhile, in Pool C, we have Optic versus Fnatic, and Optic are up 2-0 with back-to-back decisive wins, including a 5-1 on that Capture the Flag Catalyst. But the real story, I think, here comes from Pool D. Space Station Gaming versus G2. Space Station Gaming on Capture the Flag had the 1-0 lead until G2 get a capture in sudden death to force overtime, and G2 come out with that win.
Ooh, Space Station back to their old choking ways. Oh, thank you so much, Magic, for the update. We'll be hearing from Magic all throughout today. She's going to make sure that me and Shyway are informed with everything else that's happening, because we got to focus on our gameplay. We can't be looking at all these pool plays.
I mean, I want to keep up with it all, but like you said, the most important in front of us, 15-8, by the way. If you voted that Forbidden Fruit would get staked in this game, boy, are you regretting that decision. They came out hot off the rip. They're looking to take this thing.
Yeah, they are absolutely coming out guns blazing. And this is exactly what you want to see. And this is a great test for G1 in particular, right? This is an example of you going down early on in the game, and how do you respond? How do you punch back? How do you rally the troops? And so far, it could start with these rockets right here. An important play to be made as Arctic goes down.
Great shot at Arctic right there. Or sorry, to Arctic to get the kill. The second one, not quite as good, right? A bit of a YOLO. Probably could have saved that rocket. Instead, ends up missing it. No dice. 22-12 at this point. Team going to try to work together over on Subway. Swally not going to catch Hysteria, just sitting there in the corner, just pick up a back smack and a shotgun for his troubles. Hysteria might have just broken things down for the team, of course, in a flank position.
The deficit has just been maintaining around 10, and as long as Forbidden Fruit can go trade for trade, they're going to be fine. That's what I like to see from Onward, right? Don't engage in every possible fight, right? It's important to play your life as long as possible, get back to your teammates, and find the best opportunity to get kills. And that's why they've been able really just to maintain a 10-kill lead for so long.
Just working well off the team. You know, whether you're shooting together, rotating together, or in Hysteria's position, knowing you're alone and keeping your presence low and using your teammates to bait the enemy. And that worked out perfectly. Right now, holding on with 26-17. Hysteria line of sight across the arcade. Looking for info. He'll catch Boo Boo. Nice little shots coming out of the Commando just to keep them peppered. They've got top map control. As long as they continue to get trades, at the very least, from here on out, they're good.
And G1 finally has some numbers to work with, but Onpour quickly finds the tie-up. He's going to be able to get one more, and he's ready to take some more fights, as this is just... Yeah, you're on a clock right now, right? If you're G1, you can be down by quite a bit and still come back, but you can't let this continue on for too long. If you are down by 10 by the time that Forbidden Fruit gets to 35-40 kills, you basically kiss that comeback goodbye.
G1 just needs one little domino to fall, basically, to open things up. And I think that's actually starting to happen, by the way. That's full 4 dead, unanswered right there. Finally, we do see a player drop on G1, but just any little moment where somebody survives that shouldn't survive can create a chain reaction, an opportunity for the enemy team to, or for their team to completely capitalize on it. Squally picking up another kill. That rocket launcher still up center map here, going to be so important as you see the score line now getting very close.
And this is a tough break for Forbidden Fruit. They did so much work. They got G1 3 down with rockets up, but Squally stayed alive and got the important kill. And now Protevinator finds 3! Triple kill in the feed. Protevinator popping off, and now only a 3-kill deficit for G1 to overcome.
And of course, he can't see Tony, but we can see Tony, and rightfully, he's hiding back A, right? He's like, I do not want a piece of that overkill. They get me out of this. The scoreline getting very close, though, because of it. Arctic with 2 just to keep the advantage. Only slightly here. Swish looking for an answer back. Good shots to pop into him. Just trying to get out of this fight, though, right? He's in a rough spot. The entirety of Forbidden Fruit, they're working together A side.
Arctic has been the shining light for this Forbidden Fruit roster. I mean, every single one-on-one, it feels like he comes out on top. You can see how confident he is. He's taking every challenge. He wants every piece of them. You line them up, and Arctic takes them down. Another 3 go down as Switch tries his best to stay alive, but the blue arrows start to collapse, and he'll fall as well. The lead back up to 7 for Forbidden Fruit.
18 and 10 out of Arctic. This man is putting it together. They got them in a bit of a blender here too, forcing spawns back. Hey, Hysteria with a flank. Gonna keep Devin now. Look, no shields. Squalla, he's in trouble as well. They're getting melted left and right, making 42 now. As Forbidden Fruit, they find their confidence, regain their momentum, and you can see G1 caught in the middle of it.
Yeah, there's just no opportunity for G1 to get out of this spot. They have the spawn trap fully in effect. If you take it top down, look, you'll see a U on the map for Forbidden Fruit. They have all the locations covered, but it's individual fights from G1. Some big one-on-ones that go their way, and suddenly things are starting to get a little bit mixy. Rockets go over to Switch. Everything moving into the hands of G1 and Forbidden Fruit. That might be the biggest misstep we've seen. In fact, Louis, record that. We're gonna have to look at that post-game.
I just need to see it again just so I can internalize what just happened here. The little tug of war going back and forth as it is a 5-kill deficit, but definitely not unwinnable. Squalla looking to pick up one on Hysteria. Struggling a little bit with the kill. Hysteria being a tough target. Does get the trade into Envoy. Honestly, all Envoy needed just to hold on to the lead here. Up by 4. Slight mistake from Forbidden Fruit, and this could collapse on them pretty quickly, though.
Boo Boo Doo needs to stay alive here, but Envoy's going to shut him down quickly. Only 2 more kills for Forbidden Fruit, as Quali works to do his best to stay alive, and it's just not going to be a reality to come in. And now only 1 more for Forbidden Fruit to tie it up. And this is what's crazy, right? You get dominated 5-1 game 1, game 2. You play your game and you're tied up back to 1-1. So Forbidden Fruit feeling themselves in game 2.
That's also just how Street Slayer goes sometimes. As terrible as it can be a bit of a grace for your team to get back in the series. And Forbidden Fruit, of course, looking to lock this one out. They're taking their time with this final kill. Of course, a slight mistake at a G1, and that's curtains for the game. Arctic going to go for it. Melee to do the trick. And Boo Boo as the last kill on the team, make it a 50-44 to close that out for Forbidden Fruit off a strong start. But really, I think it was the mid-game, Garrett, that really, told the story of how they prevailed.
Yeah, I mean, it was impressive, to say the least, for Forbidden Fruit. And really, I had my eyes on Arctic that entire time. But if Forbidden Fruit want to keep doing this, they have to clean up these mistakes. In fact, let's rewind this one just a little bit, and let's take a freeze frame in a second. I want to take a look when it's 4v4, right here. This is what's important. They get this kill on Switch, and you can see if you pause it right here and you take a look at the map, you would have a U on the map. Essentially, you'd have 3 players in the B lane, and you have Hysteria with the shotgun, right? You have control of the backside. You know that G1's going to be spawning at bottom C. And how do you take this fight? Well, you have to win the important ones. You cannot lose that fight. Hysteria need to have that shotgun out ready to go, because that blew open the map, let G1 push out, get control of the Rockets, and had an opportunity really to execute and make this comeback happen. You cannot afford to make those mistakes. When it's 4 up and spawns, you cannot be the first one to die.
Definitely. And, maybe Hysteria wasn't anticipating Squally to be as close as he was. That was a pivotal fight that he won to kind of break that out. At the same time, though, I wonder, how aware are these teams to recognize what the setup is exactly? Because in that position, Hysteria was the weak point in the setup, right? It was a bit of a 3-1. The other 3 players were, opposite side of the map. And had they pushed up driveway side, let's say, that would have been a bloodbath for G1. But instead, they kind of, played off their info and got aggressive on the one player who was solo. That was Hysteria, next to that vending machine. So little moments like that can, give the team an opportunity to cycle back into it, though. Who was the one who really popped off mid-game, though, right? It was Arctic.
I mean, Arctic just felt like he couldn't lose a gunfight. He was taking every single challenge, was paying no attention to that game 1, right? He had all the confidence in the world, and that's what you need out of your main Slayer in Arctic. You need him to feel as if he's on top of the world, to feel as if he can push anything and everything. And he was just so impressive. I mean, I thought this game might have been over when I saw this play happen. When Predevinator got this 3 and it was a clean wipe, I mean, shout out to Tony for staying alive at back A, because that was really important for him to stagger out those spawns, make sure that he splits his teammates. And eventually they are able, it was Arctic, I mean, who led the charge back. I mean, he built their lead right back with 3 of his own.
Things did kind of stabilize for him. I think he ended with 18 kills as well. He just popped off mid-game and brought the team back into it. The team, you know, of course, worked together to just close that one out. In the end, though, we've got 1-1 in this series. So, Garrett, both of us are wrong in our predictions. By the way, we expected a 3-0 out of G1 in this series. G1, of course, struggling Slayer. Now it's a little bit more ambiguous as to how this will go. I only expect to see G1 come back when it comes to objective, and just having witnessed this team, Garrett, back at the JJ Events tournament on Saturday, on Recharge Ball, I feel like G1 was in their wheelhouse. Like, I think this is one of their best map game type combos to get to come back.
Yeah, G1 is just so dominant at Oddball. They are the epitome of a objective efficient team, right? And that's where they take advantage of every kill that's given to them. They don't really let opportunities slip by, and I think adding Boo Boo Doo Boo has been a big part of that reason. And now, guys, if you have some channel points that you're wanting to get in, well, we have a bet up. G1, will they win this Oddball 2-0? Will Forbidden Fruit take a round? Or will Forbidden Fruit win? So if you're a fan of Forbidden Fruit, make sure you get your bets in. This is a great opportunity for you to, hey, take home some channel points as we get our game 3 loaded and ready.
Should be an interesting one for sure. Forbidden Fruit realizing they have potential to turn this around to completely, I would say, upset at this point, just considering the accomplishment G1 has, you know, kind of created for themselves early on, at least in previous tournaments. But at the same time, a map game type like this, all I've seen is success out of a team like G1. Tony and the remainder of his team is going to have to pop off on this opening strat to create a setup.
Well, Camel going to Forbidden Fruit early on is a great thing to see, and he's got some great information. Squally, though. Squally's ready for it. Squally just outPRs Tony. It doesn't matter, you got combo. Camel, Squally's coming for your life.
That man had no cover whatsoever, by the way. He was just standing out in the open next to the doorway and completely outshoots the Camo player on top of grapple. And maybe, to be honest, he might have been looking at the grapple knowing that that was a point of contention, and seeing it picked up, you know, maybe gave him some confidence in the fight. Either way, you can see the damage that it's done. 15 seconds and counting. G1 looking for an early setup.
They might have to rename that corner, man. It might need to become Squally Corner instead of Trippy Corner. The way that he just stayed in there and just baited players in. I mean, he got 2 kills just sitting in that corner and waiting for his opportunities. And now Forbidden Fruit find the response finally. Yeah, he loves that corner. I'm telling you, man. Let's change the name. But Forbidden Fruit find a great break, right? They're gonna get Sword on top of ball. They're gonna have a clear rotation. G1 spawning all the way away, and it's Boo Boo Doo Boo who leads the charge with the first pick.
Nice little turnaround here from Forbidden Fruit. Boo Boo Doo Boo, like you said, looking for a pick, an opening. Swish there to work with him. They can collapse together. Swish already with an opening kill. Hysteria might be looking to play that ball out as they do get, ready for a fight. You can see a sword swinging back there. Don't get too close. Arctic, Hysteria, they'll die as the SWAT team comes in to neutralize them. Tony and Onboard, at the very least, do get their trades here. So it will be an even exchange on both sides. That ball's still going to sit down, but the sword is important to worry about Onboard. You can see he's got a repulse just to keep him back.
I know, he saw that repulse on the ground. He's like, okay, I can push in, grab that repulse, and have an opportunity to take down the sword player. Unfortunately, it just doesn't come to fruition as another player comes in to shore up the defenses. But the way that G1 broke that setup was so impressive. But the way that Tony comes back in, camo in hand, he's looking for a redemption, but it's Swish who shuts him down this time. And he's going to sort of himself on for repulses him away. What is going on? He comes back! He comes back! Swish gets another sword kill.
The battle of equipment in that situation. Whoever has more prospers, right? Also, I think, oh my God, hold on a second. Arctic, okay, he will get shut down. Arctic looking for a play of his own as we're not done yet in back pipes. Devastator, he's under fire. He'll drop that ball in the hands of Forbidden Fruit as they do look to close the gap. What a battle in this tiny little corridor.
Oh, this is a close one. I did not expect this to be as back and forth as it is early in this game. I mean, both teams have had their opportunities. Both teams are going back and forth at it. And oh my God, Tony puts it down. He says, I'm going to take you down this shock rifle anyway. He had no fear. But eventually Swish comes with the back attack and is able to get those kills. And look at that, Boo Boo Doobu's already giving him a rotate lane, and this is going to be a great hold for G1.
The best thing they could have done in this situation is that corner of the map, you know, as great as it can be for a setup, if you don't have the setup created, it's just a bloodbath. Getting the ball over to C here, if things get troublesome, they play it off the map, they're in a good spot. Let's see what they do to cover it. In the meantime, of course, Shyway by the doorway here. Arctic gonna have to tiptoe his way to this fight. Gotta be very careful. Tony already drops. Losing numbers, gonna make it tough for Forbidden Fruit, and all of this is just comfort zone for G1 to work with.
Dude, every time I see Arctic strafe, he just does it a little bit different. He has like that Spartan strafe, right? It's just like there's a few players who know how to manipulate the strafing system in Halo Infinite, and they are just so damn hard to kill because of it. And you can see, I mean, this is what having a setup really means. Forbidden Fruit, they're not getting necessarily taken down in the kill feed. Finally, we start to see them fall, but G1 have just made a stronghold at the back, and they were able to milk so much time away. It was 33 to 35 when they picked up that ball. Now 35 to 80.
Yep, close to 50 seconds off a single hold. Tony, a third camo, by the way. He keeps trying, and I respect him for it. He had one nice play. Unfortunately, he does get obliterated by a grenade there. Swish going to continue to hold on to ball here. Hysteria getting caught out in the middle of the map. Envoy does get a kill on the Boo Boo, but it's not enough if they don't have numbers. They'll hold this on for the last couple seconds, and that first round going to go to G1 off that dominant Seaside hold.
Facing elimination.
And the thing is, I mean, Forbidden Fruit, when you look at it from the top down, it's not like they did too much wrong, right? They got all the camouflages. They had sword. They were doing repulse plays. It was there. The problem was is they never really got a finite hold. They weren't able to have a clear position on the map where this is our hold. We're going to get 30, 40, 50 seconds out of it. Instead, G1 kept it mixy the entire time. And now G1 looking to do some bit work of their own. A Squall uses that grapple, gets ball away, says, hey, I got camo, you take this one away, and they already have a setup.
What a beautiful opening strat at a G1. They take it slow, they play for angles, they light up. 3 players of Forbidden Fruit get easy access to camo. You can see Squall still working with it, and because he gets the kill on the Tony, he picked up grapple off his body. I mean, what a rotation we've seen, and with the ball as well now that currently sits on C. Worst case scenario, they can play it if they're in trouble here, but they're still getting kills. Swish will get the trade. Devin holding ball, Boo Boo there to cover. Flank position for Shyway.
Already Hysteria trying to find his way back into this base, but just cannot get it to fall. And look at that, G1, although they feel the onslaught, they don't panic. They're able to get the kills, and they're going to be able to get some great time. Oh, Tony just comes in time. He's going to go swimming with the... Oh, my God! He's coming back! Boo Boo's in trouble! Sir Tony! Tony!
I don't know how he got the kill, though, because there was 2 players beside him. Did they both turn around and exit the fight? They thought for sure the man was dead.
They
came back to
said
life and killed
no
Boo Boo.
shot. They said no shot. He comes back. Tony, what are you doing? Able to find some value and hopefully turn this game around as Arctic gets the shock rifle.
The man just had no business making plays, and now he's opened things up for Arctic. Already got a double. Looking for heads here. Swish opposite map. Do you dare to challenge this reticle? Oh, doesn't quite find it, though. That's the beautiful thing with G1 right there, working off of team cross and damage. Little trade comes in, back pipes. Boo Boo picking up camo, so despite the plays here, looks like they are stabilizing.
Camo back into the hands of G1, and it's been a complete difference in round 1. I think it was Eli the Ninja who said, yeah, we lost all the camos that last game. We're not doing that again. Boo Boo Doobu's been on top of it. And this is the man you always want to see having camouflage in his hands. He made a statement when he first came into the league in 2016. He's in Texas. You know what I'm saying? That shouldn't be happening, but he stays alive. But I mean, Boo Boo Doobu, remember, 2016, he came into the league, made a massive play on the world stage with camouflage. And since then, he has been, I think, in everyone's mind, the best camo player in Halo's history.
In Halo 5, without a doubt, he was the camo guy. We're still learning that story, I think, in Infinite. And, you know, of course, Boo Boo, he created that career for himself early on. But definitely expect big things, regardless of what the man's holding. Speaking of what's being held currently here, Garrett 76 and counting as G1 look to lock down round 2 with a perfect score. By the way, Forbidden Fruit, they've given us a couple stylish plays, specifically out of Tony, but it's not enough to actually get points on the board.
Yeah, I mean, what, they have 15 seconds to find their way through, and the crosses are just covered in boo-boo-doo-boo. Oh, that's a nasty one to get taken care of, and you see all the kills coming in. Arctic, the last desperation push. I mean, there's just no opportunity. Yeah, I think he just knows. There's no way he can push through. Boo-boo-doo-boo soaking up the last little bit of time, as it's going to be a perfect round to finish out our R-ball.
And it's crazy because even in the end of that, as Forbidden Fruit were pushing up, they got 2 dead, and it was a 4 versus 2 temporarily, but maybe they're just moving too quickly. Maybe they're not, you know, as careful as they need to be to clean up the last 2 players, because they let Boo-Boo go huge, and Boo-Boo by himself single-handedly killed 2 players, completely disrupting their opportunity to break into pipes and, you know, get any sort of a setup. So in the end of the day, when it comes to team v team, there's just a level of patience and coordination at a G1 that is apparent here. We're seeing it, of course, with that dominant shutout.
235, man. I mean, that's just a scoreline you don't see every day, and it's so surprising because the beginning of that oddball was really close. It was a lot of back and forth between the teams, but it was eventually G1 who got a setup and never really held it from there. I mean, talk about opening up the game with a statement. I mean, Squally with the out BR on camo, and then we had these moments where everyone's just going back and forth, in and out. Everyone just trying to get towards that ball, and it was eventually the ball that rotates over to C that makes the difference.
To be honest, I think that's the second time we saw that game plan at Esquale, though, is he plays slow off the rip. He looks for angles, and if the camo is picked up, I think he's got a great awareness of where that camo is going, right? Just looking at grapple, kind of anticipating it. A lot of shenanigans going down in pipes, by the way. Of course, we just glossed over it. This C hold so strong. Tony, this play right here, Garrett, your favorite.
Dude, this is insane. I mean, Boo-Boo-Doo had no idea. And then on top of that, rewind it. Go back.
How did he not die? He's getting shot on the left-hand side.
Yeah, this is what's so crazy.
Did miss every shot?
Yeah, it's not even that Tony comes back, right? It's that Tony comes back, and then World starts Boo-Boo-Doo on top of it. He's down shots.
Look. Who was only full shields? What's going on? He's getting shot by 2 players. He's the Terminator. What?
He's just missing, baby. He's just missing. I mean, what a play. Unfortunately, you know, it doesn't really account for much because they still get bopped 100-0 in the game. But I mean, oh my God, go post that one on Reddit. I mean, go see what people got to say, because that might be the best grapple play we've seen in a long time.
Garrett, the day just started. So, you know, don't hold your breath on that one. I expect to see plenty more. That's our first match of Recharge. Don't worry, we got big plays coming up, even in live fire. Of course, this might be the last match of the series with the performance we just saw at a G1. What do you expect to see coming into live fire King?
Live fire King, man. I expect to see G1 just keep going with their momentum. I mean, they've been unbeatable in the objectives thus far. The thing is, they can't afford to go to a Slayer. You know what I'm saying? They have to finish this one 3-1. You don't want to go to a game 5 versus Forbidden Fruit. You already saw what they can do in the Slayers. The individual talent's there. You just can't let that happen. I just looked at chat, man. Someone said he missed the shots because Boo-Boo-Doo-Boo's offsets are too big. He couldn't see it.
Oh, yeah, that's actually a good point.
Yeah, he's got the massive offsets.
That's a really good point.
Yeah, that's really funny.
Wait, so I heard the mindset behind the offsets is because it lines up his gun, like the barrel of his gun, with the actual reticle on screen or something like that.
Such
so
a
it looks
brain-dead reason.
If you didn't have a reticle, like it would still look at like CSGO style or something. I don't know. I don't even know. I can't believe it. But, you know, respect to Boo-Boo. He still makes big plays regardless of he's blind. He's literally blind on the right side of his screen, but he's making it work.
It's just like, I can have my barrel match up in-game. It only comes at the cost of half of my screen.
Right.
Like,
it only comes at the cost of everything being a rocket launcher.
Big gun Boo-Boo, though, back at it, man. I love it. That actually might be part of the reason why he got World Star, unironically. Which is really funny. We're going to live fire. You know, maybe we should get some bets going on. What do you say? Like, I think G1 probably wins by 2 hills. I think that's what we're gonna do.
Okay. 2 hills sounds like a safe play. Of course, live fire, the way these hills tend to go, there's strong setups for some of them. Some of them are a little bit chaotic at the same time, though. But the first hill to start it off, I've seen go just a complete shutout. If you get a strong opening strat, you got to set up by the garage door. You got to set up, you know, looking over at sandbags, somebody over at nest to get coverage on C. You can completely lock that down and really leave no option for the enemy team. They might be forced to rotate outside, start to set up for the second hill. So going to be an interesting start, but all the momentum, I think, in the court of G1.
Yeah, I mean, G1, this is their opportunity to finish it strong. I mean, they look so good in the objectives, man. They really haven't missed a step. The flag could have easily been a 5-0. I mean, it ends up being a 5-1. It's basically a perfect game in the oddball, and it's time for them to continue forward in the King of the Hill. Guys, if you want to take your bets, we do have a poll open right now. Will G1 win by 2 or more hills? Get your bets on in, as everyone, you know, as you can, you know, try to make some channel points, and you know, eventually we'll do something with them. In the meantime, I want to bring Magic in and see what she can, you know, give us some updates about what's happening around in Pool Place.
Guys, good to be here. Pool. See, quick update for Fnatic. With Lucid bringing in a 13.3 KDA in the third game, including 9k damage. So pretty huge series there from Optic. But in Pool D, they're currently in game number 3. G2 takes the second game. They're up 2-0 in the series. But Barcode is getting a lot of love, the newest added to this G2 roster. Chants in the chat of Barcode is love, Barcode is life are ringing out. So right now they are literally in round 2 of that oddball. So if G2 take that game, they'll also take the series. But Space Station Gaming giving them a good run for the money.
Thank you so much, Magic. It looks like Barcode's passing the eye test, man.
Yep. Well-deserved love. Barcode love in that chat, I'm sure.
Hey, love to see that. I'm sure we'll be able to see G2 on stream at some point. I want to be able to see what Barcode is up to, man. Just coming over from Australia, making the most of his opportunity, and we'll see if that's enough to make G2 a roster that can be feared in the top 6. In the meantime, I think we had a little bit of a false start, so we're getting ourselves back into this hill as soon as possible, guys. You know, we are playing online Halo, so you know you're gonna have some hiccups here and there.
Even just going back to the G2 discussion, I mean, it is an interesting storyline for that team because they've been close to that top 8 threshold, but just outside it, right? I want to say within like the 9-12 threshold pretty consistently. They had one good tournament, I think it was Anaheim, where they jumped into top 8, and then they went right back down to 9-12 in Kansas City. Barcode could be that X factor. It's just a really interesting storyline. You got somebody who's very talented at the game, brings good vibes as well, which I think is so important for chemistry in a team. And then he comes in from Australia, which I think is like a three-pronged, like there's an inspirational factor, I would say. Like if I'm an Australian Halo player and I see, you know, somebody accomplish that, get to US, get on a top team like he did, that's got to be inspirational, right? Like that's got to really set some momentum in multiple places in Halo.
Yeah, I did just get an update from Magic. G2 did take game 3, so a 3-0 victory for G2 over you know, one of my favorite teams in Space Station. You guys are hurting me early on in this series, but I love my boys over at G2 as well. You know, you got to give some love to everyone. I really am excited for Barcode over there. We'll see how their pool play continues. I mean, Pool D, man, that's a mixy one. You know, G2 versus KCP. Go fight on the schedule, guys. We want you to stay here as much as possible. But if you got to go over to the mainstream, to the, you know, maybe get a multi-twitch up, whatever it is. But
Twitch it, please.
Yeah, make sure you're keeping up with everywhere.
Sorry, Gary, but are you even a Halo fan if you're not multi-twitching? Let me just go ahead and say it. Like, I'll challenge you. I've got multiple tabs open just in case, you know, you got to keep tabs on everything. And let's keep tabs on this game. Finally, we're in this match, what might be the last game of our series.
Oh my, that's a switch that you saw that just does not miss shots, man. When he is on, he just fries everything, and he gets another overshield in the hands of Swish, and now it's all about the fight for the hill.
SOS, of course, is going to be so useful. Nice little flank there, too. Picks up Arctic on the way. Squall already in the hill, so Swish, he can just push forward and rain death. He's going to play it patient for now. You can see 3 members of Forbidden Fruit. They're taking their time. They are already set up around tower, but you'd like to see them get aggressive, apply some pressure. Just look for a little mistake at a G1, a little opening. And Swish might be the first target.
Dude, I love how Swish has just been pushed forward this entire time. He's not giving any room for Forbidden Fruit to push up and even get a BR sightline into hill. Instead, if they want to get their BRs trade on that hill, they have to get through Swish, and he is just ready for whatever fight they try to bring. And look at the Forbidden Fruit. They decided we're not doing it no more. They're going to rotate all the way out.
That really is the setup in the end of the day. They killed Squally, though. If they can just get a little opening, that pick, they can start to move with their numbers. You can see Boo Boo Doo Boo kind of out of position here, too. Swish dead. Boo Boo does get a kill, but that actually broke the hill, and that was enough for Forbidden Fruit. So you have to play it so carefully and just earn one pick and then move with your numbers advantage. Unless, of course, Boo Boo lights things up with this snipe. We'll see.
Yeah, they broke the hill, but they didn't necessarily find spacing on the map, right?
Yeah.
So it's just so easy for G1 to find the back door, break it open once again. And in fact, G1 already set up for the overshield once again. And I think Forbidden Fruit probably just going to try to give up this hill because they know how important this overshield can be. But it's Swish once again who finds himself in the front lines. He's trying to get to their overshield. It's not going to happen, but from the back, Squally tries to get another. They're going to give that overshield up. Forbidden Fruit have everything they need to try to take hill 2.
And then you see that rotation at a Squale, though. Spotting that the OS was picked up. What does he do? He stands on sandbags and curb slides 2 pillars immediately, getting that space on the map, already putting himself in a flank. As I say it, though, bloodbath on screen here as multiple drop. Hysteria going to pick up the spoils. He's got a heat wave snipe to work with here. Maybe positioning on Nest will be the play. Let's see if this man can put it together. A veteran in the scene.
Are you sure that's Hysteria? I mean, that kind of looks like Tom Taylor to me. I mean, picking up both of them weapons. I mean, what's going on over there? Yeah, you gotta share. You ain't no Tom Taylor. You gotta share them weapons around. As he's gonna go down. It looks like G1 gonna be able to find all those kills. Hill back in their possession, and for Devonator, he has one shot. I like that. He's like, yeah, new snipe's coming up. I'm gonna put this thing on the respawn, and I'm gonna hit my shot right away. For Devonator gets the sniper out and away.
He gets the snipe, tags a body, slides into the old snipe, by the way. Picked up 2 extra bullets to work with. 9 shots in this gun. Onboard does get an opening kill. Devin looking for 9 kills. Who's the first victim? Tony already dead. Onboard, he spots and he's got the insight. No need to peek for it.
It's so important. Oh my God, Onboard got up really fast. I was gonna say it's really important for that tower player to be checking the mud push, right? Onboard is a really important player right here. He gets on the flank. He's finding some massive damage for his team. It's very important to make sure that your flank is always covered. And Onboard was able to find his way through, and that eventually leads to a break for Forbidden Fruit.
It's just that understanding of, where your teammates are, what they're looking at, so you know what to address in your position as well. Swish right now. Now it's his turn. King of the castle, top of the tower. Does clean up. Arctic. Still got a snipe to work with. OS about to pop. Onboard, you can see he's got sights on it. Forbidden Fruit, they're all spawning next to it, so they do have numbers, but this is what Swish is looking for.
Oh my God, they're all coming
body. Gonna keep him back. We're getting aggressive. Like you said, the team's coming in to collapse. Squale with presence on top of it. He does get it, and not just the hill, by the way. They got an OS, and they've got setup potential for the next one.
I talked about how G1 is just objective efficient. Well, there's no way to be more efficient than what Swish did right there. He has sniper and has the angle to overshield while getting hill time for his team. That's about everything you can possibly do. They get overshield, and because they got that overshield, they also flip out the spawns, able to get themselves into the hill right away. And Squally still has plenty of this overshield to work with, and Hysteria finds himself in trouble.
Oh, looking like blender time here for Forbidden Fruit if they don't stabilize things early. Squale with a little extra shields to work with. He'll get to the back of A. Spots Onboard, does tag him up. Hysteria gonna look to challenge through the doorway. He's in trouble though. Multi dilemma to worry about as they do step in the hill. It's looking scrappy. No guaranteed setup just yet, but one thing's for sure, G1, they come to play in the individuals.
Yeah, it was organized chaos from G1 right there. They didn't really have a setup by any means. They were really just spread out across the map, but they all had each other's help. And Predevator's letting him know as he gets a double kill of his own. And Hill transfers hands once again, and Predevator keeps the feed alive as Arctic is last.
Devin with a little mental pressure. At this point in the game, no doubt Forbidden Fruit are feeling it. Can they bounce back? Can they find something? Garrett, if they don't get this hill, it might be a 4-0 on the hills. I hate to say it, but it's hard to bounce back from a 3-0 deficit in this game type. We'll see if they can get any momentum going. Of course, a couple will die. Predevator will drop. They'll get footing in the hill, but as they do it, look at that. The OS 15 seconds out the snipe as well. They're going to need to prioritize this.
This is the thing about King of the Hill, right? The new game type. It doesn't matter how close you are to capturing this hill. If you let it slip away, you don't get any value from it. They need to get themselves in this hill and ready to take the fight. But with Arctic fighting too, it looks like this hill 3 is going to go into the hands of Forbidden Fruit. And, we're talking about 5 seconds of hill time from being a 3-0 in favor of G1. Instead, it's Arctic who's popping off, and he's searching for another as Swish desperately tries to cling to his life. But Arctic will eventually get the kill, and they're set up in the next hill. We could be seeing a tied game in a matter of 1 minute.
Hold on a second, Forbidden Fruit coming back on for the drop down snipe back smack. Man, the man styling out here. As he does pick up a kill, he's already looking for spawners here too. So Forbidden Fruit completely flipping this around in just a matter of seconds. Squally does spawn back A. Envor with a chance to break through this setup once again. Doesn't quite tag the body. He is alone for this. Can't quite get the kill either. Yeah, that's a massive kill at Squall A. And G1, they might still be able to stabilize this yet.
Squall A, more like Squall out BRs. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the guy is just a
You're gonna
demon.
rebrand now.
Yeah, I feel like every time we see him, like with someone getting a first shot in his back, he just turns around and says, "I'm gonna for you." Like, I don't care. His BR's been so strong, and now all of a sudden we see you know, the shoe on the other foot as Forbidden Fruit. They're 5-6 seconds away from capturing this hill, but G1 found the break. And look at this setup. They have all of the perimeters covered. A sniper in hands. It's going to be tougher for Forbidden Fruit to find an opportunity to break.
G1 exactly where they need to be. Devin with the heat wave, coverage on tower. Hysteria first victim, but Hysteria with a game plan. That repulse will come out. That'll break down the right-hand side of their setup. And you can see Forbidden Fruit coming in, but this just leads him to the reticle. A Boo Boo Doo doesn't quite hit a shot. He's gonna have to bounce out. 2 dead. And it looks like despite the setup they had, Forbidden Fruit, they bounce into the hill. Last second, they actually tie the game.
Hey, Forbidden Fruit, I mean, talk about taking your opportunities, right? I mean, you were so close to being down 3-0 in this hill. Instead, you get it back to even, and you're finding yourself an opportunity. It's about stealing away this game now. If you can get yourself to the Slayer, well, upset potential is there. But it's Boo Boo Doo trying to shut it down. Overshield's still on the ground, and Tony's trying his best to get there, but the nades and Squall take him out. Now Overshield in the hands of G1.
Totally different story at this point in the game. What was looking dominant all of a sudden tied up. Arctic, by the way, 17, 10, and 12. He has been a huge difference maker, I think, in this scoreline. And so is Squall A winning his fights. We'll see what he can do to just lock down this center hill. Not quite going to find Envor Devin there to do it. That tower coverage we talked about, you know, multiple times on this map, going to be so important for this hill. I think it's already locked down by G1.
I mean, look at the value that G1. Oh my god, dude. Once again, we talk about the strafe of Arctic. It's built different. He's able to get that kill, but G1 able to get a good bit of time on this middle hill. And Boo Boo Doo with his, he only has the heat wave left, and he's looking for another pick. But right now, G1, I mean, they've been making this middle hill look easy. This is the hardest hill to capture on this map.
I believe the worry here is after this hill, it goes back to the first hill in the game, and if you're not set up for that, then you might be in trouble, because we looked at, you know, how strong setup potential you've got on that B side hill. So you might see Forbidden Fruit start to set up around B if they do feel like top mid is not an option, especially when you got Devin with a snipe looking to defend it. Boo Boo in the hill with a heat wave. He hit it.
Oh, it's so smart from Predeminator. I mean, that was just a great setup from G1. If you were to look at the map from top down, you'd see a straight line through the map. G1 had control of top tower, top mid, and back A. What that does is that forces the spawns towards green, and that's the route that's the hardest to take in order to get towards that hill. They have to fight through all of those BRs, and it's just not enough. Forbidden Fruit are gonna drop down that hill, and now it's only one more for G1 to grab to win this game. Oh, Overshield just short.
Wait. Oh my.
What?
Arctic there to save the day. I don't know, what was it? Hysteria caught in a reload. Boo Boo unfortunately missing shots, like just a bit of a fumble there on both sides. And Arctic there to pick up the pieces, but not enough to do much. You can see the hill is held down by Forbidden Fruit as they do look to set things up here early on.
But what Arctic does there, it doesn't look like much, but what it does in practice is huge, right? He gets up into their face with that Overshield, takes on 3 players, and just buys his teammates time. And unfortunately, his teammates aren't able to back up his pressure by getting the kills and getting control of that hill as G1 still finds the break. But that was a huge presence play by Arctic, and it's kept G1 off this hill for now by the amount of pressure that he put forward. But finally, G1 have their setup, and it's Hysteria who's going to be the first one in who needs to find this break. But Predeminator quickly finds him and calls him out.
Little worrisome here for Forbidden Fruit. They're down numbers. Setup established by G1 as they start to win their fights here too. Envor needs to find a pick to answer. That's a beautiful nade to do it. That'll clean it up, but they're running out of time. On that hill, Envor's still going to get aggressive. Looking for 2, actually. Massive play out of him. Might find an opening. Hysteria did die, though. He needs a team to push up for this.
And G1 has a contingency plan here, right? Even if they do lose control of this hill, they can play the game time if needed. They can play Slayer for a little bit of time. And I mean, Boo Boo Doo Boo's just been masterful at that back hill. He finds one before he goes down. You can see Predevinator wanting to get right back into this action as well. It's the one-on-one. And once again, it's the straight from Arctic, man. It's so hard to take him down, but Predevinator eventually finds the final shot. It's getting mixy in this final hill. But for G1, they don't necessarily have to get into this hill and get time. They can just get kills, but they are going to be able to find the slays. And it's about, what, 10 seconds of hill time for them to win.
Right. I'd say the ideal scenario is just, you know, win your fights, get the hill, because 45 seconds, I mean, that's a lot of time to work with at this level of play. You can see how quickly they just changed hands with that hill at 40 seconds to pause the timer. Tony looking for more here, too. He takes Squale, as they do have a setup. Forbidden Fruit, despite that hill just a sliver away from capture, there might be a chance here for Forbidden Fruit to close this out and tie it.
Yeah, they have some great positioning, but for G1, they have the perfect push opportunity, right? They got themselves the A spawns. They can push through sandbags. They can brute force their way in, and Predevinator starts it off. One kill for him. Tony will be the last, and they are able to win 4-2 in the hill and take the series 3-1.
G1, that could have been such a fumble for them at the very end. But what did they do? They came in together, right? They waited patiently and prioritized teamwork to break that setup and guarantee the victory. What a performance out of this team, but what a series overall, Garrett. I mean, that one definitely traded blows. We expected to see things, you know, lopsided, a 3-0 overall. Of course, it wasn't quite that. The Slayer, definitely Forbidden Fruit can hang, and even in King of the Hill, I think it could have gone either way. With a slight mistake at a G1, we could have seen a different story. One thing's for sure, though, G1, they came to play today, though, Garrett.
Yeah, just a bedrock of consistency throughout the objectives today. And if you are Forbidden Fruit, I think you can hang your head a little bit higher by the end of that series than you thought. You know, the first two objectives were rough. You were able to bring back that game, make it a little bit closer. The Slayer, you were always in control. And I think Arctic stock has just been rising throughout that entire series. I mean, if you're a protein that doesn't finish well today, you have to be exploring Arctic as an option. The way that he played throughout that series, you can tell the individual talents there. Yes, it's raw, it's unpolished, but he has one of the best shots, one of the best movements in the game, and you would be hard pressed to find someone as good as him to maybe fill up your roster. I really hope Arctic finds his opportunity after this tournament.
I think the highlight for you was what, the Wiggles, right? The straight,
Wiggles, man.
The speed of the straight, but also the use of cover as he kind of jiggle peeks his way in and out of cover. So important for, especially in Halo Infinite, to take advantage of when you don't have a thrust, you don't have other options. Speaking of outplays, Devin, that was a massive one for him to win that fight. Couple body shots we saw as well. Beautiful little kill out of Envor. Highlights left and right, and I think that's the storyline here. Like you said with Forbidden Fruit, is they don't have to look back at that and, you know, be discouraged, feel like they don't have an answer, because I felt like any minor mistake at a G1 there, and that would have been a totally different story. They could have come out on top of that series, so still potential yet, I think, for this team. And, you know, makes me wonder, we've got to take a look back at the pools at some point, Garrett, and start predicting, just based off of what we saw, where things might land.
Yeah, I mean, pools have been a little bit crazy, and we're going to be able to see where everyone's shaking on up. And we saw G2 1-3-0 in their first match. The Optic team also won their first game 3-0. So we're going to have a ton to go for. And it looks like Pioneers and Lions are in game 5 right now. So maybe we can get a stream up of that. I'm not sure what's going on over there. Maybe we can get some view. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, here we are, guys. Game 5 between Pioneers and the Lions.
We going full on casting this, Garrett, or we just letting it happen? What do we want to do?
That's a great question. I think let's just sit here. Let's just, you know, a little bit more relaxed. We'll just take a look. We'll talk about it a little bit. But this is so surprising to me. And Pioneers, I mean, with Nick,
right.
everyone thought they were going to get better, right?
Maybe we should honestly cast this. It took me a second to actually figure out what I was looking at. It's a game 5. It's a nail biter, and Lions looking for the upset. My God, this team, the potential out of this roster, by the way, young up-and-comers across the board with Mortally, I think especially, he's been popping off every tournament I've been witnessing him. But Burton seems to be the star of the show right now, man. It's 12-7 in this game.
Yeah, Burden the vet, right? He's going to come in. I mean, really, I think that's what this team needed. A player like Morley, still young, still has a lot to learn, and having Burton with him is a great opportunity. Now, Pioneers, they have to show that they're icy here, man. I mean, already going to Game 5 versus a team like Lions, that's not what anyone expected. But I will say I talked to Morley at Kansas City, and I will say that kid has as much confidence as you could possibly have. He knew that his career is starting right now, man, and I'm very excited to see where he's able to go. I mean, really have him on our radar. But Pioneers, I mean, this is a top 6 team. You can't afford to be dropping games in pools, and we already said Group D, it's dangerous. I mean, G2, they 3-0'd Space Station. Like, you can't, I mean, G2 could very realistically come out on top of their pool if KCP falls here.
They definitely could. As we say it, we can see Lions just remaining tenacious here. 38 on the board as they do lead by 3, looking for trades to keep a hold, keep some momentum here. Trades will continue. Parzelli going to find his, make it 40-36. Pioneers running out of opportunities to swing the game at this point, Garrett.
Yeah, I mean, you have to just start to find an answer right here, right now. And already it's this camouflage that's up. This is the fight. This is what everyone's looking towards. And it looks like the kills are going in favor of Pioneers, but the shots. Oh, Parzelli just misses the final shot. And it's Nick, the new blood on the roster, who gets camo and has their fate in his hands.
Nick needs to be so careful with it. They already got insight on where he is as he does try to reposition. That's a one shot in front of him. Cleans it up. That's Mortally now dead. Making a tie game. He won't bounce out of the fight. Parzelli, that's a massive kill to offset things. Hot shot still going to find his pick. Make it 42. They're still in this game. Baiting and switching their way into util. Talik finds a big pick. Every single kill at this point completely going to alter the momentum of this game as we see Pioneers get aggressive.
Oh man,
no.
They're falling apart. Lions now suddenly find themselves down, and this is where you have to show that you're resilient. The Pioneers been here, done this many times before. Lions a new roster. How many times have they had this opportunity slip away? And now the Pioneers, I mean, they have the setups, they have the kills. Everything's going in their favor.
They can't get out of yellow, though. That's the issue. Pioneers have a setup on the map. They got 2 in util. They got 1 covering top mid, I believe. And it looks like the play is to rotate to pink. They got 1 by himself. Hotshot needs to go massive alone. He'll have to back up if he's in trouble. You can see Pioneers playing it so carefully. They don't want to make a mistake. Lions continue to pester the doorway. Mortally with a kill. Answered back on both sides. Make it 46 all. They're on the chase here.
Oh, Lions are just in trouble. They're out and exposed in the open, but somehow able to stay alive. They double up. They triple up. Soulsight finds 1, though.
49.
It's a 40.
1 kill.
948. Here we go. Mortally and Hotshot last life for their team. They're going to have to find their way through. All of them spawning through car. They're going to try to lobby up with each other. And finally, the damage comes through. They have the damage through. They can't push through out that door. The nades are coming through. They reposition to the middle, but the nades are coming through. They're all weak. They're all through the middle.
It's terrible positioning. They're on the bottom of the map. They're weak. Casey with high ground.
No,
the double team on the final player. Parzelli and I believe Mortally working together to close it out 50-48 and win the series in pools.
That's going to shake up Pool D like no one believes. Now suddenly G2 are licking their lips. Barcode is ready to take this pool. Yo, look at
the
them.
production value on this. And Wes looking jacked as hell.
Dude, I was about to say, yo, Wes is goated, bro. Let me get on that. Let me get on that regimen. You know what I'm saying?
Walshy with a chain, dude? What did I miss? I have not been watching any of this.
Oh, this is crazy. Look, they got the trophy right next to them too. That's sick. Yeah, I'm saying Wes been working out, bro. Oh my, he's we gotta get. I'm gonna get some beefy suspect thoughts if we keep looking at this stream, bro. We gotta get through. We gotta get. Yeah. There we go. My God, yo, Walshy and Clutch looking drippy today, man. Those guys looking great. Love that. Love that. And this is our next guy. This is gonna be our next match on stream, guys. FaZe Clan versus Need and Org coming up next. As we, I heard that FaZe is having some issues with their game, so we're gonna get that as soon as we can. That being said, it's time for my favorite segment. You know what segment that is, Shyway?
I heard it was magical.
Yeah, it's a very magical time, guys. If you are new to the stream,
I thought it was. I got it mixed up.
I know what you're saying. No, that's
I know what you're doing.
If you guys are new to the stream, if we are done with a series, you know what time it is, baby. It is ad time, baby. If you guys don't know, we are going to be running some ads to help support the stream, but if you don't like to watch ads, there's one easy thing that you can do. For just $5 a month, you can sub to the Twitch stream and you won't get any of those ads. In fact, you can even do a Twitch Prime and you won't have any of those ads. Guys, we're all here on a volunteer basis today. So, you know, all these ads come and help us get to a point where we're sustainable enough to make sure that we don't have to volunteer anymore. So, you know, we appreciate it, every one of you guys.
Exactly. And if you're new and you're wondering, why is this HCS broadcast asking you for money? Well, we don't just go live for big tournaments like this. LVT is live every single week. There's content, high production value content put on a regular basis, whether it's Money Tuesday, where we get some of the best 2v2 teams head-to-head for money, basically, winner take all. We've got LSS tournaments as well, Garrett, right? The only, I think, production putting on high-stakes LSS tournaments with the best pros in the game. Like, there is content here left, right, center. So if you're wondering, you know, where the $5 is going, guarantee there's a lot of value for it. I'm a sub myself.
Hey, yeah, no, guys, get the subs in if you can. Chuck River, we appreciate you guys. Now, I did scam a little bit. I guess we don't have ads available right now, so I feel bad. I feel bad for everyone that was looking forward to ad times. You know, I'm sorry. We'll make sure that we get some better ad times. But Chuck River, next time that we have ads, guess what? You won't be seeing them advertisements. That being said, I think we have another match on B stream. Maybe we can pull that one up. We'll make sure that we get some sort of Halo action on your guys' screen. That being said, also someone brought it up in the chat. I'm glad people bringing it up in the chat. Guys, we do have a Patreon. Now check this out. I'm gonna put the exclamation mark Patreon in. This is the cool thing. Patreon is awesome. They don't take like any money. 90% of that money goes to us. So if you want to help support, if you like what you're seeing today, you want to help support, that's a great way to do so. It honestly goes a really long way. Like we said, we are all here on a volunteer basis today. So if you want to help, that's a great way to help, as we have United versus Complexity on our screen right now. And well, look at that, Complexity coming out first, getting that pull through. In fact, let me pop on my my Complexity hat real fast, because I'm a big fan, baby. I'm a big fan of these Complexity boys.
Incoming caster bias is what you're saying.
Hey, that's what I'm saying, man. I love Vetra, bro. That's all I gotta say. I'm ready to take the action, baby. I got my Complexity hat up. I'm really excited for this new roster. Cycle and Neuronical look really good. Vetra's incredible at this game. I did hear that Monster didn't make the trip out to Texas, and I think that's been a little controversial on Twitter. So
I've heard some things.
Yeah, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. You know, there's definitely some rumors of milling over there, but personally, I just think there's so much talent. I mean, on this Complexity roster, they really have a great opportunity here.
And that's it. I think for every single player, there's no doubt there's a lot of talent. There's a lot of EXP here, you know, especially with Monster as well, not just as a Halo player jumping to Fortnite, you know, multiple games under the belts of some of these players. And then, like you said, Cycle Neuronical coming off of LG, a brief stint on LG, very young, very talented. And Vetra has been a young gun for a while, I want to say, in the scene towards the end of Halo 5. So much potential we saw in him that we're really starting to reveal itself, I think, in HCS Halo Infinite. In the meantime, you got United, though, which is a story in itself. I think there's a ton of potential in this team, but they're still trying to find it, right? They're still finding that early chemistry and finding the map, hopefully, too, as Monster swings across it.
Monster was taking a tangent right there. That was gonna. he was going very much off the map, but he's able to corral it back in, and we're tied up. And this United roster, oh my dude, Monster, you gotta get this kill, brother. Oh my god, you maybe should have gone to Texas. Holy, is he able to finally get that kill? But this United roster is so interesting, man. Obviously, Manny leaving KCP in favor as they get Nick, and now it's Manny and Suspector filling in this roster. And you know, I will say, no one had them in the top 4 except for Clutch. And that's the thing, man. Clutch, he just knows when it comes to these predictions, man. I maybe he knows something about United. I don't. I think Suspector's really good. I think he's a great person to fill in for Spartan's slaying power, because we know Suspector can bring the heat. But I'm very interested in this new United team and how well they function with each other.
I do think that was the biggest thing that I discussed with Tony back on our show a week ago was, you know, how they'll work together. The issue with United coming into this new roster was chemistry and was butting heads, right? With Spartan, with Ryan Noob, a lot of different kind of conflicting opinions and history, and even Ryan Noob, Spartan, they go back and forth. They have been. It's kind of like I want to say something. What's the word I'm looking for? But a storied rivalry as far as time itself. Anyway, you get it. So the butting heads, I think, made things difficult for the team, and that inner turmoil, they, deteriorated as a result. United now, I think, are in a better position to find that chemistry because you've got Spectre and Manny who are multiple talents. As I say it, of course, what's more important are the playmaking opportunities, I think, here.
Yo, online Halo is out in full force today.
It's wild.
Man, that is wild. What in the world? He just beat down a sword. He said, "Nah, go away." Oh my god, dude, are you kidding me?
You take those W's if you get.
Yeah, you take them, man. You run with them, and we see Manny getting the flag out, and it's the sword. Finally, the sword comes back to United. It was Monster who did get that kill, and that flag, it's close to home, but I mean, Complexity's there and ready to fight.
I mean, take a look at it. They're just inches away from a 3-1 in this game. As I say it, though, return comes in last second. Complexity going to, sorry, it was to a tie game is what they avoided. I guess in the meantime, we will be on board here with Cycle, looking to get the flag into his base and create that 3-1, try to avoid any overextension that comes in.
This flag running through. Dude, I mean, Complexity looks really good today, man. Monster. Ooh.
Looking quick for sure.
They looked really good, and then Monster did that. That might actually come back to haunt them. That should be a 3-1 lead, and now suddenly United's looking to get a counter cap right away.
We did just see something similar seconds ago, so maybe Complexity, once again, they're going to find that overextension, try to get a last-second stop here. As we say it, though, Suspector looking to plant this one in. Very careful with it. Doesn't quite. Oh, he does get a toss right to Ryan Noob, and that's enough to put in the flag. And Ryan, my God, what a double. Cleans one up with the skewer just as he dips behind cover. That's going to make it difficult for Complexity to get any sort of counter here.
And guess what, dude? I just
bye-bye.
Look how long it takes him to die, dude.
Yeah. It takes so long.
It's like instead of like an 8-second respawn timer, he had like a 15-second respawn time. Oh, just misses the overshield. I just got my drop, by the way. So, I mean, if you guys have been watching since the stream's gone live, you probably have your drop, guys. So go check out your drops. Make sure, see if you got them acquired. If not, feel free to, keep watching. We'd love to have all you guys here. Once again, guys, we are waiting for FaZe versus Need and Org. But in the meantime, we are checking out this Complexity versus United game. In fact, I think we're going to go and we're going to listen to the casters on the A stream just for a second so we can go get water, go take a bathroom. But you know the vibes, guys. We'll be back with FaZe relatively soon.
They've also got Neuronical there, who's just being a nuisance. They get the flag home. They take the lead once more. And my word, Andy, boy, have I been impressed by Complexity so far.
What a start from them. Take a look at their kills here. Everyone already in double digits. Very nice. Rain, though, with a triple on screen. That's going to change things just a bit. They're down by one flag, and Helo's going to look to tie here.
Feels a little bit staggered, though, which means that Complexity should be able to re-establish themselves as a 4 on the map. Rain's going to take this one down low on the Ivy side, give himself as much cover from those cross-map shots that are coming in, but now Neuronical with the double, it's going to stop that flag. Manny's going to get the touch, but now he's down to no shield. Monster should be there to finish this one off, and Complexity flood forward for the return.
One thing you might notice, Rain did not hit the slide jump that he went for. He did not hit the Ivy side slide jump. If he did, he would have gotten the flag in so much faster, and that's why your movement in this game is so key. That likely cost them the cap there. Now Cycle's running what could be the 4th cap.
He hits the slide, but
forgets the flag.
Forgets the flag. So everybody trying to do the right thing at the moment, but maybe a little bit of nerves and a little bit of a lack of confidence in those moves. It's funny how the game can suddenly change when you've got a competition on the line with $125,000. But for now, Ryan Noob has got that flag moving. Also does big damage. There's going to be an overshield popping at the same time now. The flag will be returned to their base by E United. Now they can continue this run, but Complexity finding themselves 2 dead means that Ryan Noob should have a pretty comfortable time of running this one back. E United doing a much better job this time of slaying their way back. They tie up the game at 3-3.
Yeah, Ryan Noob also hit some really nice movement there to bring the flag back, as we said, even faster as well. Tied 3-3, 3:35 left on the clock as well. Top mid move here from Vetra. So back and forth between these two teams. It's been a fantastic game number 1. We hope you've been enjoying things from Pool A. Let's not forget, also in this pool is Sentinels, and they're, of course, watching this with a keen eye as well.
Oh, they certainly will be, and I'm sure they're watching E United as well very closely. But after this game, and maybe after this series, they might be watching Complexity pretty closely as well. It's 3-3. Suspector still has a little bit of overshield to play with. And now we're going to have to see if you can put something together on the aggressive side of the map, inside of the complexity base, to try and get a pull going. A stick comes in for that trade, and at the moment you can see with 3 minutes left on the clock, Andy, I think both teams recognize that 3-3, the next flag cap could be absolutely massive here.
Yeah, they're playing a little bit more careful. You can tell just by the way these teams are moving around, they're not holding forward as much, making sure that they're not the first one to make the mistake. Of course, if you do, that really could cost you the game at this stage.
Rhino being aggressive onto Monster. Monster just playing his life. Neuronical's going to pick up one onto Suspector, which should mean that a little bit of aggression could start coming in now. But here's Manny teaming up with Ryanoob. Ryanoob still alive in this situation, still putting pressure onto the base. And with two complexity players now falling in that kill feed, and another! That's Ryanoob put some perfect shots down onto Cycle. This could be the flag opportunity here for E United to take the lead.
Beautiful play from Ryanoob right now. He's 19-12. He doesn't just go down the stairs. Instead, he hits that slide to get the angle while still progressing towards the flag.
Also throws it off to a teammate, knowing he didn't have the shields to make that cross. His teammate does. That means he can get it back to the base. Ryanoob takes the time to get the shields back, and now they can focus on the slaying. The overshield has popped up as well, but you can also see that they're not too sure where their own flag is. The E United flag is away from home. Complexity have it somewhere on the map.
Yeah, right now, a little bit of base trade, and look at that cycle grab again. It's been Complexity with the power-up control in this game. So far, it's paid off, and we'll see what Cycle could do here. Just under half of an overshield left.
Range just trying to run it back to respawners now. He knows that Cycle is going to be coming towards him. He's got the repulsor, but he's got a little bit of help from a teammate. And that's going to be Cycle, maybe a little bit of an experience there, thinking, I've got the overshield, I can make the hero play. Even with the extra layer of shields, Andy, you're still going to wait for a little bit of help.
I'm surprised there, because with the overshield, you're guaranteed to get the trade as well, right? Surprising to see him go for the repulsor. It doesn't pay off. He gets 2v1 there, and it's a great play by United to answer back against the overshield.
Just over a minute left in this game, 70 seconds to be precise. And Ryanoob has the skewer in his hands. Monster's going to pick up the first kill, though, so now Ryannoob's hand is kind of going to be forced here. He has to try and be aggressive. He has to try and make some moves. Neuronical gets one. Monster gets another. And E United lose 3. The flag return comes in as well. And Complexity, with 50 seconds left on the clock, go into the lead. What have you got, E United? You got 45 seconds to tie this up.
Oh my God, and what a turning of the tables there. You thought that E United had that for sure. Suspector's pushing in. Ryannoob's got the skewer, but he actually takes a lot of damage from Neuronical. It's a great response. Somehow they get 2 dead. And just like that, 30 seconds left on the clock. Complexity.
Hello, welcome back. We have FaZe Clan versus Need and Org. I am Toolez. I am joined by Shyway. And Shyway, we are almost ready. 8 out of 8 in the lobby. Just waiting for these guys to start it on up.
I can't wait to see it, Garrett. Of course, this should be a hell of a matchup. We still are, I don't want to say worried about FaZe, but we've got a lot of question marks, I think, about FaZe and their potential. No doubt they've got the largest spotlight, I think, in this tournament, being one of the most newly, formed teams. And chemistry seems to be, I don't know if I want to say an issue, but seems to be questionable, I want to say, early on here.
Yeah, everyone's been questioning. Yeah, the potential on this team is unreal, but so far everyone's been questioning if there is, some rockiness with this team. I mean, they've been up and down, to say the least, and so far scrims have not been looking that good. Now on the other side, Need and Org, they've had problems of their own. They are the inconsistent team, to say the least. Now, that being said, some days they look as if they can take anyone on. Some days they look as if they can lose to an AM team. So you never know with this team. I think both of these teams are the inconsistent rosters. That being said, when you look at paper, I mean, FaZe Clan just has so much talent on it. You can't imagine them staying down for too long.
No, I think for FaZe Clan, if anything, hopefully this is a boost in confidence and opportunity to set the ball rolling for the remainder of the pool and come out on top. They've got some big competition, of course, to go up against Cloud9, I think, being the main competitor. But Need and Org, I think, in a more difficult spot, of course, just making their way into the last round of pools, right? Just last week in our open tournament. So going to be a tougher climb for them. These are players with a lot of EXP, though, a lot of reps together as well, I think, though, right? Goldstar, JK, Fluriously, we've seen these three play together on a regular basis. You got Its Name now joining them, coming off of Oxygen, bringing a ton of talent to the team. There's potential here, but I think, if anything, this is FaZe's answer to find grounds for Cloud9 later.
Yeah, this is this is a huge series for FaZe Clan to come out and just show that they are legit. You know, that they aren't gonna burn in a ball of fire. You know what I'm saying? Like there's just like this feels like a kerosene soaked bottle that's ready to just ignite, and it can either be very good or it could be disastrous with how this roster is built, man. And I'm on the camp that this is going to be a very good team. It's just going to take them a little bit of time to really feel comfortable with each other. But you know, with how fast this roster was put together, they don't really have the time. I mean, the supers now, you got a day to figure this out through pools.
Thankfully, you got a lot of champions working together on the same team. I mean, we've heard it from Sparty as well, just what it will take to quickly come together. And every scrim they play, they get better. Of course, starting things off with Sparty McFly, our potentially five game series to start things out. Need.org and FaZe.
Yeah, guys, if you are a fan of FaZe and you got some friends you're wanting to watch, well, tell them the match is starting now. Get on into the stream, as we're going to see how this team really comes down to fight today. And already we're seeing, I mean, a little bit of a back and forth to start. Its name and crew find some early kills, but Renegade got control of the sword, and he needs to get away with his life.
What a move there by Renegade. Unfortunate that he missed the shots, but because of the little rotation, he managed to just barely skate out. You can see he does die, though, later in the feed. That flag will be pulled, though. FaZe looking to get actually get some defense at this point. It's Fluriously who's running the flag, and he's moving quick. I don't know if we've got anybody on FaZe nearby to put a stop to this. Falcated will try to deal some damage, but he's there too late. And the first flag of the game going to be popped in a quick run by Fluriously.
I mean, Need.org strike first. I don't think many people would have this sort of display happening, but Renegade already on the counter. You got Snipe down spawning at the back base. They have a clear route for him to take. This might be as clean as you can possibly get a flag.
Always got to watch for the counter. I think that's the biggest thing with FaZe is they came in with numbers following that capture. They won their fights, and looking at just about a guaranteed flag in, as you say it. Though the defense here coming out of Gold Star, and Fluriously, as they do drop the whole team, and they'll stop that flag in its tracks. Now, not only that, they're pulling a counter of their own.
Inexcusable mistakes. I mean, they had everything set up. They were ready for the counter push, and they had all the players ready, and somehow Need.org come through and get 4 players down. I mean, a clean wipe from them. And
oh my!
They made it look relatively easy. Falcade able to get away with the overshield, but this game still in the advantage in Need.org.
Nice shot. Set of Falcade does manage to drop Gold Star, but there's just so many members, and Need.org on his 6. Name will take it in the back smack. Need.org getting aggressive here once again. Fluriously, we saw him pop off with a double earlier. He's just looking for blood. Snipe down doesn't want a piece of it. He'll try to bounce out of the action. You can see both him and Renegade currently one shot. He'll lose Renegade and have to keep his presence low. But Need.org, they're on the hunt, right? Suffocating FaZe off the start of this, not really giving him a chance to fight back as JK does drop 2. Gonna leave Renegade and Sparty to work together.
I wouldn't say JK smelled blood, man. He was like, I'm not letting Snipe down get away from that. Snipe down might have broke a few ankles, but the relentless push from Need.org take him down. And so far, FaZe is just having problems getting out of their own base, man. And Gold Star is just pushing forward. And so far, I mean, he has a clear flank. If he can get in, he might find some great timing for a flagpole.
The thing about these teams on the come up is they're ruthless, right? They don't care what you're going through. They don't care what your chemistry is like, or you know, how big your org is, whatever it is. Like, they will just completely, no mercy, hunt you down, take you out, and FaZe just going through it right now as they do have a flag in hand. Gonna try to carry it through grapple. Thankfully, the coverage is there to do so, and they might have some clearance on it. As I say it, though, we do have a bit of a standoff.
These next slays are going to be some of the more important ones of the game. The question is, does Need.org go up 2-0, or does FaZe Clan get this one tied on up? The next few slays will determine that, and all made FaZe Clan, they're 3 down. And Snipe Down having a little bit of a rough start today. I mean, on the breadstick, 1-8, and the returns in a 2-0 lead for Need.org. Trouble in paradise.
A little bit of trouble, that's for sure. They're not going to let up either. You can see FaZe at the very least, though. Here they come, and Snipe Down going to earn himself a nice double kill. As he does suppress, Fluriously gives FaZe an opening for a pull of their own, hopefully one that goes through here. Gold Star, wow, that OS did not come in handy. He gets obliterated. That flag not going to move too far just yet. You can see FaZe on the aggression.
And FaZe wants to get in, but I mean, so far, everything that FaZe has done has felt reactionary. You know, it's been in response to plays from Neat&Org. And so far, they need to find a way just to be able to dictate the pace of the game. And I think that's where they've really struggled the most thus far, is they just have not been able to control the pacing of this game. And it's come to haunt them thus far as another flag is out, and you can see Neat&Org. They are really wanting to get this flag across that corner. I mean, look at Fluriously just taking as much of that fight as he can. Unfortunately, it looks like FaZe is going to be able to find all those kills. The return will come in, and we're back to even.
Neat&Org just looking a little too confident right now, I think, is the issue for FaZe. They need to start winning some fights, some individual fights, team fights, whatever it is, because in the Slays category, you can see FaZe just not quite keeping up here. JK looking for one Renegade. That's a big pivot, but Gold Star there to pick it up. Name already back base here. It's a little defense in coverage for FaZe as they try to get aggressive here, but Gold Star coming up from down below. He'll keep him back.
And the way that Neat&Org is playing defense has been very effective. They're goading FaZe Clan into making some pushes, saying, hey, yeah, like we're on our back foot in our base, come push forward. And they've been setting up these traps that just FaZe consistently keeps running into. And because of that, Neat&Org keep finding these important kills, and they get right back into these fights.
FaZe just looking to stabilize. Hopefully make it through the onslaught here. Gold Star Fluriously doing such a great job just locking down up Repulse here. Renegade, doesn't quite find it. He was looking for something cheeky. And that's going to leave Sparty down below to try to prioritize that OS. Skewer about to pop here as well. They don't have grapple side, which honestly, I'd say is a favorable side for Neat&Org to work with. Gold Star not quite sure about the desperation on that play. He did not look both ways before crossing the street. It's named, though, with a flank position, does find a cross. That OS still down.
And those are the mistakes that teams that don't have as much experience make. You know that Spartan was alive down low and that he's been waiting. I mean, you have that information. You can't just be running out into the overshield with even numbers. You're never going to be able to capture it that way. And it's those little mistakes that can come to haunt you at the end of the day. But so far, Neat&Org, I mean, just the slaying output from these guys has just been too much for FaZe to handle, which is a sentence that no one should ever be saying. There should never be a team that is out slaying, that's outpacing FaZe.
And that pace continues to quicken, as I say it. Fluriously looking for a tag out grapple side. Gold Star gonna back down from his fight. Does get picked up by Falcated. This reticle gonna stay trained on the doorway. Not about to let a challenger approach. Sparty gonna get away with it though. Fluriously still got to grapple just to maneuver, but Foul is there waiting to clean him up. And that's gonna put Neat&Org on the back foot a little bit. FaZe is still looking for some sort of opening to collapse here.
That was a great play by Falcade to get that opening pick, but he just couldn't stay alive. And once again, it's Neat&Org who find a way to fight out of their base, get a clean wipe, and this is them back on the aggressive nature. They're going to be able to push. They have the skewer as well. Foul's going to try to get him. He got a hit marker. What?
That's a theater glitch for sure.
Okay, that's
There's
fine.
no way. I'm actually, I was watching, this is a total tangent. I was watching like a montage or something, and this guy hit a skewer onto an enemy, and it got stuck in his opponent's head, and he didn't die. He was just a unicorn for a second. So, I mean, I've seen wilder things. But as we say it, they can't worry about that, right? Flag out, both flags out.
Hey, I mean, there's still 4 minutes in this game, right? There's still plenty of opportunity for FaZe to get back in, but this is a big play for Fluriously.
Okay, the
catches him in the cankle.
Just on the tip of the toe right there. Isn't enough, though. Gonna get back on top of flag. They're still running, and Falcon just trying to plant this one in. JK making it a tough time, but FaZe, they got numbers, and finally they put one on the board.
Nothing's going right for Snipe Dev. He had to overshield that situation. He's like, yeah, I feel good. And then his sword just comes up and just pops him. But they're able to get that flag out. And I mean, still plenty of time, right? I mean, I think FaZe are probably very confident that they're going to win this game still. I think there's still plenty of time for them to work with. Now, if they give up a flag cap, that's when things are not looking great for FaZe. But so far, I mean, the trio of Renegade, Foul, and Sparty have been just dominating the kill feed. They are on top of their shots, and it's going to be a tough task for Neat&Org to keep these 3 back.
When you look at the slays now, you can see a very clear difference that's been created, right? Renegade 20 kills to his name. Foul and Sparty, they're popping off 2. Snipe down, keeping up as they do start to get more aggressive. And Need and Org, as time goes by, you can see them suffocating just a little bit more, having trouble breaking out of their base. FaZe are so quick to regain positioning. And then move up together here. Renegade gonna get back on top of Skewer. See if he puts something together. Of course, getting tagged up. Great spot on the map to be just to get some coverage for the team. He needs an opening.
And Skewer can be at the tip of that spear. He's going to be able to hit furiously in the no-nos, and they're ready to go forward. And look, oh my God, can he play the defense too? Renegade gets him from the back rope. Oh my God, he's looking for another furiously. Oh my God, Renegade finally misses a shot.
Renegade just looking to do it all. Completely cancels out the chance of a counter. And as he does that, that flag is on the move by Foul. Foul looking to plant it in, and he'll do exactly that as they tie the game with 2 minutes on the board.
This party was like, if I stand here, they will not see me. JK just sees the tip of his head.
It's like T-Rex in Jurassic Park.
Yeah, he's like, I'm one shot, and hopefully they don't find me. But Goldstar BR have to overshield, and this is a great opportunity for them to find a response. And it's FaZe Clan that has to play defense in the back of their base, and Goldstar has a clear route. He has an opportunity to get away, but it's the demon that stands in his way. Look at Renegade overextending in the lane.
Minute 30 left to work with. Things becoming a little dicey here for Need North. They do have a pole of their own. They're going to try to get that back to base. Renegade, a line of defense. He sits on top, but he doesn't anticipate JK, who is on the run with him. And JK does put a stop to it for now. Sparty there to help out. JK just getting pelted from every angle. He won't find survival. That flag, they'll look to get the return. Snipe down on top of it. Needs to find the pick, and he will. That re goes in, and look at this FaZe with a flag on the move with a minute on the board as they look to close this out.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think they ever really thought that they were going to lose this game. And, well, with a minute left, they've taken the lead. And now suddenly Need and Org have to find a way to push forward. And it's going to be a tough task for them to be able to pull out a flag and get a capture in the next 45 seconds.
Flag is pulled. That sword kill did not come through. They're on the rotation. This is their final effort, I think, to tie it up.
I like how Renegade is always fighting himself on an island, and he's playing by himself. And although he goes down there, he's had opportunities where he's been on top of it. But we're tied up 3-3 in overtime, looking very likely as JK tries to play a line defense. Or actually, no, he's up forward. Is anyone going to be able to pull a flag in the next 10 seconds?
It's looking less and less likely here. Snipe down, he is nearest to it. I believe Goldstar just lying in wait. He's going to make it very... What? I mean, Goldstar says we take those and we go to overtime in game 1 in our best of 5 in a series where I don't think we would have expected to see such a close encounter. Garrett, this was supposed to be, I thought at least, a confidence booster for FaZe. Instead, this might be mental destruction if they don't come out on top.
I will say there's not one player on Need and Org that's positive right now, and they just let Renegade run. Okay, no, just barely stopped. I'm about to say they let Renegade run down the middle and pull the overshield. He goes down, and now suddenly that's a great opportunity for Need and Org maybe to find a way to push through. But Snipe down, he's on a hunt of his own with Falcated. They're gonna pull out a flag, and FaZe Clan with a great opportunity here to put away overtime quickly.
Strong opening at a FaZe for sure. Floriously did get advances over to flag as we see. He will, I believe, collect a counter to try to pull it out to grapple side. This will create maybe a standoff opportunity. Important for JK to get in the fight as quickly as possible. You can see Renegade using the OS to delete Floriously. Renegade looking to close the game right here as he sits on the flag. JK needs this fight, but he doesn't have a choice. He gets a touch. Name there to pick up on the pieces here. Name gonna have to stay alive. Goldstar does drop. Name alone. Sparty there. Nice nade to back him down. Floriously now here to help out. That flag still in play. Sparty sitting on the re. Both of them trying to coordinate. Time their push. They got one chance to get to it.
No, Snipe down, pushing him down.
He needs to touch it.
What?
His house is still in play.
Goldstar's there.
What was that fight? Snipe down. He lost that fight, unfortunately, on that flag. They'll get to collect. It's just inching closer to the base as we say it.
Ooh, Sparty with a huge play right there. Sparty across the map, able to take down Goldstar before he gets into action. Now JK's last really with the hopes. Renegade takes him down with the sword, and now Goldstar BR last alive. Falcade's on the flag right away. They know his position. He's gonna get the touch still, and the beat down. The flag's still alive. They're still Goldstar touching again.
The man is running a train around the pillar. He won't go down. Whoa, finally. Jeez. My God. Close it out already. FaZe 4-3. They'll take just game 1, by the way, in the series.
Oh, okay, well, FaZe took a little time to get heated up, but I mean, Renegade, bro, are you kidding me? 31 kills. He has just been a demon on the map, and what I really love from Renegade is how many times we see him just say, I'm just gonna do it myself, man. I'm gonna isolate.
He tried to do the OS. Right here, he just tried to do it himself.
He's like, yeah, get out. This is huge for JK.
Clutch by JK.
Yeah, the way he challenges, Renegade had no idea he was going to challenge out like that, because Renegade knew that JK saw the nade, and he's like, you don't push into a nade like that. He pushed in, got the timing, got the touch, and this led to this crazy sequence.
So, hold on a second. Snipe Down is an absolute legend. What's happening in this fight, though? What's this fight? How is Name winning this? How does he win that fight? What was that? That was a wild fight out of Name. Like, he's getting tagged by 2. He hits every shot, and he gets a touch before. That's when I lost my cool. Like, I did. That was just wild. You know what? This is just good Halo. In the end of the day, I'm enjoying it. But what the heck?
What a crazy sequence. And in fact, I want to go back to that fight where we saw Name beat Snipe Down. I want to like go dissect what FaZe is doing in that situation, because like FaZe eventually get the job done, but they brute force that flag back. You know what I'm saying? There was no finesse about it. It was very much like we're playing zombie mode. It's horde, and every time that flag gets a little bit closer, the respawns are a little bit closer for Need and Org. So it was like if FaZe had gone 3 down at any point, that flag would have been back home for them, and then we would have maybe seen a push for Need and Org. But I mean, what? None of them went positive at all. So like, so here we have the flag. It's a little bit before. That's so crazy. Dude, if Goldstar would have thrown that, if he would have been able to like get himself back to the right and like thrown it out towards the middle, he maybe would have bought enough spacing on that flag to have an opportunity. But oh my god, dude, it's just like FaZe just like we're feeding kills.
I think you're right about the brute force. Like FaZe just brute forced their way to the close of that. They didn't let up. At the same time, testament to Need and Org to just hold on. You know, despite being negative, you look at the damage. These boys, they're popping in shots. They're taking as much damage as possible. Like they're going for that win, and they started out so strong. I mean, too, right? I think they started with a 2-0 or a 2-1 to kick things off. So a ton of potential here for Need and Oregon. They smell that, right? They feel that. I think coming into game 2, they know they could potentially upset here.
Absolutely a potential upset in the water. I mean, great job by FaZe to keep that away, right, and to not go down 0-1 in the series. And the Falcade went what, plus 13? Dude, it's just insane to see the slaying numbers from FaZe and to see the final score line. It was like,
sorry to interrupt. I'll just say that this is the question for this team. It's just a team of main slayers is what we've all been talking about. You know, who plays OBJ? And Tony, his conversation was that, like, at this level of Halo, there doesn't need to be an OBJ specific player, right? Everybody should be and is capable of doing everything. But at the end of the day, like, you've got, you know, clashing IGL roles, clashing kind of, you know, maybe perspectives in game. This is a team formed from 3 different teams put together also. So you start to wonder, because C9, I think they're the exact opposite. You've got somebody like Penguin, who he is the OBJ guy. He's far and away got the most, you know, OBJ-specific stats on his team. And that benefits the team and their coordination. Yeah. So you wonder, you know, what's going on in the OBJ side when they're overslaying the way that they are?
Yeah, there's definitely some trouble with their objective. That being said, we do have some updates from around the pool. Let's get Magic in here. Magic, what's going around the pools in today's Super?
Well, there was another overtime capture the flag match going down at the same time. So luckily I got multiple monitors to try to keep up with all the action at the same time. But Sentinels versus Native. Sentinels were up 4-2 when a crash came through. And then on the reset, Native get 2 unanswered captures to bring it into like a pseudo overtime where Sentinels finally clutch out with the capture. So they take that game 1 5-4 and are up 1-0 in the series. Meanwhile, Complexity is up 2-0 in the series. A close capture the flag against United. They win that 4-3, and then a 50-40 win in game number 2 as that series continues on in Pool B.
Wow, I mean, unexpected from Complexity to be up 2-0 versus United. Now, Magic, do you know who lagged out on the Sentinels Native game?
I I don't know. I think it was actually 2 players off of the Sentinels lineup, but I didn't catch who the names were.
I'm just curious, you know, I'm just curious over there. Thank you, Magic. We're gonna get into our game 2 right here. We'll keep you guys updated what's going around on the pools, but Complexity coming out a bit strong today. 2-0 up versus E United could cause some crazy finishes in our pools today.
On top of the fact that I believe that was Sentinels and Native in that series too, and even Sentinels, you know, kind of, I don't know if I want to say struggling, but having a tough time getting through that game that basically went down to overtime. So, you know, it is also, it's Friday. It's pool play Friday. So some of these teams, you know, they show up, they show out when it matters most on Championship Sunday. I think Sentinels is a perfect example. And, you know, maybe it's just a matter of time until some of these teams really rev up and showcase some dominance, or maybe, you know, the gap in skill between rosters is smaller than ever before. As we say it, Garrett, look at this opening out of Need and Org. They find some advantages here off the rip.
Yeah, getting those rockets, huge play from them, but it's Snipe Down who has a stalker rifle, and he needs to be precise. And that's what Snipe Down's known for, man, having that precise aim, but he does eventually jump out, and it comes towards his demise. And you can see, dude, this is what I love Renegade for, man. I mean, look how aggressive he's being. It's really like he's down numbers. He just doesn't care. He's gonna take the fight. He's able to buy some spacing for his team, and now it's Snipe Down who's trying to win his own towards Cafe.
Speaking of Renegade, just going for fights here. Looks like he was even shooting Falcated there for a second. Just anything in his reticle. He's not worried about it. Sparty does get a trade here, 10-11. Close game, but positioning-wise, FaZe maybe with an opportunity. You can see a rotation from 3, though, at a Need an Org to get through. B side of the map here, Foul going to be caught in a tough spot here. Sparty there to help as he does take the trade. Spartan putting this shotgun to work, which I think such an important impact play opportunity for the team.
Rockets coming up. It's gonna be about this fight, and Need an Org, they're trapped over at back C, and you can see FaZe, they're not gonna let that opportunity go by. They're gonna collapse. It's like, yeah, we'll give up positioning for Rockets for a second. You know, it looks like Need an Org is gonna be able to get away with Rockets, but it came at the cost of 3 of their teammates' lives.
JK still working with him, though, just waiting for an opportunity. You can tell FaZe are going to respect it as well. Play slow, try to play off info, don't overchow. Renegade about to... Oh, what? Oh, that's just that part of the map, though, right? You got to be so careful. Shooting rockets into back arcade, there is legitimately a hole that the rocket will go through there and not do damage.
Yeah, it's so smart of Renegade to play arcade like that. It's, when you're expecting a rocket player, you need to play arcade, because those grates, the rocket will go through it, and you can't just rely on the wall damage. When you're shooting that rocket, you have to either shoot it towards the ground or shoot it towards the left and right wall, and it can be hard to get that vector right and to hit that shot. And well, it looks like FaZe Clan, I mean, are able to basically nullify those rockets.
So do you think Renegade's thinking of that, though? It's just like a galaxy brain idea. He's like, yeah, let me just bait this rocket into a miss here.
I do it all the time. I mean, if I can do it, I think Renegade's thinking about it. I mean, like, if they have rockets, you gotta make sure you're playing arcade, just because it's so easy to create, like, to cause players to miss with rockets, because, you know, we're simple players at the end of the day. You know, we see player, we pull trigger, we shoot rocket. You know what I'm saying? You're not really thinking it's like, oh, yeah, I got him.
Pull trigger.
It eventually goes away.
Well, as we say it, Garrett, this is nail-bitingly close. Tied up 22 all. Name does have a stalker. Doesn't want to overchow with it. Got info, though, on Snipedown's location. He'll tag him up. Gotta be so careful, though. Needs a teammate to start to bait and switch with him as he does. Tiptoe his way forward here, B-side.
The stalker rifle to make all the difference, and this is where Name is in the background, and you look at this damage he's getting. He has another 2 players that he could potentially get behind. Renegade's the first. And Renegade knows about this fight. JK is going to get up into the face, and this is a huge from Name. I mean, look at him just... Oh, no! Just missed it over the shoulder. And that means that rocket gets away for Falcated.
Foul just slipping away. Massive for FaZe. Spawners up in C. You can see they've already extended over to B side to try to create some space on the map, make it tougher for FaZe to take full advantage here. But Foul, look, it's a complete rinse and repeat of what we just witnessed, this time in the hands of Foul. And let's see what he does to make the play here. FaZe can try to open things up, create some damage, create an opportunity. They already get aggressive on the arcade to do it, so Foul, just discipline on the trigger finger, right? You'll wait for a guaranteed kill.
He's gonna find another one on JK, and there we go. 3 Gonna go down for Neednor. Goldstar be our last alive, and you can see it's the spawn trap that FaZe has gotten Neednor multiple times now. And look how aggressive they are. They want to get into this fight at backseat. Now they've left the purple lane open a little bit, so they do have a route out. And it looks like finally Neednor gonna be able to get a little bit of a punish right here as they do take down Sparty, and Renegade's able to basically tie that one up. Gets away with his life, 30-29 in favor of FaZe. These next few kills could start to determine the momentum swing of this game.
Kind of rough on the execution, though, unfortunately for FaZe, right? Like, they've got a couple openings that were given to them to collapse, and every collapse has been a little bit shaky. They did not come out on top of that. Goldstar did instead. He picks up a double, doesn't quite catch Sparty, who flies over his head. Does Sparty leave behind a little present for him? I think maybe some
yeah, you know, a little 1-2 crouch.
Yeah, just let him know who's daddy. But it's 34-31 here as Neednor, they still find opportunities to pull away.
Just laugh. Oh, the name was thrown like 20 years ago. JK able to find one on Renegades. Oh, the drop shield coming in handy, man. Ever since that drop shield got a buff at the start of season 2, man, it is an absolute it is a unit to try to take down someone behind that drop shield. And Rocket's coming up, and it looks like FaZe had the better positioning, and it looks like they're going to be able to get away with those Rockets. Dame trying to throw some stickies to try to potentially catch them out.
Oh,
dude, they got 2.
Hold on.
Wow, Rockets are away.
I'm not sure. They just broke up through the center, got 2 kills, managed to hold on to the slight lead they got. Sparty did break away with Rockets, so you'd expect to see a big opportunity here. They're still suppressing him. Same kind of situation we've seen. FaZe, they came out on top with patience last time. Coordinated push through B to do it. I'd like to see a change in the game plan. Looks like Ali is the play.
Flariously and Name are in trouble over here. Oh, okay, yeah. No, wow. That definitely was meant for Flariously, but it's Name. Yeah, I think a rocket might have pushed that. I mean, a grenade might have pushed that rocket up for a second, but Neednor have been quick on the responses, man, and JK just not able to get away as it's a killing spree for Sparty, but we're tied up 40. 1st to 10 wins this game.
Sparty just getting aggressive here with just one weapon to work with. Going to try to make it work with the Stalker. Renegade there to hopefully support. Does pick it up. 1 kill advantage for FaZe as they keep this close as hell. Renegade foul here to help with the fight. JK going to drop. Sparty looking for 2. Somehow Flores got that kill and then bounced out of the fight immediately. Little plays like that make it tough for FaZe, but they're still inching out of this. Sparty, what the movement as he stays alive behind Pillar. Does the damage.
Well, Sparty wants this action. You can see him just wanting to get right into the front lines. He's running. Name's in trouble at bottom C, and you can start to see them all to fall. And Sparty eventually goes down. And hey, there's still opportunity for Neednor here. Falcade has shotgun, but if they can take Foul before he makes the damage, that's not going to happen. Foul gets it perfectly behind him, dissects the defense, and has both the power weapons.
This is where you see the individual talents of FaZe start to pull away in the 1v1s in the fights. Just enough to squeak them out with a victory. We'll see. Foul still has a little work to do. Looking for JK. Not going to find it. Gets hunted by Goldstar instead. Ultimately alone in that fight. Remember his face. Opposite side of the map on C here could not help him. And he did not come out with something. Rocket's about to spawn, so Renegade getting very aggressive. Doesn't. Oh my god, he couldn't find them. He still skates out of the fight. Team there to help the man. But timing is an issue. They're not finding timing together here. 49, make it tied. 1 kill to close this. Rocket's still up.
Bottom C spawns came in. Rockets are in the hands of Neednor. They cannot die. You cannot get caught out. Name is going in. He doesn't care. He found Falcade with the back flare. He's like, it's a kill. FaZe chokes. Game 2, 50-49 for Neednor.
What happened in the end of that game?
It all comes down to purple.
It seemed like they had it all.
If we go back to the purple push.
Was it a mistimed push at a Renegade there? Was he trying to coordinate something? And maybe he got a little too aggressive by himself. He couldn't find the player. And then his team was not fast enough to get to him to help out. This right here, what happened here? He lost sight. JK thrusted under him. And he lost the man. Oh my.
Just goes a little bit too far. But then after this, Renegade stays alive, right? But the rest of the teams are coming. Look, pause it for a second. Rewind it just a second right here, Louis. Rewind it. Okay, so check this out, Shyway, right? We're going to go back just a little bit further, Louis. So Renegade comes. He's one shot. He got the info. Pause it right here. You can see Sparty and Falcade are coming through to get the help from purple side. Renegade's giving them the information. This fight's going to be a critical one. Now check it out. Now rewind it just a little bit more for me, Louis. Just a little bit bit more because we got to see what the players at blue are. So just a tiny bit more, Louis, just a little bit
You
more.
want to just see the blue players?
I just want to see who. Yeah, okay, so it's Gold Star and JK right here, right? Okay, so let's go forward. Let's play this one out. Right, Renegade, he has to get away. The two come forward. Gold Star stays alive. Furiously gets him from B ramp. From B
rail. Oh my! Furiously pushed up, and he had, was it B rail? It was, yeah, he was over there. What a well-timed answer out of NeedandOrg, right? The bait and switch out on Ali, and then that push up opposite side map. And maybe that's the thing too, is what's happening to address B-Rail. Their whole team is focused on Ali. Nobody's got that coverage on the flank.
And it's because Renegade wasn't able to get that kill, had the one shot get away from him, pulled two players out of position to go try to find that finish. They left their top, the player that's supposed to be at top C, checking B rail, had to push out towards purple, kicked himself out, and it left the B rail position unchecked. And it's Furiously who comes out on top, finds the pick, and then he eventually respawns once again, gets the AR in his hands, and gets the 50th kill for his team. And we're tied up 1-1 as FaZe needs to get the response.
Damn right, Tools. Break it down, baby. By the way, big shout out to LVT. If you're just tuning in, we've got replay technology in this broadcast. If you guys see something that's incredible, we're going to go back, we're going to check it out, we're going to analyze it in detail and let you know what happened. But of course, the match continues. The game continues. 1-1 in the series here as we look to see who breaks away and recharge ball.
This is going to be a tough one for NeedandOrg when it comes to just being able to slay out an oddball. We know how much slaying power is on this side of FaZe, but NeedandOrg, like I said, they're inconsistent, but when they're playing at their highest level, they look as if they can take down any team. And so far, they've been playing a very efficient game. If their slays can build up and match those of FaZe, I think they can take this series.
What you'd like to see is some well-coordinated playmaking out of FaZe here, though, right? Like a couple opportunities just slipping away. I think of the team collapses we saw in Slayer, just mistiming their pushes and getting sort of countered because of it. They got plenty of opportunities here. As I say, just a bloodbath in back pipes once again. They'll be trading out. Snipedown does get a quick little grapple on the ball. He'll sneak that one out for a temporary ball hold here. We'll see how long he collects it for.
Valkid is really wanting to get that kill. He jumps out and eventually thinks better of it and backs down for a second. You can see the push starting to materialize, but the nades come through and FaZe Clan going to be able to get some great kills here. And they want to get the sword out of JK's hands, but he stays alive and he has a repulse to work with as well. So JK has a lot of utility to work with.
Oh, Sparty McFlying out of that fight. He does just barely manage to do it. He's got the ball to hold on to. This is massive. Look at this. Oh my God, Renegade. Just waiting.
Name's gonna kill him. Oh my God. JK is gonna finish it though. Oh my God. Name was so quick on the response, getting back, and JK misses his curb slide not to stay alive, but oh my, I mean, Renegade, it was a smart play, like creeping in the back, trying to pull them out of position to get some easy kills, but it's the execution that matters the most at the end of the day. Letting Name stay alive for a second too long results in Renegade eventually getting taken down by JK and FaZe losing the camo.
And really, I mean, beautiful counter nade out of Name, though. That the only thing he could have done to fight back in that fight was throw the perfect nade that he did and give JK an opportunity. Because of it, we still managed to hold off, or at least NeedandOrg manages to hold off the ranks of FaZe just a little bit. You can see they do have the ball, though. It is still scrappy. Going to hold on to it back pipes, and a bit of a setup starting to form. A snipe down, not going to be able to hold it on A side. Name going to win his fight on Renegade, too. So very quickly, NeedandOrg, they'll be breaking through this.
Ooh, ball doesn't make it out the doorway, and that means NeedandOrg is going to have a great opportunity to get some great time. And look at that, the trust. He says, Furiously, you take this thing. We know how good the student-athlete gamer is. We'll have to see him hit some great shots.
Oh my, here we go. Does tag Sparty, not quite going to get the double. That shot will drop. JK going to rotate the ball instead. Going to try to stick with the team. Hopefully they can collect a little bit more time with it. Got the coverage of, I believe, Name to help him out as he does sit in the box over in. Oh, Sparty, by the way, up from above, looking for a sneaky kill. Doesn't quite find it. Renegade dropped as well. Going to leave foul with less resources to hopefully make a play to bring things back.
And I mean, this has been some massive value from NeedandOrg. I mean, remember, this all comes from preventing that ball from going out the doorway at top class, and now they've been able to get this ball rotated all the way around. They've gotten it all the way to back C, and FaZe is still just trying to fight through. Camo going to go into Sparty's hands, but we're talking about basically answering the score line for Needle just by preventing one ball from getting out of doorway.
And that's the beauty of rotating as early as they did. The moment they lose part of that shell, they immediately rotate over the heavy side where they've got teammates. Keep it up. Bring it to see, of course, that ball did get played. Nade immediately collecting it. He's still getting time, and FaZe on the chase here, just looking to keep up with the momentum gained here by Needle. They continue to out-rotate.
They're getting Galaxy Braid. I mean, this is crazy. Yeah, the FaZe is just getting outplayed on every streets. And Nade played that masterfully. Got the ball immediately off the plate, brought it up to top class, baited the rest of FaZe Clan to come through, played his teammates' positions to get information, got to rotate out to glass, eventually got the damage in with his teammates, and now Goldstar naming JK on spot. It's like everything's happening for Needle. But I mean, that's a masterful rotate, and it's showing how much separation there is on the scoreline, even though the Slays are about even right now.
And they still are, by the way, juggling that ball. As if this is the NBA, they're just keeping it away from FaZe Clan. FaZe trying to work together to break through. Snipe down Renegade, will find a kill. He repulses at center map. What a play at a Gold Star. Is he just going to make it difficult as possible? There's a grapple pickup by Renegade just to try to form a setup. JK going to tag Renegade in the back. He barely slips out. Man's got no health to speak of. Going to give FaZe some time to squeak away here. But man, have they been struggling just to fight the efforts of Needle here.
Ball taken.
And finally, FaZe able to, I mean, for the first time in what, 2 minutes, are going to stabilize their position. And luckily, they're still close enough to get this game just about tied early on. And this camouflage, Needle has a big decision here. Are they going to fight for the ball or fight for camo? Looks like they decided to fight for the ball, but I mean, everyone goes down. JK's like, let me try to get this thing out. Did he get through the doorway? He did get it through the doorway, but not before Spartan gets a triple kill. And this looks more and more like FaZe is going to steal away this round.
FaZe have a lockdown now. They got the setup they need. It's up to Needle to try to find a way to push through, but Renegade with this camo going to make things tough. Already getting aggressive though. Flurry comes out with a stick there in the trade. That's pretty big. Foul going to start rotating the ball. Great play out of FaZe to keep it away here. Got to look for JK apparently on the flank. Renegade here to shut it down though. Gold Star looking for him. Snipe down gets the kill. Renegade, the toughest kill in the world. And what a patient play.
Oh no. Okay, that was not bad. Oh my god. Yo, what a demon, bro.
He snapped so fast onto that box. Like I mean, I'm flabbergasted. Let's see him close it out.
That's unnatural, man. The way he just flicked it over. And that's going to be round one. Yeah, a little statement from Snipe Down, putting his snipe part of his name to use. Finally, Snipe Down having a series 15-9 in that first game. It's been a while since we've seen Snipe Down heat up like this, and everyone says this is like the team that you build if you're into fantasy, right? This is like, I got first round picks all around. I'm building my fantasy roster, right? And so far it just hasn't translated on paper. And
well, it's sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine.
I'm just thinking that like it's interesting watching this team because it feels like they just keep muscling their way through. Like that's how they win, right? Like teamwork wise, it's been a little uncoordinated, but one player always pops off. And Renegade's trying to do it again, right? It's like, okay, let me handle this. Renegade comes in, gets 3 kills. Sparty says, I got this. He's gonna come out and just pop off, make a huge individual play. And they're just muscling through kind of one at a time, making it work while Needle is pulling out all the stops as a team, trying to coordinate something here. FaZe still holding on though.
You see, FaZe really likes this top A hole. They've been consistently trying to get to it, and it's because it forces Needle to fight through the middle of the map, and they've just been so deadly on these crosses, right? I mean, that's what FaZe wants. They want to force Needle to play through the crosses, because when it comes to those long-range BR shots, I mean, there's very few players that have better shots than people like Snipe Down, Renegade, Sparty, and Foul. It's going to be hard to fight through. Now, when you get up close and personal, that's when you got players like JK who plays on that max sensitivity. He's gonna punish you for that.
Unless, of course, Foul has a shock. Make it 2. Looking for heads here. Furiously. Oh, can he find them? Oh, drops the gun for the triple. Oh, JK with the slide. Just to dodge it. That's an overkill from the grave. Foul gonna pop off with that play. My God.
And really, both teams just getting like equal spawns to try to get back to this ball, and It looks like Renegade's going to be the one who comes out on top for now. And you can see it's a 2-2 split from both sides of FaZe. And the split on ball have been able to win the fights. They're going to get some great ball time here. And now Renegade, he can play this ball as soon as he needs to. And you can see Snipedown and Sparty are well positioned to rotate back and get right back into right back into ball play if they need to. And that's why Renegade, he plays it a bit early, right? Yep. Because there's no reason for him not to, because his teammates are well positioned.
Perfectly set up to do some damage. Let Renegade just shark someone out. The Sorbo, he says, oh, wait a second. Oh, he was out of range. Didn't quite hit with the repulse. Sword not going to work there as well. Couldn't drop the weapons off the map. So JK going to get away with them for now. Name looking for some damage of his own. They're still fighting for this ball off spawn despite the play from Renegade.
Name swing. Okay, dude, like, Name's like, I think I can do this. Let me go on the massive swing. And he immediately went out that window and got popped by 3 players of FaZe. They're like, no, you're not doing that, man.
JK coming in here with a sneaky play, but Foul even sneakier. He got that grapple, rotated it out to gold, picked up the ball immediately, got a setup and opened things up for Snipedown to make a little play. Center map, 51 and counting for FaZe. Furiously and Name looking to find an answer, but finding odds everywhere they go, right? The setup starting to get very strong as FaZe finally coordinated, finally finding momentum in this series, it feels like.
Yo,
like, what a lunge.
Yeah, what a lunge, man. The sword goes rogue sometimes, man, without that thing lunges out at
geometry
players.
in the way completely just, it does wild things to the sword, I think is what it is.
Yeah, you know, just give you some unnatural powers as Falcon. It's going to have to play that ball a little bit earlier. I mean, Needle-Org, I mean, they've been able to get slays in this round. It's just they haven't been able to get any ball time. FaZe has just been able to play keep away this entire time, and they're fine with it, right? They'll win over 5 minutes. They don't need to win right away. To them, it's about getting to play early and forcing Needle-Org to out-BR them. And as long as FaZe is able to do that, able to keep that ball away and say, hey, in order for you to break this setup, you're going to have to win the slays, they're going to be comfortable in this game.
They're looking more and more comfy as time goes by. You can see the gap in the slays getting larger. That little rotation, though, might allow Needle-Org to get away with camo. There he is. He's on the hunt, though. Renegade going to find him. Name not going to be allowed to live with that camo any longer. Still have yet to see ball time for Needle-Org. FaZe continuing to find their footing. Continuing to find kills. Spartan going to squeak away a couple extra seconds here. Might be able to alley-oop that ball over to Snipedown. He'll do exactly that. Snipedown with the catch. Little hold opportunity.
Snipedown can make a quick rotate to A right here if he wants to as well, because you can see the glass side. There's no one there to play defense. Instead, he's going to play this ball out to the middle. Ooh.
Got it.
I don't know about that play. I really felt like he could have maybe played that out a little bit earlier. This is going to give Needle-Org some great position. I mean, you see the other 2 teammates push forward, providing space for Name, and now it's just Sparty who has an opportunity to try to get this pinch.
Like you said, first opening for Needle-Org, all comes down to how they play it. We did watch them play incredibly with that ball in the rotation, round 1. They're trying to recreate the same opportunity here, just holding the ball out long haul. Foul looking for damage. JK there to make it difficult for him. Doesn't commit to the chase. Flank still coming through long haul side. Name trying to handle it. Does take 1.
Renegade has a disruptor right in the face of JK, but JK wants to end that phase. Now, the thing with the disruptor, though, even though Renegade goes down in that fight, look how long it's taking for JK to get his shields, preventing him from really getting into the fight as soon as he'd like. You know, that damage over time, it can really mess you up.
I do hate to say it, but Garrett, I think you called it. Like, looking back to that one little mistake to not play the ball out center when Snipedown died, has kind of created this scrappy situation. Like, Needle-Org are still, they're fighting tooth and nail, and it's a difficult process. You see ball now finally in the hands of Sparty, but what a little, you know, opening that was created off, you know, a tiny mistake can kind of create that ripple effect. We'll see what Florista can do to hopefully delete the pieces of FaZe here.
Wow, so much confidence in their teammate Goldstar BR right there from Furiously. He's like, we have to take down Camo. We're not going to win this round if we let Camo get away. He prioritizes Camo and says, Goldstar, you got to go big. You got to stop them from winning the game in 3 seconds. They do just that. They get the ball, and finally FaZe are going to have to fight through an entire setup. And so far, I mean, they have the first couple fights, but JK has the cross, and this is where it's deadly, right? You have them all trapped at control. JK has a long-range cross right here. They have to take him off the cross first before they can find this push.
He's got a cross. He's got info as well, though. He can call to the team. They're going to know to rotate that ball probably farther away from control side because they've spotted the rotation at a FaZe, and they rotates it out to Pipes. I don't know how he lived. But that type of recognition is so important for a team like D-Norg. Recognize, it's not just about the cross, it's, what's the enemy team doing? How do we counter as early as possible? And keep this game alive. As I say it, though, ball collected, making 98, two seconds to close it. Where is the sword? JK, okay, he won't find the ball in time. I don't know what that fumble was, but FaZe, they come out on top. They take the game.
It's a great rotation, right? But it might have come too soon. You can't prioritize the rotation over slays. I think that's the problem. Is
Sure,
they didn't want to take the fight at all, so they put all their eggs in the basket on getting the rotate. And although they did out-rotate FaZe, it didn't prevent FaZe from using that timing to get into the mid-map and get the fight and just a different location. And when FaZe has equal footing on the fights, that's when they're going to have advantages. They clearly outslay in that game, and they're going to push us to one more game. We have one more objective on the clock, 2-1 lead for FaZe. In the meantime, I want to see what's going on around in the other pools as we have Magic with some updates.
On right now, we have United versus Complexity. United take game number 3, so they're bringing that series back. It's 2-1 still in favor of Complexity, but in this game 4 right now, King of the Hill, United is up 2-0. So if they come out with that win, they will tie up the series and force a game number 5. And then on the other side of Pool A is Sentinels versus Native. Kind of as expected, Sentinels are up 2-0, but not by a lot. In that Slayer game, Native put up 43 kills. Wow. So 50-43 being the scoreline in that second game, really showing some good things in the future of this Native lineup, previously known as crowd pleasers. So a lot of close back and forth matches, but hoping for a game 5 in that United Complexity matchup.
Hey, love to hear. I think one thing that we've seen thus far, thank you Magic once again, but one thing we've seen thus far is that the teams are a lot closer than people think. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of people expected these top teams to come out and just swing out 3-0, not even close games. And so far, we've only really seen that from Optic and G1 in their matchups. Everyone else is having a little bit of a tough time closing away some of these teams.
I do think that at this point, teams have become so efficient together that it is closer in skill gap. At the same time, I want to just kind of, also say that this is part, due to Friday. It's just Friday pools play day, I think is also part of this as well. I expect to see the gap kind of increase as the pressure rises as we get down to Champ Sunday. As I say it, though, pressure increasing here for D-Norg as they do speed up on the map. King of the Hill, what might be the last game in the series. FaZe currently lead 2-1. They need to lock it out here, or we get a Slayer game 5.
Yeah, FaZe needs to play like they can't lose a hill. You know what I'm saying? They need to just have a dominant win. Don't have anything to be up in question. Just win your fights, win the objective. And so far, D-Norg, once again, man, they like to just make it annoying. You are not going to be able to have a fun game when you're playing against this team.
Renegade snaps there, hits the body. Not enough to get the kill. Spartan looking for one of his own, does come out in a trade. Going to be a scramble here, back B, as they try to assert control. Snipe down, holding down the fort, back B. He's got a heat wave, he's got a repulsor. Anybody gets close, he'll send them off the map. And D-Norg knows to avoid it, but right into the gun of Renegade, I believe, as he takes 2. And FaZe, they clean up shop to take the hill here.
Keep pushing on forward. He's going to get traded on out, and this first hill looking more and more likely that's going to go to FaZe. Oh my god, Goldstar. This fight for Overshield continues. And D-Norg, get a little icy on their gunfights right there. They'll get Overshield, although they do lose the first hill. They have positioning for the second. And name with this Overshield can spell spoiler for these players underneath.
Good answer, for sure, out of D-Norg. Try to cut their losses, and they fall off the map trying. What a little repulse. The perfect target to do it. There goes the OS. Snipe down here to bring the pain as well. Goldstar going to drop, and immediately FaZe, they'll take over.
I felt like Snipe Down transported me back to my high school days, playing Smash on the CRT, and I hear Falcon Punch, and it just takes it off the map, bro. That guy had no fear. He's like, yeah, I got a repost. You're going.
You ever play Melee on the Zelda map at high percent in the bottom of the map?
Yeah, you're just going everywhere, man.
You just bounce off the walls like that, yeah.
Bouncing left and right, man. That's how this D-Norg roster feels right now. Just every wall there is, they're just getting pushed into. As FaZe is just, look at the kill feed. 6 kills from both Falcon and Renegade. Sparty leading the charge at 7. They're just dominating the kill feed.
FaZe still locking it down as we say it. Heat wave in the hands of, I believe, Snipe Down still as he's just roaming there. Top tower so important to control the hill. Neednor looking for an answer, just trying to get a break on this. They'll need a pick to do it. Two players out center map. Name gets picked off, though. Foul, what's he up to? Man's hitting shots.
Yeah, I love the snipers. Yeah, it's so sick. He's going to go down. Renegade wins his fight, though. And, I mean, look, Neednor are still spawning pretty far away. Sparty's first up, and this is important for Sparty, right? It's not necessarily about getting these kills. It's just about buying time. He's going to have a first one on name. And, ooh, they said, no, you're not staying alive, brother.
Definitely not, but Neednor, they still hold on. Still getting their feet in the hill. Sniping down. Wow, he lived.
Yeah.
What was that? He whips the melee before he's not going to find the shot. And I believe a saving grace came in last second. Keeps FaZe alive as they do fight for the OS. Name with a snipe here. Got a big responsibility that he tosses off the map. I like the play just to keep it away from FaZe. They're coming in hot.
I mean, when you have players like, let me go through Renegade, Spartan, Snipe. Yeah, you better make sure that, yeah, getting the snipe off the map, I think, is the best possible play. You definitely don't want to be on any of those players' radars.
As we say it, all of them spawning up in B together. FaZe intimately aware of it. Furiously already going to get perfed by Snipe. Renegade there to pick up another, looking for more. Bottom mid, he gets the info. Name alone, he's obliterated. Make it 2 hills. And the worst part about this is the team is dead, which might give FaZe a rotation advantage. They are still spawning over on A side. FaZe will just fight their way through, of course.
Once again, Hill going to quickly move over to FaZe. I mean, they just have felt no resistance in this game thus far, and Nam is the closest player to action. He just cannot move without the help of his teammates.
At this point, it feels like FaZe are kind of locked in. They're starting to make plays. They're working together. They're just winning 1v1 fights left and right. Neednor, they continue to fall behind. They need to stabilize. They need to find some big picks to get the confidence back, because as it continues, it's looking kind of rough for the boys on blue.
Once again, just having to fight through FaZe. I mean, FaZe, just as long as they're spacing, they're going to win their fights. And so far, there just hasn't been any resistance just because of how far this Neednor team has to travel. And finally, they get him out of hill, but Renegade's quickly there to refill. Foul wins his fight over on the elbow. Everything is just going in favor of FaZe. And this is looking like the FaZe that we expected to see in this series.
This is the FaZe you want to see if you're a fan. Coming to see the potential of a team with this type of firepower on the roster. You expect plays to be made, and they're coming together. Chemistry in sync at the moment. We'll see if they hold it. Just 1 hill to close out this game in this series. Foul. I believe he has a snipe in hand. He's looking for a sneaky pick on the Gold Star. Somehow he finds it from below.
It's like anytime you think one of these players are going to die, they come out on top of their fight. They just cannot lose anything right now. I mean, just look at the kills on FaZe. 14, 17, 12, make it 18. Killing frenzy for Renegade. Like, there's nothing that can stop this man.
And he picks up a snipe after that too. Go off, Renegade, go off. Hits a body, flourishing that 1 shot. Oh, he's got a heat wave to follow it up. Gonna make it tough. Foul there to clean up the pieces as they look to close this game in dominant fashion. They're just about done with this hill.
Yes, I mean, just make it fashionable. You know what I'm saying? Hit some crazy shot.
Stylish.
Yeah, I mean, this game just, okay, well, I mean, Goldstar can make it stylish too. Foul puts up the drop shield. Yeah, Goldstar's like, I wanted that triple, man. It looked like he was gonna hit it too. Okay, so from the brink of defeat, let's see how far Neednor can go.
They've got 1 chance. Don't miss the shot. Goldstar, no pressure. FaZe breakthrough, they win the game. Goldstar needs to lock it down. Out of snipe ammo, out of options. Collapse comes in, he's dead. FaZe back to hill, looking to close it out. They're going to try to stop him. Not much he can do as the final seconds come to a close, and in dominant fashion, FaZe, they take game 4.
Hey, I mean, that, like I said, you want to bounce back. You want to play a game that you think you deserve. I mean, that's FaZe at their level. That's their peak, sort of say. Like, those are the games that you expect from FaZe going into games with how much slaying power that they have. They're able to close out their series 3-1. We'll have to see if that 1 loss makes a difference, maybe in the tiebreakers later on today. But in the meantime, they do survive in their pool, get another dub. ready to go. And I'd say, man, you know, that's a rough game at the end right there. Like when you look at those stat lines, but you could definitely hold your head up high if you're Need Norge. There was so much good that happened in that series. Obviously, I mean, imagine if they clutch up on that flag game. You know what I'm saying? We've been going to game 5 right here, and you never know what happens in Slayers.
I do hope that Need Norge find a second to regain and look back and kind of appreciate the progress they had on that series, because like you said, it was dangerously close, right? They did take a game. They clutched up 50-49 in Slayer. They had a very close catalyst where they started on top with, I believe, 2 flags to 0. Even in recharge, in the first round of recharge ball, they had an incredible team effort where they, you know, almost managed to clutch up on a rotation that they held down, but it was, of course, obliteration in that final game phase. They finally found their footing. They put it together, but Need Norge, of course, this is just pools, right? They've got a lot of work to do. Hopefully they keep their heads high, they keep the mental in check so that they come out strong in the remainder of their matches. FaZe, in the meantime, good to see them find some momentum, because the action, the competition only gets steeper. They got C9 to face later.
Yeah, this is that's gonna be their big true test, right? Can you really take C9 the distance? I know Bound is rearing to play that game. You know what I'm saying? Like, that man is ready to take on that fight, and we'll have to see what happens later on today with that series. In the meantime, man, I think on the Alpha stream, I think they're going into a game 5. I wonder if we can pop that one on up relatively soon. See what's going on between that E-United and who's playing E-United Complexity, right? So.
Right now, I'm not gonna lie, I got multiple tabs open. I'm keeping tabs. I just witnessed this setup, by the way. I don't know if you saw it, Garrett, but Onset Brob, they're in front of a monitor setup, like analyst. I actually love the setup they're working with over in, I believe, Columbus, Ohio, for the
Columbus
setup. Looking kind of nice. Here we are, though, game 5, down to the wire. Complexity E-United.
Complexity United, man. This is great for me United to bounce back, right? Because they're down 0-2 in this game. They get themselves back into game 5, have the momentum on their side. This would be a huge win for United to finish out this game strong.
Definitely would be on board with Suspector. I think a lot of pressure riding on this man's shoulders. He has, you know, arguably been brought up as a top player in the game. I think top Slayer in the game a few times. And we've never quite known his potential until he separated from Kratos. I think now we want to see, you know, how far can he go? Only 4 kills to start, though, here. Or, sorry, Complexity taking the advantage early on.
And look at all of those players from United trapped right here. This is a big opportunity for Complexity to get in, find some easy kills, and stay alive. And there you go. You see what Neuronical gets it. He's pushing in with that heat wave, trying to buy time, but it's just not enough. And you see the collapse is enough. And great start from Complexity, and they're able to get back up to top and get some top control once again. I really like how Complexity has been playing this game early on.
Complexity will definitely set the pace of play with these young guns. These H5 kids coming out, you expect them to move very quickly on the map, get aggressive. Somebody like Rhynoob likely will slow this team down, try to force them to make a mistake, and capitalize the moment they do. 11-7 at this point, though. Complexity still holding a lead. Rain with a big kill out center map. Vetra now off the feed as Cycle looks for an answer here.
I hate those shock nades, man. They just always get you, man. Those shock nades always get you. And E-United now within 1 to tie this one up, and there we go. Eventually, taking the lead. Hey, don't worry about it, man. Some people get out of pocket in the chat. Yeah, some people get out of pocket in the chat, bro. You just gotta let them know.
But we love that here. By all means, if you got copy pasta, we will copy and paste your pasta everywhere. Don't worry. Tie game in the meantime, by the way. 12-all camo on the body of Manny.
Oh my God, this shock nades just put in so much work. There's just like no way to get away from them either, man. They're just so tough. 14-all, man. What's been surprising is how slow this game has been, right? I mean, we've seen the collapses and stuff, but both these teams taking their time to materialize their pushes and to get their clean sweeps.
I think it's something to do with the E-United play style as well that kind of creates this. They do play very slow off of each other, play for map control. Something Optic, I think, recognized very early on in their scrim yesterday. I think they lost the first two games of their scrim to E-United, were kind of tripped up by their play style and adapted immediately, started winning. It's a tournament play style, though, because it takes time to adapt. It's tough for Complexity to find that footing.
Complexity needs to just find, it's like United's like corralled in this back base, but are still up in this game. Complexity needs to find a way to get the opening pick and just finish the collapse. But so far, I mean, KnightyKnight just making themselves hard kills. Finally, the shock nades come through. Neurotical finds the first, and it's really going to be up to Suspector right here, who's in the back pocket to find some massive kills, and all his teammates go down, and he's going to be the next to follow. Gets some value out of his life, but there you go. All full collapse from Complexity.
Suspector just barely inching away with that kill was big, though. Does stabilize things a tiny bit. As I say, you can see Manny just hiding bottom mid. This play might be fruitful for him, though. Does come out with Vetra. He'll get tagged by Cycle as they do hold on to their narrow lead. Suspector just looking to work with the team here through utility, going to try to find an opening on the perimeter.
All right. Right now, Shyway, I think we're gonna get Magic into the broadcast, so
sure,
we're gonna pop this up. They're in Astro listening, so I think we should go in that listening as well. Listen to them, and we'll get our caster situation swapped. I'm gonna be taking a little bit of a break. We'll have Magic when we come back.
Yeah, wait. Come on, VP. 2-1 VP. Come on here. Come on here. Go left. Go forward. Yeah. One shot. Cycle dead. Turner. I'm one shot. I can't. I'm here. Chase me. Camel guy. I'm on window. Nice. Window looking at me. Yeah, two shots my window. Behind you. Yep. Nice. He's weak in the corner. He has throws. No, he doesn't. Nice. 3. Needed. I've got shrooms. Yep.
Nice, space here.
Yeah, yep, take
follow me eventually.
We spawn P1.
They're going blue, it looks like.
One red gen.
Let's rust at 06.
I'm just staying fridge. Red gen and Dynamis.
Red rust is up, one bridge.
Alright, that's in my
He's high. Yeah. Rust is up.
I'm looking at it. Gen still, close. On your right, yeah, you hit him with that.
One shot, he dead.
Nice, P2 tried to nade me.
Dynamis, barely hurt.
All northwest, one shot. Our flag's up. One shot. Red high,
so one shot.
There's two there.
And shrooms coming up. The same guy, shrooms coming up. We gotta win.
I might die in the cross though. I lived. Peter. Yo, hiding with Peter. Can we get out to blue guys? Can we push them out? Fire. 3 here. NP1.
Run.
P1 weak cycle.
Can we get in the base?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Well, the comms sound calm, but they shouldn't sound maybe quite as calm as they are, because you can see Complexity have a lead now, and it is a significant lead at this point in the game. Andy, you said to me just there in the listening, this is almost a repeat of how the second game of the series turned out as well.
I mean, this does not feel exactly like game number 2. Even the timing that we went to the listen in there, we saw United continually climbing back. They're down by 4. They bring it back within 1. Now they find themselves at the 30 mark. Once again, down by not just 7, now make that 8 kills here. And it's Complexity once again with a strong late game presence here as they continue to trade 2 for 1, and it's adding up on the board in a big way.
2 players trying to fly towards the pink as well. Rhino flies past 1. A beatdown is going to be good, but it's not going to get the kill. Cycle is there for his 12th of the game, though. He's sat at 12, 5, and 7 in this game, the young gun, and he is performing at a level which I'm sure that his Complexity teammates are hoping he can keep up for this event. The camo was up as well. Neurotical looking to make a play off the back of it. Gets that trade. Trades at this point are good enough for the 6-kill lead.
Yeah, they're going to be happy with that. Really at that 6-kill buffer, you can afford those trades, and they're going to continue forcing that. Camo play now is going to be big. Cycle with another one. He's 13-8, the 17-year-old young gun in his debut with this squad now find themselves with a substantial lead. It's 41-33.
Look at United. They're just all trapped in the back of the base. A trade comes in. This will be a camo surely guaranteed going into the hands of Complexity, but Cycle once again just keeps the pressure on. He wants to finish this game quickly. He wants to finish this game now as he does the damage for Vetra to take advantage of.
As we said, though, not over just yet. There are still more kills to be had. There's still more control and more to play for. 43-37, and United completely capable of bringing this game back.
This is why I said at the start of this game, whatever the score is around now, it doesn't matter too much, because you can have those big swings in those final moments. Now you are seeing it's a 5-kill difference between the two teams, and Neurotical's thinking, how do I get out of this one? I'm getting flooded now by United.
Grabs thrust there. Risky play, but it pays off for him. Gonna stay alive, and they know they cannot afford to throw this away. It's a 5-kill lead at this moment, but make it 4. United not done just yet.
Game 5 going right to the wire. Cycle, 14 kills to his name. Vetra gets 1, Suspector trades it out, but trades are fine for Complexity. Trades are a dream for Complexity at this point in the series. They only need 5, but Rhino keeps Manny alive!
My God, is that the kill they're going to look back on in the VOD, knowing they should have gotten it? Now it's a 3-kill game somehow. This was just 41-33, and now it's 45-37. to 42. Only a 3-kill lead for Complexity as United continues to climb back.
Go back to that listening a few moments ago. Suspector gets one as well to bring it to win in 2. They were timing the thrust. You know they are timing those dynamos. That's why you're seeing that move on the car side of the map now from United. You got to think those blue things are going to get thrown soon.
And I had to think if this game came down to the wire, you got to go back to the listening. Like you said, the composure in the mid game from United was remarkable. They'll find another one though. Complexity 46-43 now.
Big kill again from Cycle. Make it another one. It's a double kill for Cycle. Suspector has the camo, but is there enough time for him to put it to use? The shots are looking a little bit shaky. The information is now there for Complexity on where Suspector is. He gets chipped away out. The shields. Big push now coming in. Rain picks up one. Suspector's got to do damage. Manny picks up another as well.
God.
Complexity are flying in, looking to finish things off, but it's a complete swing, and ENI go into a lead.
A triple kill for Manny in the back of the base. What on earth was that? Suspector gave them all of the info there. 48-47. United takes the lead here with only 2 kills to go.
If you needed a illustration of nervous decision making from Complexity, that was exactly it. They bleed 4 kills without response, trying to get the game finished. And now United just need 2. Complexity are trapped in the base, and here come the Dynamos.
This is a heart-pounding finish here in game number 5. A 1-kill game between these two. 49-47.
Who else but Ryan Noob? Who else but Ryan Noob?
Oh.
Gets the final 2 kills in the game, and United complete the reverse sweep.
Oh my God. You have got to be kidding me here. This series had it all. I am sweating.
I'm drenched.
I am drenched.
We don't usually do more than 3 games.
We're not used to anything going more than 3 games. My God. United complete the reverse sweep in the most epic and fantastic of fashions, down by 8 or 9 kills at the end of the game.
Yeah.
And they bring it back to reverse sweep Complexity and send things somehow back to normal. My God, what a series.
Yeah, I mean, we'll look at the stats, but I mean, who cares at this point? It's the one on the left that really matters, right? 50-48, but Complexity will never, ever want to see the end of that game again.
Never.
They threw that game away. They got desperate. A couple of kills didn't go their way. They kept flying in, knowing there was multiple players from United in the vicinity.
How about Ryan Noob keeping Manny alive? We knew that one was going to come back to bite. Let's look at the damage. 5,000 for Manny. Nobody else in the 5K club.
Ridiculous stuff. And when you need 2 kills at the end of a game in a game 5.
How about all the info that Suspector had on that push as well?
Yeah.
Manny, I think
gentlemen, hello, and welcome back to LVT's coverage of the 125K NA Super Tournament. It's been a hell of a tournament so far. Pool play has been nail-bitingly close. Every single matchup has been just back-to-back sweaty. I'm Shyway. I've got Magic joining me on the desk. Magic, a pleasure to cast with you once again. Do you think this one will be close, what we've got coming up?
I mean, you put me in a tough spot here, Shyway. Honestly, I don't think this matchup is going to be one of those down to the wire. But, like, if I'm going to be really, really honest with you, I could forego a Catalyst Slayer game. So, for the rare instance, I don't actually want to necessarily get to the game 5. I think this is going to be a 3 series or maybe a 4 if Forbidden Fruit can pull one match upset.
That's definitely the question. I think we've seen some very surprisingly close games, but when it comes to Optic and basically anybody who's not top 3, you typically expect a landslide. The skill gap is very apparent with this team, and we'll see if Optic do come out to play with a 3-0. So far, I think so good for their performance in pools. Not sure if this is their first game just yet. Magic, do you happen to know? Or did I put you on the spot with that? I think I might have lost you back. Either way, we're in the game. Optic up against Forbidden Fruit. We'll see who takes it. Oh, we did actually lose. I wasn't sure if I wasn't hearing her. I'm sure we'll get her back as soon as possible. Looks like she is still talking in the Discord, so as soon as she can get back, we will. In the meantime, let's talk about the game. We don't have time to focus on anything else. Trippy opening things up with a triple kill. Coverage on the C stronghold, and he's already got the team rotating out to B as they put pressure on the spawners.
Eagle team score.
All right, hey, well, I think Magic's having some problems over in the Florida internet, so I'm back with you, Shy. You know, no problems. You know, Optic Gaming in that green, baby. I love to see it. Eyes on Trippy right here. Trippy gonna be so important to this team. To be honest, I think everyone talks about Lucid. Everyone talks about Formal, but the impact that Trippy has had on this team has been so impressive to me. And already starting off this game 5-0, and well, Shoddy in hand's gonna make it 6.
Hey, Garrett, let me just bring it back and say that twice. Changing the color to green, you don't understand how big of a deal that actually is. Like, I just am finally queuing into this, but beautiful to just finally have some team colors to go with these lovely team skins as well. Optic, of course, as expected, they're coming to play here with just about 50 points to start.
Yeah, this might have been the worst possible map and type combination for Forbidden Fruit to get early on. You know, there's one thing that Streets Strongholds is known for. It's huge swings on the map, and when Optic gets going, you know, it's very hard for you to find those breaks. This next rocket going to be so important for these teams.
And APG just has coverage on it. You can see teammates sliding in to pick it up. I believe that's Formal who does dive, but APG turns the favor with a double immediately. That rocket launcher, not quite sure what it was. It was the hands of Envor who picked it up. He's looking for a second kill. Will find it. And a trade there with APG does give Forbidden Fruit a little bit of space, some points on the map to work with as they do rotate to A.
Hill rotating through. This is just so interesting how this is played out. The fight for B is all that matters right now as Tony tries to find some spacing to get towards B stairs, but it's Trippy who tried to keep him in check that entire time, and finally Onboard gets behind Trippy, but Trippy knew, threw a great grenade, but just did not have the timing to get the kill.
Because of that, looks like Forbidden Fruit will break into C. They're going to work together to try to pinch APG over in the B hold here. APG knowing to play this slow. We'll see if he can get out of this fight. Okay, though, Envor looking for him. Formal does already drop one. APG with a slide back in, but Envor, what a cleanup there to close the kill. Keep some sort of presence as he tries to stay alive. B hold, he can't really afford to be here capping alone, especially with Lucid on the chase.
Now, Lucid with his shotgun, he's going to make it bark, and well, he's going to be able to get that clear, and this might be a dangerous trip cap scenario that Forbidden Fruit find themselves on the back end of, as you already see Lucid capturing C. Formal has the help through middle, and they're all corralled towards Cafe. And I love this. Formal's like, I don't care, dude. You guys can stay here. I'm gonna go for these kills. They eventually get the cleanups, and although they left C to get those kills and to keep Forbidden Fruit on those respawns, I like the idea of just keep the pressure up, going for slays, but I do think they could have maybe tried to play a little bit more for the trip cap right there, because now you see Forbidden Fruit, they're able to get 2, and if they can find some couple slays right away, like, they can stabilize out of this position.
Right, you gotta love the fact that they're aggressive. They're not afraid to get aggressive, but like you said, they kind of lost the map in the process here, looking to regain things. Formal just looking for a kill, tagging everybody in front of him, doesn't quite find it. APG here to pick up the pieces. He'll take Tony, sliding back into center map for shots into Envoy. My God, what a play! As he lives, he was getting tagged from behind, comes out with the double, and opens up space for Trippy Lucid to just plow through the alley here.
We might need to go grab a jack again. I know we're in August, but it's got a little icy with how APG's playing in this game, man. Might need to be getting some sweater weather going on over here with how he's been able to keep his steady aim and find massive kills on the map. And this is what you love to see. Consistently playing for these trip caps is what you want to see from Optic Gaming, especially when they start to play against some of the more better teams, right? You want to see them be ready to consistently push trip cap pressure.
Just opening things up with the slays. Lucid there to pick up on Tony. Just gonna try to barely escape out of the fight here. Envoy wants a piece of the chow. Might run into teammates. That definitely stuck. Great little preemptive toss at an Envoy there. Trippy available to grab the shotgun. Formal already with a line of coverage. As we say it, the BC hold lockdown. Optic continuing to trade a hill and trade control on the map here. 169 and counting.
I mean, Forbidden Fruit just have not been able to get the spacing needed to get the kills needed. I mean, when you just look at the kill feed, it's just so dominant in the favor of Optic thus far. I mean, Lucid, Trippy, and APG both, making it count. 11, 12, 13. He's on top of the palm tree trying to readjust his stereo. A little bit of a vet. He ain't falling for that one, as he is able to take down Lucid.
I do have to say, I never see the palm trees come into play. Like, I feel like they do have potential for some sick outplays. Both of them can be jumped off of, right back to balcony or over to the B rail. And we seldom see it, of course, because it's very risky. We'd love to see Lucid take the chow. Lucid just staying alive in the meantime here. 193 on the board. Forbidden Fruit looking to just win an opening on Rockets and finally get some momentum.
There we go. Tony's in. Rockets here to defend B, but no one from Optic trying to fall for that bait. I don't know. Tony, I like how he comes in with those rockets for that fight, but the thrust was there, right? Yep. And like that thrust probably keeps you alive for at least another fight if you get it there. I understand you might not going to be able to try to stop C, but you cannot let utility pass by.
Definitely some opportunity there that didn't quite go as planned. Tony back though. Looking for a second chance. Formal Lucid not going to let him have it. Just inching closer to the close on this game as well. 250 going to be inevitable at this rate if Forbidden Fruit can't find just a little opening on this setup. You can see both Trippy, APG working C, Formal Lucid together on B side.
Yeah, Envoy and Hysteria want to push out through purple, but it's going to be a tough task. You see Formal and Lucid, they have the cross from B Balk, and the problem is while the players from Forbidden Fruit are pushing through purple, they need to coordinate with the players towards B to push those players out of balcony at the same time. That didn't end up happening and allowed a couple kills to go in favor of Optic, but Forbidden Fruit still trying to get this hill. The Bulldog just reaches as Hysteria is able to get C.
Hysteria just barely going to pull this one off. Gives himself a team spawn there too. Tony now beside him. Gonna have to see some perfect halo out of these boys though. They've lost the A side of the map. That's gonna give coverage, and just about 10 points left for Optic to close it out. It's up to Hysteria to make a play, but the nade not gonna allow him. APG takes it, 43 and counting. We need to see Forbidden Fruit jump into a hill. They don't have time to do it. The seconds will tick away as Optic, in as expected dominant fashion, they'll take game one.
I mean, hey, there wasn't really much to criticize. Maybe a tad bit too over-aggressive in some cases where they prioritize slays over objective. But other than that, I mean, Optic they just looked comfortable. They looked as if there wasn't really any problems with them breaking hills. I think that was part of the reason they might have been a little bit more on the overslay. It kind of felt like it was a scrim for them where they were letting Forbidden Fruit get certain spawns so that they could like practice breaking hills. That's like kind of like how it felt, to be honest.
Like the push onto purple when they just collapsed on them, kind of gave up the map and just fought their way back into control. Yeah, there was never a moment in this game where it felt like Optic were in trouble, where they were struggling in any way. Always winning fights. APG, by the way, opened this up with a nice little string of kills. I think it was a double out of him. Back smack, immediate snap onto C, right? Knowing exactly where to look and just the recognition to reaction so quick out of these players.
Yeah, I mean, just impressive through and through thus far for Optic Gaming. I see them take this in a 3-0. I mean, you know, we've seen some of the better teams like FaZe, and we've seen some like questionable plays. We've seen some questionable moments. Just nothing was really in question for Optic throughout that entire series.
Definitely not. Optic, arguably the most coordinated team in the league at the moment. Of course, we get to see a little bit more of Optic online than we do get to see anyone else. So we expect to see dominance out of these boys. We'll see if that continues in the series. I heard a little ding in my ear, by the way, Garrett. I think Magic might have jumped back in. Hopefully hopefully you're doing okay, Magic.
I'm not sure if she's connected.
I shouldn't have put her on the spot.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe she'll get connected sometimes.
Right, she's got to jump in the VMix. Oh.
Yeah, we'll get her back.
Terrible. In the meantime, our series on screen, though, right? Live Fire up next.
Live Fire up next, man. Sniper, always going to be so important. You got to make sure you are on top of the power weapons. Sniper, Heat Wave, going to be so impactful on this map, as well as consistently playing for that overshield, as it can make all of the difference. Optic, I mean, realistically, I feel like they should come out here, you know, win by a good margin, but yeah, Arctic was popping off last time we saw them on Slayer, and that's where Forbidden Fruit were able to find their last win in their previous series against G1 was on the Slayer.
I think the Slayer is the only real opportunity for Forbidden Fruit to find any momentum, any kind of chemistry here, because when it comes down to objective, it's hard not to expect anything but dominance out of Optic. This opening strat, of course, going to set the pace, and Arctic already here with a teammate. That's a nice double to start it. Trippy now down for the count, and just under 10 seconds to earn control of that OS.
Love to see the Sniper away from Envoy. He's able to at least have an opportunity to get themselves a bit of a lead to start. Takes down Formal and Forbidden Fruit. Hey, you can't start out much better than that. 5-1, get all the utility for your team, and you're putting your faith in Envoy right here, and we know how talented he is with the Sniper.
Oh, just waiting for him to hit it. Nice slide at Elusive though, right? Keeping his presence low, making it very tough to react and land ahead here. Envoy, no shame, going for the aggression. Not quite going to find the angle. Still got a snipe to work with. Still hoping for a play, but very separated from the team at this point. You see Arctic, Hysteria, opposite side map. He's going to get tagged up for this, but the movement to get back to center. This man is grooving.
Shots coming in. Envoy able to get another one. He's confident, man. He's going to push it right in. Tony's going to be able to pick up Lucid, who was made weak by Envoy, and Tony's going to be able to find another, and well, Formal could be the third as Hysteria plays cleanup duty.
Hysteria there to help. Formal not about to let that be a triple. Arctic in the meantime here, hopefully going to pick up the pieces. 12-8 as they do still lead on the board. Optic just looking to slow it down, stabilize, find an opening, but Envoy making it very tough. This man has been moving all game, by the way. 5 kills, 1 death. Envoy looking to make plays, make a statement here, game 2.
Yeah, schmoving, man. He's hitting his movement tech as well, just getting out of those fights. And this is why, I mean, Forbidden Fruit, we saw them put in work against G1 in the Slayer, able to win that game. And so far, I mean, versus Optic, they've been going blow for blow. This has been very impressive from Envoy and Arctic.
I will say, Garrett, just going to, shamelessly say there's no POV I watch as much as Formal. I think at this point in Halo, always watching him. Lucid, I think he'll take second place. Love watching this POV. No bias, of course. We'll see what these boys can put together. They know how to slay. As Lucy gets very aggressive here, looking for Tony. Maybe a little too much. Ends up back tower, but still finds the kill onto Envoy. He will get picked up by Hysteria cross map, but little openings like that, it just makes things easy for Optic to clean up the scraps.
Overshield always helps a little bit, right? Bail is Lucid out of that situation, and finally Optic getting the lead, and Arctic will be the next to fall as APG and Lucid work in tandem to try to take down Envoy.
They'll do exactly that. APG will drop the hammer. This is going to lead to a fight for Snipe. Forbidden Fruit just trying to stay up. Going to be so important to get presence on the sniper here. Hysteria did bounce back to center map. He's now fighting for it. Formal, steady shots to drop the shields. Can he clean him up, though? He's got the help of a team. Formal end up dropping into 3. You got to love the awareness to immediately turn around and change lanes. He's also given his team timing to catch up for a team-coordinated push here.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit too far push. I think he expected them to escape the other way and play the 50-50 and ended up
maybe
on the wrong side, and now you can see Lucid and Trippy are stuck, but Trippy stays alive. Well placed nade, able to win the fight versus Heatwave. I mean, Lucid didn't even help in that. Trippy stays alive and gets the kill. 6-kill advantage for Optic Gaming.
And just to rewind the start of this game, I believe it was a 6-1 out of Forbidden Fruit. They had a strong opening. The moment the ball gets rolling for Optic, you expect it to continue rolling. Lucid already on top of the OS. Snipe in the hands of Trippy. Pretty oppressive setup here. What a spawn.
Oh, no! God, this game sometimes, dude, that's grimy.
Oh, that's a brutal spawn.
Yeah, I mean, as long as Trippy's looking at that pillar, he doesn't have any line of sight onto that big door, and the game, it tricks itself into thinking that's a safe spawn, and while Trippy says nothing's safe when my reticle's in its way, he's able to find another.
And you can see Optic getting aggressive off of that opening as well, now rotating out through B, up the nest. Forbidden Fruit just trying to scamper away from the line of sight, but Trippy making it very difficult. That's a spree for him. Still got 3 shots to work with. Do not get in the way of this man's reticle. Tony melted.
It's just Forbidden Fruit have to find a way to stabilize, and Arctic's doing all that he can, man. 12-8, 4-kill positive for him, but Optic has just been on a terror. It's impossible to stop this team when they get this sort of momentum, and you have to get a clean 3-4 down right now if you want a chance to get back into this game. But I mean, this is all but over.
It's test, like, how perfect do you need to play to be down by what, 6 or 7 off the opening strat, and then to basically stake the team the moment you get going? Of course, just 2 more kills for Forbidden Fruit to avoid a stake, but they might not even get that. Optic on the hunt. Beautiful shots at Lucid. He continues to tag him. Hysteria will drop. Arctic dead, Envoy dead. 49. They're going to stake him off a perfect little round of slays. These boys, they don't give up on openings.
It's crazy. I mean, if you look at the beginning of the game, you would have never thought that would have been a steak dinner. You know, you would have been, this is going to be, you know, at least a closer game. And instead, Optic, I mean, once the momentum starts rolling, once the rock gets going down the hill, they just keep pushing. And they eventually win the game. I mean, just looking so dominant. I mean, Optic, I feel like this has been the story of them. Whenever they're online, man, they just feel unstoppable.
And I think that's also why we put a pretty high pedestal on them when they go to LAN, because just what dominance I think we've been witnessing, of course, so far in the tournament. And you expect them to dominate in this game, but just in scrims, you know, near perfect record, I want to say, against most teams. And it really shows when we get down to this tournament. Of course, we've been calling this, what, like HCS Houston? Because even though we are online, at this point, everybody's basically playing on the same connection, at least. Maybe not the same comfort zone. We got teams, you know, traveling over just for the weekend. But one thing's for sure, when Optic are playing well, it's they look unstoppable. They look like the best team in the league.
Yeah, it's so hard to like be like, especially online, you know, like to me, I think Sentinels is the best team right now, but like to me, that's like a LAN factor, right? Because,
they're a LAN team.
Yeah, they're definitely a LAN team. When it comes to online, man, this Optic gaming squad is scary.
I've never seen cleaner Halo.
No, and that's why it's always been kind of disappointing whenever they get to LAN and they don't have the placings that they expect, because this team online, they look dynastic, right? They look as if they could start the new Halo dynasty, and I'd like to see them just fulfill that sort of prophecy, right? Start winning tournament after tournament.
Well, we still got a tournament to play, Garrett. We'll see. Maybe Sentinels will show up online and in LAN. One thing's for sure, when pressure's on, Sentinels is that type of team that just clutches up. They just find ways to check you. And, you know, Formal said in his interview, I think he got checked too. So we'll see if they find an answer. Of course, so many different storylines coming into this. In the meantime, the storyline, I think, is whether or not Forbidden Fruit can avoid what looks like an incoming 3-0.
It's gonna be tough, man. We're going to King of the Hill, and King of the Hill, it's all about the slays, right? Everything starts with the slays, and that's where Optic has just felt no sort of pressure at all. They've just been cleanly able to find the kills on the map, and pressure is going to be needed. Forbidden Fruit, they are gonna have to start working as that unit and get themselves ready to go.
Either way, more Halo yet to be played. I can't complain about it, but so far it's been the Optic show, and all that time in scrim, all that time on stream, just not cracking under pressure. It's it's coming out in tournament as expected. Just seems like a matter of time till we get down to the big leagues with Optic, see whether or not they can continue to showcase this level of dominance. Of course, on Recharge, we've got a lot of utility to work with here. That opening strat, a lot to cover. Let's see how they play it.
All right, so for me, I like to be controlling bottom A, bottom C, bottom A and C at the same time while you're playing this opening hill. We'll have to see how both these teams decide to really take this advantage, take this setup, but really expect to play for spawns first, right? And then play for hill second, especially on Recharge, just because controlling how they have to fight through the map is half the battle on this map.
Like you said, coverage back A, back C, gonna be so helpful to control this hill. Tony just trying to rip Trippy, a new one, but not allowed to do so. Trippy with a kill. Looks like Envor has slipped away with the camo in the exchange. He's in the best position to get hill time. What they don't have, though, you can see, is the C spawn. Very powerful spot to sit for Optic.
All right, well, I think I just got word from LVT. It seems like Magic is ready to come back in, so
fingers crossed.
Magic, hey, let's go. Let's hope this all works out. I'm gonna leave you just for a little bit, go get some food in me, but Magic, Shyway, have a good cast.
Thank you, Toolez. Welcome back, Magic. Sorry.
Thank you. No, I was just going to say, we talk about the clutch players. I think Toolez is clutch here on the production side, and unfortunately, my internet is not.
Well, hopefully the internet clutches up, because we've got a series on our hands. You had to pick the one with Optic, though, right? This one might be over before we know it. Of course, on board with Formal here. Sword in the hand and Hill under control.
No, so far I'm kind of catching up on the series. Reset my router real quick, but I mean, 2 pretty decisive wins. Game number 2, we saw some good life from Forbidden Fruit, so if they can just chip away a little bit at a time, maybe this game 3 is the match that they can take off of Optic. Arctic already having a great start, sitting at 6-2, but he's going to come across, Trippy with a sword now on the side of Optic. It's going to be a lot to deal with, and Tony finds the answer to it, so hopefully now Forbidden Fruit can get some good time on that first hill.
Gotta say, Magic, I love the optimism. Forbidden Fruit did start strong in game 2. They did get staked, unfortunately, though, the moment they lost their footing, but I want to believe that a comeback is possible. They do sit in the hill currently. Tony locking it down from C-Plat. Tries to tag up Trippy. Trippy not having it. And Optic off 1 kill. Look how aggressive they get.
Look at Arctic's sneaky little spot just outside the hill. I actually didn't know that little corner was outside the hill, and so in this case, they didn't think to look for him there because he wasn't securing the zone. So in the end, didn't really pay off, but a good little strategy going in. But Lucid now with the shock. Right? You see the chain reaction damage, and then picks off the headshot. So Envor on the push is weak. It's going to be enough for an assist, as Trippy is the one that comes out with that double kill.
What a little swipe at Lucid. Had basically nothing to work with. Still managed to hit the shot in the shoulder there of Envor. Still going with the shock, by the way. Holding head level placement. Hysteria, does he dare to challenge it? He'll sneak up, close the distance. Hysteria going to try his hand as it does get kind of dicey. Ends in a trade here, but that first hill done and dusted. Optic will take the first point.
Now Hysteria brave to kind of peek that corner of the doorway even while reloading the BR, but in the end, coming out of the trade, I think that's the most you can hope for in that scenario. So as Lucid is coming off of the respawn screen, we see APG getting some really good hill time, ducking out of the way of the plasma grenade, regenning the shield, and then immediately engaging back. But 2 players from Forbidden Fruit over here on C platform is going to be more than APG is ready for. You see Forbidden Fruit split, 2 players at Whirlpool, 2 players on C side, and they're kind of making this push through pipes, putting the pressure on Optic, who is trapped back here in Attic.
Well, notice how they are focusing the fights over at Attic because they recognize the importance of this section of the map to control the hill later. They clear this out, they get that line of sight. It's going to be very difficult for Forbidden Fruit to break it and lock down the hill. As I say, Hysteria going to come out with a clutch kill on the APG camo. Now spawn bottom mid. I think Formal might have just slipped away with it. Hysteria going to hunt him down, only to find his death. And they still control the Attic, as I say it, right? That line of sight, so important.
Yeah, Forbidden Fruit did a great job of kind of clearing off the seaside platform and having a line of attack, but ultimately without that Attic position, the high ground overseeing this zone, it's not going to be enough. And Lucid finds himself with the shock rifle yet again, and Formal with the camo, just all the power weapons and abilities in the hands of Optic.
Formal on the edge of that staircase. He's standing right next to a curb slide. So it's not just the threat of the lunge, it's the slide that he sends into that lunge. As brutal as it is, Lucid here to do the exact same thing with different weapons. Just locking it down, still holding shock, just waiting for a challenger. Hysteria might be the victim.
Now, color me surprised that Shyway's impressed by a movement play coming out here from Optic, but no, pointing out the effectiveness of it in this competitive situation, I think, is the real point there. Using the movement to your ability to lock down the zone. Now, if there's a zone that can be locked down, it's the third zone right here, especially when you have Formal still having the sword in hand, coming up with the double kill, getting the killing spree, and this is the easiest hill on the map to really lock down. And right now, Formal is just that wall of defense.
It looks like the whole team has quite a wall set up, as you say. Formal just locking down the doorway, but APG up in a power position there on Attic, going to make it difficult to cross the map without being crossed. Envor knows that. He's trying to deal with it, but just so difficult. Look at the green wall of fire coming out of all four of these boys as they continue to lock down the blue players.
And now the green wall is well set, and there goes the third hill over to Optic Gaming, and now Forbidden Fruit. I mean, it's do or die. They need to capture these zones if they're going to stay in this series, but Optic right now looking to be in complete control. I think that is still we saw earlier when he locked down A, as far as I'm concerned.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is that one sword and one man, right? He has the same weapon the whole time. He's a 12-6, by the way. Lucid 15-8. Everyone popping off in the stat line, doing their job as Formal now with a sword and a shock, the responsibility to take on here. And of course, you know he'll execute. No more ammo. Tags him for the double. What? A shot at a Formal as he's looking for a third head.
The two power weapons in hand, one slice with the sword, one snipe with the shock rifle.
So
I mean, the seamless transition between those two encounters was really what tied it together into just a beautiful double kill. I'm gonna go back and, put that one in the textbook for weapon swapping and, playing the weapon for the right situation. So the patience right now from Optic, not getting time on the hill, and there Formal goes down. I think that was the end of that killing spree. Hysteria is gonna get his foot on the hill. They need it, but he has a lot of Optic players right around the corner ready to approach.
I mean, I've said it multiple times, but some of the smoothest aim in the league out of Formal as he out-BRs cross map, dropping down from more. No way! He takes two in that situation. They'll break back through the hill. And I don't know, man. I think it's his, the career in Halo Reach, and then at top-level competition in Call of Duty, that just the experience you get and the centering this man has, like, it's just translating to kills.
Yeah, I love that use of the word centering there because he does seem so focused on the objective. There's just no hesitation from one decision right into the next, and it comes out on screen as some of the smoothest gameplay that we can show off. Now, Tony looking to shake things up, though. He approaches C platform. He gets 2 kills down. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Hysteria needs to win this 1v1, and he does it with the perfect.
Big win at Hysteria, actually, to save himself from losing the game right there. You can see Optic just a sliver away from closing this one out perfectly. They're just about to cap it here as well. Hysteria trying to lock it down. Tony with a kill, Trippy with a trade. Envor doing just enough damage to keep them away from the hill and actually give Forbidden Fruit some progress here on a capture.
You love to see that hill coming through for Forbidden Fruit. You know, this series is not going their way. The game isn't going their way, but also they're just not throwing in the towel. Like, this is just their second match in pool play. There's a lot of games left to be had, but if anyone's going to shut down what could be a moment of celebration, it's going to be Formal sweeping through with a double kill and holding out to this high ground position. Hysteria is right around the corner there at the top of control, so we might see a fight coming through, but Formal can hold his ground, hold that position while APG gets the hill time.
Formal showcasing how important it is to have that A-side coverage, that line of fire, and APG, beautiful movement and plays. He stays alive, locking down that center position, then trades out with Lucid, who's now pushed up to center map. Trippy already in his corner, by the way. It's named after him for a reason as he locks it down. Formal here with 2, looking for 3. And rightfully so, Envoy going to back down from what could have been a triple.
You know, backing down from what could have been a triple is true, but I think that's the decision making to like, hey, okay, let's go back to the objective, right? His point right there was forcing Envoy to back away, and that played through. And now Hysteria gets a little bit of time on the hill, but the shock rifle back in the hands of Formal. Here comes Envoy after being momentarily pushed back, but there's 3 players from Forbidden Fruit here in front of Formal. He has Envoy down to 1 shot, 2 more players left to deal with, and Envoy connecting on the melee, using the low ground to get that 1 second advantage. As Formal dropped down, Envoy connects on the hit.
It was a nice quick melee out of him, but not enough to gain the spawns back elevator. Lucid was quick to rotate, take the positioning. Because of it, he's in the hill, a sliver away from closing out this hill in the game, and Optic, they will do it once again, dominantly, a 3-0 series. And I mean, I've said it already, Magic, you expect them to play well, but man, are they looking good.
Yeah, they look so smooth in every single one of those games, at least from what I saw. And here in game number 3, in fine fashion, only giving up that 1 hill, but every other play, they were unified as a team. They were playing positions, and they didn't look rushed. They had this kind of calm confidence that showed in their gameplay.
Just a look at the stat line, 27, 12, and 7 out of Formal to close that. We fortunately got to witness quite a few of those plays he made, a lot of doubles. Trippy with 21 to his name as well. Great stats across the board, I would say, of course, for Optic, just locking things down. We saw some signs of life out of Forbidden Fruit, just it wasn't enough to really hold onto control for very long.
Yeah, credit to Envoy coming out with that 3.0 KDA, you know, going even kills and deaths. When you're up against a team like Optic, you want to pick those highlights where you can find them. So I think you have to give credit where it is due, but definitely showing just the dominant force coming out from Optic. I mean, we saw in the predictions several of the talent lineup, and myself included, would pick Optic to win this Super Championship. So a team like Forbidden Fruit being able to take 1 hill or take some kills off of it, you have to give them credit for that. But I don't know, Optic, this is some of the best Halo we have seen, not just from them, but in general. It's a beautiful thing to watch.
They definitely put on a clinic. We've seen a lot of very closely contested series today, which is, you know, giving us a couple question marks, right? Like how close is the skill gap between all of these teams? G1 lost a Slayer to Forbidden Fruit earlier. They did win their other games. Then you had, of course, you know, FaZe with a pretty close series with Neat Nork. Sorry, Louis, one more time. I didn't really get to fully react to Formal, by the way, with the sword for 1. And then this is the centering I'm talking about, where he's, and most players can do it, but his head level to recognition and execution is always just so freaking clean, this man. I love it. Almost hit Envoy, too.
Yeah, even on the back of that double kill, he wasted no time in picking up the BR for the empty sword and then locking on the next target, which is Envoy for that potential triple. So we credit that double kill as one of the smoothest, but even the plays afterwards, something I look for is how well do they work off of a small victory and then set up for the next opportunity.
Can't wait to see what they set up for later in the tournament. But Optic, of course, they're looking good. Quick and clean work of their series in pools. They've got some other competitors to go up against in their pool. Of course, G1 going to be another big team. Fnatic as well. But just based off of what I see in this pool, Magic, I don't see Optic having too much trouble here, at least on Friday. I think some other pools might be a little bit more closely contested, but this one, I must say, is all green.
Yeah, definitely this pool looks like it's going to be all green with Optic coming out the way that we've seen them in the first 2 matches. So far, so good. It's not over yet when it comes to pool play. And then beyond that, of course, we have our eyes set on the bracket that's going to be kicking off tomorrow and then carrying into Sunday. But here's a look at those pools overall. You're looking at Pool C right there with Optic Gaming being the first 2-0 up on the board, as many of the other matches are still underway.
Right.
That just shows how quickly they ran through that 3-0 series.
Couple things I'm noticing here early on. Magic Space Station unfortunately having a rough start. I believe their competitor was G2, correct? G2 came out with Barcode and took the series. So, right there, it just goes to show G2 really, coming out hot. Honeymoon phase with the new player. Space Station, they continue to kind of go through it. They've been struggling a little bit, just kind of barely made it into pool play off of last weekend. And then you've got, of course, Cloud9 phase matchup, I think, which will be a very important one to watch. Would only imagine it would go down on the main Halo broadcast. There's maybe a bit of a storyline there, too. Renegade, of course, now in phase.
Yeah, that Cloud9 phase matchup is actually on the last time slot for today. So if you look at the schedule, whatever that final time is, I don't have it memorized just yet, but I do know they're in that 6th time slot for the Cloud9 phase matchup, and that's going to be on the main channel, which is the Halo channel, if you're specifically looking at that one. I mean, one thing, I don't know if you pointed this out, but that Lions 1-0 with that upset coming out, that's really cool to see it coming out
Pioneers.
of Pool D and over Pioneers. Yeah. Some people are saying Pioneers, they're not in the predictions for being up here on the top 6, and Lions coming out and maybe stealing one of those spots away from them.
Lions on the come up, for sure. I was not expecting them to start this hot on Friday, but can't wait to see what they do. I think the last game we got to tune in last second, it was Burton who was popping off. I've seen Mortally just kind of climbing the scoreboard recently. He's been making these incredible individual plays. As we say it, we've got a series that's currently underway on the screen, I believe. Nick just popping off with a kill right there, but G2 Pioneers looking like a close one here.
Yeah, it looks like G2 are just 4 kills away from taking this series up 2-0, and that's Barcode and Sab really leading the way in the slaying department as Sab gets another kill right there. And at this point of the game, Pioneers cannot afford to trade off kills.
Just seeing Barcode be this good, like, this is just magic. It's kind of mind-blowing to me to come out of such a small competitive scene and to rise up and be as talented as he is. He's now, I mean, at the moment, looking like the main Slayer on the roster here. Sab, of course, holding his own as well. A bit underrated, I'd say, as a player. Men's been very dominant for a long time. We're seeing the result of that, though. G2, they're going to come out on top in that Slayer, and they're going to be up 2-0 in that series as well. Pioneers having a very rough Friday.
Yeah, not a great start here from Pioneers, but there's still time, right? This is what pool play is about, getting your feet under you and really being able to rebuild. So even though it's not the start that we wanted to see out of Pioneers, teams like G2 coming through, it's not done even in this series. We saw one reverse sweep with EU United, so maybe this is a chance for Pioneers to do the same.
Well, I'm happy to stay on board with this if we can. I think this is currently, must be streamed on one of the other broadcasts here. Of course, we're waiting for our next matchup. Just a peek at our schedule even. We've got Complexity and Native coming up as our next match, I believe, Magic. That might be me swapping out for it. I think Garrett might come back. I know Garrett's a busy man. He's been kind of jumping back and forth with the broadcast. But happy to watch this. Yeah, definitely appreciate it.
I know I messed up the rotation a little bit with the router reset, but we came back. We got to see a little bit of that game 3, to see some Optic plays, but definitely looking forward to the next series. And just like the storylines that are filling out, obviously the scoreboard, the stats, or even the win-loss record doesn't tell everything, but it certainly shows the progress that some of these teams have made over the past few months after Roster Mania kind of shook everything up, the teams that stuck together. In your opinion, Shyway, was it worth it for the teams that made those roster changes, or better to stick with one team?
So far, I mean, it still remains to be seen, but definitely the only teams that stuck together are the ones that are dominating. The other ones mixed up because they kind of had to, right? Like, if something's not working, you got to make a change, and just about everyone made a change except Sentinels and Optic, who stuck to their guns and are looking the best in the league right now because of it. At the same time, I think, C9 could definitely pop off with Bound. You've got FaZe, who are still finding their footing, but they definitely showed us something beautiful, I think, at the end of their series, despite the rocky start. So potential's there. It comes down to who's playing best today, I think.
Well, one of those roster changes is Barcode, and you can see him fitting in really well right here with this G2 roster. The 18 and 12 coming through on that game as they take game 2, 50-45 in the nice Slayer. But they'll be going to game 3, and that's where Pioneers are going to need to bring it back.
In the meantime, of course, we are just watching the main Halo broadcast. If you're just jumping into LVT, welcome, by the way. Everybody who's new, who's watching some Halo here. This broadcast, I mean, I'm a huge fan. They put on incredible shows. There's content consistently at LVT on a weekly basis. They don't just cover top Halo competition like this. We've got Money Tuesday during the week. We've got LSS competitions as well. So a lot of reason to hit that follow button, hit that sub button. We all come out here and do this voluntarily as well, just for the love of Halo. So any support, of course, appreciated. But we're here to put on a show. We got a matchup coming up. As you can see, the bottom right corner up next.
I'll say this, though. Pioneers, they were known in Halo 5 for their CTF gameplay. If they can get to Game 4, if you can win Game 3, get to Game 4, they have a good shot of winning it. And pushing this series to a Game 5 is all you can have if you're a Pioneers player or a fan right now. So you have to figure out a way to get to that Catalyst Slayer. I think it will benefit you immensely to win this Game 3 because obviously you're struggling right now. You need to shut down the momentum of G2, but you need to get to a CTF in this series, and that's Game 4 Aquarius. I promise you, if you can get to Game 4, they have a great chance to push this the distance.
So it's not over yet for the Pioneers. Wes believes that they can get back into it if they can get to Game 4, but it is a pretty big if at this point, considering how well G2 have been playing. And one of the strengths G2 we've seen is their control of the power-ups, their control of the power weapons. And going into recharge, we've got the camouflage, we've got the shock rifle. What do Pioneers have to do differently? Like, is it their setups? Is it their prioritization? Something's going wrong there when it comes to them getting these power-ups.
Well, they're not positioned well enough to get any of those, especially on live fire. They were near the overshield, but not on the overshield, and they allowed Straight Sick to be there in the place to potentially just secure an overshield that he had no business getting. You need numbers as well, so those desks right before those power weapons or power-ups are coming up, those cannot happen. You need to be able to swing numbers into your advantage. But as we jump into gameplay, who better than to kick this one off in Game 3 than Barcode, the man of the series so far, the man of the tournament perhaps, making himself a national name here in the States. He hadn't been here for too long, but you can best believe his stats, they're going to be known so far. Not maybe having the greatest impact so far throughout this Game 3, but doing everything his team needs him to get mid-map control as of yet.
I was about to say, at least he's alive, but as soon as I think that, he goes down. The caster curse even happens in my brain. But one thing that we need to see is someone from Pioneers step up. Someone needs to answer this call and be the difference maker in this game to bring them back into the series. The first hill, always a very difficult one to manage. Are you going to try and prioritize going over towards that next hill and holding that ramp? Or are you going to try and prioritize holding elevator so you get the constant drops into the hill, the banks of the grenades, and you can really do a lot of damage? It looks like at the moment, the Pioneers have got hill control, and they've got a lot of control over towards this next hill.
Yeah, you want to control that C-flat area like you're talking about, where that hill moves to towards long haul is massive. Drug won a big 1v1 on the Straight Sick moments ago. We switched to his screen. He's able to get a trade that should allow his team to have a little bit of an advantage as far as damage is concerned. They've jumped out to an early lead in hill time for hill 1, but Talik has a lot of responsibility back blue with the shock rifle to maintain this ground, because this is where you want to respawn your teammates.
Well, Talik was hitting shots with a sniper rifle in the previous game and can't quite connect with them with the shock rifle just yet, so has to reposition, has to wait so he can reassess how he wants to push in and see if he can hit some shots once more. Should have the jump on Straight Sick, and there you go. That's what you need to hit. Almost gets the second, but now Barcode gets the responsibility, and we know
All right, everybody, we're going to keep the action rolling here at the LVT coverage of the HCS North American Super Championship. $125,000 on the line, and it starts right here in the pool play. So we just saw that series. Optic taking a solid 3-0 over Forbidden Fruit. Not really a surprise coming out of that series, but we're coming into what could potentially be a tighter matchup when we're looking at the two teams on the screen. Complexity versus Native Gaming, previously known as Crowd Leaders. pleasers. That's Kratos, Mines, King J, Iggy. And for game number 1 is kicking right off. Appreciate these players for not wasting any time so we can get more Halo action on the screen. Now, with that said, Native Gaming actually coming out with the kills on the board. And with it, they have a player trying to go for that B side capture. Kratos trying to stay alive here at the back of B. He's getting pressure from both sides. You see Neuronical on one side and then Monster trapping from the other. So even though Native Gaming do come out with the 2 zones captured, Complexity not waste any time to make a quick rotation there to re-secure A. Points on the board right now for Native. Kratos leading the way with 3. And then Monster trying to break it up. One player here from Native on planters right below. It's King J, finds himself in a Complexity sandwich, and Monster comes away with a stalker rifle in hand. Looking for that next target. Might have found a shot at the back of A, but no, the grenades find him. Monster taken down. King J playing this corner, sees the drop wall coming through. He has damage on multiple targets, but all of Complexity is here on the A side. Complexity managed to flip B over in their favor as well. So now they're creeping up that scoreboard. It's basically neck and neck after what was a really strong start from Native. Now Mines finds himself in a corner against Monster, and he takes down the kill. I was always told to check under my bed for monsters, but no, Monster's hanging out there at the top of B pillars, but Mines gets the takedown. So Courage wins out in that fight, still staying alive on the side of B. A very brief triple cap comes through. I don't know if it was enough to get any of those double points on the board as C goes over to Complexity. Back on board now with Kratos, shotgun in hand, as well as the stalker rifle. All the toys to play with. Popping a quick reload and taking his time. Piggy with the rockets gets enough damage with the first to come out with the assist. 3 players from Complexity now off of the respawn back here in Cafe side. I could guess that one player's rotating back of A. In fact, one player's on A, but Piggy taking some time here. Instead of going for the rocket, that would have been ideally a trade, goes in for the melee, but doesn't connect on that either. Rocket now in the hand of Monster. This rocket bouncing back and forth like a hot potato, but Monster seeing if he can put some work to it, and they need it because Native have run up the scoreboard, now sitting at 110 and counting. We waste no time around here, Tools. We got to keep the action rolling.
Yeah. I am back and I am ready to rumble as we see Native. This Native gaming roster is so interesting to me, Magic. I don't know what to really expect, but one player I really want to keep my eye out on is Piggy X in particular. Piggy X has been just this up and coming player who's been making wave after wave in the scene.
Yeah, Piggy's playing, you know, a solid game right now. Nothing to like stand out, but as far as an up and coming player, definitely one to keep your eyes on. And I think that Complexity is actually a great test for this Native lineup. You can see it here in game number 1 that Native now have the lead. If this B capture comes through, they're going to be adding to it, and that is your man Piggy coming out with what could be the game shifting capture.
Yeah, Piggy is just an incredible talent, very new to the scene. Started making a little bit of a waves in like 2021 Halo 5 and has just been starting to make a career for himself in 2022 Halo Infinite. Really just been an incredible talent thus far. Whenever he plays in these tournaments, he's just been an absolute beast, and he has the top KD in the Open Series. Yes, Piggy X has the #1 KD in the HCS Open Series.
You know, I'm learning things. I didn't know that about Piggy, and it makes me want to root for him even more. As being someone fairly new to the Halo scene myself, I feel like some camaraderie there. So definitely a player that I want to be rooting for as well. And right now, he's finding himself in what could potentially be a 1v3, but you know, taking those lemons, making lemonade comes out with the trade.
The fight coming through. Ooh, King J with a big one, as that's going to just alleviate that potential pressure for now, and really they've just been walking with this, and this is really unexpected because Complexity coming off of game 5 versus EU United looked really great, went up 2-0 in that series. I don't think anyone really expected Native Gaming to come out the doors and just not be close at all. I mean, they just haven't felt any pressure, outslaying, outplaying, out rotating Complexity on every street thus far.
I mean, they came out really strong. At the very beginning of the game, Native got that full team wipe right at the open to get the double capture as they rotated over to B side. And ever since then, they look like they're just not letting go of this game. I expected this matchup to be competitive back and forth, but if it was going to be one-sided, I think I probably would have picked it one-sided the other way around.
Right. I don't think anyone expected Native to just kind of beat the doors down like this, and they get this triple capture. It could just be GG, and I don't see any way for Complexity to find a response, but they were able to stop C at the nick of time, and Vetra's in at A, but the reset comes through. AB still controlled by Native Gaming.
Only 10 seconds left, and Mines is looking to put the finishing touches on this game. Number 1, Bulldog comes around the corner, barking, and the clock is going to tick. That is a huge game 1 coming out from this Native lineup.
Yeah, Native, they just played up to their potential. They completely slayed out. Really felt no pressure whatsoever. Really, it was never in question if they were going to win that game. That was just consistency through and through.
I was looking a little bit at the scoreboard. We'll get a closer look here in a minute, but honestly, when it comes to the Native lineup, like, just everybody was playing so well. You see King J coming out with the dozen assists on the board, and then Mines with that 9.7 KDA. It was really every player playing strong right out of the gates, and maybe something for Complexity to think on, and definitely something for them to address moving forward. This is pool play. They need to make those quick adjustments to get back that position that they want in the bracket.
Yeah, it's this is actually such a huge match for Complexity. They choked against EU United. You know, not only were they up 2-0 in that series, they were up in the very final moments of that Slayer in game 5. They lose that series, and now they're feeling the repercussions of it because they can't afford to lose this game. They lose this game, they're probably going to get 3rd place in their pool, and 3rd place, well, that's a start in the elimination bracket.
Yeah, that's definitely not where you expect or want to see Complexity finishing up. But after that, that full reset coming through from EU United, you have to think that maybe that's kind of like just tickling in the back of their minds, like that question mark, maybe questioning themselves and what they can do as a team. And now Native coming out, they played as such a confident team. Like, they knew what they wanted to get done, and they delivered on it. So right now, everything is one-sided in kind of an upset fashion with Native in game 1, but I'm really thankful at this juncture, Tools, that it is a best of 5, so there is time to see which of these teams is the best team to take the series.
Yeah, there's definitely time, right? And this is the great thing about the Super, is everything's best of 5s. You know, no more of this online best of 3. Yeah, they won, but there's an asterisk over it. Like, 5 games is plenty to show who the better team is. And Complexity, they just got the doors beat off of them in game 1. They have to respond in game 2 quickly in order not to feel outclassed.
Feeling outclassed in a position where you come in as the favorite team to win is an uncomfortable position, but I'm hoping that for Complexity, it's not so much about shaking their confidence as much as it is like a motivator. And I feel like in the sports world as well as in the esports world, you find out about that grit that a team has when they come up against adversity. So, I mean, as far as like an observer, as a fan, as a caster, I'm just interested to see what that response is going to be from Complexity. Do they have the grit to fight their way back into this?
I'm going to say they absolutely do, right? I think that's the thing with Complexity, is they absolutely have the talent, the grit to get back in. It's the experience on their side that might be showing. You know, you have Kratos on the other side playing alongside of players like King J. They've been here for a second. They've been playing. On the other side, it's Monsters, your veteran, right? And Vetra and Ironical Cycle, very new to the scene, very new talent. they're gonna have to find a way to really overcome this adversity with each other. This is the moment where you make yourself an actual team, and it's not just for players who are talented, who like each other and playing. It's time for you to become teammates.
Well, as far as the start of this game 2 is concerned, Complexity definitely a better start than they had in game number 1, coming out with a slight advantage on the slays, but also the power weapon of the sniper and the overshield in the hands of Vetra. I think they took down the Heatwave player, if I'm not mistaken. So if it comes down to this game 2 testing the grid of Complexity, this is a good start for them so far. A lot of time left to be played out. The trade comes through the back of the tower as Neuronica with the Heatwave didn't get a clean kill, but at least got that trade through.
Hey, Vetra gets the lineup. He has such a steady aim. The sniper, a tool of destruction in his hands, as he was able to get the clean no scope, and already a lead starting to sprout open for Complexity. And as long as they can play trade for trade, they will be fine. But mostly holding this game into the hands of Vetra, as he's the one who has to find the important picks with the sniper.
Yeah, it's interesting that you bring up trade for trade. I mean, it's still early in the game, but you're right. Even at the very opening minutes, the game can be decided unless somebody shifts that storyline. So right now, Complexity looking good, but unfortunately for Vetra, sniper in the sniper tower at the ready, but the grenades are gonna come through, blast him into oblivion as he get launched off the map.
Love to see Neuronical hit up mud right here, and you're seeing exactly that. Neuronical taking the long route behind tower as Monster cycles his own way, and this is going to create a pinch towards the overshield, and if they both win their fights, this should result in an overshield for Complexity, and that's exactly what it does. Neuronical able to take down that player from tower, opening up the backside for Vetra to move forward. Monster pulling players out towards A with his push on plat, just showing you how spacing is so important to your success on a map.
Cool. You know what's important though? Shutting down the overshield. Vetra with the OS nearly got a takedown, but then the collapse from from Native came through, and even with the overshield to work with, Vetra did not come out with any slays. Instead, the team damage from Native are going to take him down, and with that, it's a tie game, 15-all.
I think we're revising the old children's tale. I think it's the big bad piggy that blew the house down, because he comes out 8-4, double positive to start this game, and he's been just really finding his way into the back entrances of Complexity. The flanks have been just exposed time and time again, and Piggy's been the player that's really taken advantage, as we see Complexity get the sniper. So, you know, all that damage that Piggy was able to do in this early game might be null and void if Monster's able to hit the critical shots.
Well, Monster does get the body shot and the melee cleanup there on Piggy as he approached the tower side. So Monster with the sniper in hand, and it looks like it's Vetra, if I'm not mistaken, next to him with the heat wave to work with. They're predicting this spawn. Here's Piggy back of B. See the ping coming through. Meanwhile, a little 2v2 action happening. Cycle gets one pick, and now Monster rotating over, trying to help, but he's gonna arrive too late. And if he's smart, he dips out of this fight and resets for a fresher engagement. But on that attempt to fall back, he gets trapped. Complexity still hang on to a 5-point lead now after the combat goes back and forth, and the attention is starting to shift over to that third overshield, which is getting ready to spawn in.
This next overshield can be very determinative of what's going to happen in this game, and Vetra is going to be the one that puts it on, and already Complexity with their lead, it could grow as we see Vetra start to pick up all the goodies. And look at that, the bait came through. These players are trapped at Ness, and Vetra says, hey, this is a gift to me. Let me get the double real fast. And in fact, I don't think he saw it. Just Vetra's gameplay so fast, right? You can see him looking left, right, but he just missed a potential triple at bottom mid, but that overshield getting put into great use early on.
So Vetra maybe didn't utilize the OS the last round as well, but this round really showing how to put it to work. And Vetra himself sitting at 6 and 2 on the board, only 2 deaths, at least so far in the game. And I hope I'm not jinxing that. He has his sights on Mines, who's playing that pillar, but Vetra picks off the kill, gets the killing spree, and wastes no time. What a clean double from Vetra.
Jay able to get the kill in the back, and that's going to provide great opportunity for Native to get back into this game. They found the spacing. Complexity trapped over towards scoreboard. As long as Native can find the opening pick, this could be a collapse and really tie up this game.
You know, I know this is a game 2 here, Tools, but I feel like this is a must-win for Complexity. As far as like team morale goes, after what happened in the United series where they got reverse swept, I feel like they need to tie up the series here, or else it's going to be such an emotional battle for them to try to come back into it after it. So to me, it feels almost like a game 5. If Complexity can rally here and hold on to this slim 2-point lead, they're going to need that to stay neck and neck here with Native, and also to keep their morale, you know, a little glimmer of hope is what we need to see from Complexity.
I want to see Native really commit to a push right here. Find the opening pick, get in Complexity's face, and start dictating the pace of the game. If they can find this next couple of slays, they'll be able to get back on top of that overshield. But it's Monster who's plays spoiler at bottom mid, wins his gunfight, and Ironical goes down. But Complexity in a great position to get this overshield on, but Monster not able to get it on the body in time. And now it's up to Cycle to go big as he gets 2 overshield. Still in action as it's down in the bottom. It's Ironical and Cycle having to work with each other to keep Native, and it's Vetra on the flank. Piggy could not stay alive, and that's going to be a huge swing of the pendulum to Complexity's favor.
You know, the 4-point lead now feeling a lot more significant than when it was neck and neck 1 and 2, but you add to that the heat wave, the overshield that Cycle is rocking, and the sniper. That might just be it for Complexity. They have all the tools in their hands. What are they going to do? No pun intended. Ready to get it to work. You see Monster rotating back of B tower with Cycle. Vetra here in the garage looking for that pickup. Players up here to the right. It's Kratos around the corner. Vetra not able to connect. He's getting pressure from both sides. He does land that snipe body shot, enough for him to get the trade.
And now this is the most important moment of the game for Native. It's how you fight out of your spawn when you know you're trapped. And so far, Mine's getting a great angle of King J. They're working in tandem, and they're going to be able to find 2 with each other. Now just a 3-kill deficit, but what's more important is that bot spacing on the map. Now not trapped at the back of B and A. They have an opportunity to reverse the situation onto Complexity as you start to see all those blue players start to congregate close to each other. If Native can find the pick, they can find the collapse.
Yeah, both teams kind of rotating in a clockwise position as you see Native taking over the Seaside Tower and even rotating over to OS side spawn, and Complexity going back into A. It's just a 2-point game yet again. That grenade from Monster is going to find the target, taking down Mines, increasing their lead to 3. But you see Kratos ready with the sniper, and he lines up that headshot quickly and efficiently to take down the kill.
Overshield's gonna be so important here. We saw Mines back to back as push toward that overshield has gotten picked out by Complexity, but Kratos could be the saving factor as he has the sniper rifle to work with. They're trying to strong arm their way into overshield. Piggy gets it on the body. Vetra on the flank once again. Vetra gets a massive pick at the end. Complexity now just need 1 kill, but Piggy can play spoiler and overshield in hand, but they have to be careful about how they decide to push this, and it's all up to Piggy. He's going to be the player that either wins this game for his team or becomes that final death. You have to count on him to make the play, and Complexity being careful. I think Piggy's going to hear those players underneath. He's going to know the flank's coming from under. Piggy's kind of start to go in. Piggy has both these players in his action. He's taking some heavy damages, and he cannot stay alive. Tough look for Native. They are able to get that overshield, but just too much to ask as all 4 players of Complexity were ready for the push.
Oh man, I wanted to see Piggy come through clutch with that overshield play, but in the end, Complexity are able to clutch up when they need to tie up this series. That final play, you saw Mines with the sniper, Piggy with the overshield, but Complexity playing the patient game in the back of A ends up paying off. I think it's Monster and Cycle who team shoot down Piggy for the final kill.
It's tough. I mean, let's rewind this one a little bit. Louis, let's take a look at this final push and see what they could have done just a little bit differently. So starting here, where Piggy has this overshield, right? You see all these players congregating at back tower. You have to make a decision right here. There's no game time pressure. It's, are you going to let Piggy push forward the overshield and try to use that as an advantage to get your kills, or are you going to make Complexity push into you? They take too long to decide this decision. Look at Piggy's overshield. It's basically over halfway gone by the time they make the decision. They need to be quicker on that push if they wanted to use that overshield advantage. Now, finally, the play starts to come through. The nade comes through. That's going to indicate the complexity that, hey, the push is coming. And then two players get right on top of each other. They make sure to prioritize the same target and take Piggy out. One thing I maybe would have changed on that push is instead of throwing that opening grenade that didn't hit anything, be a little bit more careful with it. Let Piggy come in, find information for the team, and then maybe try to find a different way to push through. Piggy did have information. He heard footsteps underneath him at sandbags. With that information, he could have told the team, hey, I think they're pushing down into sandbags. He could have jumped out towards key door, have a player jump out, the sniper player go back towards tower, go to the underneath tunnels, and try to create a pinch and a collapse down in the tunnels. All they really needed was to get one kill. They didn't need to win the game on that push. They needed to tie the game on that push. And instead, the overshield quickly melted by Complexity, making sure that they played that buddy system with each other. Two BRs trained, and they get the kill.
Yo, can we just say GG's to Toolez with this breakdown? You did this in an earlier series alongside Shyway, where you're kind of running back the replay and just bringing the, you know, second by second, frame by frame analysis, and it really adds so much to these games because there's so much happening at any given moment. So you have somebody like Toolez here to break down what was important, what could have gone differently. I mean, it just adds a whole nother layer to this tournament. So I have to give credit to that. And the only thing I could even, you know, think to add to that was also Mines with the use of the sniper had the equalizer in hand. If they had used Piggy with the overshield to maybe try to draw out some players and give Mines a shot with that sniper to even up the scoreboard, that's kind of how I would have seen that playing out, especially once that overshield was below, you know, half charge by the time he made the push. It was too late. Better to rely on a sniper play from Mines.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, it comes down to native just giving Complexity too much time to respond at the end of the day, and that overshield becoming pretty useless by the time they decide to get into that fight. But here we go. We're in game number 4 between Pioneers and G2. Barcode trying to keep his series undefeated in North America, and it looks like they're down right now against the Pioneers 3-2. This G2 roster, very interesting. Barcode's been playing phenomenal Halo today. We'll keep an eye on this as we wait for our next game to load on up.
You know, I have to say that G2, if there's a team to pick out so early on in this tournament as being maybe playing above their expected level, I would have to say it's G2. They've been coming out with some huge moments. Barcode just fitting this roster like a glove. Seeing a lot of Barcode fans showing up, and you love to see it. Meanwhile, when you're on the side of Pioneers, that upset that the Lions, I believe it was, took on them in round number 1, that's going to be in the back of their mind and really needing to come back in this series to get that bracket position that they want. A lot on the line for both of those teams in this matchup.
Yeah, and well, Pioneers able to make it 4-2 before we hop off as our game 3 is loading. And that looks like it has game 5 written all over it. And last time we saw game 5, the Pioneers weren't able to clutch up their pool play. Very much on the line. With Lions winning that game versus KCP, we can see KCP take 3rd in that pool if they don't beat G2.
Tough spot there for KCP. And they're going to keep fighting through on that series, but this game 3 is not going to wait. It's King of the Hill on recharge. Complexity have tied up the series 1-1. Game number 1 so decisive from Native, coming out on that stronghold streaks. I want to see if they can bring that objective efficiency back in game number 3.
King of the Hill, so important to make sure that you're controlling spawns first. That's priority. The hill time, it can wait. Making sure that you have the ideal spawns will make this game so much easier for you, on top of getting the camouflage away. See Piggy X game to C plat. They need to fight through this tower, get these kills, and push to get A spawns as well as C.
Great little play there with Kratos team fire. You let Kratos jump out and take the attention and lets the camo come in for the cleanup on the kill there. That was just well executed on the side of Native. But now Piggy holding onto the zone gets found out as the few seconds left on his camo gets deleted. Almost half the hill captured there from that early start from Native. But Vetra is putting up a fight. Already has 3 kills, unable to escape though as King J tracks him down.
And KJ able to get right back into that fight, got that bottom A spawn, but he needs to win a massive fight, and he takes down Monster, give him a couple clips to know what's up. As Cycle will be the only player left in position for his Complexity roster to really make a play. He gets taken down, and eventually the fight is won by Complexity, but mine staying alive is huge. Him and Kratos need to try to make as much value as possible out of their lives at back C. That's not going to happen. And finally, we start to see some momentum for Complexity. Piggy getting that A spawn. They know the A spawns are there. They need to finish this fight. They need to collapse in. They cannot let these players get out of A for free.
Monster using every single grenade, had 4 to work with to kind of defend Whirlpool, ends up getting the double kill, but is taken down. The next winner of this hill might just get that first capture on the board as both teams have the majority of the hill. And it looks like Vetra, if he can lock this down, just a few seconds away, but a trade is not going to be enough. Both teams almost desperate into the hill at this point. There's active camo sitting there, so tantalizing in the middle of the hill as well.
I'm on the body of Piggy. Now this is so close for Native. If they can get 1 round of slays, they should get enough time to be able to take away this first hill. But it's the nades that bounce Piggy out, and it's gonna allow Complexity to try to make a push. Cycle and Vetra working together. Cycle finds 2, Vetra gonna find the 3rd. It's an easy break for Complexity as King J tries to play heroics, but the rest of Complexity quick to refill the hill, and suddenly you see Native, they're in trouble. They're all getting lined up on the spawn. They're gonna go down, and at the worst possible time. Now you got hill 2 coming up, and this is what we call a money hill, right? If you can get your setup, it is so easy to capture this hill, and that's exactly what's happened. Native, we're all on the respawn screen, and this is going to make it so much easier for Complexity to predict the pushes. But so far, Native get the opening pick, and they could find a break as Kratos looks to go underneath.
I would have loved to see Native on the tail end of that first hill, knowing that Complexity had the positioning to capture it. Instead of pushing forward through blue pipes, instead rotate backwards and just start posting up for the second hill. But since Complexity finished the first hill, they also have the spawn lock there on Native, and they are not letting it go. Mine's trying to break it up though with a shock rifle in hand. Hits some nice targets. He's playing some defense and looking for the next play. Also a repulsor. Do we see a mind the gap potential here? Neuronical in his sights. He gets the 1 repulsor play. 1 mind the gap comes through.
It has been impressive by Native the way that they've been able to break into this hill, find their time. And now they just need to get 1 more round of slays, but a Cycle is trying to make all the difference. He doesn't have time. No, he gets zoned out by that nade, and although he finds 3, it's for naught as the hill does go over to Native Gaming. And Cycle, I mean, he's making plays with this shock rifle and is setting his team up for the next hill, but you got to be just a little bit more aggressive with that if you want to try to stop that hill from getting captured.
I like I feel like you put on a top hat and a monocle there for a minute, Tools. 'Tis for naught that he has achieved the triple kill, but you're right. The triple kill was very flashy on the screen, but it's not enough for him to secure the capture. In fact, a defensive grenade almost being more effective than 3 kills on the board.
And already mine's getting this camouflage. This is going to be a great opportunity for Native to get back this hill control. Cycle is spawning all the way across. He goes down. The crosses are situated. Essentially, Native have a giant L on the map, and they're trying to force Complexity into tower and force them to shoot through the cross shots of Piggy in order to get towards hill. And this is such an effective setup as it's gonna create massive damage to Complexity before they're even trying to be able to contest this hill. And you can see all of them falling. Once again, Complexity last alive is Cycle. They have to kill the cross first and then try to make their way to hill, but it's too late. 2-1 lead for Native Gaming.
Yeah, when you have that crossfire locked in, even if a player can break through to the hill, they're half health at best. And then the last defender who's locking on the hill gets a, you know, an easy kill to clean up. And that's what was happening there for Native Gaming. Great positioning as they lock down that hill. Now they're up 2-1. The fight's going on at the back of C. Players going down from both sides. We have 2 players up for Native and 2 for Complexity. Cycle inching his way closer to the hill, but he knows King J is here. Goes in for the melee, connects, not enough. I think King J now is going to be able to play his life and then re-attack the hill, but Monster not giving him much time, barely recharged that health before Monster was ready to take down the kill. This is just a brawl at the back of C.
What's most important on the map right now is getting these spawns. Native have done a beautiful job at making sure that what they prioritize is getting the most efficient spawn to get back into action, right? So we've seen them getting focusing on long haul glass spawns. Yep. And what that does is even if they're losing the fights, you know, 2-3, they're spawning up and they're able to get back into engagements faster than Complexity, and it's kept Complexity off this hill thus far. And you see Kratos once again, he gets the glass spawn. Look how fast he is back into this action. He's ready to get back into that fight. Unfortunately, you know, hit rate connection doesn't go his way, but it's those kind of plays that are making it hard for Complexity to get hill time.
I feel the pain there as the shock rifle from Kratos doesn't connect on the target, but Monster scoops it up, and now this hill has been so much back and forth. Neither team really committing to hill time because, like you said, Tools, they're more aware of map positioning, spawn control, and the hill itself is secondary to all of that. It's easy hill time if you can lock down the map, and Vetra connecting with the shock rifle. Honestly, one of my favorite just kills in the game, to get that perfect with the shock rifle, lasering out across, and now dipping back, looking for the next target. Some good hill time here from Complexity, and Vetra, just a wave of force, locking down targets left, right, and center. Picks off another one before dropping back for a quick reload.
That's the shock rifle that's made all the difference in this hill so far. Vetra able to find these opening picks. It's just keeping them at bay as he's just going ham with the shock rifle. Mines will be the final one to fall, and this hill going towards Complexity's favor as Vetra has 2 more shots in this shock rifle, and he could use them maybe to get himself towards back A. Camouflage coming up in 3 seconds. Hill rotating in a turbine. And what's most important right here, you have to control the back A spawns. The fight really takes place in that back room rather than the hill.
Okay, so where Vetra was taken down there, the top of lift, that's kind of the area of control. And you can see Monster and Mine's gonna end up in a little 1v1, but Monster with active camo gets some free damage, and then with the help of Cycle, who cleans up that kill. So if you're correct, then Cycle would rotate to that top A area to kind of give some cover fire, is what we would expect as Monster locks down the hill. And look at that, Tools, it's happening just as you spelled out.
Yeah, it's so important to make sure you have this A control. Kratos, he's gonna try his best to get through, but it's what's so effective, right? Is even if they try to break through A, you have that player in Turbine who can just sit on needles and watch that as a cross as well. And as long as you're holding A spawns, why it's important is even if you're dying, as long as your teammates are spawning at A, you have direct access back into hill. And that's what makes A spawn so important, because you want to be able to have quick refill access. And that's why you consistently see Vetra pushing back towards A. And that's why you see a lot of the pressure mounting back towards A. Whoever controls A on this hill controls the game.
You know, I'm a believer in free refills. So if controlling the A side is what you need to do to be able to refill your teammates as they spawn close enough to help you out on the hill quickly. I mean, it worked out textbook style as you were breaking it down right there. And now Cycle putting some big kills and good numbers up on the board, leading the way with 22, gets the double kill right there, ends up as a trade. But here we go. Hill number 6 is resetting back at the top, and it is just a mosh pit of grenades.
This is what's so important. Native Gaming, they don't have any more opportunities to goof up. This is their last chance, and already Complexity, you see how easy it was. They had C and A control. Camo gonna go into their hands, and a little bit of an iffy play right there. I think Vetra could have stayed at C plat and played a little bit more patient on that camouflage, let his teammates get there. That way he couldn't feel, the only way that they could pressure him was from up top, in which his teammates would have the cross. Though at the end of the day, Vetra gets the trade on the camouflage. He doesn't let it switch hands, which is enough for his team to consistently get back and make this a little bit more dicey, as we see Native go 2 down and King J gonna have to wait for his teammates to respawn.
And we're at the part of the game where not just the hill is the center of attention, but also the clock. We're below 1 minute. If someone's staying on the hill, the clock will freeze, similar to kind of like an oddball style. But when the hill is left neutral, the clock ticks down. So it'll be interesting to see the decisions from Complexity. If they go full force for the capture, if they play a stall to just burn that time left on the clock. Kratos does not want that to happen. He makes a quick rotation through long haul, gets a hit on a target. Some more damage here on a second, just barely over the head of Cycle. What looked like was lined up for a perfect, and now Cycle adding insult to injury with the use of that shock rifle.
Well, Cycle had a clear goal in mind. He said, get the shock rifle, hit the headshot. That's all I have to do. He played Ring Around the Rosie, and well, the pockets are full of headshots as he's able to get that shock rifle back in the hands, gets the kill, buys more time, and that's all Complexity have to do right here. Buy time, keep him off hill. 17 seconds and counting for Complexity to win this round, and you see them, none of them dropping into hill. They control both A and C spawns, and by the time Native even has an opportunity to drop into that hill, the game's essentially over.
Ruining my childhood, Toolez. First it was the Big Bad Wolf remake, and now Ring Around the Rosie, just changing up the lyrics to your whim, but it's okay, we're here for it. Anything that's Halo related, we'll take it. Off of the respawn there, Cycle is shut down, so we see a good answer back from Native, but it's sudden death. They need to keep a body on that hill to keep the sudden death timer alive. They might have use of the active camo, and Mines with the C platform position needing to stay alive, but double team. Monster dropping down into the pit. King J needs to win that kill. Is there enough time for them to hold on to the hill?
They still have time. They still have time to get in. Mines has to run. Just beeline down into that hill. The nades are there. The nades connect, but did it reset the timer in time? Yes, they're in. They're in. Piggy needs to stay alive. He's trying his best. Hill goes down, and game is over. Native tried their best, but Complexity just showing how much of an advantage it is to have a hill lead going in to the middle hill. They get the job done. Native tried their best, but fall short.
Love to see Native playing all the way up to that final whistle, if you will, you know, really playing the sudden death to those final seconds, but it does come to time, and wow, if Cycle put up some huge numbers here on the scoreboard.
Yeah, Cycle definitely had his moments in the slaying department. I would say I think that's a deceptive stat line, because Cycle popped off early on in the game, but I think he was getting a lot of useless kills to start, and I think he cleaned up his game quite a bit towards the end, and where he had more impactful kills towards the end of that game, which make a big difference. But oftentimes you can definitely overinflate your kills on this map if you're not playing, I'd say, like technically correct Halo. But I think the way that Cycle ended that game was very good.
You know, I think as far as technical Halo is concerned, I think it came down to that Whirlpool hill that you well broke down, right? With the A side control coming out from Complexity. That's where I really felt the shift of tides over into Complexity's favor, when they locked down that hill with almost a death grip and didn't let go. I think that was the critical moments, and then here at the end, Complexity able to just buy enough time, burn off the clock to be able to come ahead in the game 3-2, and then as well in the series, coming back after the first game loss with back-to-back wins.
It's gonna be a tough matchup for Native right here. I mean, King of the Hill not gonna be, I mean, not King of the Hill, capture the flag on Aquarius is always gonna be a tough matchup for them. And right now we have a game 5 between Pioneers and G2, and well, G2 dangerously close to getting reverse swept right here, as we see a 10 kill lead for Pioneers.
Wait, is this the the story of Pioneers, the reverse sweeps. You know, first EU took the reverse sweep on them, and now are they trying to flip the script and do the same back to G2? I mean, that would be something pretty fantastic if they're able to pull this one off. Right now, they're ahead in the game, 39-28, if I'm reading this correctly. A nice 11-point lead, but still time for G2 to work their way back in the game. 40-30 looks like the scoreline to me.
It's getting far from over right now. As long as G2 can find a clean wipe and get these players on a respawn, they can get themselves back into this game. But the way Pioneers have to play, I mean, they can just stay on top of each other, make sure that they play for trades, and it can be easy. It's not going to be an easy task for G2, but still, they are capable.
Now, it looks like not the best game so far for Barcode, who has been playing so well throughout today's pool play on the side of G2. But then you're looking at the Pioneer side, both Nick and Talik putting up some really big numbers, not just a huge number of kills, but also limiting their number of deaths, which is just as important when it is a team slayer. They're holding on to that 10-point lead, 2 more kills going back and forth. Pioneers at this stage of the game happy to trade out those kills.
This is just so tough. I mean, I'm trying to find a way for G2 to get back in. They're just going to have to find a 3 or 4 down, and that's just going to come down from winning some critical one-on-one fights. We'll have to keep that one updated as we go on with today, and that's a tough. That could be a heartbreaker for G2. I mean, up 2-0 in that series. If they win that game, they basically confirm seed 1, you know, top seed for them in the elimination in the winners bracket. Instead, Pioneers trying to find their pool play life back, as they were dangerously close to seeing a third place finish in their pool if they would have lost that series.
And that game that we were just spying on is Pool D, Pioneers versus G2. So we'll keep an update on what happens there. But meanwhile, we're moving into game 4 right here, right now, where Native Gaming have one more shot at taking down Complexity. After taking game number 1, back-to-back losses on the side of Native. So they need to find some momentum seemingly out of nowhere. But Piggy being the first player to grab a flag and rotating it across, hopefully to put that first capture on the board.
Big plays from Native right there, right? They prioritize map positioning rather than kills, and they were able to clear out the car lane, and they decided to try to run through. Although, you know, you can't not get kills for too long, as we finally see the finish come through, and the flag is returned. You guys can see in your PNP right there, Pioneers versus G2 coming towards its conclusion. We'll keep that up just so we can keep an eye on it and see who's gonna win that game 5.
Kratos connects with the grenade, gets the shutdown on the flag run, at least for now, and then doing a 180, comes back, deals with Monster, gets the flag out. Probably more of a stall tactic at this point, hoping that teammates can come through and help with the return. But this reset very close. Neuronical getting some time on the clock, and Vetra punches in the first capture for Complexity. So even though Piggy might have had first hands on a flag, Complexity are putting the first point on the board.
That's a crazy fast response from Complexity too, because Native, they were the ones that got the flag out and almost home, like right off rip, and instead Complexity find the kills, get back in position, and counter cap. And that's the efficient gameplay that you'd like to see from a squad that many are touting as top 6 potential.
I'm trying so hard. I'm so distracted by the picture-in-picture happening right here. It looks like Pioneers are just a couple of kills away from taking that game 5, but King J in the meantime wasting no time, and I like that from Native. They seem to bounce back really quickly in each of these games. If it doesn't go in their favor, they seem to respond right back. Gets the flag to about that 50-yard line. Vetra rotating over. Vetra and Monster last alive on the side of Complexity, but Kratos with a huge kill turns it into a double kill with the use of the active camo.
Kratos able to get away with that camo is going to be big for their team, tying it up, essentially getting them back to even, and Kratos has an opportunity. Ooh, the slow play. Oh, if Kratos would have been just a little bit more patient there, he could have maybe gotten a potential double kill, and it looks like the Pioneers do complete the reverse sweep, and although G2 tried their best to get back into that game, it's going to be the Pioneers who tie up the pools, and now suddenly Pool D, I don't know who's going to get first in that. It's looking crazy over there.
Yeah, Pool D is definitely some really close and exciting matchups. So we'll try to keep you updated on as much as we can because there's so much Halo happening today. And on a Friday, I mean, I'm loving this. This is the dream right now. Neurotical trying to create a dream here for Complexity if they can seal this game and this series off of the back of a win. But 2 kills come through for Native, and now all of a sudden, Neurotical finding himself in a tough position, potentially a 1v2, opts to back off play life, and now looking for King J, but shot in the back by Kratos.
Flag is ready for Piggy to try to continue on, but Vetra and Cycle working with each other to keep them away for now. Oh, Cycle misses a critical shot. That's gonna make him weak enough for the trade to come through, and that's gonna slow down Native quite a bit as Complexity looks to recover towards Utility. And I mean, Monster's a big player right here. It looks like he's gonna get taken down, and Camouflage is coming up, and Native look to have the better positioning.
Yeah, Native really locked down that top mid positioning, and they keeping it locked down. As Kratos hits double digits with the on the back of that perfect kill, and now Mines with the active camo, not overcommitting to any one target, but kind of softening up players left and right, hoping that teammates can come through with the finishing shots for the kills. But those grenades are going to keep him suppressed. He's ducked back in this corner, going in for the back smack, and now he's locking onto Monster. Doesn't come out with a double kill, but still a nice little sneaky stealth active camo play.
Everyone's still just looking for that break where they can get through, and Piggy has a really good opportunity here to find himself on a flank that could be massively effective. But the problem is his teammates aren't keeping up their end of the bargain. They gotta win their fights on the other side, and it's gonna just give too much space to Complexity, and it makes it so that Piggy gets caught out on that rotation. It's a high risk, high reward plays that Native keeps taking, and unfortunately for them, they just haven't been on top of those rotations. Oh my god, ooh, a little over.
Oh, I was hoping, I was holding my breath for a minute there once that triple came in and the next target was right in front, but unfortunately just short of the overkill. And now Cycle going in for the reset. So Native Gaming, they had that top mid control, they used it to get to the flag, but they were cut short. Complexity's defense answers back, and they piggyback that right into a nice offensive push. Neurotical sprinting with the flag, rotating it so quickly, shut down by a few grenades, but the flag is sitting here at the bottom of Utility, up for grabs from either team. The trade comes through with Piggy and Monster. Is there anyone close enough to get their hands on the flag? King J is trying to prevent it, but no, the touch came through from Cycle before King J could take him down.
Both these players weak on that flag, and it's touched at the nick of time. Monster comes in for the top rope. He throws it over. Flag still there. Piggy has to play heroics. He gets the flag out just by enough time for his teammates maybe to come off respawn, but Cycle gets it back to safety. And, oh, we thought it was safe, but it's Kratos from the back with the camouflage, able to get 2. Both flags away. We're in a stalemate.
What a huge play happening there in Utility Room, and then Monster rotating the flag back to a more defensible position. But meanwhile, Piggy on the other side also making a clutch play, grabbing the opponent's flag, dumping it out so they can't get the capture. And just like that, we're on a little bit of a flag standoff. Both flags in the back of the team bases, but not able to capture until the reset can come through.
Already Kratos trying to do his best to play defense, but you can see the Complexity just yeah, we know you're there. We're gonna come get you, and we're gonna be able to play our game. And now King J finds himself by his lonesome in that back base. Kratos comes off respawn. It's basically a 2v2 as King J tries his best to stay alive. Monster gonna be able to get the kill. Can he stay alive is the question. I love how aggressive he is back into that fight. Double hop the re, but it's not enough. Mines comes in at the last second to stop the return.
Oh, the sleighs back and forth. One flag getting close to the reset, but they just keep on getting that last second touch. This capture right here could very well just be the game-winning capture with how much both teams have invested in getting the second capture on the board, but they're playing full speed ahead on both sides of the map. Now on board with Piggy, trying to lock sights on Cycle, get some damage, also add some damage onto Monster. 2 players softened up. We have Camo coming in 2 seconds. King J does get a cleanup, but Piggy finds himself in a double team, is taken down. The fight goes for Camo, Kratos and Cycle in a bit of a 1v1. Cycle comes out with the perfect kill.
And at the end of the day, Complexity is just starting to win the gunfights. It's too much for Native to consistently have to come off their respawn and deal with this pressure, as Vetra will be the one that eventually breaks the Camel's back. The flag should go in as Monster will capture it, and it's a 2-1 lead for Complexity.
The amount of resources that Complexity poured into getting that flag reset, and they are rewarded with what could just be the game-winning capture. Definitely a shift of momentum as both teams were giving it their all, playing it like it was an overtime capture, as if that was game over, but it's not over yet. Native still have a chance to respond back. You see them working their way quickly to the flag. Piggy once again being the flag runner, and King J with some great position top and mid, but Cycle's looking to do some damage with the use of those grenades. I think that Piggy holds that top mid position. However, that kill, second kill, so crucial. Piggy's able to run the flag the full length of the map and tie up at 2 apiece.
Not only did they get the flag in, they immediately won the slays on the clapback. So it's immediate that Native Gaming's gonna have an opportunity to get into this base and pull another flag. I mean, look at their positions. They're all over this map, and it's great defense from Monster to at least get 2. And Neurotical went on the heavy overextend. He was able to get behind enemy lines. He has a pull of his own. And now if his teammates can win their fights on the way back, this could be a quick counter for Complexity.
Great flag run coming through from that overextension. Now Kratos trying to do everything by tossing the grenade. That's not going to be enough. Complexity dunk in that 3rd flag. There's just over 2 minutes left on the clock. But Monster with some active camo, if I'm not mistaken, to work with. Rotating through for the capture. Gets a quick touch, tosses it out, and like the little fadeaway BR burst to clean up mines at the top center. Monster trying to do it all, rotating the flag and cleaning up kills at the same time.
And it's Complexity who's finding flag runs through negative space. I mean, every time that you think Native Gaming has the control of the map, has control of the spawns, has the pressure needed, it's, you know, Monster, it's Neurotical who find their way behind enemy lines, pulling flags, getting them away. And now suddenly what looked like a tied game is 4-2 in favor of Complexity. Only a minute 20 to work with, and Monster gets the camo as well. Everything going wrong for Native.
The only thing in their favor right now is a little bit of a map position, but Neurotical's trying to steal it. Mines does get the melee, and Piggy being once again the flag runner. They need to dunk this flag, and they need to score it quickly with just over a minute left. And you see that Piggy is moving with some sense of urgency. That capture, that answer back was quick, but was it enough?
These next few slays are going to be important for Native, and King J, he gets the trade, but need to stay alive as Piggy's going to be the one that leads the charge once again. He will be able to get this flag out. Question is how far. Oh my god, he went back for the fight for Vetra. Was not expecting that, as he's able to take down one more. But now the time, it's just playing a massive factor in this game. You only have 30 seconds to get a flag out of that base, and the defense that Monster and Neurotical are playing is so strong, as now it's up to King J to make the play. He finds the first. He's waiting for a second, but you can see Complexity, they don't feel the need to move out of their base at all, playing hyper defensive, as this final flag needs to get pulled in the last 10 seconds.
Every kill that Complexity were getting right there was buying them more time on the clock. We saw it happening in game number 3 as well, where the clock works in the side of Complexity, and with that, the series as well.
I mean, it came from the overextensions of Complexity, and their ability to get behind enemy lines and find spacing while down numbers is tippable. I mean, the way that Neurotical was able to find that flag cap, even though you look at his stat line and it doesn't look that impressive, he's the reason they won that game. A heads up play from Neurotical that makes all the difference. Everything was going right for Native. They had 3 down. They had position on the map. They were ready to get a flag cap of their own. And then suddenly Neurotical comes out of nowhere, pulls a flag away and gets it in for his team.
Some huge plays coming out from Complexity. I mean, I'll just remember the score being 1-1 and then both flags being out. There were some huge, very clutch moments happening, but in the end, Complexity won out not only that flag, but then carried it forward through the rest of the game. You have to give credit to Native, though. Definitely not a team to sleep on. If you're looking at them coming up in the bracket tomorrow, they might still have another upset left in them, even if they couldn't pull it off right here against Complexity.
I want to see if we can maybe get to where I want to be, Louis. I want to get towards when the game is tied and maybe see how Neurotical got behind enemy lines. We'll go through these replays and see if we can eventually get there as we see all the desperation plays, the final grabs, the moments in this game that made the difference. I mean, right there, I mean, getting that flag at the last second, Monster, and eventually that one does turn into a flag capture.
Yeah, way down the line. Like that play from Monster was huge, but I think it was answered back by Piggy just sprinting through the base and then dumping the Complexity flag out at the same time. So it did pay off, though, for Monster to come through with that quick grab and that toss up to the bridge.
Yeah, eventually the Scammo goes through. And then it was Vetcher who gets the double kill in this back base over here that eventually gets them this flag return. But then Piggy finds a quick response after. And here we go. Right over here is when we start to see things get a little bit mixy. If we want to rewind that just a little bit, and we'll show you what's really important. Oh, we missed it. We'll see if
you were talking about Neurotical overextending
we'll
and
right here.
behind the base.
Yeah, so right here, right? So let's pause it for a second. Let's go back to when he's on top of that base. And let's take a little pause for a second and just take a look at the rotation. So right here, you see Neurotical all the way back at that flag. He was the last player alive, and you see the rest of Native have great position. You have Mines at top mid. You have a player flanking from the left and right of Monster, and this shows you high spacing is so important in the game. Neurotical has essentially cheated a couple of steps and have gotten behind enemy lines, and because he's able to work with Monster getting this cross at the same time, this is going to give him advanced timing. This is going to give him the best possible timing. They get one pick, he's going to pull the flag out away. Now Monster goes clutch and gets this big kill on Kratos. That means it's eventually going to be 3 down that go for Native, but on top of those players going down, the rest of the team is already pushed towards Complexity's base. Right? So they don't have any ability to stop the flag run on Neurotical. They don't have any way to get the shots on, and because of that timing of him being in that back base pulling while those kills went down, it allows Neurotical to get this flag all the way back to the base, and by the time the spawners come up, it's too late. Neurotical has no pressure on him, and it's an easy flag cap for them to get in. A masterful play by Neurotical to find his way behind enemy lines.
And as far as I can tell from that breakdown, it wasn't even like with the use of active camo like you might think. I think it was just a smart rotation, some team fire, and then a quick run of the flag across the map. But Neurotical definitely with that capture being a difference maker for Complexity, and they come out with winning that series over Native 3-1. And now we're getting a quick peek, a little look, if you will, at Oxygen versus FaZe Clan. Oxygen, not a team I don't think that we've seen here yet today.
And well, Oxygen up 2-0. FaZe having their problems today, and they need to find a way to ice up in this game. And I think we're gonna go. Oh my god, yo, Renegade staying on the map, bro. How is everyone staying on the map this time around? He stays on the map, gonna get him some pressure, guys. We're gonna go. I think we're gonna take the casters for this for a second, take a little bit of a break, get ourselves prepped for our next match. We will be back relatively soon. Enjoy the finish of this Oxygen versus FaZe matchup.
Try and finding yet another kill on the main Slayer Renegade. Nade starting to fly, trying to stay alive. Finally he's hunted down. Sniped out picks up a double kill. Both of these teams leaving it all on the line here. And of course, Nemesis shutting things down, putting his 20th on the board.
FaZe back to the walls. What are they made of? Oxygen putting them in uncomfortable positions. Not easing up on the pressure either. They've now caught up almost completely to that initial time FaZe Clan have put down, and you've got to feel if this next hill goes towards Oxygen, the series will follow. Snipe down, back C. Will that Nemesis plasma grenade stick to the man? It will not do so. But the repulsor play will send him flying with the force push, and Snipe down hits the back wall before ending up in the drink. Nemesis though and Renegade both repulsor one another, but it's 2-2. FaZe right back in it.
Do not count FaZe out yet. If there's any team that can pull off a reverse sweep against this Oxygen Esports roster, it may just be FaZe Clan, but Nemesis finding the backside of Spartan. He's gonna go down. Nemesis, no feel whatsoever. Mike Tyson with the punches.
Bobbing and weaving. 22 kills and 12 deaths, 9 assists. Oftentimes you see someone getting heavily slayed, but they'll have little less on the assists. He's keeping right up there with his team. He's having a game to remember. Looking to cause the upset here. And they've got almost half the score they need for this final hill.
Oxygen Esports once again looking good, and yet another swing hill here. They want to go up 3-2. You can feel it. But Nemesis and Bohm go back-to-back deaths. FaZe go all 4 down. So once again, Oxygen Esports taking control. Camouflage coming up, and luckily that spawning player was able to deny a free camo coming out of Triton. But FaZe Clan not only need to get Oxygen out of the hill, they need this camouflage.
Camouflage has been scooped up. Looks as though Snipe Down's going to be the man to pop it into his chest. The game could be in his hands. Nobody stepping inside the hill this time. Using it as bait instead. Renegade bobs and weaves, but straight into the crosshairs of Triton. That shock rifle will connect and connect hard. And the camouflage player goes down. All 4 down for FaZe Clan. Oxygen Esports cranking up the pressure.
FaZe are running out of time. They are running out of options. Oxygen Esports have answered everything that FaZe has thrown. Grenades, shock rifle, active camo, the kitchen sink. It's all being turned out as Oxygen Esports are now 1 hill away from pulling off the most incredible upset here in this tournament.
Will they play time? 1:04 on the clock. FaZe have stepped into it to stop that clock though. Will Oxygen Esports turn this into a Slayer? It's back down bottom middle, which can be a mosh pit at the best of times. Looking to turn it into a Royal Rumble here. Down long haul. Renegade picks up 1. But he's the last man standing on the team, and it looks as though Oxygen have made the play. They made the call. Step outside. We're playing shot clock now. Renegade somehow trades off 1. Has opened the door for the rest of his team to follow on through. Doing what he can here, currently sitting at 22 and 19. But Nemesis, 27. What a game these two are having. Back and forth this game has been. But Oxygen Esports, they're soaring right now.
Less than 40 seconds on the clock. Oxygen Esports just need to simply get FaZe out of the hill like you alluded to before. They're playing the time at this point. But as of right now, FaZe answering well beyond the call of duty and might just tie this game at 3 apiece. This game going absolutely down to the wire as we switch gears towards Renegade. 25 kills going toe-to-toe with Nemesis on the Oxygen Esports roster. FaZe continue to find themselves in the hill. Falcated finding 1, Spartan getting 1 on the feed. Now we're seeing Renegade going in for the challenge as well. And just like that, 1 cap will determine this game.
Reminder, folks, overtime rules have been modified in King of the Hill. If we stay tied up, we will go to a full and complete reset. If we stay tied up after that, it's first team to capture 2 points. And it's not out of the realms of possibility. That is exactly what we're about to see. But can Oxygen Esports hold out? There's only 7 more seconds. Can one of these teams hold this long haul for the duration of this game?
FaZe do immediately find themselves into that early side setup. We do see multiple Oxygen Esports members looking to push the glass side of the map. Common somehow finds his way in. Snipe Down ends up going down. So the Charlie side of the map is being locked down by FaZe, but they're not watching both angles, and because of that, Oxygen Esports find their way towards the zone. 5 more seconds on the clock. At this point, FaZe don't even have to win. At this point, you're looking to force a sudden death and ultimately send us into the overtime rules that you just explained.
Renegade in the hill, though. They want to end the game here. 2 seconds on the clock. They're not looking to go for that reset, but unfortunately, the pie chart has come up. It's sudden death here. You have to stay in the hill. Both teams have to stay in there. They've stepped out for a moment, but Snipe Down goes in, but only to land on top of a frag grenade. BoMX, though, steps in once more. The grenades, though, ensure he will not be in there for long enough to really eat away at this hill and progress it, but FaZe have numbers advantage. Camouflage is about to pop up, and they have control of the hill.
And forget the overtime. FaZe have found the slaves they're looking for. They're going into the end game. Now Oxygen Esports are forced to come off the spawn, and they need to desperately get Falcated out of the zone. Renegades watch that angle toward the glass side, and nobody at Oxygen Esports able to get there in time, despite how good they look towards 90% in this game. It's FaZe Clan that literally sweep the rug right under the feet of Oxygen Esports.
Oh boy, do we have a series on our hands. And somebody I want to highlight in that game, we talked about how Spartan was struggling. Currently, he was like 2-8 or something along those lines. He brought it back, Tony, 21-23. And that is exactly what FaZe needed. When Spartan starts to play well, when he starts to get the confidence, you can see how big and important and influential he can be for that FaZe team. And he went off big there, ensuring that they win the game 4-3, and they're right back into this series.
I mean, if you're going to shout out Sparty, I gotta shout out Nemesis. Man, Nemesis staring down the three-headed monster that is Falcated, Renegade, and Spartan, knowing damn well what they can do in the Slays column. And he was running the recharge. And a large reason why Oxygen Esports were almost able to pull off the sweep here was because of that man, Nemesis. Watch out for this. If he can carry that momentum, that energy into this next game, I still believe Oxygen Esports might be able to pull off the upset.
What a game we just witnessed unfold in front of our very eyes. You mentioned Nemesis, 28 kills, 21 and 13. In the Slays column, very, very evenly matched. And in the score column, very much the same. But can Oxygen Esports count themselves feeling a little bit unlucky that they did not win the series here and there? And will they now rue to... Maybe those mistakes will come back to bite them.
You don't want to give FaZe an inch, because I promise you they'll take a mile. And as of right now, FaZe having something to cling on, something to cling on, some kind of life here. After that game 3, going into game 4, we'll see yet another objective, and maybe just maybe FaZe can send us into a game 5. It shows I don't care who wins. I want to see a game 5.
With FaZe clinging on in there, of course we want to see a game 5 for every single series we watch. That's how much we enjoy this game. We love Halo. But they have managed to push this game even further. And up next, Tony, Aquarius Flag is where our eyes turn to. The stage will be set. With the way this series is shaken out so far, who comes out of that last game feeling a little bit better?
I mean, out of the last game, I gotta say FaZe. And even going into Aquarius CTF, I still think FaZe have the advantage on this. You know, Renegade not only is a main slayer, but I think his objective flag game is highly underrated. Renegade's always in the face of his opponents, and he's one of the fastest flag runners that we have here in Halo Infinite. On top of that, you have Sparty and Falcon who also lead for the front lines. These are not players that are baiting. These are players that are getting into the face of their opponents. The thing is, Oxygen Esports, they're also not afraid to up the tempo. They're also not to play at a level of speed that we expect to see out of FaZe as well. Oxygen Esports playing scrappy Halo, and it's working. Game number 4. Oxygen Esports going up against FaZe, still wanted to pull off the upset. Meanwhile, FaZe wanted to show that they are the squad that we expected them to be. Top 4, top 3, and maybe ready to win this tournament. They got to get through Oxygen Esports, though.
FaZe have made the first step towards that reverse sweep, and the double kill for Renegade is the perfect start for FaZe. He has lost 2, make it 3 teammates in the process though, and somehow Oxygen Esports claw out the better opening strats here. Renegade desperately hustling back to find and chase that kill. He's angry, he's irritated, he's in this position, and he's looking to change his team's fortunes here and now as Falcated locks in 2 more kills. Map control favors FaZe.
Double charter Falcon is going to open up this entire map. Renegade flying right toward the utility side. Putting the commando to work. I know mines don't work like that, but Renegade masterful with this weapon.
And ultimately, If FaZe can come back and win this game, win this series 3-2, nobody will care about how close it was as we head into Saturday and indeed Championship Sunday. But I tell you something, Oxygen have made this very difficult, but the first flag capture will go towards FaZe. They draw first blood here. Is momentum swinging back towards the red.
And for the first time in this series, FaZe Clan actually starting off the game off the opening strat in an advantage. It was Oxygen Esports that seemed to be dictating the pace time and time again as Bohm ends up finding the kill onto Falcated. That's going to put FaZe 3 down. All of FaZe now spawning towards their utility car side and looking to push through.
FaZe looking to up the tempo. That heat wave, though, has done the damage on the snipe down. 2 kills go in favor now of Oxygen Esports. Can they descend on the base? Flag has been pulled out to the front side. OMX looks to link up with his teammate. Renegade goes down, snipe down, isolated front base. He will join Renegade there. But can they get this touch onto the flag? It's being baited just out in the front base right now. Falcated also goes down. The Slays have been staggered, but it's been enough for Nemesis to pick it up, scoop it up, and move it over towards his closet side. Are they about to tie up this game? The answer is yes, indeed. We're tied up 1-1.
At one point, it was Oxygen Esports that were staggered in the early game, but they bounced back. They may have been knocked down, but definitely not knocked out. 9 minutes and 38 seconds on the clock, and Oxygen Esports need to continue to ride this momentum. They cannot let their foot off the gas.
Nemesis, 1v1 with Renegade. And this time, it's Renegade who comes out on top. Sliding around top middle. Trying to get angles for his team. But it's cut short. It's cut down. Game remains 1-1. Falcade soars out front base with the help and the assist of that thruster pack. Can help close the distance, can help change angles in a moment. 2 members down car 1. Sparty makes sure Triton is gone. OMX will join him, but it's going to be a trade there. Numbers advantage in favor of FaZe, and as a result of that, they're looking to move the flag. Renegade, though, gets up close and personal with 1 and ensures Nemesis will no longer be a problem for the next 8 seconds or so.
You cannot make those mistakes against FaZe. They would simply take advantage as multiple do end up going down. Luckily, Oxygen responding well, able to not only clear out the base, but also secure the return. Falcated going into the utility side. Common not going to have any part of that. Renegade flying in, going right into Common. So once again, numbers in favor of FaZe. What do they do with it?
Oxygen on the ropes. FaZe have had them push back now for a while. They're dictating the pace. Oxygen just clinging on there, boxing clever, trying to make it really difficult. Triton locks in 1 for his team. 2 go down for FaZe. Have they defended this push successfully? Snipe down still alive on the closet side. A couple of nades go down, but it's not going to be enough. Tag Triton up. It's Renegades on hand. 2 traded out. And he needed 2. Nemesis drops car 1. Camouflage into the chest. This could be very influential for Oxygen if they're going to get themselves back into the lead here.
Oxygen Esports overwhelming this P side of the map, and now we have Nemesis going cross map here. They're definitely not going to expect this as FaZe, but Renegade finding the slay onto Bohm, not what you want to see. Nemesis finds a kill onto Falcated, but 3 down go Oxygen Esports right as FaZe are starting to move this flag forward. Already tied up at 1 apiece, but nobody in position. Getting it to the 30, the 20, the 10. Flag cap coming in out of FaZe.
Touchdown then. 2-1. FaZe Clan. Back on top of this Aquarius CTF game. Renegade winning a 1v1 engagement he had no right to against the camouflage player. Soaring out on top of the fridge. And you can see why he was positioned over there, because he's got ice in his veins. Cool as a cucumber. Winning those huge pivotal 1v1s when his team need him to. And it helped them now stamp their authority once more. For Oxygen though, they're on the back foot and in real danger of going to a game 5 if they cannot snap out of it.
FaZe are controlling the car side of the map. This is where you want Oxygen Esports to be. But hold on, Triton getting a double kill of his own. The game before, the last game was all about Nemesis and what he was able to do in the Slays department. But as Coach Trey Tri, coach of Oxygen Esports, said, watch out for Triton. He's gonna make some nutty plays this weekend.
Renegade has roared to life in this game. Spartan doing the same. Currently sitting at 11 kills, 8 deaths. Positive 3 for the moment. Auction Esports need to try and cut those two off. Shut them down if they're going to see success for the rest of this game. But killing spree for Spartan. Double kill before he hits the respawn screen. Triton throws the flag out, but it's merely to turn the attentions of FaZe. He got his wish, but they turned around and lit him up.
I don't know if that's the attention he was seeking, but he definitely found it. And FaZe Clan once again putting Oxygen Esports 3 down. We have Bohm now trying to rotate back towards his teammate. They want to control the car side. They have Sniped Down in their sights. Sniped Down over toward the car 2. There's a pivotal battle, and another win goes in favor of Oxygen, but 3 down, and both Oxygen Esports and FaZe.
Nemesis and Spartan in a 1v1. They were the last 2 remaining members. Nemesis makes sure he locks in those 4 fresh shots to the face. The former United man. Waiting for those sizzle sticks to pop up. They can be so influential when used to clear out bases for any nooks and crannies you're trying to flush FaZe out of. One goes back base, as does the second one, getting tick damage all the while. One goes down now. Numbers advantage though still evenly matched here, 3v3. Renegade has got the flag over on the P side. Nemesis recognizes that, moves his flag car side. We're going to see a standoff, barring any player being able to get a stop on that P side.
And notice how Nemesis is running right up the utility. He might end up running into Snipe Down, and there it is. Snipe Down able to find one, but Common making an ultra rare play, dropping down, finding the back smack. This flag has made it towards the base, but we still have a standoff. And Common, high IQ play, drops that off of one of his spawning teammates and wants to continue to aggress over toward the car side. If he can stay alive, his teammates will be able to catch up, and maybe they can get the return on this flag.
Spartan on the other side, babysitting his flag, trying to nurse it, make sure it stays safe, rocking it back and forth, maybe some lullaby if he needs to, but 2 grenades come out. Nemesis ensures that kill for his team, and it's a scramble now over on the FaZe side, as one flag has got sent home, but Oxygen desperately trying to get over to do the same thing here.
And that might be the lullaby to put them to sleep. Oxygen Esports do end up going 2 down, but FaZe gonna fly in there, get that flag off the base, make it towards the car side, so now in a baitable position. Switching gears over towards Common. Common making a play with the sidekick, taking down Smarty, and now the nades are starting to come in, sending everything at the utility side. Falcon able to sneak away, threading the needle for that kill.
That kill so important. Spartan had the camouflage and was descending on the base. Huge kills for Oxygen to pick up, but once more, it's a flag standoff. Can FaZe get the return and double their lead here? Or will Oxygen be able to survive and hold on and get a return of their own and tie us up? But now we look towards that clock, as we often do. 3 minutes it reads.
All his friends are dead, says Snipe Down. As FaZe do it momentarily, go 3 down. Luckily, Falcon coming right off the spawn, able to find the pick onto one. Triton gets a double kill both on Sparty and Snipe Down. And now you're seeing Triton work on the third. 29 kills for the main Slayer.
29 kills for Triton. It was Nemesis in the game before. You see one player heavily slay. You really hope that the rest of the team can slay around them and do the things that they need to do to ensure that they get a win. Nemesis, when he was the top slayer, ended up taking a loss. Will we see a similar situation play out here in front of our very eyes with Triton? 3-1 now. FaZe double their lead.
And now with 2 minutes on the clock, time definitely becoming a factor in this one. Oxygen Esports have about a minute per flag cap in order to tie things up, or at least put him in a position to be able to force a sudden death. Snipe Down overextending onto the P side. He is met with some resistance. Renegade finding a slate onto mid. I believe he was able to get away with either the thrust or the camouflage right there, so watch out for Renegade. That flag in the back base. Common pushing it in. Common might be able to punch this one in, and just like that, only down by 1 cap is Oxygen Esports within 20 seconds of FaZe capping their own.
2 beautiful bank grenades. Smashing the visor of Renegade and make sure he will not be a factor. He will not be influencing this game until he comes back off the respawn screen. It's a 1 cap game. There's 1 minute 20 on the clock. It's going to play a massive factor now in the decision making that FaZe make. Do they continue to apply pressure to the enemy base? Do they turtle up? Only they will know. Snipedown has control of the enemy closet. He's done it on time and time again. Falcated will lock in that kill that he's done the damage to initially. We have one player scrambling away over on towards that P side. Gets away with his life. But Snipedown and Co, they're moving a flag to ensure that even if Oxygen Esports get a pull of theirs, they will ensure a flag standoff.
Snipedown on screen right now, sitting toward the flag side. The long-range shot started to connect. He knew that Nemesis wanted to extend to pull that flag off. Great anticipation coming out of Snipedown, adding his 15th kill to go along with his 10 assists. Triton finding yet another one, working on a 40 bomb right now. And time is dwindling down, just half a minute left.
Incredible. So close to picking up 40 kills. But finding yourself down in the game, screaming, what more do I have to do to win this series? Flag gets sent home. Is there another player on hand to get the touch? 14 seconds left in the map. Oxygen Esports need to get a touch, need to move this flag, or we will be going to a game 5. And it looks as though 3 go down for Oxygen, and BoMX in no position to get the flag touch. We are going to a game 5. FaZe Clan secure this 3-2.
All right, we're back with LVT's coverage of the NA Super 125K pool play all day. We've had some incredible matchups all day, and I can't wait to jump into another one. We got G2 and Lions up next. I'm Shyway. I've got Toolez with me. Toolez, I cannot wait to cast some Halo.
No, I am very excited for this matchup. Guys, if you didn't see Pool D, it is all tied up. Everyone is at 1-1. And this is going to probably be the most important matchup that we are going to have throughout this pool. If G2 can get a 3-0 win, I think they're going to secure themselves a first place finish. They already beat Space Station 3-0 earlier today. They lost the Pioneers in a game 5. Lions, they lost to Space Station 3-0, but they beat the Pioneers 3-2. And the Pioneers, obviously, they have only played G2 and Lions. They have yet to play Space Station game.
I think we knew coming in that this would be the most unpredictable pool in the tournament, and it's definitely turning out that way, right? Upsets across the board. G2, by the way, incredible at the moment with the addition of Barcode. Barcode's been going huge in every opportunity I've seen him. Of course, they didn't quite win against Pioneers. I guess it was, you said, game 5, close series, and Barcode still popped off, I think, despite them losing. So, you know, crazy to see what he's brought to the team, but at the same time, you've got this new Lions squad on the come-up. 4 players that I feel like the broader community has no idea of, and we've just been kind of watching their growth, I think, Garrett, for months now, seeing how fast they kind of come up.
Yeah, it's been very interesting I mean, just both these teams, right, and what they've been able to do. I'm really keeping my eye out for one, be Barcode on G2, right? Everyone has his eyes on him, but on the other side, Mortally has been just a very impressive player thus far, and if Lions is going to do anything, I expect him to lead that charge.
You got Mortally, you got Burton, who we witnessed at the end of the Pioneer series was going ham in Slayer, just winning all of his fights. So Burton finally finding his footing, Jesus. From Toronto, of course, lives right next to me, apparently. So you got to rep a fellow Canadian. Man's finally finding some success in Halo, and he's been around for a while at this point. When I first came into the scene, he was still there, still grinding.
Everyone is ready for today's tournament. The grind has been real for everyone, right? It's come down to this moment. This is really the last chance to really to test your team before Orlando. You know, this is gonna be the last time that we're gonna see really probably a big roster mania happen after this tournament, and seeing how these teams really interact with each other, how good they truly are. And so far, I think Barcode has lived up to the hype. I think everyone on G2 has been happy with that change, and they're finally being able to get reps within each other. I mean, Barcode landed in America like a week ago.
Right.
They really haven't been able to get that much practice, and for them to be coming out playing as strong as they are, I think that's really impressive.
Definitely testament to just his individual ability, but also to the team to come together, coordinate this quickly, and wild to see the stark difference, I'm sure, for Barcode coming from Australia, Ping, to U.S. finally getting to kind of bring forward, I think, the capability that he seemed to be possessing. So far, so good. We haven't had an opportunity to cast him just yet, Garrett, so I can't wait to jump into this G2 Lions series. We've got a ton of talent across the board. Everything going to just kick off with this opening strat on Streets, and, of course, the Rockets in the center of our feed here.
Is G2 in Texas? Did they move their players all over?
I want to say they did. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I didn't see anything on Twitter. I wonder if they are. If someone in chat knows, let us know, because very interested in that. Obviously, these teams that don't have
HCS
funding, they're going to be hoping. Right, HCS Houston in full effect today, but there's definitely some teams like Lions who don't necessarily have that team funding behind them, and they weren't able to go to Texas, so they're going to be all around it. And it looks like, yeah, they are in Texas. G2 all in Texas today. I love to see that, man. It's
Are Lions the only team not? I'm seeing, I'm just trying to read chat here.
Nah, there's definitely some other teams not. Like I don't think Arctic and them. Yeah, I just think teams that don't have funding probably aren't doing that. But we already see Rockets in the hands of Burton early on. And we're starting to see some early action from G2 as they are getting up these opening kills. And so far, it's going to be coming down to this fight towards Oddball in the middle, and it's Burton who comes out on top. Look at the nice little movement tech too, getting that ball away.
Very clean moves out of Burton. Bit of a 50-50. He misses that slide. That ball does not rotate like it did. Despite it, though, the ball not going to make it up the stairs. Still got work to do as they do come back to it safely. So now the setup in play here. Good potential early on for Lions, unless Gilkey puts a stop to it.
Ooh, Gilkey with a nasty double. Gets right into that fight, but they still have to fight through the rest, and Barcode winning the first piv of the day. That was a true one-on-one right there for the stream, and you can see Barcode. The talent is there. The rest of the team keeping up with him as they finally get control of that ball.
It didn't take G2 very long to just light up the whole team, though, right? Starts with Gilkey with the double. They collapse immediately before we could see the rotation out of C, and the C hold immediately swapped over to G2 to work with some time, make it 16 and counting here. Barcode center map. We said this man can make plays. Look at the flank on the 2. He's got no fear. Not quite going to find hot shot, but what he did do was slow him down.
Yeah, that's honestly half the time it's all you really need to do as a player is just provide time for your teammates, and you can see they've been able to rack up quite a bit, and now it's up to Sab to try to stay alive, but he's going to be taken down as 2 players break through this commando spawn. Gilkey and Barcode, the last line of defense, but look at them working together. Gilkey with that stalker rifle, and oh my god, Barcode does not care. Mortally sees the respawn screen. Barcode's been impressive, and Gilkey has been just as impressive as well. 6-1, and really Gilkey, he is, in my opinion, the best stalker player in the game. The way that he can use his reticle, the way that he gets kills with that stalker rifle, he is truly a menace on the map.
I do think Gilkey still is probably the biggest wild card on the team as well. He's got, I want to say, more potential to pop off and go crazy than just about anyone, but he also has games where that doesn't quite happen. I want to say he's got some very high peaks and lower lows. So we'll see whether or not he can find a high point here as they do try to rotate the ball. Gilkey, of course, not quite going to make it out of that fight. He will be captured. All will I say it, Barcode playing this perfectly as he sits down for the free kill.
And Stracing has a great position here. He's more forward, gets behind two of these players from Lions, and eventually does the job necessary. Gets 2 kills, and this ball is rotating away. G2, they had a little bit of a rough start trying to get to that ball, but as soon as they've gotten it, they really haven't let it go. Lions trying desperately to fight back into this game.
It's a rough spot for Lions. You can see the setup around the ball here, held in PD. Sab trying to keep coverage on it. Burton gets in the fray. Sorry, only to get backsmacked, I believe, by Sab, who will rotate this ball out closer to Barcode. Lions pressure not quite going to work. They're running out of opportunities to make advances here as well. They basically have one more shot, I think, to really break through.
Yeah, so many walls have been built. And Lions, it just does not seem like they're going to be able to overcome them. They have one last push in them. And Hotshot's going to open it up. First kill for his team, but Gilkey from behind, he's going to be able to find big kills. And look at this Barcode. He's isolated all the way across the map, but he's basically forcing them to spawn as far away as possible from that ball, and no opportunity to get back in.
No chance of a split spawn over in B or over in Red Room. In a situation like that, they are in the back of C. They got no hope whatsoever, and G2 keeps them locked there. That's a dominant first round, a very quick one too.
You know, this is exactly what you want to see from G2. I mean, if you're a member on G2, you have to be really happy with that performance. You know, this is a Lions roster that took KCP to Game 5 and won versus the Pioneers. This is a team that has a lot of potential on it. We know how good players like Mortally, Hotshot, Ghost are, the legacy of Burton. I mean, he's won a major championship before. And now G2, they just look as if they're not having any struggle whatsoever keeping this ball away.
And keep away, they'll continue to play. They still got it on B side. Little perimeter around it for the setup here. Parzelli just looking to find an opening. He's just getting tagged by nades in the meantime. Battle already going down here. Back A, Mortally bait and switching with Lions as they try to keep up with the ball. But Gilkey, a line of defense going to make it very difficult. That leaves Burton out isolated. Mortally now limited options with this stalker. Going to hopefully find himself a kill. That ball still being scrappily, I guess, moved around there by Straight Six.
Yeah, Straight Six has an opportunity to just completely rotate this away before Mortal even has a chance to fight for it. Sab got the spawn over at bottom C, so although the kill goes in favor of Mortally, the rotation from G2 is too fast and too strong, and they're just going to keep racking up the time.
One of the biggest indicators for a well-coordinated team is how quickly they see the opening to rotate the ball, keep it away, get it back to your spawning teammates, and recreate a setup when things, might go awry. We'll see. Sab in the meantime, he's got some potential here, in a little bit of trouble. Hopefully his teammate can bait and switch with him.
And look, it's the duo that really made up this team to start. Gilkey and Straight Stick together that have been just dominating 13 and 11 between the two of them, and they've just been able to have their way with this Lions roster. Sab, oh my God, he still got the kill. Oh my God, Sab able to find the kill at the last second. Rockets go into the hands of Lions, but this ball's still far enough away that you don't really feel like this Rocket's going to make too much of an impact.
You can see Mortally getting a little impatient there too. Fired one off, didn't quite get the target. Now he's going to save the next one. Burton already opened things up with a kill. This is where you'd like to see Lions get aggressive. Parzelli picks one as well. Fires that rocket wide there. Somehow not hitting Barcode with it. Mortally going to have to cut the losses, maybe go for ball. Barcode's still being a nuisance there in the base. I think he rotated around till Parzelli found him. So Lions, they did their job. They finally got a bit of a setup here.
And it's just time that was bought by G2. Yeah, they lose the setup, but they really were able to milk an extra 20 seconds out of that play. And Now, this is what's interesting is we're going to see G2 really have to play for a break for the first time in this game, and it'll be interesting to see how they coordinate. Right now, they're going for a 3-1 push. Sab isolated, trying to get the cross on a Parzelli while the players mount their pressure towards purple. And Barco's going to be the first one in, shotgun in hand, and he takes the fight. Parzelli not able to get the finish. Burton ninja Sab, though. Oh my God, hey, love that feature. Keep features like that in the game, please. I love knowing whenever someone gets ninja'd.
The whole game needs to know if somebody gets ninja'd. It's that important. In the meantime, let's see what Barco can put together, because he's stayed alive. He's been clearing his way through C. And I mean, I can't help but feel like chat's trying to give us a message about Barco too, Garrett. It's all that I'm seeing, by the way. It's just apparently he's shooting bots out here.
Hey, you know, Barco's doing his best. He's been playing extremely well throughout this game. +4 right now, 12 and 8. And so far, G2 have just dominated in the story of Slays. And I don't think that's going to stop anytime soon with Barcode having all the utility. Oh my God, just 3 perfect shots. This red gun, man, it makes all the difference on the map, especially with a team like G2, with how fine their aims can be. They can make all of these kills so easy for themselves. Barcode's a huge player in this situation. He needs to buy enough time for his teammates to come off respawn. He stays alive. No. He gets value. Barcode.
Oh no. So Hotshot must have thought he got the kill. I think he hurt his teammate with that rocket as well. Barcode gets away with murder, and the ball's still in their hands because of it.
But once he get into this fight right away, he falls. Parzelli able to get that kill, and that's going to let Lions push on through, trying to find their spot. Ball will get taken, and Lions have the setup once again. So G2 still plenty of time to work with, but they're going to have to fight through the setup with Lions one more time.
Uphill battle, literally and figuratively. Let's see if they can come away with it. Hotshot, nice work. He'll take Sab. That's an opening pick they need. Cripple the resources a little bit for G2, but they're still getting aggressive. Barcode does trade. Hotshot looking for a second target. Burton picks up 2 in the feed, though. Mango's huge for defense on the ball as Hotshot still looking for bodies.
The break is in. Nade's coming through. Sab is in the back. Sab is an important player here. He needs to stay alive and find these kills. Parzelli tries to go through, but Sab will come out on top. Ball back into the hands of G2. Straight Sync has a massive fight versus Burton. Sab's going to put down the ball to help, and that's exactly what you want to see. It's going to keep Straight Sync alive, keep their presence towards purple, and keep Lions having to fight through the entirety of G2 to get towards that ball.
Pivotal moment in this game as well. Double dilemma for Lions. They need to stay alive, win their fights, so they have presence on the Rockets. They lose the team fight, they might lose the Rockets as well. And as I say, Immortally going for a massive flank to try to get involved. Sab finds him. Gilkey gonna take him. Those Rockets still yet to spawn. Gilkey with coverage over it. Just gonna tag up Parzelli, keep him weak all while the ball is taking time. They got about 10 seconds to work with. Your Lions out of options. We need to see them fly.
I don't think they have enough time even with those Rockets. Now G2 gonna do it. Straysick cleans it up with a nice little triple. 4 go down for Alliance in game 1 to G2 as they come out extremely hot. Gilkey dropping 20 kills in that 2-0 finish on oddball.
Great work there at a Straight Sick to go for that huge flank cross map despite the ball hold. Wants to make sure that the presence on Rockets, right? He knows they're running out for Rockets. They're gonna leave that seat. And just taking full advantage of that distraction in the situation to earn a triple kill to close that one out confidently. Plays left and right, though, for sure. Barcode doing his thing. Gilkey with 20 on the board, as we can see just towards the end of this. Just backing down Parzelli at the end of the game there. 2 beautiful shots out of him.
Yeah, it's just that's what really made the difference, though, is G2, when they got their ball set up, they would just spawn Lions consistently as far away as possible, and it just allowed them to get easy ball time. And it's not normal that you see Sab really doing that objective work, but he had 115 seconds, and maybe that's what this team's going to look like. Maybe give Barcode more of an opportunity to become that slayer for the team, and maybe have Sab take more of a slaying objective role. I'm not sure, but I really was enjoying how G2 was really functioning in that game. I really felt like there was no missteps.
There's a lot more comfort on this team. I think with the addition of Barcode, they can play a little faster. They're starting to win fights, starting to really go toe-to-toe, I think, in this lane category against some of the larger teams. We saw that with Pioneers. Of course, Lions, a different story. They've had a great day so far. They do still, in the end of the day, kind of sit against the odds as far as these stacked teams in this lineup. Lions, of course, just kind of peeking in to this just a level of competition. They have the potential, but we're going to need to see it here in Slayers, or dare I say it, Garrett, it could be a 3-0 if it doesn't happen here.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough matchup for the Lions. I mean, already we're seeing G2, they're just playing as a team right now, and looks like everyone's ready to go into that game too as soon as possible, as it's going to be a Slayer on, I believe it was Catalyst, right? I could be wrong. You know, I think I'm already forgetting our best of five. It's all good. Aquarium. Yeah, it was Aqua. Yeah, already forgetting our best of fives. But G2, they just look so damn good with each other. I mean, I really like how Barcode slipped into this team.
Just to rewind, though, I do remember watching the Pioneers series with Lions, and Lions clutched up, and it was this map, I believe, Game 5 Slayer, where they did find that clutch. They traded, blow for blow to keep the lead that they had. So if they can do that against Pioneers, I don't see why they can't do that against G2, especially considering G2 just lost a Game 5 in their series. So hopefully that gives them some confidence, some momentum, something to get going in this series before it slips out of control.
Ooh, it looks like the chat giving us some updates. FaZe lost to Oxygen in a Game 5. So that's surprising to say the least.
Slayer Catalyst. Just looking at
that's like not even close. So, I mean, hey, if anyone's coming over from the Bravo stream, welcome. We have G2 versus Lions upcoming right here. Game 2. G2 winning Game 1 pretty convincingly, as we're ready to get into our second game.
I gotta say that this FaZe roster, the expectations are high, but when they don't follow through, the savagery on all four of these players, man, like reading the chat, just, I hope the team's not reading it, because I find Twitch chat they have no problem being savage as hell to this new team. They expect greatness, and they're not seeing it yet. In the meantime, let's see if we get a little more greatness out of G2, or if Lions will snap back into action.
It's going to come down to thrust control, in my opinion, right? It's about keeping thrust in your pocket as well as that heat wave. Obviously, on Flag, everyone talks about the car side. You can be way more free on Slayer. Really, what's important is controlling the utility on the map, then working as a unit to make sure you're collapsing on the same kills.
Biggest thing is getting that coverage on the opening spawners, but knowing what that does to the spawn system for the remaining players that, flip out behind you. As we say, the opening strat going to go pretty favorably to Lions, and they're starting to create that opening that we talked about. Back blue is the spawn. How do they play it? Of course, dictating the action. You got Hotshot top mid.
Some Burton almost dies from those. Like, dude, Burton is just trying his best to survive with their Hotshot's like, I can't do anything to help you, man. Just keep hiding. And we see Parzelli comes in. He's able to get one. Burton trying to get the second. The collapse is in, and a very patient play from Lions right there. I mean, they had camo. They waited for their spot, and eventually they get it, and they're going to be able to go up 9-2 early on in this game.
The patience for the setup so important, but then timing is everything as well, right? A little bit of a staggered push. You saw Parzelli go first. Burton joined the fray slightly afterwards, and they lost a couple along the way, but ultimately came out on top. You can see 10-4 on the board. G2 just looking to stagger and put them back, give themselves a chance to come back in the scoreline. As I say, a Burton with a big kill.
Yeah, Gilkey made a massive play, though. He was able to stay alive with Barcode as the heat wave pushed in, and then on top of that, he re-challenged back out to get a double kill. Unfortunately, him and Barcode couldn't keep that magic happening any longer. They tried to push into the base. Lions there and ready. And so far, Lions just doing a great job at staying alive and waiting for their opportunities. They're not trying to force anything thus far. They're waiting for G2 to make mistakes, and they capitalize.
They seem to have this map locked down. It's giving me flashbacks to their series of Pioneers where they did clutch up, held on to their lead. Barcode out of options, still finds the outplay. Is he shooting bodies there, by the way? I think he might have left behind a couple shots into, I believe that was Burton. Gonna let the man know here early on as he's still going, by the way.
The Barcode has been insane throughout this series. Expect him to drop some big numbers
in these games. Burton gonna come out of what seemed like nowhere to get the smackdown and move Heatwave back to his team's possession. And if they can just maintain this sort of lead for the rest of this game, they'll be in a great spot. But Gilkey looking to be the disruptor in this lobby as he gets the camouflage into action.
Definitely Gilkey could do it.
Ooh.
He could have, but the teamwork right there. Parzelli, last second, back smack to save Burton, drop him off the map, keep their 7, make it 8-kill advantage. Lions not letting up.
Damage is coming through, and now G2, I mean, you don't have that much time to stabilize the ship. You know what I'm saying? It's very important for you to get back into this game relatively soon, as you don't want to get this thing into that 30 to 40 kill mark and have yourself be down by 7-8 kills.
Definitely not. Everything can still change at this point, though. Still early enough to turn the tides. Barcode not quite going to turn things around in that fight. Mortally will find it. Sab does find an answer. 24 on the board for Lions as Sab does slip away with a heat wave. Rotating with the team here going to be so huge as they run together at team shot. Good opportunity for them to come away with kills and no trades. As I say it, though, they're struggling to find any good openings.
Burton back into the fight. Looks like he's going to wait for his teammates. There's no reason for him to die without any sort of help. That's all they have to really focus on, is staying alive and playing trade for trade. As long as they're able to do that, they will win this game. But the camouflage coming up soon, it's going to be a fight for that camo control, and whatever team gets away with it, they can either blow this lead open or they can tighten this one up.
And as we say it, look who's popping off. Barco just picked up 2. He killed, I believe, Hotshot, who was top mid for the camo. That presence now not there. Gilkey picks it up instead. They're now snowballing off this a little bit, making 2 dead. 7 kill deficit, but Gilkey looking to close the line as he just barely skips out to fight. My man with no health. Why did he peek it? His shoulder popped out. Parzelli, he spots him.
I think he felt like he had to peek because he heard a frag drop to his right and just slightly pushes to the left, and Parzelli was, to his credit, pre-firing that spot, and it just no spot for Gilkey to get away from it as he does fall. That camo not going to play as much of an impact as he'd like, but this game relatively close still, as G2 have found themselves in a much better spot now. It seems like they're getting a little bit more momentum. Sap's Heatwave bounces off that back wall and does a little bit extra damage, and that could be the push that they need. G2 finding kills. Burton's left by himself in the back of the base.
G2 closing the gap. They're on the chase. Burton, like you said, he's alone. Sab finds him. There he goes. Remaining players spawn up opposite side map, and Straight Sick up on pink. He's got that coverage. You can see he's tagging it already. Gonna let the team know. They'll need to coordinate to collapse. 2-2 split right now. Gilkey working with, I believe, Barcode opposite side map. You got Straight Sick and Sab working together. They'll drop, though. Fight already going down on both sides as Parzelli gets aggressive. Gilkey shuts him down, and look at the score here. Just a 1-kill deficit.
G2 are roaring back into this game. Barcode really leading the effort. 13 kills from him as Gilkey finds his way to smack another. Sab with the kill on Burton, and suddenly this game, it feels as if the momentum shifted. The wind has moved the sails as G2 are fighting blow for blow with Lions now.
It's the tides, or the tables have turned, the turned tables. What'd you say? Anyway, things have changed. And it's a tie game now because of it. G2, they've clawed their way back. And Lions having the luxury of an advantage all game. Losing it at this point, what does it do to your confidence? Do you start to crumble? Straight Sick with 1. Gilkey just barely surviving. Once again, Nade's coming in. They're not quite killing him. Straight Sick and team will work together to pick up the pieces off this. Now 41.
And then 2, Hotshot with a massive kill on Gilkey. That's going to shut down the heat wave for now. And you can see that comes back to haunt them as Hotshot's able to find another kill. Lions in a great position here to start to get this game to go their way, but Parko's just been a headache and a half for this Lions roster to deal with. He wants to be in every engagement. You can tell he just wants to be in fights, and he's consistently pushing forward. Finally, Burton able to shut him down, but G2 still with a 2-kill lead to work with as they're looking for another opportunity. Sab finds Mortally. Big fights and the perfect kill.
Coming out with a win like that is massive. Holds on to the 1 kill lead. They have.
no.
He takes 2. He's doing damage with that nade as well. That's going to keep Mortally and team weak as they try to scamper out, make it 47 here. Everyone spawned back yellow. G2 likely aware of it. Sab, no fear on the collapse here too as he gets in and out.
Lions did everything right. They had Sab pinch left and right, both sides, but Sab had the utility. He throws the shock to his left, whips to his right, and hits the pre-fire. Double kill for him, and it's blown this game open. Suddenly Lions are all trapped, and Gilkey comes in and shooting fish in a barrel. G2 finished the fight.
Oh my God. What a collapse to close that. You see him drop like flies. And just wild to see the trajectory of that game, though, considering how dominant it was for, I want to say, the first half out of Lions. The moment that G2 got their footing, they started getting rolling down to those individual plays as well. I think that one by Sab that you highlighted, so important, the ability to just cover all odds there. He was pinched on both sides. He cleans them up and created that spawn, created the opening G2 needed to close it out.
It's often the unexpected kills that shift the pendulum. You know what I'm saying? It's the kills that the team doesn't expect because it opens up giant holes in the gameplay. And it starts here with Sab, right? The perfect shots to get Mortally. And then, hey, Mortally's saying, Sab's weak on Dynamos. Just throw nades, you'll get him. Throws the pre-nade to the left, getting information from Gilkey and Straysick that there's a player weak coming in. And then Barcode on the other side working with Sab as Sab uses that thrust to get the double kill. And now suddenly, Burn and Mortally have nowhere to go. Their teammates are down. They have to go back into the base to get safety, but the timing is just perfect enough for G2 to complete the collapse as the rest of the teammates spawn there. No split spawns this time around, and that leads to an easy collapse by G2 to finish that game.
Brutal situation. And like you said, it all comes down to one player surviving a little longer than intended. Because Sab clutches up, gets both those kills, it removed the options of the remaining 2 players, like you said. And here's where the dominoes fall. The whole team just YOLO. They fly at it, win their trades. And G2 on top of this series now 2-0 because of it. Lions, they need something to bounce back. At this point, it could be a 3-0.
It's just a heartbreaking game for Lions to let slip by, right? I mean, Barcode and the crew just find the comeback. But on the other side, I mean, the beginning of that game was so in favor of the Lions. They had everything going right for them. And then for it to just slowly slip out of their hands and for it to trickle away is just a heartbreaker. And now going into strongholds on Livefire, they're gonna have to play as if their tournament life is on the line, in my opinion, because the Lions, they lose this, like suddenly they don't look as if they're in a great position to get top 2, right? They started off the day so hot, beating KCP in game 5. Now suddenly they find themselves in a position where they could be finishing 3rd place even after beating KCP.
Hard to say. Of course, Space Station's been having a rough day as well, so they have some bounce back potential. But like you said, this is not where you want to go down. G2 take this. Lions, they'll have to clutch up a little later against Space Station, or so help their spot in pool. In the meantime, first things first, focus on what's right in front of you. We got Livefire Strongholds Game 3.
We get into this game 3. I want to bring Magic in. I think she has some updates about what's been happening around in pool play and what the current situation looks like. Magic, welcome to the broadcast.
Hey, glad to be back in the role of reporter here on the broadcast. So in Pool A, Sentinels are now up 2-1 in the series versus United. It was a neck-and-neck game 3 in a King of the Hill recharge, and it all came down to hill number 5, which waffled back and forth with either team being just seconds away from capturing it. Sentinels secure that hill, leaving United only 45 seconds to answer back, so the game goes to time. But that series is going to continue on with that 1-game advantage now for Sentinels. And then in game 5, I think you caught some of it here on the broadcast, but Oxygen take down FaZe with a huge 50-38 win on Catalyst Slayer. Boom X coming out with 16 slays and only 7 deaths, leading the way for this up-and-coming Oxygen team.
Oxygen making some huge waves. I don't think anyone would have seen that happening at all.
Thank you so much for the update, Magic. Guys, if you want to keep in track of that EU United Sentinels matchup, that is happening over on the main stream, twitch.tv/Halo. Pull up that multi-Twitch. Make sure you're involved with everyone. But all so far, G2 come out strong, able to get themselves 3 hills right away. And although Lion's going to be able to get A, it looks as if the feed is still being dominated by G2.
I saw Mortally pop into the chat earlier, said his internet was giving him trouble. Of course, I think Lions, one of the only teams to not travel to Texas. In a situation like this, that can be a difficult, hill to climb, but they bounce back despite it. Hopefully we do see this man bounce back in the game. In the meantime, it's all Barcode on the feed as he's almost manages to stay alive with the snipe. Tearing him down might give Burton an opportunity to get back to it.
That's what you love to see from G2, right? They're always going to push for trip cap advantages when they can. And when you're in this position, it feels as if everything is going right. Straightsick able to get the sniper back in his hands. And look at the pressure that they're able to apply to this Lions roster right after they get a home base. So even though Lions get A, they still don't have any freedom to really move across this map. They decide to push C while Straightsick's waiting with the sniper. On the other side, it's Gilkey and Barcode working together, try to keep him off B.
And that'll keep him off. There's a double for Straightsick. Looking for a third head here, but things crystal clear on the side of C as they do rotate back to B. Looking pretty calm, cool, and collected for G2. 91 and counting. Lions gonna need to find an answer. It looks like an outside rotation is the play, but Straightsick, he'll spot it. Can he tag? A body on the way, not quite.
I mean, dude, Lions, this is looking like a potential 250-0 with how it's going, to be honest. They're finally going to be able to capture C, so a point going to go on board. But I mean, right now G2 have just felt no resistance, and Overshield moving back to G2's hands once again. You don't expect Lions to maintain any sort of control for much longer.
That's the brutal reality, is they give up a section of the map, but they gain the resources in the process, so they always come out on top here. Sab, speaking of being on top, he had the high ground. He's gonna bob and weave a back tower, just make sure that's locked down, because Straightsick, he's got to handle an A. He takes 2. Burton does survive. He'll rotate over, but he's not safe. Barcode on the hunt for him.
Yeah, Barcode really wanted to try to find that pick at A before they could capture it. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to do so, but B and C still in the control of G2, and Lions really have to decide how they're going to make this push. It looks like they're just going to wrap all the way to C, but Straightsick and Gilkey are ready, and look at this rotation already getting towards Nest. This push from Lions is probably going to get stopped short.
And that's been the play for Lions, I want to say twice now, is to send their numbers outside through OS to try to overwhelm C. But G2, they're quick to recognize what's happening and then shift their numbers to compensate. As I say, Gilkey just playing around the tire, try to stay up. Barcode is there to help, though. Little clothesline on the Mortally. Not sure he was expecting it, as Barcode still has shots to work with.
Barcode's just that friend that piles on. He gets inside of that 1v1 fight. Says, I got a big gun to work with, getting some more damage in. It looks like C will probably switch hands to Lions, but oh, whoa. Yo, Sab tried his best right there. I think the snipe, did he go off now?
It flew over his shoulder. He's trying to find it.
Oh, dude, he's trying to find it. There's no snipe to be found. Although, I mean, look at this. Lions able to get a trip cap out of that whole situation. I think G2 could have maybe rotated towards A earlier and just try to mitigate the damages towards C instead. It's a brief trip cap for Lions as they have the sniper and position for the Overshield.
Oh, no. Oh, not like this. He gets out. Oh, just barely. Burton had a sliver of time left to wait for the OS as he bounced off the pedestal, but he does come out with the power up regardless. Trying to lock down A. Don't think he knows there's a sneaky Barcode underneath. He doesn't. Barcode waiting for his opportunity. Not going to find it, though. The Needler going to lie waste to him. And Lions still finding little opportunities to pull back into this. They got a lot of work to do.
You can see back into the hands of G2. It's a 50-point run for Lions at the end of the day. And now suddenly it looks like they're gonna have to try to decide, are they gonna go for that C push one more time is the question, right? Barcode has a sniper at top tower, man. He is ready for whoever pushes hot shot. If you peek that corner, you're gonna be gone, mate.
Oh yeah. Oh my of course. He drops the nade but doesn't lose that head level placement. I gotta say, Barcode has one of the quickest snipes in the game, and I mean that was more so just setup and destruction, but the way he snaps around, finds targets, it's a thing of beauty. And unfortunately, he's got no more snipe ammo to show us. In the meantime, though, there's not much more game left to play. Lions need an answer. They need it quick.
So efficient in this game thus far. G2 really just have not felt any sort of pressure to have to make a play. And Straight Six in a great spot right here. He's going to be able to get behind all these players. He finds an easy one shot. He's going to put some damage in the next. Oh my God, Straight Six. And that's the thing that you don't see on the stat sheet, right? Straight Six doesn't get a lot of kills in that situation, but the amount of damage and the amount of pressure he puts on the map just by himself is so important for his team. I think he's critically underrated in the HCS right now.
And it keeps Lions back at B as well, and it makes it difficult for them to rotate. So by the time they do start their move, you got G2 in position, ready to conquer. You've got the OS about to pop up here, and the snipe as well. So Lions, they better snap into action if they want a chance, because the hill time's still going in the favor of G2. Time is ticking. Lions out of options in every scenario. Gilkey, an OS will roll down the hill to his feet. He collects it in the last couple seconds. Lions gonna try to stop the bleeding in this, but it's just looking brutal for him.
Gilkey ringing down some shots. He knows that he can rotate early. C and A in his team's hands. He gets the sniper, and well, it's about some celebration shots. The 360 no scope. No, Burton gonna be able to stay alive. B switching hands as well. Barcode wins the fight against Parcelli. He's just having a game to forget as Barcode gets right back into the fight. Mortally gonna be able to win that. They're trying to stave off G2 for now, but the pressure is just unrelenting from this G2 roster. They can smell blood in the water, and they want to finish this fight.
I like how you said having a game to forget. You don't want to call the guy out, but Parzelli's having a rough one for this, and this could be the end of the series. And you need to see them snap into action to stop it, but it's just looking all too much for Lions. No matter where they go, they're isolated, taken out. 2 hills now capped, time ticking, 10 seconds to close it. Lions, they need their foot in a hill or it's game over.
Yeah, there's just no time for them to get there. 4 seconds, maybe Burton can tap it in time. Barcode tries to send the grenade back. It will come to his death. B. Now that Barcode has a sniper in the back pocket, it's just they just can't catch a break. Mortally sends him high. Is it enough? No, he's still in the hill. Oh no. I guess that answers the question of how high you can go. And like, I thought he was going to send him high enough that he can capture the hill while he's in it. But no, he just stays in and keeps it contested.
Mortally had the right idea. I guess maybe he just aimed that like on a 98 degree, and Barcode jumped into it, got sailed straight up. A little convenient, honestly, as he tried to pick up that angle. Either way, I think the win was inevitable. G2, they come out on top in what was a 3-0 in the end of that, right? At one point, we thought that maybe the Slayer was the saving grace for Lions, but turns out in the end it's curtains, and G2, they came to play.
G2 just very impressive today with Barcode. Their only mishap really getting reverse swept by the Pioneers, a team that many expected to win that pool, but with how it sits right now, I believe G2, I think they should have it secured up for them, because what they already beat. They had 2 3-0s, then they lost a 3-2. I think they have guaranteed themselves first.
I think they're okay
out of their pool today.
Right, because Pioneers, they've lost today so far, right? I have to go look at all the matchups and see a full pools graphic, get the update. But I think G2 is safe, like you said. Lions definitely aren't. They've got work to do. Space Station as well, for sure, will be fighting for a top spot in this pool if it's even an option anymore.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one, especially with, like, I just feel bad for the Lions with how well they started off today, and I don't know what happened during that Space Station gaming matchup. That was the one that they needed to win. If they would have won that, then I think they would have guaranteed themselves second in this pool. I think G2 was always kind of a tall task for them to overcome. But I mean, congrats to them for beating KCP. I mean, it just shows that there's a lot of potential on this roster. And like I said, I'm a big fan of those guys. I think they're going to do some great things, especially keep an eye out, man. I think Mortalley's next up when it comes to some insane plays that he just makes. I mean, at the end of the game, he's 13-12. Like, he tried to do his job, just not enough at the end of the day. Dude, his setting him up fight is so funny, bro.
What
just so funny.
Like
sorry. Oh, no, go ahead.
I'm just agreeing with you. Really, ton of potential. These boys, they're on that come up. There's no signs of stopping. I think they're obviously in a rough spot. Everything against them. Lions don't have an org representing them. They don't have somebody flying them out to Texas for Supreme Connection. You know what I mean? There's little things that'll pick away at you. On top of the fact that, of course, you got a lot of EXP, you got a lot of reps with some of these teams who have been together a while. Barcode, of course, just joining the fold, but G2 chemistry, I want to say, on that roster that's been building for a while.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how this thing goes for the end. We have on the Alpha stream right now, Sentinels versus United. Up 2-1 is Sentinels, and right now, I mean, unless there's some miracle play happens for United, it looks like this one's going to Sentinels.
Definitely less than 2 minutes on the board. 20 kill bomb out of Lethal, by the way. You love to see it. Lethal, of course, a bit of a rocky road for him in his career, I think. Coming off of KC, there were rumors about maybe a Renegade acquisition over to Sentinels. They couldn't find the buy. Instead, Lethal stayed with the team, and the team looking crispy still as expected. Renegade, instead, he ends up on an interesting roster, to say it the least. It's been quite the road for FaZe.
Yeah. It's so interesting, man. That pool over by FaZe is... I wonder what's going to happen with that pool with FaZe losing the Oxygen. I think that's what we have upcoming next is Oxygen versus Need Org. And I think if Oxygen wins that series, I think they're going to win their pool.
Oh, wow.
Which I don't think anyone saw that happening with FaZe in that pool. So
wait, you
really
got Cloud9 in the pool though too. You'd love to know.
Yeah, I don't know what the series was between Cloud9 and Oxygen. We have to go find that. I'm not sure exactly what the pool implications are, but so I think Cloud9 is going to win that. So it's for second place, which is actually a big deal. So if Oxygen wins it, then they get second place, and that means FaZe starts their tournament tomorrow in the elimination bracket.
Just to actually just speak to this, Garrett. So it's 2-0 for Cloud9 right now. Oxygen are 2-1. FaZe is 2-1 as well. But Need an Org apparently are 2-0 also. Am I? Wait, no, they've lost.
They're 0-2.
Wait. Sorry. Yeah. So one win, one loss on Oxygen. 1 win, 1 loss for FaZe. So they're tied right now. We'll need to see a tiebreaker somehow.
Yeah. So if Need Org beat Oxygen, then Oxygen takes third and FaZe takes second. If Oxygen beats Need Org, then Oxygen should take second.
We still need to see C9 FaZe is the question.
Yeah, yes, but I mean, like, assuming Cloud9 beats FaZe. I mean, I think that's... If that doesn't happen, then everything gets messed up. Then we have a three-way tie for first, and it's... then it comes down to series counts, and I believe Oxygen versus FaZe is like a 3-2. So, and then... So, wait one second. I'm trying to do big brain. So, I think FaZe needs to beat Cloud9 better than 3-2. Okay. Because if they do that, then Oxygen will lose the tiebreaker. If it's a three-way tie, no matter what, if it's a head-to-head tiebreaker, Oxygen wins because they beat FaZe. So FaZe needs to win this and then hope that Oxygen loses theirs. And then if they do win, they need to win better than 3-2.
And that's a tall task for sure, because just based off of what we've seen from Oxygen, they're in a great position to take out Need an Org, though Need an Org, no slouch, right? They definitely had some moments in their FaZe series. Hopefully they find their footing, bounce back in the next. In the meantime, it's good to see G1 playing as well as they are. Of course, I would put them above Fnatic and Forbidden Fruit, but I heard it was a 3-0 against Fnatic. They've been popping off. They're, of course, 2-0 in their pool. They'll have to face Optic, though, and Optic... no signs of slowing down whatsoever. Expect that to be a tough series for G1. G2, 2-1, leading their pool.
It looks like Sentinels did win that game 3-1.
Yeah.
So we're ready to go over, win the series 3-1. So Sentinels I think that confirms them as the Pool A victor. I don't think Optic's going to have any problem in Pool C. Actually, no. Optic versus G1 is still to come. When is that popping up on stream, dude?
You think that's a close matchup, or do you think...
I don't know. I'm hyped for it. I might have to take a break from County and be like, yo, what's going on with that one?
That's definitely a good one. That's the thing is G1's been playing so well today, but a competitor like Optic is a totally different story. It's not even you know, you see the levels of skill gap when we witnessed the Optic series earlier, and they just blew them out of the water. I think it was Forbidden Fruit Optic we witnessed earlier.
Yeah, that's yeah, Optic just looked unbeatable. But I mean, honestly, the Fnatic versus Forbidden Fruit's also really interesting over there. I mean, Forbidden Fruit has a chance to take third in their pool. Pool D is just crazy. I think G2 should have that one pretty much locked up. But we don't really know who's going to take that second spot. It's going to be very much between Pioneers and Space Station. Dude, I feel bad for Lions. So like, if it's a 3-2, that's when things get a little spicy over there, because I think everyone's beating each other. Yeah, we have some crazy like tiebreaker implications in Pool B and Pool D. And then, like, dude, Complexity kind of choked away their pool too, huh? Because like they were up 2-0 versus the United. They win that, they would have gotten second in their pool. Now, suddenly, I don't think there's a way for them to get second. I think United wins that tiebreaker.
Is it Complexity Sentinels that they have to play?
Yeah, I guess if Complexity beats Sentinels, then they go 2-1.
Yeah.
But then I think they'd lose the tiebreaker anyway, so that's a tough one. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. If you're sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm done.
I'm just saying, if you're watching LVT currently, note that our next matchup will be United Native. So we're going to laser into Pool A, and as soon as that's ready to go, we'll be jumping into Native and United. United looking for second place in their pool, and yeah, based off of what we're saying, Garrett, they got a good shot at it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting matchups to come. I'm ready to. You know what? I think we should go to my favorite segment, guys. If you're new to the stream, welcome. We appreciate you guys here. We're gonna go into ad time now, guys. If you don't know what ad time is where we play ads to make money, because we're all here on a volunteer basis. So you know, we want to make sure that everyone can, you know, get their squeeze. You know what I'm saying? It's important for us to try to get to a level where we can make sure everyone gets paid. Right now, it's all passion projects, baby. But we're going into some ad time. If you don't want to watch some ads, well, I have an easy solution for you. Just for $5 a month, you can dodge them ads. So you know what I'm saying? You can break some ankles. And you know, if you want to do that, feel free. In the meantime, you know, if you're gonna be watching some ads, watch some ads, hang out with us. If you have Prime, check the Prime. Look at all these guys, look at all these subs. Yo, and if you didn't sub, check this out, guys. We have the best emote on the planet. We have the Tashi emote. Like, you can get that Tashi emote,
legendary,
and spam
emote.
It wherever you want. Yeah, I mean,
Ultra
dude, you guys can get some Tashi. Look at all the Tashi emotes.
It's animated and everything. It moves. He's mid conversation. We'll never know what he's saying, but it's a big deal.
I think he's looking at me very weirdly because I asked him a weird question. Hey, thank you, White's
right.
Edge. Did I say that right? Yeah, White's Edge. Thank you for the tier 1, baby. Welcome to skipping all future ad times, baby. All future ad times not going on. Our next match going to be coming up as soon as it is available, guys. So keep waiting here. I actually believe we're watching Oxygen. I think I'll get confirmation, but I believe we're going to be watching the Oxygen matchup. Yeah, so we're watching Oxygen versus Need an Org.
Oh, okay.
Because the implication. Yo, White's Edge. Yo, the 5 gifted. Look at that. Damn. Saving everyone from the ad times. Saving everyone from the ad times.
White's the GOAT.
Hey, yo, Lifestyle's in the chat, dude. I love Lifestyle, bro. Yo, Lifestyle. Fun fact, we have the same name, dude. Appreciate you. Garrett. His name's Garrett, but he goes by Gary. Yeah, same.
Love Magic had a great point earlier. She said, C stream is for community. C stands for community. Yeah, I love that. We're interacting with chat. You guys have any questions or anything to keep us entertained? In the meantime, we're waiting, as you can see, for the lobby to fill up, and we'll jump right in.
Yeah, this is Ask Me Anything time. You guys can
AMA and dodge ads.
Yeah, AMA. Dude, Convict, you gotta be. Yeah. Hey, Convict, you better tread careful. Hey, love to see that Lifestyle. Love to see that. Yo, go pro again, bro. It's been a minute since you've been around. Need to see Optic Lifestyle again. You know what I'm saying? Back in the day.
That's a throwback.
That is a throwback, bro. If y'all know, y'all know.
What I want to know is what's happening with this series, Garrett. We've got our layout on screen. Looks like Streets Ball to kick it off. Aquarius Slayer. We've seen this already. Rinse and repeat of what we just witnessed. Of course, live fire strongholds. If we get there, we got Bizarre Flag, Recharge Slayer, sorry, to close it. Need Norg in a rough spot. They're 0-2. They haven't won a series yet. Oxygen, they upset FaZe. It's the FaZe killer right here.
Yeah, it was so wild. I did not expect to see Oxygen beat FaZe. Oxygen always been that weird team, dude. Like, you never know what they're gonna do. They came out of the gate really hot, like when Halo Infinite came out, when they had Swish on the roster, and they placed top 6 in the first tournament, and then from there they just haven't really gotten back to those heights. I've gone through a couple team changes, but I think this is the best their team has looked in a long time. I think Bohm and Triton together have been just absolutely phenomenal. So I think this is a great opportunity for them to finish out strong and take second in their pool.
By the way, Garrett, you said, or Kilgore said, Tools versus Mint Blitz. Who wins? 1v1.
Shoot. He has to play like upside down, right? So
wait, what?
It's
Why?
Easy. He lives in Australia, no?
Oh, he's playing in the
Mint
upside
Blitz.
down.
Dude, Mint Blitz, I'm sorry,
Things.
Mint, bro, but like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not on the, I'm not walking in straight lines while we're playing. You know what I'm saying? So
ooh, man.
you might have some trouble with me, but you know, maybe I'll hop on that Smurf too. We'll see how it goes. Mint's also great, guys. I love it. It makes banger YouTube videos. So,
I would pay to watch that 1v1 for the record.
I would probably get bodied against Mint in a 1v1, to be honest. I suck at 1v1s. I want to get better at 1v1s. I need to get on like Metafire or something.
I'll 1v1
someone
you.
coach me 1v1.
What's some
Yeah, it'd just be so boring.
I get bodied by Command
destroyed.
Station on a regular basis. If you want, I'll take my
she's
experience.
a 1v1 god too.
Apparently. She's clipping on me the other day. I've got some crazy, I don't want to show them, but she hit a shot, you know, on live fire behind the scoreboard where you set up for the scoreboard jump, like the curb slide. She was in cuts, like over where OS was, and she jumped and she shot me over the scoreboard while I was in the garage. Does that make sense? Setting up for the curb slide. She threaded the needle with the snipe, and I don't know, just blew my mind.
That's crazy. That's a good sign.
Anyway.
Love to see that. Yeah, I just feel like 1v1s are like the worst way to play Halo, to be honest. I do not have fun playing 1v1s. I'm very much like a 4v4, make the X Factor play, you know what I'm saying? It's about being the X Factor.
I want to see an X Factor in this series. Who would be your X Factor in the matchup coming up?
Bohm. I think Bohm's really an important player to this team. On the other side, like Furiously, I think Furiously needs to step up and like be the player that like just creates spacing on the map. Like you know what to expect out of Triton, right? Like Triton's just so damn good. Like you know what to get from him. Chris Common has been Chris Common. Like he has that consistency. Bohm is that player that can pop off at any moment, and is gonna be the one that needs to like set up his team for better players as well.
Now I think it was 16-7 or something crazy. Magic had given us the update. Bohm went ham in the Slayer game against FaZe to close it out, so definitely something to look to. And then Common honestly has been stealing the spotlight. The chat loves him. I see people talking about how incredible he is, and we're seeing bigger and better plays from every time he comes up on screen. So definitely looking to Common. But Furiously was also, like you said, he was that player who he's the fastest, I want to say, on the map. The man's quick as hell. But he was also the one who broke the setup for FaZe, or the push for FaZe in Slayer at the very end, right? He pushed up on B, got the flank shots into, I think it was either Sparty or Falcated, completely broke him down as they took the Slayer.
Hi, dude. You see that? You count like I count? I see 8 players in the lobby.
I see 8
1,
players.
2, 3, 4. Yeah, I see 8 players. So that means, guys, that we're ready to get going. Streets Oddball gonna be our first game / type combination, and that means there's plenty of time for both these teams to feel each other out, right? Oddball usually a game of attrition. It's not gonna be one play that changes everything. It's about having a consistent play throughout. These games can last 20-22 minutes on Oddball.
Just want to see strong setups that are flexible. A lot of these teams, they'll have the perimeter, whether it's an A side setup, they'll lose somebody over on let's say alley, and then they'll rotate the ball through B over to C. They play keep away with it whenever they're at a deficit, just recognizing where the pressure is coming in from, spotting it, and finding that counter plan as early as possible. Either way, the opening strat will set the pace and give a team an opportunity to set up, so we'll need to see that first.
I looked at the schedule. Are we ahead of schedule? Like, yo, this was supposed to take place at 6. Oh no. Yeah,
well,
6:15. Look at that. We're
right. This is we
no,
were
no, 6:15. 6:15.
Is this instead of native though?
Yeah, this is instead of native.
Okay. This is the bigger, better matchup right here.
We're ahead of schedule. Yeah, shout out to the Face It team and everyone in the production, bro. We've been crushing the times. That's crazy, bro. I was watching a tournament that can't be named yesterday, and my God, bro, the milk was crazy. Not today, baby. Halo's where it needs to go, and try and throw that rocket up into the rockets. JK, are you kidding me? Oh, Name, are you up next? He's gonna be able to stay alive. I love the combo play that we see from Oxygen.
What a play to start the game. And I guess what's the ideal behind that is you've got rockets, you gotta commit to the clamber. You might not make it to set up in time. Instead, he gives a little alley-oop to the rockets to a teammate. He can shoot him right away. I guess little plays like that give the team a timing advantage to set up with the ball. It seems to be working. Oxygen, they do have the early presence as Nemesis does find a flank here. Not a flank, sorry. He's the man with the ball. They got to set up.
Yeah, I think it's all about the timing, right? You want to get that rocket in play as soon as possible, and you get in a more advantageous spot. Essentially skipping, you know, you're going to be in the animation of clambering anyway, so you might as well have that animation be them loading up that rocket. Yeah. Makes all the difference. I love to see that sort of team play from the start. It's not everyone like their opening starts aren't just, hey, you go here, you go here, you go here, and we win gunfights. It's like, okay, I'm gonna grab rockets, I'm gonna send up rockets to you, you look at this, I'll look at that. Like, I love that sort of coordination from these teams.
Something I was thinking of breaking down too, maybe after the tournament, is just opening strats in general. So a moment like that, definitely a little inspiration, and hopefully we see some more creativity in the future. It's gifted them, I want to say, 21 points to work with here. Triton does have a kill to answer as Need and Orc look to bring the ball into a bit of a safe zone for themselves. They haven't quite got their hands on it. Just worried about Slays here in the meantime.
Boom, oh my God, Boom's getting right into that fight. Oh, I thought he was gonna at least take one with him. Name trying to have a little bit of a revenge story this time around. He used to be on this Oxygen roster. Finds himself on the outs as Triton and Boom have come in to take over that spot. And well, he's been able to find some success with this roster over here at Need an Org, but obviously Oxygen looking to be on the up and up, and Name maybe feeling like he's being left out.
At the moment, Oxygen just cleaning up a shot, though. Boom looking for another there. Nemesis there to provide some support. Should hopefully give them a opening to get the ball. You'd like to see them work with the setup they got on C side to collect it, but the ball gonna respawn now instead. Common, we caught the tail end of a big fight, looks like. Boom takes another here, so numbers advantage as they continue to slowly but surely delete the members that Need an Org. This should rotate for a setup.
JK drops out into death, and Oxygen just able to play keep away, and Common's like, yeah, I'm gonna rotate away, and he gets a free shotgun to work with. And now all of a sudden you have to figure out how are you going to push into this hill, into this ball setup if you're Need an Org. It's going to be so tough. You have shotgun and Common hanging out towards Cafe, and you have the Stalker rifle in Nemesis hands towards the subway, and it's going to be so tough to find this break.
Only way to do it is with a bait and switch, and Goldstar gloriously make the attempt. Oh, somehow, a little clothesline right there. Going to delete Nemesis. Triton will follow. That ball didn't get played out. They didn't have an opportunity to send it out to center, so Need an Org very quick to flip this around into a favorable spot.
That's literally like perfect reticle placement from Goldstar PR to get that kill, and it makes all the difference. Name creeping around the corner, but he's going to get spotted, and shotgun now up for grabs as Oxygen can be finding themselves with the power weapon to use. JK not going to be able to stay alive. Goldstar BR, the last line at C as he looks to find Common, and great job by Goldstar, man. He's making all the difference for his team early in this game.
Got to witness the man clothesline Nemesis earlier. We'll see if he puts something else together. In the meantime, Nemesis making plays. Boom will join him. Ball still left to be picked up. Looks like Oxygen have hands on it. I believe they have the rockets here to work with too.
See if he's able to find some easy picks. Flurries. Oh, that rocket just landed on. I swear that rocket landed on his feet, and it did not kill him. Like I saw him rise up. Like I saw him levitate off the ground with that rocket hitting him, and it still didn't get him the kill. Rocket's gonna be a little beastly sometimes in this game, as we see Oxygen find all the kills. Furiously last alive for his squad, and well, it looks like Common's gonna be able to track him down quickly. And look how aggressive Oxygen's being. They know the spawns. They know that they can get away with this aggressive push.
You like to see that aggression. They got to worry about that red room side spawn though, and Triton very quickly looking to address the players flanking out through B. Did he almost tagged him with the stick? I think. Either way, that player drops. 2 dead there as Oxygen continued to get aggressive. Nemesis going to hold things down by the staircase. Ball still in their hands. As time's ticking away, Norg running out of opportunities. They got to move on this quickly.
Yeah, they're quickly running out of time. And we see Oxygen only needing 14 seconds of time to win this first round. And Name's gonna do get the big job done of getting that stalker rifle away, and Furiously needs to hold them up for just long enough for these players to get back on rotation. JK's there, but it's Chris Common in his way. Chris Common wins the gunfight. Name can't get forward. The stalker's in the hand, but that ball's gonna rotate. And suddenly Chris Common buying themselves time. Only 5 more seconds for Oxygen to take round 1.
Yeah, that wasn't just a 1v1 win. That was a round win right there. Winning that fight made it nearly impossible for Org to find an answer. And because of it, they go up 1-0. And a dominant one at that, all off that C-hold.
Now suddenly, Org need to find some sort of response off this game. I mean, Oxygen just kind of walked away with that one cleanly. Nemesis having a hell of a start at 19-6. Boom, finding his own kill early on, and Oxygen going to get the opening time.
Wild seeing Nemesis with that many kills, and then to be the ball player, to rotate it out off the opening here too. They didn't go for rockets though. Interesting opening to leave that behind. Boom still finding the kill despite it. JK gonna get his hands on it. That rocket gonna drop like a hot potato as players dropping left and right. They'll leave the ball behind as Triton gets aggressive. He does clean up the double though. Bit of a food chain here though. Everyone's dropping on the map. And one little opening is what Bohm needs to get back to ball.
I love that play from Triton to just get into that fight to get those kills. He's essentially, you know, if he gets those kills, stays alive, he gets the rockets instead. What he did do is buy enough time for his team just to be able to relax and not have to worry about getting to that ball right away. Even though Org is making it a little bit mixy by getting these kills, Oxygen, with the way that they played their spacing on the map, really haven't had to worry about Org running away with a massive lead.
Calm, cool, and collected for Oxygen for sure. As the early slay seemed to go to him. Triton looking for more. Not gonna find it against 2. Bohm here to pick it up though. Common with the trade. Ball still down. He'll tag up JK. Get aggressive on it. Nice use of the slide there too, right? He can peek the spike nades. He can jump right out if he needs to get aggressive as the ball changes hands to Nemesis.
And these small ledges can absolutely change the way you play the game, right? Who expects a player to be looking from one angle and then suddenly be 10 feet the other way half a second later? The slide tech has made such a huge difference in how these pro players play this game. And it's allowed Oxygen to find some great moments in this game thus far. And this is just, it's a tough look. JK gets the rockets, but I don't think either are going to hit. Nemesis finds a quick kill. Rockets now in his hands, and this is going to be a tough break for Org.
Second rocket didn't quite fly. Nemesis now has it. Man's 21 kills, make it 22 as he cleans up JK, looking for a second. Thrust to stay up. He'll have to bob out of the fight, but Gold Star on the chase will clean him up. 33 and counting. Common still collecting time. Oxygen, no signs of weakness in this team as they continue to just inch their way out with the team fights. And come out with ball time. You're still 0 on the side of Org.
Name did some unspeakable things over at B. What a great fight, and that's going to let Org get some much needed time. You see the spawns coming in from Cafe for Auction. They're essentially going to have to fight through the entirety of Org's roster in order to get into this fight.
Finally, Org got something going. Furiously, does hit him with the beam. Not enough to get the kill. Gonna have to drop the ball down in the meantime, stay up, win their fights. They're about to focus fire on 2, though. Can't quite find it. JK with a double to answer. Gold Star gonna enter the fray. Stalker in hand, not enough to do it. That ball's gonna get picked up and rotated. Unless, Furiously can stop him, which he cannot. And once again, a hold here for Oxygen.
Shots coming in for Name.
Triton not going to be able to get away from that fight. As Name's trying to reposition and get towards this ball. Beautiful collapse from Need and Org right there. Everyone taking their own routes, able to get all those kills and bring this ball away. That's about as textbook of a break as you can get. Great pinch, great spacing on the map, and even after they get the kill on ball, right, they position themselves in a way where they're quick to pick it up and get their own time.
Slay's gonna be so important here. Those rockets now up, pretty sure. Oxygen collecting and boom. Not quite gonna kill with the first. BR will do the trick. Should give him access to the ball. What does he do? He 180s. Cleans up a second. Not quite able to get time, but Triton gonna help ensure they do. He'll bounce out of the fight. The ball's still sitting on the trash can. Common might be the one to rotate to it. They need to keep slaying just to keep Need and Org back from it so they can set up again.
Shots going through as Oxygen tries. I love just using that drop shield on top C to block all that damage, and the spike nade gonna do some great damage to Gold Star. Triton gets the finish, but not before Gold Star gave him a little tap of his own. It's gonna keep him out of the fight for just a bit longer. As ball is dangerously close to get reset. Let's see Triton gets there in time. Oh, looks like he's just gonna leave that ball for now. It looks like they're just gonna be like, hey, let's just play for Slays.
Definitely playing for time in this one, right? Very scrappy, back and forth. No real dedicated ball holder setup.
Backside his own teammate. Oh my god.
I think he might have.
Oh, that's crazy. I think
definitely a brawl here. And the time ticking away as it happens.
Well, I don't know why they didn't go for ball right there. We'll have to like maybe go back. Maybe we'll have it on tape or something. We could like see what the thought process was. But I feel like they're giving Need and Org some unnecessary time here, because it's not like they didn't play for the ball and then also played for position on the reset, right? They let Need and Org win the reset position. Although now Auction has power weapons, it's going to be tough to find this break.
Common, oh, just trying to hold on to what he has. Boom, not wasting any time getting back PD, though. That'll open things up for Nemesis to work with him. Ball being rotated as it happens, though, and this is a good answer out of Need and Org to make themselves elusive. Gold Star hangs back, tries to win a fight, but he won't. Nemesis finds Name. They'll pick up ball. They collapse on Furiously here. This is a strong hold with the rockets up as well. Oh, no. This is rough for Need and Org.
The last thing you want to see happen when you're getting rockets is for your team to go 4 down.
Oh, he hit his teammate.
Dude, Boom just wants to kill everyone, dude.
Hands on a warpath. He'll just go for it. Leave Gold Star JK back weak, just trying to survive. Furiously takes the kill, though. Nemesis looking to rotate the ball. That could have been a lot worse, honestly. And they held it off. Less than a minute to turn the tides.
I got Boom did more damage to his teammates than he did the opponents with 2 rockets. It's like very interesting to watch. And we see this ball getting away, and it's essentially a tied game as Need and Org suddenly find themselves in the position to win. But they have to execute on these kills, and it's JK with a massive flank. Boom in his sights. Boom goes down. Now it's a Triton and Common together, and JK, I mean, he's making the most of his opportunity. A double kill and staying alive for his team, although they're still down in this game, and they've given up the ball to Oxygen once again. JK, look at all these spawners at PD. He has the perfect weapon. Bark, bark, here he comes. JK able to find nothing. Triton gets the kill.
Triton trying to clutch up for his team. It's not enough to stabilize, though. The ball's still in the hands of Need and Org. Do they keep the hold and keep the setup, or do they play for time and play for Slays, though, right? 24 seconds left. Need and Org going to try to go for time for ball here. They need the numbers to get in the fight. You can see the trades going out center map as the ball does drop. A little bit of a lead to work with. Ball down on the floor, less than 20 seconds as Nemesis closes the gap with a melee. He's got the ball.
It's so hard to decide how to play that ending game. They decide to hold on to the ball. We'll have to see if that comes back to bite them. Nemesis dropping it a bit early. He has to win this fight, essentially betting on himself to take down Name. Ball still in the open. Of Triton comes in with the rockets, and that's going to be the exclamation point on game 2. They're going to take it 88 to 87.
The close of round 2 down to the wire, and Oxygen, they didn't let up. They'll close that out. And that was just game 1 in our series, Garrett. Man, did that go the distance.
Yeah, it's a close one. I mean, both teams having their fair share of clutches and chokes, right? It wasn't like one team came out and played a clean game. That's about as dirty and murky as you can make it. Really go into battle at the deep depths of the sea. These guys really are murking up that water and seeing who can come away with the victor. At the very end, man, it's Need and Org who I don't know what the correct play was, right? You talked about, did they hold the ball and try to win on this, or did they go for time? They decided to hold the ball, and it might have just been buying enough time for Auction to get back in that fight.
And that's kind of the worry, because you hold that ball, you hold off a member of your team. Of course, in the end of the day, the ball carrier should be flexible and able to do damage. I don't know how he doesn't win that fight, by the way. That's a game-changing fight, to be honest. Yes, sure, Triton was going to die anyway, but that slowed down their numbers, made it more difficult for Need Norg to get anything going with the ball later. The issue is I think they gave up the rockets for prioritizing ball instead of slays. They gave up a rocket launcher opportunity, and I think that's the risk that you run when you've only got so many options to prioritize here.
Yeah.
Dicey territory regardless. It was a bloodbath, Garrett.
Yeah, I think maybe what Ninor could have done is they could have thrown that ball all the way into the back of A and then played as forward as possible to try to get them off their spawns. And then if they died, maybe get the back A spawns. I mean, a very risky play. I mean, both plays were very risky, but I mean, if they want to have a chance of winning this series, Ninor has to shut down Nemesis. I mean, 36-13.
He was 19 kills in, I think, round one.
Oh, I don't know. 36-17. Okay.
17.
Sorry, I looked at 13. I was like, damn, dude.
It's not too much different. 36 is far and away the most slays on the board. Closest being JK, who JK was kind of popping off in the end for sure. Man was moving and grooving. Wasn't quite enough. We need to see that slaying prowess in Aquarius Slayer coming up next, though. Need Norg, they had a very close shave in ball. I expect to see them bounce back.
Expect to see them come back as soon as possible, man. I have a feeling, I just feel it in my bones. I think Need Org, I think they're going to come out and surprise some people on some of these games, man. Maybe we can see Bizarre Flag for the first time on broadcast, huh?
I'd like to. I think we've got a good opportunity for it. At the same time, I'm very curious to know what's going on with the other matchups on the other live streams. I heard that SSG might actually be having a good series with Pioneers. Magic, how you doing? Let's get you back in the broadcast. And do you have any updates for us?
Yeah, kind of a mini update right now because some series are just getting started underway. But you're right about Space Station Gaming. Right now, they're up 2-0 in the series over Pioneers after a solid 50-38 Slayer win. But in Game 3, I'm kind of spying on it right now. We did see Pioneers with almost 140-point stronghold lead. And then Space Station Gaming answered back with a triple cap. So that Game 3 is actually neck and neck, a lot on the line for the Pioneers to prove. And then in Pool C, Optic versus G1 is just kicking off. The first round of Oddball went over to Optic, but G1 is actually the only number 2 seed to not have dropped a game yet.
Ooh, no games dropped yet. Love that.
That would be my match to watch. If you got the multi-Twitch open, of course, you got to keep LVT open. Come on, give us a little bit of love. In the meantime, though, you definitely want to keep tabs on Optic G1. One of the biggest matches of the day. G1 have undoubtedly come to play. They're looking nasty. Optic, of course, I think they're Bane. I can't wait to see how far Optic goes.
Oh, thanks, Magic, for the update. We'll have to bring her back when some of those matches finish, man. We have to keep ourselves in tune with what's going on. I'm curious if Pioneers can stay alive in that game, right, man.
What's going on with Pioneers is my other big question, right? If they're about to lose to Space Station, who's, you know, Space Station's been having a rough day, and it's not as unexpected considering what we've been witnessing. Pioneers, though, top 6 teams struggling a little bit on Friday. In the meantime, our series continues, though, and Need and Org, we know they need to win this Slayer to bounce back, and they seem to know, too, off the opening.
Yeah, Need and Org come out strong. They're able to find every kill that's necessary to get themselves the heat wave, the camo, everything going right, and now you see Oxygen bundled up inside of that utility, and Fluriously's trying to make the most of it, but his aim whiffs a little bit, and he can't give Triton opportunities like that. Oxygen able to clap back, find the response, and get themselves a lead.
Very quick response at that. Spawner's up in blue here, too, as the collapse comes in, and Common's got the help of Triton on his left-hand side to delete the numbers here. Name going to try to pick up on this, but Triton, too nasty. He cleans it up. Gold Star left by his lonesome, and whoa, nice melee at a Gold Star. No fear in the dojo. It's enough to stabilize things a little bit, but Oxygen pulling away.
Nemesis looking for an opportunity to reposition and find the fight that he wants, and that heat wave makes all of the difference, man. The heat wave, if you can't find a way to isolate this player and take that weapon out of his hands, it's going to shape this game. It's so powerful, and there we go. Look at them prioritizing that target, making sure that heat wave goes down. It's gonna at least buy them a little bit of breathing room as teams reposition.
Still just a 3-kill advantage here for Oxygen. Triton up on the top of the map here on pink, not ready for the little flank there. Almost does turn and burn him though, but JK will take the fight. Still down by 4, cleans him up for a double though. There goes Bohm. Hopefully thins out the numbers, gives Neednorg some space to turn things around.
Start to see Oxygen, they're just in the back of blue base, and if Neednorg can find an opening pick, they can finish the collapse. And this is beautiful positioning from JK. He's gonna get some great damage on the first, and he uses the thrust to reposition on Chris Com, and he falls down, and now Bohm's by his lonesome. The trades come through. Neednorg coming out on top of that fight. They're gonna be able to win the map position right away, and Oxygen needs to find some critical kills.
Just trying to look at what Triton's doing on car side in the meantime though, right? Because Neednorg, they found the map, but Triton recognizing that, he kept his presence low on car. He's still alive. He's not about to let Neednorg slip away with map control. Now all up in blue base here too. Nice nades to open the interaction. Hits him in the face with the dynamo there. That'll do the trick. As he's got Bohm to help with coverage on pink side. They've lost him. Neednorg trying to pry their way through to top map as Triton and Nemesis chase him down.
This is what's so crazy, right? Is that Oxygen have had many moments in this game where they have gone 2-3 down and come off respawn and find an immediate break, and that's where Neednorg has seen their weakness. Oh no, they're all gonna fall. Name falls as well. Common gets the kill. Fluriously's last, he'll fall. It's a 4 down for Neednorg, and this is the difference between Oxygen and Neednorg. Watch how Oxygen plays this spawn trap. They're gonna be very aggressive. They're not gonna let Neednorg have any space to breathe, and they're gonna try to cycle into these kills.
Unreal. Okay, the nade does tag him. I thought he was gonna bounce out there somehow unscathed. Name the last one up. Like you said, the collapse came in. It came in quick. Name still somehow finding kills to slow it down, but ultimately Oxygen pulling away there in beautiful little flank position there on a Triton. He'll turn it into 2. He's got the help of Nemesis to clean up the second, staying alive here. Massive though as the camo's about to spawn, and the options that need an org just dwindling.
Oh wow, it's just everything is lighting up for them. Bohm. Ooh, looks like Bohm's gonna leave that heat wave. And it looks like JK might have picked up that heat wave, so this could be a huge blunder from Oxygen. If JK gets away with a heat wave and starts creating some damage because of the selfless nature of these teams. I mean, he dropped a heat wave, said, hey, heat wave's behind you, Camo. And unfortunately, Bohm didn't get the memo, and that leaves JK to do some damage on his own as he's able to find Nemesis for the first.
Bohm with an eye on the prize though. He'll tag up JK, cleans him up, does end up dying top mid. At this point, damage done though, 6-kill advantage to work with. Some safe haven here for Oxygen as they do bait and switch their way through car side. Name and Gold Star gonna try their hand at this. They gotta be so careful. If they continue to go down in trades, things will slip out of control. And as I say, a comment already, finding a pick, and what a rotation here at a Nemesis as he keeps Name back weak, re-enters the fight, doesn't quite get the kill, but a beautiful play in the making.
Common tries to get up into that fight. It's not going to work to his advantage. Triton is in the back, and he gets the assist on the one, the kill on the next. JK and Furiously by themselves. You see Nemesis trying to take advantage. Oh, you see the spawns. Nemesis is like, yeah, I'm out of that fight. There's no business over there. As we see a 7-kill lead for Oxygen that they just need to maintain, and maintaining is something that they're awfully efficient at.
Common just finding a way to flank behind enemy lines here as we say it. Furiously gonna drop for that, make it 2. Bohm there to help. Just running out of control. 44 on the board as it slips through the fingers of Need and Org here. Furiously Gold Star splitting out blue. You can tell Common's got some awareness of where these spawners are as he tries to think about where he'll address. Where does he enter with the team to just keep them back. At this point, 4 kills separated them from victory. Make it 3.
Trying to get right back into this fight. Common wants to take down Name. And this is why Auction is just, they're just so consistent, right? And I think that's the problem when you're going up against a team like Auction. You can't let them get, you know, 10, 15 kill lead, because they're just not a team that's gonna slip up and let you get away with a comeback, right? They're gonna be consistent. They're gonna find their spots. They're gonna find their kills, as Boom looks to finish this game with a double kill. And just Auction just looked good. I mean, that's the only way to put it.
Looking way too well coordinated. Norg came out with a strong opening start too. I think it was 3-0 or 4-1 to start. Immediately, Oxygen turned it around and said, nope, it's not happening. You're not pulling away. They found their footing, found control, and yeah, looking like a well-oiled machine, I think, here in game 2. I mean, they took down FaZe for a reason. This team, it means business. Only makes sense that they stay on this trajectory. We'll see one more game, maybe.
Yeah, Norg, this is an important one for them to just come out and just get some momentum, right? There's no chance of them not getting last in their pools, but it's, you know, they can at least play spoiler for Oxygen, right? They can do their work and make life a little bit easier for them at the end of the day. This is a tough one for FaZe to watch, right? Because like FaZe is kind of counting on Oxygen to not let this one go in a 3. I think if it goes 3-0, then FaZe like has to win versus Cloud9 3-1 or better.
It's a rough spot for sure. We'll see. At this point, Oxygen in a pretty good spot though. They're looking good to come out of their pool in top 2. Common been making plays left and right. We've been singing his praises, rightfully so. Nice little team collapse here too. You called this yourself, just how quickly they got aggressive. There was no waiting on this. They just immediately pushed up when they knew they had the spawn.
Yeah, I mean, that was the difference between the two teams. I mean, if you want to go back a little bit, Louis, we can go back to the beginning, and I can show you guys just like the difference between how Need and Org and how these teams play. Here we go. We're into game 4, but I mean game 3. But it really is that Need and Org that they have the talent to get 3-4 downs, right? It's how they play the next step that's different. Too often they give a little bit too much spacing to the other team off spawn. They're not quick enough on the collapses, and it comes to bite them. On the other side, Oxygen, they have a really good sense of timing, right? They're not gonna let you have any space for free. You're gonna have to earn every single inch of the map, and it's made an absolute difference in that Slayer. That's why you saw Oxygen when they got 3-4 down, they got away with the game. It's Common. I mean, he's in a great spot with this overshield. He finds the second. Can he get the third? It's behind you, young man. No, he's gonna let it go.
That third player was so weak, he didn't want any of it. He left the fight, didn't come back. Common gonna walk away with a snipe and a capture and some info on where they might be spawning. You can see Furiously already rotating over to A to try to slow the bleeding here. Boom, and the remainder of Oxygen fighting tooth and nail to take over the B hold. Common, he rotated to find it though. He's taking 2. Oh, tags the... Oh, it looked like he tagged the body. Didn't quite get the kill.
And the shot looks steady, just misses by a hair. But Need and Org is trapped, and they're gonna find Oxygen in the back. Ooh, this is Oxygen. He's like, if he gets in the hill, they'll know that he's in the behind. And
right,
it looks like Name found it out anyway. So Oxygen gonna start capturing A. You can see it looks like they're gonna give up C in the Ooh, actually, I think Common's fighting with JK. If they can find this kill, oh, that's an unfortunate one. I was gonna say if they can find the kill at C, then they're in a great spot because they have him trapped at B. Oxygen.
Yep.
He lights up 2. What? Oh, JK, does they do better?
Way. I was about to say, Triton, what a gentleman, right? He doesn't even try to finish off any of the kills. He just got weak. He instead goes to clean up C, but JK had another plan. JK comes out with 2 kills, picks up an OS as well, and all of a sudden the ball gets rolling for Need Norg off that one individual play.
Trip gap in effect. Oxygen, they can get into C quickly to nullify that trip cap effect, but they can't stop JK from flying forward. This overshield, I mean, he can essentially just play forward, try to get themselves another trip cap situation, and that's how you win the game, right? You have to take advantage of these situations. You've got to be quick on the draw, get these massive kills, and keep your team forward.
Quick and decisive. No hesitation at this level of play in Halo. No hesitation with the AR as well, but boom, steady shot. He'll make sure that doesn't end pretty for JK. Common just locking things down in A. In the meantime, Nemesis there to help. He'll push up onto Furiously. That'll give him coverage on A. What was once looking good for Oxygen, clean teamwork, very quickly that slipped away, though. Need an Org, they found their footing, locking down BC currently. Snipe now spawned up. I think Goldstar might have bounced away with it. He does have it.
Goldstar's on the tippy top of Common's head. But Triton's going to be the one that comes out instead. Goldstar not going to be able to hit these shots, and he needs to be able to take down Common before he gets behind him with the heat wave.
A little bit of a setup here as Common does think about getting aggressive. Goldstar just going to try to hold it off.
Common doesn't know.
He dies.
Common got baited by that drop shield so bad. Like, he saw the drop shield. He's like, he has to be on that side of the drop shield. And Goldstar was just not. And he just got the easiest kill of his life.
Maybe that's the mind game you don't think about, right? You just, where you set your utilities, just to draw the eye. Nemesis now dead. Tags a body onto Bohm. He'll leave him behind. They'll cut their losses, rotate to C while they know they got the numbers here. OS about to pop your 2. Furiously already on top of it. So Need an Org prioritizing all the collectibles. Like to see Goldstar collect a kill, but unfortunately he can't quite do it.
Shots coming through. Finally, Auction able to recover quite a bit. I mean, Need an Org has, I mean, I'd say they're recovering, but B's moving hands once again. I mean, Auction has just been on their back foot and finally able to get some massive kills. They're going to be able to clean that one up. JK last alive. Boom is on the hunt. I think with JK is if he stays alive, okay, he's not going to be able to stay alive. If he stays alive at A, then he essentially forces a pseudo split, and then maybe Need an Org can make a play from there. But no, this is going to be all Oxygen. This is where it gets dangerous, right? They have him on the perfect cycle. They can keep the trip cap while pushing forward.
Oh no, right. Instead, they spawn them together, they kill them together. Now it's going to flip the spawns over to A or outside OS. You can see Bohm already looking at it. They'll get to A to try to stop the bleeding, but that awareness is going to make it easier for Oxygen. They can wait for them, wait for their move. Does Need an Org rotate outside? They do. Look at, they're setting their numbers. Nemesis is going to catch that. Common already in position to lock down the push here. He's got Bohm to work with. Bohm cleans up one in the feed. Nemesis just waiting for info out from Nest as they look to try to turn to the other side of the map, but Need an Org very quickly. The lead that they had is starting to just evaporate. They need to win fights.
Yeah, I mean, it shows you just how dominant the trip cap can be in Halo. The second you get them on a cycle, you have the trip cap in your effect. It is so hard to break out of this, and you can see Triton wins a massive one over there, and that's going to keep the trip cap pressure forward. Nemesis, he's ready to get right into A and toss some havoc, and he's going to bait them. He's going to make them think they're safe, and then he's going to pop from the weeds, and he's going to be able to get another kill. Triton and Common working together. They want to stop A from changing hands. They won't get there quite fast enough, but they will get the kills. But that timing is important because it's going to allow Need an Org to have a little bit more time to potentially capture a home hill. But Oxygen has had 120 points of this trip cap.
A beautiful run this has been for Oxygen. Need an Org in an attempt to cut their losses. They tried to run for OS and gave up the hill in the process. So they're still trip capped against, and they didn't win their fight for OS. So that risk not going to come to benefit them. Instead, they are in big trouble. Time's a tick, and Need an Org, they need to get their body in a hill. In their hands on a snipe. I think Goldstar collected it.
Yeah, the problem is Triton's on his way, and Triton has
He's on his way.
He has a gun that's very effective in this position. He's going to be able to find 2, name the last alive. And Triton has the sniper to work with, killing Frenzy to cap it off, as they're just one step closer to winning this game.
Triton just spots the target and executes, man. No hesitation whatsoever. Nemesis gonna pepper Goldstar, keep him back B as the time ticks away, make it 2:41. One minor mistake at a Need an Org, and this one slips away with a 3-0 finish, and they know it. 43 and counting. They gotta move quick. Where's it gonna be? A desperate attempt to be Stronghold. It is. Furiously dies on the way, but it's not enough. Need an Org will not find it. That series will go to Oxygen, 250 to 157.
And it just shows you how dangerous the trip cap is. I mean, guys, if you're ever in matchmaking and you have a teammate that's on comms, he's like, don't push for the trip, we have to, don't do it. And you're like, no, we need to push for a trip cap. That's why you push for trip caps, right? It's about timing and opportunity. They had the trip cap and they got kills while in trip caps. And that's how you just make a game completely become out of reach. Essentially 200 points in a trip cap in what felt like 2.5 minutes. That game went so fast towards the end of that game because of the pressure that Auction was able to provide.
They definitely suffocated them at the end, and even Need.org tried to find a way to break out of it by just sending their numbers at OS instead of the hill, and that really bit them as well, right? Because when they didn't win the OS fight, they still were trip capped against. Now they don't even have resources, and everything just kind of barreled out of control off the minor mistakes that were made. Triton going huge here, of course, to lock down B. We saw some great plays, I think, left and right, no matter who you look at. Even on the side of Need.org, had some moments of brilliance. It just wasn't enough for the teamwork, the team chemistry, I think, out of Oxygen, who clearly have that locked in at this point.
Yeah, the Auction just looks as if they're playing on their highest level today. I love to see Auction playing towards what their expectations of themselves as a team has been, able to really close out those games quickly and efficiently throughout the entire day. I think that's very much a day that you can hold your head up high for Auction. I mean, you beat FaZe, you finish second in your pool, only dropping down to Cloud9. This is all assuming that Cloud9 beats FaZe, but this is awesome, though.
Yeah, where does that put them? Sorry, and I see even Costco's asking about it in the chat. I guess that would put FaZe, what, in the
elimination, elimination round bracket? Round 2.
Right, so in a slightly better spot in the Elim bracket, but their tournament life on the line, essentially, assuming they lose to C9 or they just go ham. Who knows? Maybe they find something we didn't see in them, considering the upset with Oxygen. But yeah, Oxygen put themselves in a great spot to continue farther in this tournament, maybe than even FaZe. You can't count FaZe out, though. That's for sure. And especially when we get down to Saturday, to get down to Sunday, some of these teams, they tend to show up, show out. I think Sentinels is a perfect example, though. Even Friday, Sentinels are dominating in their pool. As you can see, they're currently 2-0. Optic leading. I think Optic looking for the 3-0 at this point. I believe their series is still going down on the Halo main channel. Optic currently lead in that. Pioneers have had a very rough day today. So is Lions, I want to say. G2 looking pretty good with Barcode. What do you think, Garrett?
Yeah, G2, they're going to win their pool. Space Station going to take second. They beat the Pioneers 3-0. So Space Station going to be able to take second in that pool. I don't think anyone really would have had G2 1, Space Station 2, Pioneers 3. Very, very interesting how that one finished. Actually, dude, I think Pioneers take fourth in their pool, actually.
They might.
Yeah, I think they do, because they lost the head-to-head with Lions. So I think Pioneers starting their journey in elimination round 1 tomorrow. That's unexpected, to say the least. Oxygen waiting to see the results on the FaZe Cloud9 matchup. I think Optic G1, there's some huge implications of like what happens in between this game. G1 and Optic, this is for first seed, right? And if G1 wins this, then it's like, who's the team that takes on Optic round 1, or who's the team that takes on G1 round 1? Like, these are the two teams that no one wants to match up with in round 1 tomorrow.
I think Optic's a little scarier than G1 as far as like who you don't want to match up with. G1, they're looking incredible, that's for sure, but still a lot of recency, I think, with this team. And while they have the chemistry, Optic are, they're showing no signs of opportunity right there as they close that 50-39. Not a lopsided game, but I guarantee that one looked pretty comfortable throughout. Optic, they're just a force, I think. They've got so many reps, so many public reps too, right? Like, we've seen their grind together. It's hard to doubt, their dominance at the moment.
I just want to take some time and shout out FACEIT for how well this tournament has been run today. I mean, there was like no milk today. It's been pretty much yeah, I mean, it's been a great day to watch Halo. There's been really no downtime at all if you were wanting to watch Halo today. So it's been an absolute blast to watch some Halo. We're starting to see the end of pool play. All these teams starting to find their last little matchups. I want to know, is Cloud9 versus FaZe? I want to see what stream that's going to be on, because that match has not happened yet. Maybe I think it's supposed to be on Halo.
I think that might be the game to close the day. Sorry, that might be the big one to close the Halo stream.
I'm excited for that.
HCS is currently on break. I see them up as well. I think they got Sentinels Complexity coming up next. That's Pool A. That's a big match. Expect to see that on HCS. I think we might be. We're still do we have another game to cast, Garrett?
I don't
think so, but I'm not sure. You know, there might be another one, so you never know. But you know, we'll stay around for a little bit. Just keep an eye on these games, guys. If you're wanting to keep on with your drops, well, worry not. We're gonna have this stream live essentially after our broadcast is done. We're basically popping up the beginning of the broadcast once again, so you'll be able to watch all the action and be able to get your drops. So Pioneers win or no, Pioneers lost. Pioneers take last in their pool, actually. So
yep.
Not a good day for the Pioneers, El Doctor.
And I believe they're all in Texas as well, right? So they made that move over.
Yeah.
I think that there's a lot of different things. Like, your connection is one thing, but if you're leaving the comfort of your home setup, in general, like, you have to do that for LAN anyway, right? So this is all...
Yeah, it's good practice for that.
It's all part of that important experience. It's good practice for that, like you said. The Pioneers, yeah, unfortunately, they're not finding that chemistry. Optic looking pretty clean on the board here, though. Might be the last game in the series with G1. And I did get the okay on Louis. We've cashed our matches for today. Good stuff, Garrett.
Wow, yeah, let's go. Hey, we kind of breezed through the day. That was kind of fun.
That was quick.
Yeah, guys. I guess like while we're closing, I mean, any last questions from anyone? Any questions? Any fun facts that you guys want to bring up? We're just gonna chill for a little bit. Maybe keep an eye on things that are happening. But our broadcast is done for the day. We have no more matches to be seen on Charlie. Everything else is gonna be on the Alpha and Bravo streams today.
GG's, Louis. Big ups to Louis for putting this one on. This has been incredible. The production value on this. You guys got one of my favorite things, honestly, is just the team colors, Garrett. The fact that we get green for Optic. It's the little things that matter, you know, in the replay tech. Of course, big ups to Magic, too, by the way. Magic's been in the chat. She's been reporting throughout in the cast. She's been casting, too. Totally killing it. We got Knighty in the chat there, too, keeping the troops aligned, right? Making sure the... chat doesn't get out of hand. It's been a fun day today.
Yeah, it's been really fun. Someone asked about United. I think United's last match happened off stream where they played against Native. We watched the auction one because it had pool play implications. The United one did not. Is LVT gonna have matches tomorrow? That's a great question. Yes, we will have matches tomorrow. We'll be watching the beginning of the winners bracket alongside the elimination bracket tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. We're gonna try to get as much of that action as possible.
What time will that be, Garrett?
I think it starts at the same time as it did today, 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 p.m. Eastern. Come out tomorrow. Make sure you are there or square. Don't matter to me how it is. Yo, shout out to HCS for letting us do the Charlie stream. It's been really fun, man. I've been having a great time. Do we know the results of EU versus Native? I think EU won, but I don't think we technically know the results, and I think Halo Data Hive is still down, so rip Halo Data Hive.
I got the Faces site up. I could refresh on Faceit and see right now. Wait, which group would that be? Group A, right?
Yeah.
United do not have an update yet, I don't think. Looks like they're 1-1 on their side.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I think we're gonna keep this alpha stream on. Louis, do you have anything? Do you have anything you want to say before like we kind of just sign off and just watch the rest of this G1 Optic Gaming matchup? I think we're...
Yo, what is going on, everybody? Appreciate everybody tuning in.
It's been fun, man.
Yeah, today it was smooth, right? It felt great.
So said I can't remember the other cast. Say me.
Wait, are we still on the?
Yeah. Mics are still live. Mics are still live.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The way you said.
We can definitely. If you're ready, Shyway.
Say your final words.
You can say your final words, but the channel will stay live. Okay. We're gonna continue watching the rest of the pool play. Yeah, Shyway, any last words?
Just thank you, man. This has been a great day. I obviously I want to cast as much Halo as I can. Having this opportunity with LVT means a whole hell of a lot to me. And I think honestly we killed it. Like this live stream brings so much to the community. Little things that I think we don't see in other broadcasts. So just a pleasure to be a part of it.
Absolutely, man. I appreciate that. And Tools, man. Any last words, Tools?
I had a blast, guys. I mean, it's really fun to watch the highest level Halo. I think it's cool that we were able to do a Charlie stream today. If you guys really like that, I think it's important for you guys to let HCS know that you liked that. You know, let people know that you enjoyed the fact that we were able to bring official coverage, and you know, maybe that'll translate into us being able to provide official coverage at LANs or something like that. I think it'd be really cool to see some sort of opportunity like that. We just want to provide as much coverage as possible of the Halo scene. And you know, on an off note, G1's absolutely ripping into Optic on the strongholds. But it's been crazy, and I've been having a lot of fun with you guys.
Yeah, absolutely, and I definitely want to double up on that. If you enjoyed the stream today, let HCS know. Tweet at them, email them, Facebook them, whatever you got, whatever you can do, right? Let them know, right? Because you know, I think this was kind of unprecedented. I don't know that they've ever worked Charlie stream with, you know, like a community broadcast like ours, and so on an official capacity, right? So I appreciate everybody that came through here. I think we had like nearly a 3,000 viewer max today. We're sitting carrying right now around 950, so it's amazing, and I appreciate every single one of you, honestly. I saw a lot of love in the stream, a lot of people loving the spin that we have put on Halo, and you know, it didn't come overnight, right? Like, we've been doing this for years, and so you know, it is what it is. We're gonna keep tabs on these streams. We'll let Shyway and Toolez go. Guys, thank you so much for coming through. Magic as well, bringing us the scores mid-series and whatnot, also getting on and casting with us. Great job to Magic as well. And then, of course, we had Knighty observing the entire day today. Knighty, obviously one of the better observers, I think, in the world for Halo, period. But nevertheless, right, I appreciate everybody coming through. For now, though, I guess we're gonna let you enjoy the rest of this match, and then you know, if you miss any of the matches, if you were bouncing around and there was a match that you wanted to watch that you missed, well, we're gonna be rebroadcasting our broadcast today overnight all the way until tomorrow morning when we're live again. So just tune in from time to time, check out the stream if you missed any of the matches, and maybe you'll catch one that kind of piques your interest. But that's gonna do it for you know, us thus far today. I appreciate you all coming through, and yeah, enjoy the rest of the matches, ladies and gentlemen. Plenty of Halo to go, and have a good one.
It's a perfect example of it. Swish really turning up here, but here comes the push now from Optic. G2 on the back foot.
See if Lucy can stay alive top tower. If anybody can, it's going to be him. Somehow, there's no shields and continues to fight through the first battle. Second one maybe as well. It's going to be a trade, 2 dead for both sides.
Swish again, though, with the double kill. And you're seeing B being flipped now. Former's going to have to just survive for now, because B will fall through the fingers of Optic Gaming. No one there to put pressure on. So now you're going to have a standoff mid-map. Devin's trying to stay alive, but he's not going to be able to, as APG is going to be moving in to clean that kill up. APG, again, with another kill just to clean things out here. And now you're going to see BB flip. That's a great push coming in from Optic. 3 players falling from G1 in quick succession.
Formal last player alive, though. Important B flip here, just to get them a little bit of control here, and off the respawn, they're going to have to go ahead and rotate.
Yeah, that's a quick rotate coming in from G1 as well, recognizing the spawns would be coming in towards where Formal is. That's last player alive here for Optic, so they now move their attention towards C, but Optic have responded. Now they're in at A, and that'll be A and B controlled. They're about to cross the 100-point mark here, Optic Gaming. They're down by about 86 points.
2 dead. Lucid staying alive back tower would be big. We'll see if he can do it. He gets the help he needs. 3 dead for G1. Maybe 4 dead in a moment. Wow, that's a big, big turn. And how big is it? Lucid staying alive at moments like that in the back of the tower. They will now flip C. Trip cap in the hands of Optic Gaming. Overshield just popped.
Trippy just stayed alive so well there as well. You can see he was trying to keep pressure on that overshield, make sure that G1 weren't in a position to really cause problems, to get hold of it. While he was waiting for support from a teammate, Lucid is going to be able to maybe flank behind this player as well to clean up and get the reset onto C. But where's the overshield? Who has managed to pick that one up? Formal's last alive now for Optic, and it will be G1 with OV Heatwave Snipe. We know what happened last time.
We certainly do here. A will start to flip. It's going to be a reset from G1. They will continue scoring. Boo Boo trying to walk in. He'll body, but it's not enough. 2 dead for G1.
3 players, no shields though from Optic Gaming. Is anyone there to take advantage? No. Swish is now last alive, and everything has been turned over. G1 It must have been a miscommunication. It must have been a failed push somewhere along the line because the damage was done, but it looked like Boo Boo was just kind of either left out to dry or tried to make too much of a solo play.
Oh no!
Jesus, Lucid.
Lucid with too much time there. He connects all the way on back tower. Boo Boo gets him almost to no shields, but Lucid not afraid to challenge. Optic will continue scoring, now only down by 40.
Lucid, your job is to watch this push coming in towards B. His teammates are there just defending A. The flanker is going to be trippy, just causing problems behind enemy doors. The spike grenade goes out just to see if he can get a little bit of damage. Lucid looking to peek around this pillar, but there's going to be 2 players here. So now he's trying to defend the big door and B because the rest of his team have flipped C. So now you can see the move is going to be, oh, top middle. I was worried there was going to be a airborne Quigley coming in there for a second. And a little 2-for-1 would have been nice, but instead it's going to be the death screen.
It's a good rotate here as BC Control goes into Optic for the moment. They brought this game back. Let's go into a listen in here with the side of Optic Gaming.
Nice fucking win. One star. Ovi? Wait, that's shit. I'm playing over. We have 5 seconds. I'm looking tower.
Yo, NA?
On elbow, I saw elbow. Hey, window?
Watch out,
we get the Sylvie, we get the Sylvie.
I got him. Everyone.
Taking A, we're taking A.
Go needs help in A.
I left C, bro. Big door, yeah. I'm pushing, Brad, I'm pushing. No, stay back.
Nice job. Both one. SC is dead.
Nice, just want to go C, going C.
Oh, hold this.
Yeah, it's hold. Hey, Brad. I'm playing an A, guys. Yo, one spawn dummies right now?
I'm just gonna sit top mid for a second.
I'm watching bottom middle.
Hey, you're on your own.
Do not worry about it.
Okay.
Yo, somebody look, Joe.
This box is on me.
Yeah, they're playing
Switch, watch out key door, guys. Watch out key door.
Pillars as well. We need pillars.
Pillars, absolute, Devin.
Hey, last guy where?
Leave this down, guys.
Squalling, one shot back B, squalling.
Hold that, Tommy. You can go.
Getting heat wave.
Okay, never mind. They're gonna spawn weird. They might be A. They could be A. Yeah,
I'm fighting with you.
He's on them.
You guys switch absolute. Switch absolute name.
Alright, we gotta live. We're taking C.
Back A.
This is me weak.
Well, as we jump back into the game, you can see the Formal is trying to cause as much carnage as possible. And while all of this is going on, you can see that the flip did come in from Optic. However, they lost 3 players, but look at the score. G1 now have the narrowest lead possible, but they will be scoring again as they manage to turn B back in their favor.
Yeah, AB hold now as they will cross the 215 mark, and this is a big push here. The kills that come in, top middle could decide the game.
Almost going to challenge, but unfortunately leaves his ankles exposed, but it doesn't matter, as he manages to do enough to pick up that kill. Trippy with a sniper rifle as well. Manages to flip B back into the hands of Optic Gaming. It is a slender lead. It is a hairline lead at this point. But it is a lead here for G1, but that is going to be turned on its head in just a few seconds' time as Optic will go into a lead. BC still in their hands.
What a time to do it. The first lead change in a long time in this game. Cut players are in trouble. Trippy with a great angle. They're going to get away with the heat wave as well. They will cross the 230 mark and they will continue holding. That was 2 dead.
Every single body shot that Trippy hits right now is a second closer to winning this game for Optic, to winning the series 3-0. Swish will get the overshield as he can't quite clean things up, but is there going to be enough time now for a push? The repulsor is going to push the overshield player away. That's a gutting way to close things out if you're a G1 fan, but for Optic, they get the job done. They make the comeback, and they win this one by 250 to 219.
Wow, in the end, you talk about trailing for an entire game. Optic Gaming down at 1 point by 130 points. They bring the game back within 100. And until the
Wouldn't go down a piece though. Snakebite with the ball, rotating it towards the PD, at least trying to. That sticky grenade will get the job done and make sure he has ran his race for the moment. 27 seconds to 1 then to score. 4 minutes on the clock. Every time you pick up the ball, do not forget the clock will stop. Frosty though, with the Pulse carbine. Ball was down in PD. We've seen that when Snakebite last had it. But now Complexity have a little bit of a setup, and if the Slays can go their way, they can put some serious points on the board.
Sentinels go 3 down, but at a pretty rough time as Rockets are coming up in 5 seconds. They're going to have to scrap for these. They are going to potentially spawn on that red side. You see them all spawning on B Street. So these Rockets going to be pretty difficult to get. It looks like Frosty did pick them up. He's going to go down instantly. But again, Sentinels still have the lead, Shurzy. They're still up in this game. They're getting kind of outslayed a little bit here. It's pretty even, but it's kills like that from Snakebite. They're going to turn things around, and he gets a double as well.
Both these teams then. Just feeling one another out. No team able to get the advantage just yet. Back and forth, both just throwing jabs for the moment. 27-16, as you rightfully say. Score in Sentinel's favor, if only for a little while. But they are starting to rotate the ball through tires. Frosty's got it in his hands. Vetra trying to do as much damage as he can. Royal 2 out of the PD. Comes a sliding. Gets a couple of shots in his back to run away with. 4 clean shots from Vetra into lethal. 3 go down. Now Royal 2, last man standing in the arcade. No change for him though. And that's 4 dead momentarily for Sentinels. And now Complexity have a little bit of a setup if they can rotate the ball, excuse me, down towards Tram.
Lethal played a little aggressive there when he saw his team in trouble, but I was hoping that he would back up and maybe get his teammates spawn on Cafe. They ended up spawning on Cafe anyway, so this ball is going to get rotated towards Tram, and it's up to Frosty right now to make a play, but he's got 2 players in front of him, and he realizes that, and this is the confidence I'm talking about, the ability to still take this fight, even though there's 2, he gets 1 trade, that opens things up just a bit, 2 dead for each side.
You highlighted Cycle before the game, currently sitting at 7-6. You highlighted Royal 2 before the game, currently sitting at 7-6. Both these players giving as good as they're getting for the moment. No player, as of right now, has taken the game by the scruff of its neck. None of the teams really able to dictate the pace, not having it all their own way. Royal 2 though, back Tram picks up 1 on the Veteran in the feed. Snakebite slides out, wins that one against Neuronical. 2 go down for Complexity. Rockets pop up, but it's Lethal once more, looking to get greedy, looking to get his hands on them, but he pays the price. 2 go down though for Complexity, but it's 3 for Sentinels. Rockets still down bottom middle. You can see the drop shield, and Frosty's been able to scoop them up and unable to fire them and put them to use, but now Snakebite will get that information his way and leaving them for a teammate this time around. Monster over towards that ball. It was Lethal once more, came back off the respawn to pick them up, put them to use. Boombox over the shoulder, escorting his ball carrier into safety. He's managed to pick up another one in the feed. 38 now to 24. And now we're starting to see signs, seeing little shades of Sentinels clicking into gear.
It was about 45 seconds ago, but I want to point out something very, very important. You saw Royal 2 at the bottom of C anchoring for that rocket spawn. And Cycle actually was able to spot him out, got him off that anchor, but Frosty still got the rockets. You can't let that happen. If you're taking out an anchor player and you have a numbers advantage, if you're Complexity, you got to take advantage of that and get those rockets. Because they didn't, you know, Sentinels has now gotten the lead, and they're up by about 36 seconds, which is not good, and it's all due to those rockets that were not taken by Complexity in that moment.
Fine margins could be the difference. Not getting those rockets can mean Sentinels pull away. You pick them up, and now you could be talking about having this lead. That's how impactful the power weapons can be. The sandbox is always influential. You see Frosty set up over towards Commando. Back Tram now, trying to make sure Snakebite's back stays safe. Insurance policy is there. He's won that 1v1 against Neuronical, and that will now give Snakebite the green light. He's got his ticket in his hand, looking to get back Tram.
No, we watched it. They had a 10-second lead. That was Sentinels in this game. And because of the slowdown, because of the structured setup, they have now won round number 1 convincingly. And that's the difference between a staggered Sentinels and a focused and structured Sentinels. You saw it right there.
We spoke about how both teams were just throwing jabs, feeling one another out. It was cagey at the start. It was a little bit tentative. Other team wanting to make too many mistakes, but when Sentinels got control, boy did they make Complexity pay. Round 2 already underway. 2 go down. Veteran Monster slowly coming back into the fight, but Lethal locks into 1. He's lost Snakebite in the process. Looking at the stat line, Frosty has just locked in 2 more kills to add to his already impressive tally. Currently sitting at 21 kills, 7 assists, and 10 deaths. Complexity go 3 dead once more. And I fear now that Sentinels have found that final form.
Final form is right. Look at that scoreboard. You can paint a picture for pretty much everybody. You got Lethal, objective-minded, also making some plays, you know, not going too negative, only -2 at the moment. Frosty the Slayer, Royal 2 with the massive assist, you know, that anchor player putting down damage long range, and of course Snakebite, like you said, the General, 10-10 with 75 seconds of ball time. I mean, these players are all playing the roles. I know roles are not really a thing in Halo Infinite anymore, but the structured Sentinels have a comfortable role that they play on this team. And you know, right now they're all playing that, and that's why they're convincingly winning this game. But look at that, as I say that, Complexity get the lead in round number 2.
Frosty shoots those spike grenades. Gets another kill for himself. Monster tries to slide out and stick that grenade. Unfortunately for him, the fade away won't do the job. It will not land. Not enough sticky tape attached. Complexity have 3 members up now after initially going down 4. What can he do here? They're right back in things though. 32 seconds to 22. Not out of the realm is a possibility that they can win this round. If they can string a couple of things together. If they can get the likes of the Rockets, the Bulldog, and hold Tram. But it's Sentinels here who are keeping Complexity at arm's length. And that Stalker Rifle doing all the damage.
There's also Snakebite on those B stairs right there. He got a couple shots into Ironical, pushing on the purple side, and then turned and got a kill on the Monster when he was like half shields. And it's plays like that that really kind of set your team up to continue to get ball time. Once again, Sentinels approaching that 60-second mark. Cycle doing the best he can. 15 and 15 right now in this game. Definitely slaying to his ability, but the objective efficiency out of this Complexity roster, not as clean as we see on Sentinels, and that needs to change if they want to win this first game.
We spoke about the Rockets. Cycle picked them up, went down driveway, locked in 2 kills for his team, and as a result of that, we're now seeing some control for Complexity after the early stages of the round went very much against them. Now starting to close that gap, and what if Sentinels got to break this setup? Veteran not comfortable with his situation and decides to throw that ball down towards the garbage, and you can see exactly why he was not comfortable. Complexity have gone 3 dead. And that should mean the Sentinels can put some more ball time on the board. We're seeing Lethal hit those shots, winning those pivs. He's holding down the pink side for his team. May opt to stay alive in a moment. Has done so this time. But a player has dropped down from the L. That's going to be Neuronical. 3v3 on the map. Sentinels continue to hold the ball, continue to score points.
Royal 2 is impressing me incredibly right now. 20 kills, 17 assists for his squad. That is a player that is just putting in so much damage, making everything so easy. If you're on this Sentinels roster, and Snakebite, once again, going to try and rotate this through, but the individual skill and the confidence is there, so he tries to take the fight. Finally, a break of the setup from Complexity. The question is, can they hold it long enough through a cycle of spawns from Sentinels to potentially take this lead?
Royal 2 falls. We perhaps will not be privy to the Royal 2 bark that we heard in Kansas City that sounded a bit like ho, ho, ho. The Rockets have popped up. Ironical has eyes set on them. Royal 2 is going to be his victim. They remain on the podium, ripe for the picking. Ball down, front base, over towards the palm tree. And Ironical on those spiker steps, looking to get a little bit frisky. He stepped out of his comfort zone, but Snakebite's got the boombox over the shoulder, soars down, picks up 1, fires the second one in anger. It won't connect, but it doesn't matter too much as 3 go down. Cycle, the last man standing for Complexity.
Yeah, that's going to be all she wrote. Once again, the Rockets play a factor. I know you're probably sick of me saying that over and over again, but the impact they bring, the amount of time they put on the board as Sentinels is going to win game number 1 versus Complexity, and potentially looking to be 3-0 in their pools.
Clinical, it must be said, from Sentinels. They didn't leave anything out there really for Complexity to deal with, to work with. They were feeding off scraps at times. They tried to get some things together. They were in it for the early stages of the rounds active, but it must be said, Sentinels, they found that extra gear. They're already running, and it's not even Championship Sunday yet. That's scary.
Yeah, you said picking up scraps. I actually love that reference because, honestly, they got 3 dead, maybe 2 dead for Sentinels. They were trying to push that advantage, get some ball time. You saw at the very first play of the match, they got 1 second off of a 3 dead. And that's just due to the pressure that Sentinels is able to bring. The knowledge of that last player, the 1 player alive on Sentinels that's able to position himself in a way that he gets his teammates advantageous spawns to push that ball. And, you know, I think that is a big factor in why Complexity weren't able to hold the setup for a long period of time.
Is that something then we're looking at Complexity they need to work on? They've gotten 3 players dead, but they haven't picked up the ball. They've only gotten 1 second, and when you play against a team like Sentinels, you need to milk that ball for every single second it's worth. But if you keep leaving the ball down, if you keep trying to prioritize slaying, your stats category at the end of the day doesn't matter. You've lost 283. Get the points on the board. Your KD will not be a factor at the end of this. This isn't a Slayer You need to get the ball time on, and that's something the Complexity need to maybe consider next time they play against a team, any team. It doesn't even matter if it's Sentinels, but looking at the stats, you spoke about Royal 2, the 18, excuse me, assists, but looking at Frosty, 30 kills, 14 deaths, and 12 assists. That man was popping off.
That's what you like to see out of Frosty. Like I said before, he's my MVP of this tournament because I truly believe he's one of the best players in the game, contending for that #1 spot. Up next, we've got Aquarius Slayer. And Shurzy, I'm curious here. I mean, I gotta say, we did start off the talk saying that Sentinels was 2-0 and Aquarius Slayer at Kansas City. But do you think maybe on a Slayer game type, that Complexity, maybe not maybe the most chemistry on a squad just yet, you know, which they have time to do, very new. Maybe they have a chance to take this next game away and tie the series up.
Well, you spoke about how Streets Oddball was a really strong game type for Sentinels in Kansas City. That proved to be true in that last game. And you also mentioned just there 2-0 in Kansas City. So I see it going no other way than Sentinels winning it here. But I'm prepared to be proven wrong. I'm prepared for Complexity to show us something that we didn't see in game 1. Have they got the spine required to take down a big team like this, or will they hide away in game 2?
Fortunately for Sentinels, Lethal's gonna get that very first camo. Punches it in, and with a 2-kill lead and a heat wave in hand, that spells danger for this Complexity roster. So to answer your question, I don't think so. The looks of this, it's dangerous right now for Complexity. They've got to make something happen. They've got to kill Lethal, who looks so good, by the way, in this tournament.
It's incredible when you watch rosters like Complexity, who are so good at Halo. And then you say, oh yeah, by the way though, there's another level. And then you look at Sentinels, you look at Optic, you look at Cloud9, and the things that they're able to do. They make teams the likes of Complexity look average. And I promise you this, Complexity are not an average side. They're the 9th seeded team in North America. Them boys know how to play this game, but somehow Sentinels can just turn around and do this to anybody. It's 11 kills to 5.
Complexity looks so good, and definitely individually looks very strong, but this Sentinels roster's hungry. And I always say, like, and I think it's Bravo or Onset that said it, the Sleeping Giants. I always say they always come out to play when it matters the most. Snakebite's gonna start the game 0-4, but I'm pointing that out because I want you to realize that 0-4 does not talk about what he's done in this game so far. He's allowed Lethal to get that very first camo. The next camo is coming up. He's been that player to put his life on the line, to distract, to, you know, make sure that they get these extra kills. And because of that, 19-11 is the score. And as I say that, Snakebite puts 2 on the board.
I know what's happened. See, I've been playing another FPS title with Snakebite, and I know exactly why you started off 0-4. It's because he had no light ammo. You have to feed the man ammo. And that's how he gets the kills. I know it from first hand. You feed the man ammo and he gets kills, he starts to fry. But it's 21 kills to 14, and the scary thing here was Lethal, who picked up the camouflage first time around. And it was Frosty who got it the second time. Although not able to put much together, he makes sure that Complexity do not have one of those win percentages on the board. Something that can turn the game around is the camouflage, and they're ensuring Sentinels take this game very, very seriously.
Yeah, the camo is definitely a win condition, and you know what? It taking out of a team or an enemy team's hands is absolutely all you need. Even burning it. The value that comes out of camo, very difficult on this game. As you can see, 240 FPS, camo is very visible. Back in my day in Halo 3, you weren't able to see camo at all. It was so difficult on that 30 FPS. So you got to play a little bit different nowadays. A little bit of a different play style with that camo. 2 go down, 4 Sentinels, and as we're sitting here talking, Complexity has brought this within 3.
Double kill for Royal 2, though. Ensures that he puts even more breathing room between the chasing pack that is Complexity. Lethal currently sitting at 12 kills and 5.
Oh.
Is he a changed man? Super impressive from him. That's exactly what we require from him. That's exactly what we called upon. Whenever I thought about Lethal, this is the kind of player I expect him to be. To put down stats, put down damage, whenever his team required it.
This is why
when they've called upon him here, it's been so good to watch him get back to full form.
It absolutely has. This is why Sentinels was a dynasty. This is why they'll continue their dynasty. As players like Lethal knowing when to step it up, knowing when to put in that extra work. Guaranteed he's been practicing. Guaranteed they've been obviously scrimming a lot as well. And it's showing right now. Like you said, 12-6. It puts a smile on my face, Jersey, as I was sitting in KC just hearing talk about how Lethal was the question mark, and now we're seeing it. Maybe it's time it's answered. Maybe this time the answer is clear. Lethal coming out to play.
Is he no longer the question mark? Is he the exclamation mark? Is that what he's turned himself into now? Has Kansas City awoken something in him that was long lost? Complexity down 3 members, 38 kills to 31. While we've been jibber-jabbering and waffling across the way, the game has been back and forth, but it's now a 7-kill differential between Sentinels and Complexity here.
The way Sentinels push out on situations, they always make sure they have a player on the cross so they can get that trade. And right now, I talk about it often, all they need is trades. And you're approaching that 40 kill mark, you can just kind of push, be aggressive, get the trades necessary, or just be Royal 2, take a heat wave, get a killing spree, and slay the whole lobby.
Game is very easy when you kill everything that moves. Royal 2 is doing just that. 14 kills, 9 assists, and 7 deaths. The man is frying. Lethal. That nade will catch him, and that'll be enough to send him to the respawn screen. Complexity not out of it just yet. If you get a fresh 4 dead, they can definitely put a question mark on this game. Vetra picks up one on the snakebite. Ventures out the P side. Ultimately decides to backtrack, put it in reverse. Both players down to no shields on that P side, but again, now Sentinels only require 5 active.
Yeah, but it's not over yet, though. They got to 38, and the momentum swinging just over and over again. The pendulum going back and forth. Look at how Sentinels plays this right now, though. They've got them stuck in here, and they just need to slay. That's it. They've got them stuck in a little hallway. They slay them out, and now only 1 kill needed, Jersey.
I've already quoted Elvis. Why not do it again? You're caught in a trap. And Sentinels have got you once more. Locked in, 50 kills to 38. They double their series lead and are 1 game away from going unbeaten in pool play over in Pool A. And that will give them the top seed. It was what was expected of them. But having already seen teams fall by the wayside and underdogs take games, Sentinels, they've clocked in and they're going to work.
This is the best Complexity roster I've seen thus far since the beginning of Halo Infinite. And I said a lot of good things about these guys. Their individual talent, their ability to clutch up, Cycle being a young player. But Sentinels, they're firing on every cylinder right now. And, you know, it's only pool play. And I say only pool play because they're pretty much guaranteed that number 1 or number 2 spot at this point, right? They're not playing for tournament life here. Tomorrow is where we play for tournament life, in the bracket play. And they're still putting up this much, these numbers and putting up this skill level. It's great to see. And it's, again, great to see Lethal at the top of the boards. I love it.
It's worth noting, nobody is getting sent home today. But it is important that you have a good pool play to ensure that the games that follow are a little bit easier, a little bit less tough, and you avoid some of those big dogs. And Sentinels ensure that they will avoid some of those bigger and tougher teams, the likes of Cloud9 and Optic, until the latter stages of the tournament. They're 1 game away from topping the group, like we say, in Complexity, who are already 1-1, with E United already beating them, who currently sit 2nd in the pool. This will mean that, at best, they can finish 3rd, and they will be going to losers round 2 tomorrow, unless they can pick it up here and perform a reverse sweep against the best team in the game right now.
What's crazy is you see the $125,000 on the line, you're like, wow, that's a lot. That's a lot to play for. But they're not only playing for that. The teams from the winners quarter finals will be securing pool play spots in Orlando. The very next LAN. I better see all of you there. It's going to be amazing. But regardless, I mean, that's another thing to play for. Like you said, it's very important to get those pool play spots. It's very important to get the placing here so that the teams that you fight aren't as difficult as they should be. You can kind of have an easier bracket depending on how you do in these pools. And Sentinels, they're performing really well. I'm expecting more of this Complexity roster, and I'm not calling it just yet, okay? We've got 3 more games potentially if they can perform a reverse sweep, but Live Fire Strongholds is going to be the next map. What are you thinking about this one, Jersey?
Well, you're not prepared to call it. I'll tell you something I am. Calling Time of Death 10 minutes from now. It's a 3-0 sweep, I think, for Sentinels. Stronghold's live fire coming up next. It's not a brave call by me by any means. It's just how good Sentinels look. It's not a diss to Complexity in any way, shape, or form. I think Sentinels can do this to any team in the tournament. We've already seen them do it to a team like Cloud9. It's how they're playing. I've seen a different beast in them lately. And in this Strongholds game, I really feel like if Complexity can put up a fight, it has to be early doors.
You said seeing a different beast in them lately. I agree with you. It's like they're fighting for something more. Something more than the pool play spots at Orlando. Something more than the 125K. And it's that one more thing that potentially is in their head to prove everyone wrong, or essentially to just prove themselves to be the dynasty that is driving them and being the driving force here. 2-0 on the first map, 50-38 on the next. Jersey, I'm actually curious. What are you thinking for this prediction for this Strongholds live fire game?
Looks as though we've had a misfire. No harm, no foul. We can talk about it. The Strongholds game a little bit more. You ask for a prediction. I think I'm going to see a Sentinels win. I think with the way the last two games have gone, I think it's going to be somewhere in the realms of maybe 250 to 100 and so. I think we will see Complexity get over that 100 points threshold, but I did watch Sentinels lose to Optic and KC on this very game type, but they spoke about how it was Optic's best game type, and they performed admirably.
Right.
I just feel like Complexity don't have enough in the tank to take down Sentinels here. You can prove me wrong. Maybe you can raise a point that I have not seen just yet.
I'm going to be honest with you. I can't. I don't have any points.
Try, Tim.
Try. There's no way. There's no way. I mean, listen, this Complexity roster is phenomenal. Like I said before, their individual skill. I mean, every player on this squad, Neuronical, the team IGL, the power weapon efficiency out of Vetra. They call them the mini Lucid on their squad. There's a lot of things this team brings, but they're also very new. And you either go through a honeymoon phase, or you're like FaZe and you have to work real hard to get where you want to be.
Finishing in the top two, otherwise they will be finishing third in their group, and I don't think many people would have been expecting that, but we are into game number one, and it is going to be Street Oddball. Now, one of the big things I wanted to talk about coming into this series is Spartan. I saw on social media, he said, I don't really know where I fit in this team, as three of his teammates have gone down.
And that's a frustrating feeling, right? Not being able to find your footing, your rhythm within a match. It's so difficult to find success with a team when you're not able to find your own individual rhythm. Spartan's going to have a lot of frustration built up if he can't find his footing. Good things though for FaZe so far. They've been able to slay out. They've been able to potentially find their footing here on Street Oddball. It is going to be an early lead for Cloud9 as Bound's able to play the ball and get a kill of his own, but kills are a good thing for FaZe clan members to see, because typically with those kills you'll be able to transition some objective play. Unfortunately, Cloud9's going to be so efficient as well.
Of course, it's not just Renegade going up against his old team, but Bound going up against his old roster as well. He was previously on FaZe. It was almost a direct trade in the end, but then seeing this roster come together, I think that the desk hit some fantastic points. They are four amazing players on their given day, but what happens when you put them all in the same space? Who is going to be doing what? Who is going to be doing certain jobs? I do think as the tournament goes on, this FaZe roster will get better and better, but is it going to be good enough to beat Cloud9 right now, who have looked already very good, but Stellar still doing what Stellar has always done?
Yeah, 4 dead though for Cloud9, so even though Stellar wins the big one on the Renegade, a phenomenal push from FaZe Clan is going to award them some ball time, and Spartan and PD. Now, right back into this game. They were down 30 points, but it's going to be an opportunity at a hold. We'll see how good of a hold FaZe Clan is capable of here. And now it's going to be a cafe push on the side of Cloud9. They have the pick on the Renegade once again, and with that, the rotation from the ball is good from FaZe. You love to see that. It's almost a tied-up game as Rockets are coming up. FaZe doing a lot of things right so far.
One of the things we saw Cloud9 struggle with when this roster first formed with Bound playing in Pro Series was they struggled to set up in both Oddball and King of the Hill, whatever you need, but they were very good at breaking setups. As long as they can stop FaZe from getting into that big old setup that gives them chunky points, they should still be able to do enough to constantly threaten them with the little easy-peasy, incy-bincy bits of ball time that can really work out for you.
A couple of no-shield players in front of Stellar in a 1v3 situation. Stellar staying alive, finding an assist, finding a kill. All 4 dead for FaZe in what looked like a doom and gloom situation. Stellar comes out on top, already 7-2-3. The superstar in Stellar is showing you exactly what Cloud9 are capable of, even without the likes of Renegade.
Where do FaZe go here off spawn though? Falcated's already gone down, so they're already on the back foot. Stellar able to kill Snipe down with the commander rifle across the map as well. Great recognizing, excuse me, of what is happening across the map. As 2 are fallen, FaZe have to pause yet again, and this just means more and more ball time for Cloud9.
Yeah, and it's not often you see Stellar with that off ball in hand, but everybody on Cloud9 probably going to be a little bit more universal of a play style with Bound on the roster, right? You had Renegade, who was typically that main Slayer power weapon controller. You're going to have to ask a lot more of the boys over in the blue. But they're capable of much more. 79 and counting now to 28. Cloud9 taking a commanding lead with this setup, and right now, FaZe Clan looking for an answer on how to break it.
I do think that if things had gone different for FaZe today, we would have been maybe expecting a little more from them, but because they lost to Oxygen, that expectation is almost that Cloud9 should be winning this. Well, they are going to take round number 1 as it ticks over to 100, and as soon as FaZe were down, Cloud9 were just able to absolute collapse on them. They didn't allow FaZe to escape from that spawn, and it does seem like Cloud9 have got better at their setups as they formed it as this team.
Absolutely. Cloud9 looking very dominant in the second half of that first round. Rocket control really never in the hands of Renegade, in the hands of FaZe. Something that Renegade was praised for on Cloud9 was his power weapon control. Well, that's continued in Cloud9's favor without him so far throughout this series at the very least. Cloud9, you know they want to make a statement here. They want revenge. Every time they see Renegade on the other side of the hypothetical stage here, they're going to want that win more than anything, right? That's going to mean something to them a little bit more than just a normal win against maybe some of the other higher caliber teams here. Eco has found himself the Rockets putting the first one to use. The second one knocks the player to no shield. The rotation to PD is perfect from Cloud9, and we've seen this perfect setup from Cloud9 in the PD area. I mean, in the tram area, it's so lethal when Cloud9 gets a hold of it.
And you've got to call a spade sometimes. I think we're well aware that this is not the team that necessarily Renegade assumed he would be on when he left his Cloud9 roster. And I think Cloud9 know that as well. But Renegade now is on this roster. You've got to make do with what you've got. You've got 4 fantastic players. You've now got to use this super as practice so that you can go into Orlando in the best position possible. Sure, it might not be, rainbows and butterflies here in the first tournament together, but there is a lot of experience on this roster, and if they can click, they do become very much terrifying. Penguin is able to rotate this ball and play it, though. Fantastic movement there from Cloud9.
Yeah, even better job by Spartan to be ready for it, right? To be able to catch it, bring it back into PD with a couple of slays. You can get a setup of your own. The big question is, how much practice does FaZe have? How much opportunity at practicing a setup do they have as far as being all on the same page? Where do they all watch him? What's the communication like? As Spartan forced to get a kill with the ball, that's usually a good sign for your setup to maintain. As 3 go down for Cloud9, FaZe with the first realistic setup here in the tram area as Rockets are coming up. This is an opportunity for them to win round 2.
And I do think with Spartan saying he doesn't really know where he fits on this roster and what kind of role he needs to play, something that Desk were talking about is you need that person who is going to create the space for your team, to do the objective work, to do the dirty work. Well, Spartan's got 41 points on the ball at the moment. Maybe that's the role he has to take. And it might be a different one, but Bound gets a double kill, and that is 2 kills that should definitely not have gone his way.
Assassinates the Rocket guy, more importantly, right? So those Rockets that were in the hands of FaZe are now in the hands of Cloud9. Bound somehow getting behind enemy lines, gets a free assassination, puts those Rockets to use, and now that setup that FaZe once had in Tram is completely broken. The ball's played by the middle. Falcated, he's going to be by himself, although he's got the Stalker in hand. He's got a lot of opportunity here to stay alive. If he can create some space for FaZe to come off respawn and have a better time.
That being said, if FaZe can just win their 1v1s, right? You've got 4 players who have historically won the 1v1s so often, not just in Halo Infinite, but previous iterations of Halo as well. All you have to then do is put the pieces together and start to get the objective work at the same time. It could come together for this FaZe roster. I don't think it's all doom and gloom just yet, and even in the second round, they are looking better than they did in the first. It looks like they are going to be able to get a little bit more pull time if you can get away. Falcate does get away. Oh, he did, but then Penguin still finds an angle.
But they take the lead, right? That's more important than anything. If they can hold off this push, it would be massive. Unfortunately, the push is already through. The setup is broken, and now the ball is in the back of Tram. It's in the hands of Bound, and the rest of Cloud9 appear to be in position to make this setup one of their own.
Renegade does get a double elsewhere, though, and that's going to create a great opening here for FaZe to push in and potentially get this ball back in their favor. But you're going in against a Bulldog. Bound, Stalker Rifle plus Bulldog. He's in a huge position right now to deal some damage.
Yeah, Renegade goes down. Its numbers once again in the hands of Cloud9. Although Falcated has that ball, he's going to be forced to play it. They're going to try and catch it. Not the best catch, maybe. Some time for spawners to get off respawn, get some damage into the ball carrier. But as soon as Bound turns that corner, the more issues start to pile up for the FaZe Clan members. Rockets are up. They are trying to compete for him, but a phenomenal heads-up play from Bound as he relocates, drops the ball, decides to slave. Perfect shots from the Stalker Rifle for the double. Allow Rockets to be denied more and more. Renegade tries to go for him as well. 3 members from FaZe go down at the hands of Bound with that Stalker Rifle and a little bit of help from his friends. And because of it, in the meantime, the ball in the hands of Cloud9 continue to build their lead.
Cloud9 could have had a lot more ball time, but Bound prioritized focusing on those rockets, helping his team as much as possible, and in the end they only gained about 6 seconds out of it. FaZe still got the rockets. FaZe are now getting the ball time as well. It wasn't necessarily an amazing play that came out of Bound. Sure, he hit some good shots, but the rest of the team weren't able to capitalize on the shots that he was dealing, and perhaps the ball time could have been a little bit more for them. But of course, hindsight's 2020. 45-45, we are tied up, and this is a far better round from this FaZe roster.
Absolutely, they get 3 kills as well. Last player alive is going down front to base. It was Penguin, and look at that. This is going to be 4 dead coming off respawn. Should be a nice 15 free seconds for Spartan to add up to their total as Renegade needs to find a way to apply some pressure to the respawners, make sure this ball carrier is a little bit safer than he has been all game.
Renegade getting the opening yet again for his roster. Stays alive as well, which is very important. 17 kills for Renegade at the moment. Ball still over towards Tram, and he quickly adjusts as Renegade from taking that fight initially 1v1 to then moving around to the rest of the map so he can help out teammates if they call for it.
Yeah, that ball carrier needed help though, and Spartan, he goes down. Snipe Down goes down as well in the back of Tram. Not only that, but the ball doesn't get played, and unfortunately, Renegade kind of caught out of that play as the rotations went through the B stronghold downhill, and they ended up flanking the ball carrier. And now Cloud9 with a setup of their own, starting to chip away at this lead. It's not just down to 10 points, but more importantly, Dan, the Rockets, this set that's coming up, that just came up, whoever can achieve these can almost guarantee themselves the oddball with a nice setup, and it is going to be Bound once again with the Rockets in hand, taking down, Snipe Down, taking down Renegade, and this is going to be Cloud9 taking the lead again.
Cloud9 take the lead, and often Eco is the brain rather than brawn, but he's got 20 kills at the moment. He's the brain and the brawn, it would seem, at the moment for Cloud9. He is really performing at a level which maybe he needed to, just to make sure they win this round and don't allow FaZe back into this game. Bound now in a position to cross map and stop anyone from pushing. Spartan will fall. It's a killing spree. It's 95 points, and FaZe unfortunately should fall here.
Eco picks up one more for the road. Picks up the off ball, and that's going to do it. Game 1 is going to be going to Cloud9 in fairly dominant fashion. It's a 2-0. Cloud9 making a statement here. We hadn't seen them all day. Wondered how they were playing. They've been hiding in scrims. Nobody's streaming it. You wondered how the new edition of Bound was looking. Well, it's looking good to me.
Maybe one day we'll get the streams so we can, keep up to date with how they're doing coming into a tournament. But I think they like the element of unknown, don't they? They like people not knowing what their strats are, how they're performing, so they can come into these tournaments and then suddenly blow everyone else out of the water. 21 kills for Eco. Bound also performing at a top level with 19. On the flip side, a good performance from Renegade. He was able to put a lot of kills, but unfortunately just the rest of the team not quite able to keep up with the pace in that particular game. They held on in round number 2 for quite some time, but eventually Cloud9 were just able to get that bit more of structure.
Yeah, round 2 was definitely more competitive than round 1, but what I will say is, for Oddball to beat game 1, that's a tough pill to swallow if you're FaZe. With not as much time together as a team, not as much practice, Oddball is one of those game types that I really do feel the more structure, the better off you are. And right now, just taking a look at the damage, Dan, what sticks out?
I mean, 1 point of damage, the difference between Bound and Renegade, which is, you know, always going to be that comparison because they've switched teams. Well, Renegade, he out-damaged him by 1 point, but all that matters is that W at the end of the day, and Bound gets that one with the Cloud9 roster. They go 1-0 up in this series, and when I did look at that series layout, I mean, everything to me was pointing at Cloud9 taking this one. I know we don't have much to go off because these teams aren't streaming at their scrims as much, but we can also look at, you know, what Cloud9 were good at previously, even before they had Bound, even when they did have Renegade. Like, the core 3 is still there. They are still going to be good at most of the game types they were.
Completely different dynamic on the side of FaZe, right? They have to reconsider every way that they've played the game types with the new squad around them, and clearly still trying to figure out the kinks, still trying to figure out what's the best play style that's going to fit these guys. As Spartan was vocalizing on Twitter, hey, I can't really understand my flow. I can't find it as of yet. Tournament time's probably not the time you're going to find that rhythm, that flow, especially against a team like Cloud9. But for this, I think you said it best coming into the series. This is nothing but great practice, great opportunity for FaZe to learn a lot about themselves, right? Because if this FaZe roster is going into Orlando like they are, they're going to want a much better showing on land for a lot more prize money with a lot more on the line. This is a very important tournament, don't get me wrong, but FaZe, you got to have the bigger picture in mind. Those guys won a championship at the end of the year, not a super win, which would be great, but they have to understand where they are in their careers and where they are as a team.
Yeah, and how long they've been together as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure. I think the bare minimum, we need to see FaZe get top 8 so they can guarantee themselves pool play going into Orlando.
It would be a good start.
And then they can build from their performances. Up next is going to be Aquarius Slayer. Now, you'd think this FaZe roster and the 4 players that are on the roster, Slayer should be their best game type, right? They should all be performing in a Slayer game. But we did see them lose a Slayer to Oxygen earlier on today. So perhaps it's not going to be their best game type after all.
Yeah, I think once these guys figure it out, these are some of your best Slayer game type players in the world. Unfortunately, yeah, just against Oxygen, you lost 2 Slayers. One of them was close, one of them necessarily wasn't, but you need to try and find a way to give you some momentum going into tomorrow. I'm not quite sure if you're going to be able to beat Cloud9, but competing against Cloud9, pushing this series further into the distance, right? Getting to a game 4, getting to a game 5, even that does wonders for FaZe's confidence as they start to build momentum as a team, as a roster looking for opportunity. And opportunities usually found in the Slayer for underdogs. This is an underdog in this series, and they need to find a way to stay in this Aquarius Slayer. It would probably help if they got that camouflage top middle, because game 1, I feel like the Rockets were continuously being used by Cloud9. Even when FaZe had the Rockets for just a moment, they got assassinated, and that was a pretty ugly moment.
And those are things that are naturally going to come more so to a team that's been together longer, or 3 of the members have been together longer, right?
Absolutely.
They know how to prioritize these things. So I think that as a viewer, you've got to understand that the desk weren't beating up too much on FaZe. I think it's more so that
tough.
You know, you look at these 4 players and you expect there to be, you know, an instant success. But there is never going to be instant success in a tournament where you are surrounded by other teams who have been practicing longer. They are also at a level where they can compete on every single map and mode now. It's not a case where this FaZe roster can just walk in and guarantee themselves top 3 just because of the names that they have on their roster. You've got to go up against guys that have been doing this for months, if not longer. But it all has to start in pool play, and that's the good thing is, right, pool play, yeah, okay, you can have some shaky results, you can then go into championship bracket, and maybe there can be things you can learn.
Yeah, I agree with you partially, right? I think, like, whenever you form a team, like, some teams just start off and naturally just hit it off, right? Some teams just naturally, their play styles work together. You're like, hey, we're meant for each other. Other teams, they do have to work on it. They do have to figure out those pieces of the puzzle, how they're going to fit together and where that's going to go. Unfortunately, for FaZe fans out there, you're the latter. Pool play, yeah, that's a great opportunity to try and find your footing. Unfortunately, with the loss to Oxygen, FaZe is going to have built themselves such a deep hole for this weekend going into tomorrow, but it can all be reconciled with a little bit of momentum built here in the Slayer. They start off with a 2-1 lead. This is what they need now more than ever. Would be a nice Slayer win on Aquarius.
Yeah, a victory in this series, and suddenly everything you've said about FaZe and we've said just gets blown out of the window, and we're saying, okay, they've gelled, it's worked, the chemistry's there, they've taken down one of the best teams in the tournament.
Juggernaut.
But it's got to happen, right? And at the moment, it's 5-3 in favor of Cloud9, and we know how good Cloud9 are at Aquarius Slayer. Historically, they've always been able to get the camouflage, they've always been able to kind of work together, do the damage, and most importantly, finish off those one-shots.
Yeah, they're just so aggressive. They know how to push their numbers, and usually it's been Renegade with these camouflages up in your face, up in your base.
This time around, it's going to be Penguin. A little bit of love shared across the board now that Renegade's maybe not picking up all the power-ups, power weapons. It's kind of spread across, so life is good for a Cloud9 member as far as maybe individual's opportunity here. Penguin with some great shots, but needs to stay alive. This came out kind of being negated, and more passive play here from Cloud9 with that camouflage.
Yeah, FaZe just kind of backing off and not allowing the camo to be put to use, but eventually Stella is able to pick up 2. Stella does this a lot, by the way, on Aquarius Slayer. He sometimes
everything?
Yeah, he literally just finds himself bottom middle, he responds to callouts, and it'll be 1 shots, 2 shots, and he just manages to be in the right place at the right time over and over on Aquarius Slayer.
It turns out he's pretty good at killing stuff. 6-1-1 right now to kick this one off, and Stellar, you talk about chips on his shoulder, you talk about the face of this Cloud9 roster. Now that Renegade's gone, you have to think Stellar's got a lot of responsibility for this team. A lot of power up, power slaying presence on this roster. He's got to pick it up. Unfortunately, can't get that kill, but with 7 to his name in the first 2 minutes, Stellar's starting to put on a show.
And if they can build a gap here of, you know, 10 plus kills, you have to say that it's going to be near impossible for FaZe to get back into it with how structured and how amazing Cloud9 have been historically on this map. It's an 8 kill difference at the moment. Already FaZe starting to fall behind here. They are perhaps just being caught out a little bit too slow to push off spawns at times. Again, it's to be expected in a newer team that's been formed with some of these players who have traditionally played a little bit slower, and maybe Cloud9 are looking to take advantage of that right now.
Yeah, you can see FaZe is stuck in the back of this base. They've done some great damage onto these players trying to push from Cloud9, but as kills get traded back and forth, it's going to be a 3-for-3 trade, and Cloud9's going to take that every day of the week. They're going to be able to reset the map, take that 9-kill lead, and with that, they're just looking to trade here on out. From here on out, here in Game 2, a great job by Penguin to stay alive there as he once again just wisely gets a player to no shield, gets himself to no shield, but understands that, hey, with this lead, the worst thing I can do is give up a free death.
Renegade trying to do what he can with the melee onto Bound.
Oh my god.
But here comes the rest of the team, and I tell you what, that's a better hold from FaZe, but
much better.
Having to hold a base is not where you want to be. It's a triple kill for Falcated. Now you've got to use your presence. Now you have to try and get some map control so that you can start to be the aggressors here onto Cloud9.
Falcated with the triple. One of the most underrated players in the scene has found himself on this FaZe roster and knows that this could be one of the best opportunities Falcated has ever had in his career. But maybe things not working out early. Does that rattle him? Does he understand that the Mamba mentality of working hard, putting it in, and good things are coming your way as long as you guys can figure it out from that point? Cloud9 continuing to have FaZe stuck in the back of these bases, though, and that worries me, Dan, because the map control has been in Cloud9's favor just about the entire first half of this game.
You'd like to think that FaZe can look at it that way, and they will have that mentality, especially when they look at the players that are around them and what they've been able to achieve on their previous teams. But it's very easy to get disheartened when you're beaten by teams that you're expected to be taking down. But 7 kill the difference in this Slayer. Still time for FaZe to get back into it. But what Cloud9 are doing very well here, Clutch, is they are trading the kills. And if FaZe allow these trades to consistently happen, they're never going to be catching up.
No, but Falcated's doing his part here, picking up a couple of unanswered kills on his life. Unfortunately, those dynamo grenades, they weren't recycled by the FaZe members. Although Falcated was staying in the area trying to recycle them, it was Cloud9 that got to him, put him to work, and extended the lead back to 7.
Love that from Bound as well, knowing full well the timing of the dynamo grenades, nading the dynamo grenade spawn so that he can pick up free damage, assuming that someone was going to be there. And lo and behold, they were, because we know how powerful the dynamo grenades are and how much damage they can do when you get hold of them.
Still a 7-kill game now. FaZe have done solid trades in some of these disadvantageous positions, but we haven't seen FaZe on the offense as of yet, and Stellar's going to be in their closet. I'm not quite sure they know he's here. They found out he's able to take down one before he gets removed, and with grenades coming through, it's more trades that are only going to favor Cloud9 with this 7-kill lead.
33-26, 7 kills the difference. FaZe still just about in it. Let's see what the communication is like on how they get back into this game with an Astro listening.
Blue high hall. He's shocking us, Eric. He's above the shocks. Car 3. I'm trying to look, John.
Pink 1, he jumped pink 1.
Car 3, guys, car 3. Our connector.
P2 chasing me.
One shot, heat wave.
Blue P pushing.
Good trade, good trade. There's another guy blue P.
I got killed by Pink 2 as well. Pink 2 and in the closet.
John, just live, bro. Nice. On me, a P door. On me. Yeah, he just put P door.
I'm pushing Pink 2 to get Nego.
They're probably gonna fly us. Yeah. He waves on me, guys. Blue window weak.
Blue Pink, one shot eco. One shot eco, Blue Pink.
I killed the heat wave guy.
One shot eco, back flag.
No one back
Camel's up, guys.
Stellar weak window. Stellar weak blue window.
Yellow window as well.
Stellar one shot blue Uto. I naded high hall. That's not you on.
I'm nading yellow car. They're just shooting over me.
Yellow Uto, bound.
Car.
I'm behind him, yellow. I hear that. Bound.
They're just looking for me.
Yellow Uto. Come here.
Hot middle. This guy's gonna go for Camo.
Yeah,
look at Camo.
A little bit of frustration, a little bit of just like calling out where the enemy team is. Not enough like soul communication between the boys on the FaZe roster, and that's not something you wanted to hear. As you can tell, the score is pretty much reciprocating the communication we heard. Frustrating moments for FaZe, 46-31, Cloud9 in favor now, 4 kills to go. And on the side of FaZe, Dan, you gotta figure out ways to have that small talk in order to have a little bit more success in these close quarter combats.
Yeah, maybe listening at the worst time for FaZe anyway as players, because I think you heard the frustration, you heard they were a little bit dejected and down because they started to let the game slip away from them. And it's hard not to be dejected and down when you kind of accept your fate. You know full well Cloud9 are most likely going to win this Slayer. You could hear Renegade saying, yeah, they're probably gonna fly at us. He knows. Renegade's been on this team. He knows what this Cloud9 roster can do. And as soon as Cloud9 were given the opportunity, they got aggressive. They took the lead by 10 kills, and now they are not looking back.
Yeah, just 2 kills to go, 12 on the side of FaZe, and right now Cloud9 with map control as well. They've had it all game. Why wouldn't they end the game? A nice kill from Snipe down, and Renegade picks up 1, so it could get interesting with a couple more rounds of slays. But Falcated caught out front the base. You have to think that damage is not going to let him get away, but Smarty picks up another one. Snipe down, Renegade find 1. All of a sudden, 48-43. Never say never, but this predictive nade on the Falcated could be where it all goes wrong. Eco trying to fend off this push. The entire FaZe roster comes through the door, and they make it a 48-44 game.
49-44. Maybe the comms are getting a little bit better, but with that 49th, surely the 50th is just around the corner, which it is. And even though it was a great fight back in the final moments for FaZe, it's still not enough to get them within touching distance of that game. And it means Cloud9 go 2-0 up. Also, shout out, they've all got the Cloud9 skins. I did notice some of the other teams did not all have the skins, right? You've got to be looking the part if you're going to be on these squads. Yeah, absolutely. But an amazing performance from C9. Sure, it looked a little bit shaky at the end, but I think when you have a 10-kill advantage like that, it's just a matter of when rather than if.
Good things towards the end of the game for FaZe if you're talking about things to walk away with as well, but I mean, Dan, it was just a lack of map control throughout the entire game for FaZe. Once again, right? It's so difficult to try and trade efficiently when you do not have that map control, especially on Aquarius, where we continuously saw Cloud9 pushing into the closet, controlling that, and then trapping them at the flag, and then eventually finding an opening pick in order to push into the base and try and trade out efficiently. Cloud9, once again, I mean, you said it perfectly. Renegade knew what was going to happen the second that Cloud9 had control, got the first pick. He knew exactly where Cloud9 was coming in from, what they were going to do. You can't stop it once it gets to that point. You got to get some map control before then in order to try and combat that strategy.
Well, Renegade did match the damage of his previous team, but it's not able to get them over the finishing line. Penguin, though, taking the plaudits, the 4.9k damage. I was talking about Stella getting those kills, but it's not usually Stella doing all of the damage. He's the one who's finishing off that damage. I mean, he still did 4.3k, don't get me wrong, but Penguin being that incredible player that he has been for quite some time, maybe another underrated player. We say this quite a lot because it's very easy for us to focus on those main slayers, the renegades of the world, right? But everyone on this Cloud9 roster deserves the history that they've been able to achieve, the championships, of course, that they've been able to win as well. And I'm very excited to see what they can do as this tournament goes on. But as we do look back at the highlights, Wes, you touched on it perfectly. The amount of times we saw FaZe backed into the flag, trying to fight out of their base. How different could it have been if they had found that momentum we saw in the final stages of the game, if they had that at the start of the game?
Yeah, they got to figure out a way to get some map control, some kind of presence, some kind of space. Or it seems like Cloud9, when they get that kind of control, they're going to smother you into the back of the base. And when they're going to collect those dynamo grenades, put them to use, and by that time, it's almost too little too late. On the side of FaZe, you got to create space a lot quicker coming off your spawn, but that's an easy conversation for those guys to have, and a mindset that can literally, in this middle of a series, shift if they are able to recognize that that's the issue. Unfortunately, we talk about their play styles flashing just a little bit as of yet. I think that some of these players are going to have to take a little bit more risk, be a little bit more aggressive, and with those, create some opportunities for the rest of the team that are coming off spawn to have a little bit more space to play around.
Well, you talk about taking risks, and maybe FaZe now have nothing to lose. You're going into a game 3, you're already 2-0 down. It's Stronghold's live fire, which typically can be a very fast-paced game type. Bad news for FaZe is Cloud9 are usually very good at this game type as well. When I looked at the series layout, I was thinking that if we get to the game 3 and it's already 2-0, maybe we're looking at a clean sweep and a 3-0. But if FaZe start taking risks, if these players are able to suddenly get these kills and the rest of the team then capitalize on it, they get some of that momentum we saw in the final stages of the game, I do still think there is life in this FaZe roster. I know it's difficult if you're a FaZe fan right now to have that belief after what we've seen today, but you've got to just look at the 4 players that are on this team. Look at some of the moments we've seen in those final stages of the game, and it is there. It's just a matter of when it's going to happen, because certainly, surely it has to happen eventually here, Clutch.
Yeah, you got to take a look at individuals, and everybody's got to step up, right? The teamwork's not there. You got to start trying to use the buddy system in order to accomplish some of your goals. But, I mean, if you're talking individuals, Sparty and Snipetown have had fairly quiet series up until this point. I'm looking at those two to really step up statistically, start finding some one-on-ones and winning some one-on-ones. And as I say that, Bound, he put Snipetown down, and that's just unfortunately been the story so far throughout this series.
I do think it's Spartan and Snipetown. I almost sounded Scottish then. Snipetown! They have to make the biggest adjustments to their playstyle to kind of fit around Falcate and Renegade, who are playing in a way and succeeding in a way that maybe Spartan and Snipetown are going to take a couple of events, or maybe just one event, to find their footing in this team. Bound has got Overshield and Heatwave and a sniper rifle. He's literally got everything you could possibly dream of. No scope connects with one, but eventually does go down.
Too many targets for him to try and focus on, although 3 go down. Snipetown's the last guy alive. He's top tower. He's no shield. He's able to stay alive a little bit longer, find a kill before he gets taken down. But the push from Cloud9 is too strong, and this is where it gets difficult, Dan. You're going to be able to flip the map. Right now, if you're Cloud9, you're going to give up A, but the pressure is going to be on you quickly.
That's what Cloud9 were always good at on this game type, flipping that map, pressuring at the right times, pushing and taking control of a stronghold when they are required to. B is going to be focused here from FaZe. So now Cloud9 have 2 decisions to make. They can leave it and possibly go to A and then try and pinch. It looks like they spawn over towards C. So now we're going to see whether they try and focus A or the B stronghold here.
Falcate wins a massive 1v1, but as soon as they get control, Bound's going to give his team numbers advantage. For now, it's a 4-2 advantage as Sparty tries to make his way out of big door. Bound's going to try and knock him down. Gets him to no shield. This should be an easy kill for the rest of Cloud9 to try and pick up. They're going to be able to transfer B over. And with Overshield coming up in 10 seconds, the question is, will Cloud9 opt to keep B, or are they going to try and push for this Overshield and get a little greedy?
And what Cloud9 did well there is they didn't just throw themselves towards B, over towards the dirt area, but instead they pushed and controlled top middle. 4 dead for FaZe. A now can go in control. Overshield also going to be in the hands of Stellar, and all the pieces are starting to be put together. Total control, and they know the spawns now as well. If Bound could have stayed alive, it would have been perfect.
That would have been nuts. You know, he was going for the slide to get out of dodge quickly, but he couldn't quite keep his shield high enough to be able to pull that one off. But Cloud9, they're going to be satisfied with the BC hold for now. They have Overshield to play around as well. You can see Renegade opting to try and push Bruce out of the map. Falcated's on his way to help him. A snipe down top middle. This is a real opportunity at a FaZe push that could be very successful. I don't think Cloud9 have the numbers to defend tower here. And as I say that, somehow Stellar gets into a position, finds a couple of kills, denies that push from ever being a reality of a success, and he puts the members of FaZe back on spawn once again.
I tell you what, Bound has been really impressive. When you consider the pressures that would be on him in this tournament, especially going up against your old team, he has not let that phase him whatsoever. No pun intended on that one. 141-18, total control, and we're starting to look at the beginning of the end already of this map. This is what Cloud9 do. They pummel their opponents into the ground when they have control.
You're starting to see the beginning of the Bound career in front of us. This kid is a superstar, and for him to find his way, somehow, some way, he has found his way onto Cloud9, a championship level roster, and he is starting to shine as bright as ever, right? We saw glimpses of it on FaZe where he would pop off. Well, now he's surrounded by players that we would all consider to be as good or better than him, and look at what he's able to do now that he's given the biggest opportunity of his life. He's starting to pop off 9-4-4.
I know full well Bound will be adding Renegade to his Christmas card list because Renegade has given Bound such an amazing opportunity to be on this roster. As you say, I don't think Bound could have ever dreamed of getting a shot like this this soon in his career. I know that he had some amazing achievements previously, and we've already seen that potential. But as you say, to get onto a championship winning team is such an amazing opportunity. Right, in this game though, 40 seconds now on the board for FaZe. They are giving themselves the chance to potentially come back into it, but an overshield in the hands of Stellar means that this is going to be very difficult for them to have any control.
Sparty wants to hit the repulsor onto him off the map, but couldn't quite get the angle because of it. Stellar makes his life difficult. Eventually, that overshield does get taken care of, so Sparty does a good job to just buy some time, make himself a nuisance there back tower. But in the meantime, Dan, I mean, if you take a look at the score, although it was momentarily in control of FaZe, it's 174-42. It's starting to get ugly. It's a 130-point lead.
ANC in control, and this is the pinch tactic that I was talking about a little bit earlier. They are going to now force FaZe to go one of two ways. FaZe are looking like they're going to prioritize C. So now it's a decision made for Cloud9. Do we take that fight? Yes, they do. They take the fight at C. They keep them at B, and eventually they will collapse, take B away from them, potentially get total control, and then the rest will be history at that point.
Yeah, look at how just pressured FaZe are off their spawn. You can't even get out of green if you're Spartan and the trip cap. You know how bad Cloud9 like to push it. Sparty's able to do a lot of damage. He's able to find a kill, but it just doesn't seem to be enough. Cloud9 overwhelm B. They're going to take B into their own hands, and with a CB hold, they're going to be very satisfied with the situation. Snipetown doing a good job to get behind enemy lines there to find a kill, but he's got more work to do if he wants to transfer a stronghold over.
Gets behind enemy lines, but elsewhere strongholds are being taken, and then he eventually goes down. And that was all he could do, unfortunately, because Snipetown was the last remaining player. A and C has been flipped in favor of FaZe, but because they have sent numbers to both strongholds, they are going to be weak depending on where Cloud9 push here. Cloud9 take A, and Cloud9 are still scoring. They are 50 points away from taking this series.
Yeah, at what point are we going to start talking about the conversation about what does Bound bring to this Cloud9 roster that maybe Renegade didn't? Because right now, Cloud9 looking extremely strong. It's going to be a long weekend for them. But as they go up against the Optic Gamings of the world, as they go up against the Sentinels of the world, if they have this same level of success, we could be talking about a new dynasty.
Here's a better question. What doesn't Bound bring to this roster, right? Everything we've seen since Pro Series, when Bound was first introduced, first trialed, he has been everything but, he's been incredible. He has really stood out, and you've got to have a roster sometimes to allow you to play in that way, and he really has fit in such an amazing position that does mean this roster suddenly becomes championship winning potential once more. Still time for FaZe to get back into it, but at this point, it's looking very unlikely.
223-55, and although FaZe have momentary control of A and B, they're going to need some slays along with it if they want to even mount a minor comeback here. And you can see Bound, he's deciding to go all the way around. He's going to hop into A, and this is not a predicted push. Snipetown gets shot in the back, and with that, look at how quickly Bound is able to get into a stronghold, apply pressure to multiple other members of FaZe. 3 down for FaZe, and if Falcated can't stay alive and make a superstar play, you're going to be looking at a 3-0 for Cloud9.
No superstar play happening, but Bound will get aggressive, make sure he secures that kill, and gets another one onto Snipetown. Secures B, continues to score to Cloud9, and as we said, I think this was inevitable at this point. A victory parade starts to begin for Cloud9 because they are only 10 points out.
The pull play parade, it's a famous play from Dan Gaskin himself.
You know it.
It's a 3-0 with 8 more points on the board. Cloud9, you know they want to end this one. They probably have reservations at Chili's. It's just a Friday night, but you know Penguin loves his Chili's.
I've never been, but maybe one day I'll get to join someone, and maybe they'll take me. But 249 ticks over to 250, and it is a 3-0 for Cloud9 in pool play. I've said that before, and I'm saying it again, even though it was against this FaZe roster, this potential God squad that was formed but hasn't quite found their footing just yet. A monster mash, as it was potentially described as the desk at one point, and maybe they are not quite far off. But I will say this is the beginning, and maybe there is still a lot to be said about what FaZe can do as a roster, but I just don't think today was their day.
I think we step back from the FaZe conversation and we wait for them to show us what they're capable of. Over time, they'll be able to tell us. But for now, let's talk about the greatness that is Cloud9. They're on a roll, they look good, and we've seen Optic play today, we've seen Sentinels play today, and we've seen Cloud9 play today. And Cloud9, they may look like the best team here today so far, and It's a long weekend. A level of consistency has to be brought across the weekend for them to have a championship at the end of the day. But I mean, Bound looks like he's a phenomenal addition. They knew exactly what they were doing when they picked this kid up. 18, 8, and 9 in game 3.
And I'm gonna bet my bottom dog that he had a lot of damage as well, because Bound, 5.4k. He was the standout player, and Cloud9 really were incredible. And I will say that I think sometimes in pool play days we don't learn very much, because often we get 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. We don't necessarily get teams that are kind of 3rd and 4th performing well, but this day of pool play has had a little bit of everything. It has been so difficult to predict, but one thing we have learned is I think we have inevitably 3 teams at the very top. We've got Cloud9, we've got Sentinels, we've got Optic, and then there's everyone else who will be competing for 4th to 8th. But where do those 3 teams land in 1st to 3rd, I still think is yet to be decided, and I think you're right. Cloud9 have looked incredible from what we've seen.
Yeah, I think there's a reason why we play the game, right? Best of 5 still yet to be played, and I think any of those 3 teams could take the weekend from how they have all looked. For the rest of the pack, it's a matter of where do they fall in line. Can they somehow create an upset against one of these 3 juggernauts? If they're able to do it, I'll be shocked, to be honest, from how strong those 3 have looked, but I'm excited to see how the cards are going to play.
It's not going to be in time, though. There it is. Complexity are going to win game number 3. 2-1 is this series. Oh, wait, we still have 5 seconds.
Active.
We
You've
still have
jumped
5 seconds.
You've jumped the gun, but it might be too little too late. No, Sentinels have just stepped inside.
Oh my gosh.
Snakebite desperately trying to stay alive. Neuronica on the 1v2. Pick takes down 2, and they will win game 3. 2-1 the series score now. We're going to a game 4.
Listen, Shurzy, I'm a fortune teller, okay? I knew right away when I called that it was gonna happen. I knew all about it. Great job by Complexity, though, for closing that out right there. Incredible. I mean, we saw that. The power weapons that they were able to secure. You said the overshields that they were able to secure. That's what we like to see. That's what Complexity needs to do. And the number one thing for me is the stagger, the isolated players on the Sentinels that they were able to take advantage of. Sentinels like to play that cross-map game. Cross shooting on strongholds is their number one objective, and they're able to isolate those players and get those slays. It kind of leaves Sentinels a little bit weak.
Well, I was calling the time of death 10 minutes after game 2, and I think if I just Complexity still have a heartbeat, they still have a pulse, they're still in this series. And I tell you something, we're going to a game 4 where we're going to be going into Bizarre CTF, but Complexity, they almost heeded the advice. Listen, we sometimes know what we're talking about, but no doubt the coach was on top of things saying, listen, we need to get that overshield, and boy did they. 4 in a row.
Incredible job by them, and I don't know who's gonna fare well on this Bizarre CTF map. We constantly see Bizarre, and honestly it comes down to a few caps on the board. Never really ends at 5 caps. So for that first cap